Chapter 1: The Haunted House Landlord Authority System. At 2 a.m., the air conditioning in the office building was turned up high, like a morgue. The screen in front of Chang-Yi reflected his pale face, like a cold body soaked in formalin. The smell of caffeine mixed with cheap fragrance, combined with the greasy smell from the takeout box that had long solidified, made up the unique scent of this striver's paradise. Done. He pressed the enter key, leaned back in his chair, and the old office chair groaned under the strain, just like him. Another all-nighter. As a senior optimizer at an internet company, Chang-Yi's job was to squeeze every last bit of the user's patience and wallets with code and logic. He had no moral burden about it, just like an experienced insurance claims adjuster, who could always wrap any absurd accident in terms and formulas to make it seem reasonable. After all, dealing with cold codes was purer than handling those tough clients. He looked around. The cubicles were filled with corpses, and the sound of keyboards was sparse, like the ECG of dying people. This was the reward of the 996 system. Everyone was using their lives to help their boss add bricks to his next luxury car. Chang-Yi rubbed his stiff neck, feeling as if he wasn't working, but participating in a large-scale performance art, with the theme, how to elegantly commit slow suicide. He even started to wonder if, after his sudden death, his seat would have a new person's name posted on it the next day, seamlessly, as if he had never existed. Just then, his phone in his pocket vibrated suddenly, like a fish gasping for air in a silent pond. A strange number showed up, with the location listed as local. Chang-Yi frowned. At this time, it was either a scam or a death threat. He was about to hang up, but his finger hovered over the screen for half a second, and for some reason, he swiped to answer. Maybe this stagnant life needed a bit of unexpected turbulence, even if it was just a prank call. Hello, is this Mr. Chang-Yi? The voice on the other end was polite, but with a kind of programmed detachment, like an AI voice. Yes, this is him. Who is this? Chang-Yi's voice was hoarse from not speaking for a while. This is lawyer Zhang from Hongzheng Law Firm. I apologize for the intrusion, but there is an inheritance that requires your attention. Inheritance? Chang-Yi froze. His mind, already strained from the all-nighter, was lightly touched by these two words. He was an orphan, raised in an orphanage, and his family ties were as weak as paper soaked in water. Are you sure you have the right person? I don't have any relatives. His tone was full of the cautiousness of an insurance claims adjuster. We have verified the identity information, Mr. Chang-Yi, there is no mistake. The lawyer's tone remained steady. A man named Chung Fugue, your distant uncle, left a will before his death, designating his only property, an apartment called Happy Apartment, to be inherited by you. Chung Fugue? Happy Apartment? Chang-Yi dug through the ruins of his memory for a long time before he barely unearthed a vague shadow. It seemed that there had indeed been such a distant relative when he was a child, someone who was said to be reclusive and lived alone in an old house. He passed away? Yes, a week ago. We only managed to contact you through multiple channels today. The lawyer paused before adding, the will did not go into detail about the apartment's condition. I suggest you visit it in person. Here is the address. While listening, Chang-Yi wrote down the address on a sticky note. He wanted to ask more details, like the value or condition of the apartment, or even the cause of his uncle's death, but lawyer Zhang was vague, repeatedly emphasizing that everything needed to be confirmed in person and that he needed to sign a document. This information asymmetry made Chang-Yi sense an unusual smell. It was like the exemption clauses printed in the smallest font in an insurance policy, which are usually the most important. After hanging up the phone, Chang-Yi looked at the unfamiliar address on the sticky note and fell into deep thought. A windfall from the sky? Or some new kind of scam trap? He stood up and walked to the window. The glass reflected his tired face, with dark circles under his eyes so thick it looked like they were drawn on with ink. Outside the window, the city's lights stretched to the horizon, but not a single one was lit for him. To go, or not to go? If he didn't go, life would continue to repeat this dull cycle until death. If he went, what's the worst that could happen? Being scammed? He was just a workaholic who could collapse from overwork at any time, and the most valuable thing about him was probably the organs that hadn't yet worn out. Damn it, I'll just take a day off and go explore this haunted house, Chang-Yi laughed self-deprecatingly, already making up his mind. Rather than rotting here, it's better to see what strange things this so-called happy apartment hides. The next afternoon, Chang-Yi followed the address and took a bus to the outskirts of the city. The farther he went into the suburbs, the sparser the tall buildings became, replaced by vast areas of abandoned land and low, dilapidated old buildings. The air was filled with the smell of damp earth and decaying plants. Finally, the bus stopped at a rarely visited platform. The happy apartment was just ahead, standing alone in a patch of overgrown grass. It was a 5-story old-style building, with large areas of the wall peeling off, revealing dark red bricks inside, like dried bloodstains. The ivy vines clung to the walls like huge claws, completely covering several windows. There were no neighbors around, only the sound of wind blowing through the wild grass, like countless people whispering softly. Changyi stood in front of the apartment, looking up at the building that emitted an ominous aura, with only one thought in his mind: if this place were used to shoot a horror movie, they wouldn't even need to pay for the set. He took out the key the lawyer gave him, a heavy, rusty brass key. Walking to the iron door covered with cobwebs, he took a deep breath and inserted the largest key into the lock. Creak! After a squeaky, spine-chilling friction sound, the door creaked open. A mixture of dust, mold, and some indescribable sweet-smelling scent hit Changyi's face, making him cough twice. He stepped inside. Behind him, that heavy iron door seemed to be pushed by an invisible hand, silently closing with a click. The door hinges made no sound, only the faint click of the latch falling into place, like the final nail being driven into a coffin lid. Changyi didn't notice this immediately. He was inspecting the interior of the apartment. The lobby was empty and dimly lit. Directly in front of the door was a front desk covered with white cloth, and on the wall behind it hung an old clock, with its hands permanently frozen at midnight 12. A long, deep corridor led into the unknown darkness, and at the end of the darkness seemed to be a staircase leading to the upper floors. The doors on both sides were tightly shut, and the numbers on the door plates had become indistinguishable. The air was eerily silent, and even the sound of his own heartbeat was clearly audible. "Is anyone here?" Changyi shouted, his voice echoing in the empty hall, but there was no response. He frowned, turned around, and thought about stepping out to get some fresh air and then calling the lawyer to check the situation. However, when his hand grabbed the doorknob, he found that the door wouldn't budge. Locked? He twisted it forcefully, pushed against it, even tried to slam it with his shoulder, but the door seemed welded to the frame, incredibly solid. Changyi's heart. He suddenly sank down. He was not a person easily panicked. Years of insurance claims work had taught him to analyze the situation immediately, not to be swayed by emotions. Old door lock malfunction, it's stuck. He told himself, trying to use a rational explanation to dispel the unease rising in his heart. He took out his phone, ready to call for help. However, the bright red no service symbol on the screen, like a mocking ghost face, instantly shattered his calm. No signal. Changyi, not giving up, turned on the flashlight, mobile data, Bluetooth, all functions relying on electronic signals failed. The phone was like a cold brick. He tried the power bank he had brought, but it responded the same way. Cold sweat slid down his forehead. This was beyond the scope of a normal haunted house. It felt more like a kind of rule-based isolation. The sky, through the small glass window on the door, was darkening at a visible speed. Darkness, like a tide, surged from the depths of the corridor, from the cracks of every room's door, engulfing the last bit of light. Fear, at last, like a cold hand, gripped his heart. He was trapped here. In this suffocating darkness and deathly silence, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice directly sounded in his mind. New landlord detected, system binding successful. Happy Apartment Haunted House Landlord Permission System officially activated. Welcome to Happy Apartment, new landlord. Your first task is to survive tonight. Chapter 2, The Life-Saving Temporary Rules. The cold mechanical voice in his mind, like a giant stone thrown into still water, didn't stir ripples, but a violent wave. Changyi's heart was pounding wildly in his chest, but his mind was forced into calmness at the same moment. Haunted House Landlord Permission System? Survive tonight? This was not a hallucination. The hallucinations from staying up late don't have such clear logic and structure. This was more like the programs he had written himself, an event triggered by specific conditions. And he, Changyi, was the chosen variable, thrown into an unheard-of algorithm. Fear still existed, like countless tiny ice needles, stabbing from his spine all the way to the top of his head. But the analytical instinct developed from years of dealing with logic and code forcibly suppressed the breaking point of emotion. He was now the landlord, and this was the happy apartment. So, where was the happiness? Also, the task was to survive tonight. This was the goal. So, where did the threat come from? Just as this thought flashed through his mind. Thump, thump, thump. A heavy, rhythmic sound came from deep within the corridor. The sound was special, not like a knock on the door, nor like footsteps. It was dull, thick, with a sticky feeling like cutting through bone and flesh. Like a butcher, slowly processing a large chunk of refrigerated meat with a dull knife, not fast, not slow. Each thump seemed to strike directly at Changyi's heart. In this silent apartment, this single sound was undoubtedly the source of the threat. Staying in place was like waiting for death. Changyi knew better than anyone that in any game with unclear rules, mastering the information gap was the only way to survive. He took a deep breath, the air mixed with mold and a sweet, fishy smell rushing into his lungs, making his mind clear up. He had no weapons, the only tool was the rusty keychain and a phone that had turned into a brick. He tightly gripped the heaviest brass key, the metal corners digging painfully into his palm, but this pain made him feel truly alive. He stepped forward, moving like a cat creeping into the darkness, silently heading toward the source of the sound. The doors on both sides of the corridor were tightly closed, and the numbers on the door plates had long been worn off beyond recognition. Dark stains seeped across the wall, twisted in shape, like struggling human figures. The wooden floor beneath his feet let out faint creaks, and Changyi had to lower his center of gravity, each step excruciatingly difficult. The sound was getting clearer and clearer. Thud, thud, thud. The sound came from behind a door at the far end of the hallway, on the left side. A wooden sign hung on the door, with 2 words written in dried black-red paint, kitchen. A stronger smell drifted out from the crack under the door. It was an extremely strange mix of odors. There was the scorched fragrance of overcooked food, mixed with a thick metallic blood scent, and even a hint of something sweet, like spices. Changya's stomach churned violently. He carefully moved to the door, which was ajar, leaving a gap the width of a finger. He held his breath and pressed his eye against the gap. Inside the kitchen, a bare tungsten bulb hung from the ceiling, swaying gently in the damp air. Under the dim yellow light, a figure in a dark apron stood in front of a huge chopping board made of unknown wood. The figure was hunched over, shaped like a woman. In her hand was a large cleaver with a dim, dark edge, chopping mechanically, again and again, at something on the board. Thud, thud, thud. The source of the sound found. Changya's gaze landed on the chopping board. It was a pile of blurry, unidentifiable chunks of meat, colored somewhere between dark red and bruised purple. With every chop from the woman, dark red juices splattered from the meat, blooming like tiny blood flowers under the yellow light. This scene was enough to make any normal person scream and run away on the spot. But Changyi didn't. His brain was racing like an overloaded server, frantically processing the scene before him. A lunatic? Or a pervert who lives here? No. The front door of the apartment was locked tight, and all electronic devices were dead. This wasn't something an ordinary lunatic could do. She was, this Happy Apartments' original resident? Or rather, the first program of the system? Just as he was thinking, the sound of chopping suddenly stopped. The woman in the kitchen seemed to sense something. Her hand holding the cleaver froze midair. Changya's heartbeat skipped a beat too. He saw the hunched figure begin, inch by inch, to turn around, in a rigid, unnatural way, like something that defied human anatomy. Her neck let out a bone-grinding crack-crack sound. Time seemed to stretch at that moment. Changya's pupils shrank. He stared at the thing turning toward him. Finally, she turned fully around. Changya's breath completely stopped. It was a face. A face, with no features at all. Smooth skin, like a wax figure, no eyes, no nose, no mouth. It was a blankness that chilled the soul. Ah! A screech, inhuman and forced out from deep within the chest, exploded from that blank face. In the center of the smooth skin, a jagged crack split open, like an invisible mouth roaring. The next second, that terrifying figure raised the cleaver covered in unknown meat and charged straight toward the door crack where Changyi was hiding. Shit! That was the only word left in Changya's mind. The instinct to survive crushed everything else. He turned and ran with all his strength. Boom! The kitchen door behind him exploded under massive force, wooden shards and bloody wind blasted toward him. Heavy footsteps rang out behind him, not fast, but steady like a death drum, chasing him relentlessly. Changyi desperately rushed toward the stairs he came from, his mind blank, with only the thought of escaping left. He rushed down the corridor, almost tripping on the broken steps several times. Whoosh! A sharp sound of air being sliced came from behind. Changyi didn't even have time to turn around, instinctively tilting his head away. Clang! The huge kitchen knife brushed past his scalp and slammed into the wall in front of him. The blade sank deep into the wall, dust and debris exploded, splashing onto his face. A cold sensation slid down his cheek. He reached up to wipe it. It was blood. His scalp had been sliced by the knife wind. The shadow of death had never felt so real. He dared not stop, scrambling up the stairs to the second floor with all his strength. The second floor corridor, like the first, was dark and deep, with closed doors on either side, like rows of silent coffins. Behind him, the sound of the kitchen knife being whooshed out of the wall rang in his ears. The monster had caught up. Changya's heart sank to the bottom. He frantically twisted every door handle, but all the doors were as if welded shut, not budging an inch. This place was a huge, closed cage. The footsteps grew closer, and Changyi could even smell the nauseating, sweet blood scent coming from the monster. He was driven to the end of the corridor, with a cold wall behind him and no way out. A dead end. Changyi turned around, his back against the wall, breathing heavily. In the dim light, the faceless cook, holding a kitchen knife, was slowly closing in on him. She had no eyes, but Changyi could clearly feel himself locked in by an invisible, malicious gaze. She seemed to enjoy this feeling of her prey having no way to escape, slowing her steps as if savoring the despair of death on Changyi's face. It's over. In Chang Ye's mind, his laughable life flashed by. Struggling to survive in an orphanage, burning his life in the 996 work culture. And finally, dying in this bizarre ghost place, being minced into meat paste by a faceless monster. How absurd. Damn it. He gasped for air, but forced out a smile even uglier than crying. At least, I won't have to go to work tomorrow. This was probably his last black humor. The faceless cook seemed angered by his reaction, letting out a sharp screech, and suddenly raised the kitchen knife, hacking down at Chang Ye's neck. The sharp blade cut a deadly arc in the dim light, and Chang Ye could even see the dark red bloodstains still wet on it. He closed his eyes. Just as the kitchen knife was about to touch his skin by a thousandth of a second, the entire world seemed to be paused. A cold, majestic, and emotionless mechanical voice, like a divine decree, suddenly exploded in his mind. Fatal threat detected. Landlord's system functionality is unlocking. Unlocking 1%, 35%, 99%, unlock successful. Landlord, Chang Ye. Apartment name, Happiness Apartment. Apartment status, near abandoned, integrity 3%. Permission level, LV1, novice landlord. Core function, rule creation. As the landlord, you have the right to establish rules for the apartment. Once a rule is enacted, all entities within the apartment, including tenants and yourself, must comply. Warning, the strength and stability of the rules depend on your permission level and the apartment's integrity. In an instant, a flood of information like a burst dam forced itself into Chang Ye's mind. It was as if he saw a thick book written in blood-red code, titled Landlord Code of Conduct. Meanwhile, the deadly kitchen knife was still hovering in front of his neck, the blade less than a centimeter from his artery. He could even feel the bone-chilling coldness coming from the blade. The external threat had not weakened in the slightest. Novice benefit issued, you may now create your first temporary apartment rule. What? Chang Ye's brain was almost about to explode from the sudden information and the imminent death threat. Make a rule? What rule? Running is prohibited in the apartment? No, that monster could still come over and kill me. Sharp tools are prohibited in the apartment? What if it uses its fists? It must be a rule that can immediately reverse the situation and has no loopholes. Just like the insurance clauses he had reviewed before, every word must be precise, with no room for the other party to interpret. In a flash of lightning, Chang Ye's brain, forged under the pressure of capital exploitation and difficult clients, erupted with an unprecedented potential. His gaze firmly stared at the cold system interface in his mind. In the final moment before the countdown hit zero, Chang Ye used all his mental energy to shout his first instruction as the landlord in his mind. Within the happy apartment, at any given moment, all movements of all targets must not touch me. Chapter 3, The First Tenant, Meng San Yang. The rule, like a divine decree, descended upon the building named Happy Apartment. The knife, capable of cleaving bone, suddenly froze less than a centimeter away from Chang Ye's neck artery. Time did not stop, nor did the wind. It was a higher-level, law-based force of restraint. The faceless cook's arm, still holding the knife, continued to exert force, with veins like twisted worms rising beneath the skin. But no matter how she screamed or how she tried to use that inhuman strength, the blade could not advance even a millimeter. It was as if an insurmountable, absolutely smooth dimensional wall existed between her strength and Chang Ye's skin. Hiss ah! A sharp, confused, and furious screech came from the cracks on her blank face. She gave up on chopping and instead tried to stab with the tip of the knife, smash with the back of the knife, or even threw the knife aside to scratch with her thin but sharp claws. But everything was in vain. Any of her movements, whether as fast as lightning or slow as crawling, would be forcibly twisted and diverted by an invisible force just before touching Chang Ye's body, clothes, or even the breath he exhaled. Her fist brushed against his cheek, hitting the wall and leaving a dent. Her nails grazed his eyeball but couldn't touch a single eyelash. At that moment, the faceless cook seemed like a broken 3D model, constantly glitching and tearing in front of Chang Ye's absolute coordinate, her movements both comical and terrifying. Chang Ye gasped for breath, cold sweat soaking his back. The sense of exhaustion after surviving and the exhilaration of adrenaline clashed wildly inside him. He was temporarily alive. Thanks to a sentence that exploded at the edge of life and death, like the most stringent insurance disclaimer. Within the happy apartment, at any given moment, all movements of all targets must not touch me. Flawless. He looked at the furious yet powerless monster before him, and the beast called Fear was temporarily locked in a cage. Meanwhile, another beast named Reason was let loose, its cold gaze scrutinizing its prey. What, exactly is this thing? Chang Ye silently muttered in his heart. The next second, the system in his mind responded. Detected landlord's question. Starting tenant information introduction. Tenant ID 001. Name Meng San Yang, alias Bloody Cook. Danger level C-class grudge spirit, dangerous. Status frantic, no lease signed, currently wandering without a master. Obsession, perfectionism in cooking, extreme hatred for wasting food, twisted maternal love in search of son. Tenant? Obsession? Chun-Yi quickly grasped the key words. The happiness apartment randomly refreshes a new tenant every week. As the landlord, you have the right to sign a blood contract with the tenant to subdue them. Once subdued, the tenant will regularly pay rent to you. Rent form, crystallized resentment, virtue points, human fear, etc. The rent can be used to repair and upgrade the apartment, or to strengthen the subdued tenant. There are two ways to sign the contract. 1. Forced signing. Make the tenant voluntarily imprint their handprint on the contract once they lose the ability to resist. 2. Voluntary signing. Complete the tenant's core obsession. A massive flow of information flashed through Chang-Ye's mind, and he instantly sorted out the situation. This apartment, simply put, is a cage that specializes in imprisoning and managing these terrifying existences. And he, Chang-Yi, is the newly appointed warden, or rather, the landlord. And in front of him, Meng San-Yang is the first rebellious tenant he needs to deal with. Lose the ability to resist? Chun-Yi glanced at the monster that could punch dents into the walls and wisely gave up on the first option. So, only the second one remains: complete her obsession. Warning, newcomer benefits temporary rule, remaining time, 8 minutes and 12 seconds. A blood-red countdown flashed in his mind, like a death clock, causing Chang-Ye's heart, which had just calmed down, to tighten again. Time is running out. He must figure out this faceless, killing machine-like monster's core obsession within 8 minutes. Ahem. Chun-Yi cleared his throat, forcing himself to calm down. He looked at Meng San-Yang, who was still futilely attacking herself, and put on the professional fake smile he used when dealing with difficult clients. Meng San-Yang, lady? Right? He tentatively spoke, his voice not loud, but in the dead silence of the corridor, it was exceptionally clear. Meng San-Yang paused in her movements. Her smooth face turned toward Chang-Yi, and although there were no facial features, Chang-Yi could feel a strange sense of being scrutinized. There's a reaction. Chang-Ye's heart stirred, and he continued with his business negotiation tone. I am the new landlord of this happiness apartment, Chang-Yi. I think there might be a small misunderstanding between us. As the new tenant, you used the kitchen without checking in and attempted to cause personal harm to the landlord. This seriously violates our tenant code of conduct. He babbled on while carefully observing Meng San-Yang's reaction. When the word kitchen was mentioned, her body had an almost imperceptible pause. Chang-Ye's gaze passed over her and landed on the broken kitchen door. Under the dim light, the huge chopping board and the unspeakable pile of meat on it stood out glaringly. Obsession, perfectionism in cooking, extreme hatred for wasting food. Chang-Ye's brain worked at lightning speed, connecting the systems provided keywords with the scene in front of him. A terrifying, but perhaps the only viable plan, rapidly formed in his mind. He took a deep breath, as if he was about to sign a life-or-death gamble contract. However, considering your passion for cooking, I can give you a chance. Chang-Ye's tone became serious, like a magnanimous leader. I just smelled the aroma from the kitchen. As the landlord, I have the responsibility and obligation to conduct a quality inspection of the food service provided in the apartment. He stepped forward, and Meng San-Yang instinctively took a step back. Her violent killing intent seemed to be replaced by a deeper emotion: confusion. Chang-Yi stared directly at her blank face and said word by word, "Let me taste your creation." This sentence was like a thunderbolt, striking Meng San-Yang's confused consciousness. All her movements stopped. The sharp screeching vanished. Instead, it was a hue-hue sound, like a bellows moving, coming from deep inside her chest. She no longer attacked Chang-Yi, but instead stiffly, inch by inch, turned around to face the kitchen. She hunched her back, step by step walking back to that huge chopping board, picking up the wide-bladed kitchen knife that had fallen to the ground. Chang-Ye's heart jumped to his throat. He stared at her back without blinking, his palms full of cold sweat. Did he bet correctly, or did he provoke an even deeper killing intent in her? Temporary rule: remaining time, 3 minutes 45 seconds. Time passed, second by second. Meng San-Yang raised the kitchen knife, but it wasn't aimed at Chang-Yi. Instead she began chopping the meat on the chopping board again. Thump! 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 The dull sound of chopping meat rang out again, but this time, the rhythm was completely different from before. No longer mechanical and dull repetition, but now full of rhythm, sometimes fast like a sudden downpour, sometimes slow like flowing water. The flash of the knife under the dim light danced into a dazzling silver shadow. It didn't look like chopping meat, more like carrying out a sacred, inviolable ritual. Chang-Yi could even smell that originally nauseating sweet bloody scent was undergoing a strange change. A bizarre, indescribable fragrance was peeling out from it, hooking at human appetite. A few minutes later, Meng San-Yang stopped her movements. She used the tip of the knife to carefully pick out a small piece from the pile that had already turned into minced meat, then turned again, facing Chang-Yi once more. She hunched her body, holding that huge kitchen knife with both hands, as if holding a rare treasure, lifting it flatly and handing it in front of Chang-Yi. On the knife tip, that lump of dark red and bluish-purple intertwined minced meat, still twitching slightly, gave off a fragrance that challenged the limits of human sanity. She had no mouth, but Chung-Yi clearly read her meaning. Eat. Temporary rule remaining time, 29 seconds. 28 seconds. The countdown of the system rang like a death knell, madly echoing in Chung-Yi's mind. His stomach churned violently, spasming, every cell in his body screaming in protest, trying to flee. Reason told him, if he ate this thing, the result might be 10,000 times more miserable than being chopped to death in one strike. But he had no choice. The rule was about to fail. Once it did, Meng Sanyang's kitchen knife would instantly take his head from his neck. Bet everything. Damn it. Chung-Yi cursed in a low voice, but forced out a twisted smile on his face. Just think of it as tasting a Michelin warrior's dark cuisine. In the last few seconds before the temporary rule failed, he closed his eyes, like swallowing a red-hot branding iron, bowed his head, opened his mouth, and swallowed in one gulp that lump of cold, slippery, rust-flavored and strangely sweet-smelling minced meat. Temporary rule failed. The cold system prompt sounded at the same time in his mind. Chapter 4, Taming, Meng Sanyang. The moment that lump of minced meat slid into his esophagus, Chung-Yi felt what he swallowed wasn't food, but a cold, slowly squirming living thing. An indescribable taste exploded on his taste buds. First was a strong rust flavor, like licking a butcher knife that just killed fresh meat. Then a slippery, fat-like texture, but with a rotten fruit-like bizarre sweet smell. Finally, a chilly cold air rushed down his throat into his stomach, making all his internal organs feel like they were soaked in ice water, starting to twitch and spasm uncontrollably. Temporary rule failed. The cold system prompt, like a precise scalpel, cut off the last invisible layer of protection on his body. The surrounding air instantly became sticky and filled with malice. That kitchen knife, less than half a meter away from him, stained with blood and filth, once again emitted a deadly cold light. Chung-Yi forcibly held back the vomit surging up from his stomach, slowly lifted his head. Meng Sanyang stood right in front of him, completely still. Her face, with no features, was now facing him. Although there was no expression, Chung-Yi could feel an almost obsessive, desperate anticipation. She was waiting. Waiting for a customer's opinion on her work. Chung-Yi's brain was working at full capacity. He knew that now, any wrong expression, any inappropriate words, could turn this monster back into the madman with a knife, chopping people. Fear and disgust coiled around his heart like two poisonous snakes, but on his face, he had to force out a perfect, flawless expression. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, as if savoring some exquisite delicacy. Then, he slowly opened his eyes, speaking softly with a tone of 3 parts intoxication and 7 parts amazement. Amazing. Meng Sanyang's body trembled slightly. Chung-Yi knew he had made the right first step. He continued to pose like a food critic, deliberately deep, tapping his temple gently with his finger, taking a few steps, seemingly organizing his words. This texture, so complex. He turned his back to Meng Sanyang, his voice full of praise. The contradiction between cold and hot, the perfect fusion of fishy sweetness and decay, it's like tasting a memory full of regret and pain. This is no longer a dish, it's art. As he spoke, he quickly glanced around with the corner of his eye, finding a dim corner piled with clutter. His stomach churned to the limit, and with an exaggerated, almost unsteady motion as if overwhelmed by the flavor, he staggered toward the wall, using his body to block Meng Sanyang's view. Ugh! He pressed what was in his mouth, along with the rising stomach acid, down his throat with all his might, then, with the fastest speed and the lowest sound, vomited it into the shadowy corner. The whole process was silent, as fast as lightning. When he straightened up and turned back, his face had already resumed the shocked by the artwork expression, even wiping the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, as if there was some fine nectar lingering there. Ms. Meng Sanyang. Chung-Yi's voice carried just the right amount of hoarseness. Your skill is the best I have ever seen in this life, no, in all lives combined. This heartfelt compliment became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Ha! Ha! From Meng Sanyang's throat came a sound completely different from the previous screeching. It was a sound of satisfaction, even carrying a trace of joy. Her hunched back seemed to straighten a little. She no longer held hostility towards Chung-Yi, but instead turned and walked back to the dilapidated kitchen with a posture almost like reverence, step by step. The crisis was resolved? Leaning against the wall, Chung-Yi breathed heavily, his back already drenched in cold sweat. He felt like he had just completed an impromptu performance, betting his life, with the audience being a monster that could chop him into minced meat at any moment. However, before he could fully relax, a deeper sense of unease emerged from the bottom of his heart. According to the system prompt, Meng Sanyang's core obsession was cooking. A chef pursuing perfection, after receiving the highest praise from a customer, what would they do? It certainly wouldn't end there. She would bring out her most proud work. Sure enough, not long after, Meng Sanyang came out of the kitchen. This time, she did not bring that terrifying kitchen knife. Her hands carefully held a black clay bowl, cracked and missing a corner. The bowl contained half a bowl of clear, watery liquid, like noodle soup with no seasoning. But strangely, the surface of the soup was bubbling with small, dark red blood bubbles. Every time a blood bubble burst, it emitted a faint, almost imperceptible smell of, with a sandalwood smell mixed with fishy air. In the soup, there were still a few small and delicate wontons floating. Meng Sanyang walked to stand in front of Chang Yi, handing over the bowl. At the moment she passed by him, Chang Yi clearly heard, from under her smooth face, a barely audible, broken murmur. Little Bao food eat. These 3 words were like a bolt of lightning, splitting apart all the fog in Chang Yi's mind. Little Bao? He suddenly raised his head, staring hard at the bowl of wontons constantly bubbling blood. An extreme terror instantly gripped his soul. Detected high concentration grievance dish, memory wonton. Effect, the eater will have a most cherished memory stripped away, used as filling, stuffed into new wontons. This process is irreversible. The system's cold prompt confirmed his worst fear. This bowl of wontons was not eating meat, but eating memory. Eating soul. Meng Sanyang's obsession was not simply cooking, but cooking for Little Bao. She treated herself as Little Bao, using her own praise as ingredients, making this bowl of love meal. If he ate it, what would he forget? Forget who he was? Forget that he was still alive? Become a hollow shell like her, left only with obsession? No. Chang Yi instinctively stepped back, the blood color draining clean from his face. His resistance seemed to touch Meng Sanyang. The hands holding the bowl stopped midair, that blank face again spreading a dangerous aura. That murmur became hurried. Little Bao eat food. She wanted to force-feed him. He could not stay passive anymore. He must take back control. Meng Sanyang. Chang Yi used all his strength, letting out a loud shout. He did not look at that terrifying bowl of wontons, but instead, with an unprecedented gaze sharp as a knife, stared straight at Meng Sanyang's blank face. Your child Little Bao is not here at all. These words, like a heavy hammer, fiercely struck Meng Sanyang's chaotic mind. All her movements, for the first time, completely stopped. The hands holding the bowl trembled violently, the blood bubbles in the bowl surging more furiously. On that face smooth as a wax statue, 2 dark red traces slowly seeped out, like 2 silent lines of blood tears. Detected tenant core obsession has been touched. Performing deep analysis. Chang Yi's heart pounded wildly, he knew he had gambled right. He struck while the iron was hot, using an unquestionable tone, as if holding all the truth, to keep pressing. Do you want to find him? Want him to truly eat the food you made? Then you must listen to me. He pointed at his own nose, word by word, his voice echoing in the empty hallway. Because only me, the landlord of this building, knows exactly where your Little Bao is. Ding. Tenant obsession lock successful. Name, Meng Sanyang. Core obsession, find the lost son Little Bao, and make him a true reunion meal. Obsession key info, Little Bao's residual soul, for unknown reason, is sealed in room 304 on the 3rd floor of the apartment. The system's information flow, like sweet spring water, poured into Chang Yi's dry mind. It worked. He looked at the grieving spirit before him, seized by sorrow and obsession, completely losing aggressiveness, and inside, that hungry wolf called reason bared its cold fangs. He slowly stretched out his hand, not to take the bowl of wontons, but to make, in midair, a gesture like signing a contract. Meng Sanyang, sign a rental contract with me. You become the first tenant of Happy Apartment, paying your rent on time. In exchange, I, the landlord of this apartment, will help you open room 304's door, let you and your Little Bao reunite. His voice carried that unique, bewitching charm like an insurance adjuster facing a massive policy. Meng Sanyang stood dazed, blood tears silently streaming down. A few seconds later, she released her hand. Crack! The black ceramic bowl filled with memory-laden wontons fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. The dark red broth and wontons spilled everywhere, but the moment they touched the floor, they turned into wisps of black smoke, vanishing without a trace. Immediately, Meng Sanyang stretched out her withered, nail-blackened right hand and pressed heavily into the empty air before Chang Yi. A dark red, chilling handprint appeared out of nowhere, then slowly faded away. Congratulations to the landlord for signing a blood pact lease with the first tenant, Meng Sanyang. Tenant has been subdued, returning to her exclusive room, the kitchen. As the voice faded, Meng Sanyang's figure began to turn ethereal and transparent. She deeply looked at Chang Yi. In her gaze, there was no longer violent killing intent, but a mixture of sadness, hope, and a hint of submission. The next moment, her figure completely disappeared into the hallway. Chang Yi's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the floor, breathing heavily. He survived. Not only did he survive, but he also successfully subdued the first monster tenant in this haunted house. He spread out his right hand, and on the back of his hand, there was an extremely complex blood-red symbol, like a miniature, bizarre totem made of cleavers and flames. This is the landlord's power? A smile appeared on Chang Yi's face, more wretched than crying. He stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and gazed towards the darker, deeper shadows leading upstairs. Room 304. Xiao Bao. He muttered, pulling a heavy brass key from his pocket, his eyes becoming complex yet determined. This damn landlord career had just begun. Chapter 5, The First Bucket of Gold. Deathly silence was the first gift after surviving a disaster. Cheng Yi leaned against the cold, damp wall, slumped to the ground like a pile of mush. His heart still wildly pounded in his chest, as if trying to break free from the ribs that caged it. But the fear that could tear a person apart, it receded like the tide as Meng Sanyang disappeared. What replaced it was a deep, bone-weary exhaustion. He survived. He looked down at his hands. They were still trembling uncontrollably. With this brain, he had woven a lie clever enough to deceive vengeful spirits. With these hands, he had signed an absurd contract with a monster capable of smashing walls with bare hands. This was 1,000 times more thrilling than all the difficult clients and bizarre parties he had dealt with in his 28 years. Ha! A dry laugh squeezed out from Chang Yi's throat as he raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the dim, decaying corridor. The dark water stains on the wall, the broken wooden doors, and the strange smell of blood and sandalwood that still lingered in the air, all reminded him that this was no nightmare. This was a brand new, crazy reality. And he was the only landlord in this reality. He leaned against the wall and shakily stood up. His legs felt like lead, each step pulling at his sore muscles. He didn't rush upstairs to the unknown room 304. Instead, he turned around and walked step by step toward the broken kitchen door. That was now his property, the exclusive room of his first tenant. As the landlord, he needed to inspect his assets. The door frame of the kitchen twisted, like a monster's mouth. Chang Yi leaned on the broken frame, cautiously peering inside. The kitchen was still the same kitchen, damp, dark, with the tungsten bulb in the center still swaying, casting a dim yellow light. The large wooden chopping board, made of some unknown wood, was still there, with dark red juice stains left on it. But something was different. That hunched figure that once made his scalp tingle. She was now quietly standing in front of the chopping board. She was no longer mechanically chopping anything, just lowering her head, as if she was wiping the wide-bladed kitchen knife in her hand. More importantly, her appearance had undergone an earth-shaking change. She was no longer that terrifying monster without facial features, smooth like a wax figure. She now had long black hair, simply tied up with a wooden hairpin, revealing a clean neck and a clear side profile. The apron on her body, once stained with blood and filth, now seemed much cleaner. Though still old, it no longer gave off that sickeningly sweet stench. As she wiped the knife, she turned her face slightly, and a strand of hair slipped down from her ear. Chang Yi's breath paused once again. That was a face, worthy of being called a classical beauty. Willow leaf eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, a small nose bridge, and lips with sharp angles. Her skin was pale, lacking blood, but her features were as delicate as a fine brush painting. But in those eyes, there was no trace of a living person's spirit, only a depthless dead silence and sorrow like a 1,000-year-old cold pond. This shift from extreme horror to extreme sorrow hit harder than even facing her kitchen knife earlier. Just as Chang was stunned by this strange beauty, a cold system notification sounded in his mind. Tenant information has been updated. Name, Meng Sanyang. Strange code, Blood Kitchen Lady, 001. Danger level, Class C Vengeful Spirit, contract signed, threat level reduced. Status, contained, obsession temporarily suppressed. Character info, a mother from the Republican era. Her son, Xiao Bao, was divided and eaten by others during war and famine. After learning the truth, Meng Sanyang went completely insane, killed her enemies with her own hands, then jumped into a well to end her life. Her endless hatred and obsession with her son turned her into a vengeful ghost that keeps cooking in the kitchen. Special abilities, resentful kitchen knife, a physical manifestation of indestructible hatred, flesh cooking, can cook spirit or flesh into dishes with special effects, consumers must bear unknown side effects. The stream of information from the system was like a cold scalpel, cutting open the tragic past of Meng Sanyang. So that broken Xiao Bao, she muttered, carried such a cruel story. Chang Yi felt silent inside. The lie he used to trick Meng Sanyang accidentally touched the core of the truth. Was this luck, or some kind of malicious fate? Congratulations to the landlord for successfully subduing the first tenant. Landlord privileges officially activated. Newbie reward granted, EEN Virtue Points plus 100. EEN Virtue Points, the universal currency of the happiness apartment. Can be used to repair apartment facilities, upgrade landlord privileges, strengthen contracted tenants, or exchange for special items in the apartment shop. Reminder, tenant contract allows the landlord to temporarily draw tenant abilities equal to the amount of EEN Virtue Points spent. As the words fell, Chang Yi felt the blood-red rune on the back of his right hand, formed by a knife and flames, heat up slightly. A warm current flowed up his arm, instantly driving away most of the exhaustion and coldness in his body. So this is the first bucket of gold? A supernatural currency gained through lies and risking his life. Cheng Yi gave a self-mocking smile, held onto the doorframe, and walked in. Hearing footsteps, Meng Sanyang stopped wiping the knife. She slowly turned around. For the first time, those dead, silent eyes looked directly at Cheng Yi. No longer full of madness and killing intent, but also without any warmth. It was a pure, untainted gaze. Welcome to Happiness Apartment, Miss Meng. Cheng Yi cleared his throat, picking up that insurance claims tone of voice again. As the landlord, I welcome you on behalf of the apartment. I hope here, you can find that long-lost, sense of belonging. Meng Sanyang ignored his politeness. She opened her mouth, her voice hoarse. Cold, like two pieces of rusty metal rubbing against each other, every word carried an eerie chill. Room 304. She said only these 4 words, but the meaning couldn't be clearer. Don't rush. Cheng Yi stepped forward, facing her across the large countertop. He could feel it, though they had signed the contract, the immense resentment inside her had not faded. It was simply suppressed by her hope of finding her son, like a dormant volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. He couldn't let her feel that he was brushing her off. Meng Sanyang, the contract is mutual. Cheng Yi's gaze sharpened. I promise to help you find Xiaobao, and I will do it. But right now, or rather, right now this apartment is still too weak. He extended his finger and pointed to the ceiling, where water stains had seeped down, twisted into human-like shapes. This apartment is on the brink of abandonment, full of cracks. I need power to repair it, and I need power to fight the thing that seals your son. Do you understand? Meng Sanyang remained silent, only gripping the kitchen knife in her hand tighter, her knuckles turning white from the force. And this power, you need to provide it. Cheng Yi's tone was unquestionable. According to the lease, you need to pay me rent regularly. Resentment crystals, or the virtue you offer, can be converted into the things I need. He paused, continuing in a tempting tone, the more rent you provide, the faster I can repair the apartment, and the stronger my power will be. That way, I can open room 304 for you sooner, and you and your Xiaobao will truly reunite. It was a perfect logical loop. It tied his goal and Meng Sanyang's goal together completely. In her dead eyes, a ripple finally appeared. She seemed to be weighing her options, thinking deeply. After a long while, she put down the kitchen knife. The knife clinked lightly as it hit the countertop. She turned around and walked back to the large, dark stove in the corner. As she drew near, a thin, eerie green flame suddenly shot up from the cold stove steps. The firelight illuminated her back, casting her in a lonely and eerie glow. She didn't speak again, but this action itself was an answer. She accepted the deal. The weight hanging in Cheng Yi's heart finally dropped halfway. He knew that before he found Xiaobao, a delicate and fragile balance would exist between him and this terrifying tenant. He left the kitchen and gently closed the door, now only a frame. The air in the corridor no longer felt as thick. He looked down at the blood-red rune on the back of his right hand. It felt alive, emitting faint warmth, completely out of place in this cold apartment. The landlord. Cheng Yi chewed on the word, a complicated smile forming on his face. He raised his head, his gaze piercing through layers of darkness, looking toward the stairs leading to the 3rd floor. Room 304. Xiaobao's lingering soul, the seal. The information provided by the system was ominous in every way. What was locked upstairs? The road ahead was still fraught with danger. Chapter 6, The First Iron Rule of the Landlord. The stairs leading up to the floor above were like the throat of a silent giant beast, deep, dark, and exuding the cold smell of decaying wood and years of dust. Cheng Yi's eyes, like iron filings drawn to a magnet, were locked onto the end of that dark void. Room 304. Xiaobao's lingering soul. An unknown seal. He had just exchanged the secret for his life from a sea-level vengeful spirit and gained an unprecedented asset. Now, he couldn't wait to see with his own eyes what this collateral of his bed agreement actually looked like. This was not only to fulfill his promise to Meng Sanyang, a promise he could not break at the moment. It is also rooted in the impulse buried deep within him, a long-suppressed urge to explore unknown risks. As a claims adjuster, investigating accident sites is his job, but this time, that accident site was a bit too high-level. He took a deep breath. The mixed smell of blood and sandalwood had faded, replaced by the cold, damp, cellar-like air seeping down from the stairs above. He lifted his foot and took the first step toward the bottomless darkness. Creak. The old wooden stairs groaned under the strain, the sound harsh and grating in the dead silence of the apartment. And just as his foot landed. Warning! Warning! Extreme danger warning! A scarlet, burning thought, like a red-hot steel needle, stabbed fiercely into Cheng Yi's mind. The intensity of this warning far surpassed any previous alerts, carrying an absolute suppression from a higher-level rule that could not be disputed. You are attempting to enter an unlocked area. Current landlord authority is severely insufficient. Forcibly entering will trigger the apartment's highest-level defense mechanism, resulting in instant annihilation. Annihilation. Chang Ye's pupils contracted sharply, a chill even colder than when facing Meng Sanyan's kitchen knife shot straight up his spine. He jerked his foot back as if electrocuted, stumbling several steps backward, until his back slammed against the opposite wall, barely steadying himself. He gasped for air, still in shock, staring at the seemingly ordinary stairs as though they were not wooden steps, but a guillotine leading straight to hell. Unlocked area? What does that mean? He sternly questioned in his mind. Isn't this whole building mine? This was probably the first time in Chang Ye's life that he boldly declared ownership of something that even he found absurd. The system's cold, emotionless prompt unfolded. Explanation: Happy Apartment is essentially a multi-level grudge containment facility. Your initial authority is limited to the first floor area. The second floor and above are currently under high-level seal. Each floor and room houses grudge conglomerates far more dangerous than Meng Sanyang. These entities are defined as unsubduable oddities. Unlocking higher floors requires meeting specific permission advancement conditions. Once the floors are unlocked, the internal rooms become leaderless territories. At that point, you may assign contracted tenants under your command to occupy and suppress the leaderless territories, in order to gain the final usage rights for those rooms. Every word felt like a cold iron block, smashing into Chang Ye's understanding. His face changed several times. It turned out he was not the real owner of the building, merely a regional manager of the first floor at best. And the even more terrifying beings above him? He didn't even have the right to see them. To open those doors, he had to send his little demons to fight with the big demons inside. Using the strange to fight the strange. Chang Ye leaned against the wall and slowly slid down to the ground. He suddenly felt that his role as a landlord sounded glamorous, but in reality, he seemed more like a lousy commander pushed onto the battlefield. He only had one newly recruited soldier, who could rebel at any moment. And what he had to face were the countless terrifying enemies occupying the entire fortress. A ridiculous feeling, mixed with fear and excitement, began to ferment in his chest. This game was much bigger than he had imagined, and far more interesting. Since going upstairs was a dead end, he must first solidify his only base of operations. He stood up from the ground, dusted himself off, and instead of looking at the deadly stairs, he turned his gaze toward the other end of the corridor, the kitchen, which only had a doorframe left. Crossing the doorframe, the scene in the kitchen caused him to pause slightly. Meng Sanyang was not chopping meat, nor was she starting a fire. She simply stood quietly in front of the filthy window, gazing outside at the eternally gray sky squeezed into a thin line by high walls. Her long black hair was loosely held up by a wooden hairpin, revealing a pale and graceful neck. Her back was no longer the twisted and hunched figure it used to be, instead radiating a haunting, frozen loneliness that made the heart ache. She seemed to sense Chang Ye's gaze but did not turn around. Yet Chang Ye could feel an invisible weight coming from that still figure. She was waiting for him to fulfill the promise about little Bao. Her patience was as cold and limited as the kitchen she stood in. This silent pressure felt more urgent to Chang Ye than any screams. He had to become stronger, and fast. Chang Ye turned and walked toward the end of the corridor, to the room he had always dared not step into, marked with a sign saying landlord's room. The door was not locked, it opened gently with a push. A strong smell of mildew hit him, and the room was simply furnished, containing only a dusty old desk and a creaking iron chair. Chang Ye sat down without disdain, conjuring the system interface only he could see in his mind. Landlord permission menu. 1. Tenant management. 2. Apartment facilities. 3. Apartment rules, new feature activated. 4. Apartment store, insufficient authority, not unlocked. His thoughts directly locked onto the third item, apartment rules. In the next second, a price list that seemed written in blood slowly unfolded in his mind. Rules listing. Within the scope of Happiness Apartment, the landlord has absolute immunity and is not subject to any form of harm. Required IND value, 500 points. All tenants must unconditionally obey any commands given by the landlord. Required IND value, 1000 points. The landlord has the power to evict any contracted tenant at any time. Required IND value, 300 points. The flow of time within the apartment can be adjusted to synchronize or desynchronize with the outside world. Required IND value, 800 points. Chang Ye looked at these so-called divine rights rules and the astronomical numbers attached, and his mouth couldn't help but twitch. The 100 points of IND value he had painstakingly earned at the cost of his life felt like a joke in front of this real royalty. The life-saving avenue was completely blocked. This damned system was like his previous boss, painting the largest and roundest pie while giving him the least budget. He forced himself to calm down, suppressing those unrealistic fantasies, and began to scrutinize the low-priced rules he could afford like a savvy accountant. Spitting in public areas is prohibited. 5 points. Tenants must use civilized language among each other. 10 points. These rules were ridiculously cheap and laughably useless. He quickly skimmed over these civilization construction clauses, and his gaze began to search for those rules that could truly establish order and leverage power. His fingers slowly slid through the void, eventually pausing on 2 rules. In his eyes, there sparkled the brilliance of an insurer discovering loopholes in a contract. He found it. Instead of directly granting himself power, he would establish a system capable of leveraging the tenant's strength. System, I choose to establish the following rule. Chang Ye's voice echoed in the empty office, carrying an undeniable determination. Please confirm the first rule you wish to establish. The first rule. Chang Yi spoke each word with care. All tenants must pay the landlord a specified amount of rent on the first day of each month. The rent can take any form, including resentment crystal or indie value. If there is a delay, enforcement will be activated. Their resentment power will be forcibly stripped by the apartment by 30%. Establish the rule. Confirm. This is the essence. Transforming the relationship between him, the landlord, and all the tenants from simple forceful oppression to a solid economic relationship bound by interests. He is no longer just a prison warden, but a debtor who holds the source of their power. 50 points of virtue value. Rule 1, Rent Payment Regulations has been permanently solidified into the happiness apartment law. In that instant, Chang Yi felt the air in the entire apartment seem to tremble slightly, as if an invisible code had been engraved into the bones of the building. The bloody rune on the back of his right hand also glowed, emitting a warm aura. 50 points remain. Chang Yi showed no hesitation and continued to issue commands. Second rule, in the public areas on the first floor, including but not limited to corridors and halls, all tenants are prohibited from revealing their complete vengeful spirit forms. Establishing this rule requires a consumption of virtue value 25 points. Do you confirm? Confirm. This rule seems to be of little use, unable to prevent attacks, yet it is the result of Chang Ye's deep contemplation. He did not know what other terrifying being would be refreshed next as a tenant. This regulation on appearance can at least ensure that he won't face a horrifying form that could drive him to madness the moment he opens the door. It grants him precious, even if just a fraction of a second, reaction time. This is a forced cooling off period, a buffer zone. 25 points of virtue value. Rule 2, Public Area Behavior Standards has been permanently solidified. 25 points of virtue value remain. Chang Yi chose not to continue spending. In such an uncertain environment, having reserves is far more important than temporary extravagance. He leaned against the cold iron chair, exhaling a long breath of stale air. Although he was still weak, still likely to lose his life at any moment, from this moment on, he was no longer a passive intruder taking hits. He, Chang Yi, with just 75 points of initial funding, forged 2 chains of order with his own hands in this crazy, bizarre apartment. He stood up and walked out of the landlord's office. The air in the corridor seemed to become a little fresher. He knew this was a psychological effect, but it felt good. He looked up, his gaze once again directed towards the deep staircase, his expression completely different from before. Fear still lingered, but more than that was a mix of coolness and ambition. He would eventually step into the world above. But not now. Now, what he needed to do was wait. Wait for his next tenant to pay the first rent and also wait for the next unknown new neighbor? Chapter 7, Crafting a Horror-Themed Apartment. Time, in this apartment with no distinction between day and night, became a blurry concept. Chang Yi did not know how long he had slept. He woke up in the broken iron chair of the landlord's office, his neck and back stiff like rusty parts. A fierce, burning hunger gnawed at his stomach. This feeling snapped him wide awake. He was alive now, and living beings need to eat. And in this building, the only one who could provide food was the one in the kitchen. Chang Yi stood up, moved his stiff limbs, then took a deep breath, as if heading to the execution ground, and walked towards the kitchen. The kitchen was as dim and damp as always. Meng San Yang stood with her back to him, busy at that dark stove, not aware of what she was doing. She heard his footsteps but did not turn around. Is there anything to eat? Chang Ye's voice was a bit husky. He felt that just asking this question took immense courage. Meng San Yang's movements paused momentarily. She slowly turned around. On her classical, sorrowful face, there was still a profound stillness. She did not speak, only walked to the large cutting board, and picked up a clean white porcelain bowl from the side. A half bowl of white porridge was placed in front of Chang Yi. The porridge was pure white, with each rice grain distinct and steaming just right. It looked almost too normal. Chang Yi stared at the bowl of porridge, his mind racing. He didn't believe this blood chef would be so kind as to make him a normal breakfast. There must be a trick. He picked up the spoon and gently stirred it. He found nothing unusual. He scooped up a spoonful and brought it to his nose to smell. It only carried a faint aroma of rice. Chang Yi narrowed his eyes and sent the spoonful into his mouth. As soon as the porridge touched his tongue, his expression froze. It was not the soft and sticky texture rice should have. Instead, it was a gritty, oddly elastic, and crunchy, hard. It felt like chewing on a handful of smoothed pebbles. His tongue could even feel the subtle, irregular patterns on each grain. His stomach churned, but his face remained infuriatingly calm. He struggled to swallow what was in his mouth, then looked up at Meng San Yang, who was staring at him without moving. "The taste is good," Chang Yi said in an almost self-torturing tone, giving his evaluation. "The timing is just right, and the texture has a good chew." He even scooped another spoonful and ate it without changing his expression. "It's just a little too high in calcium." In Meng San Yang's dead eyes, a fleeting hint of emotion seemed to flash. She looked away, turned, and no longer paid him any attention. Chang Yi put down the bowl and quickly walked out of the kitchen. As soon as he got back to the landlord's office, he locked the door, rushed to the corner, and vomited the remaining food and bile out. In the dim light, he saw what he had thrown up. It was not porridge at all. It was a pile of smooth and round, human teeth. There were incisors, molars, and even a few pitiably small baby teeth. Chang Yi leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, a mix of nausea and absurdity swelling inside him. This crazy woman. Though the contract prevented her from directly harming him, this mental torment was even worse than being stabbed. Just then, a cold system notification echoed in his mind. "Warning, there are 3 days left until the first rent payment date." Chang Yi's breath hitched. Rent. He almost forgot this fundamental problem. His rule was that each tenant must pay rent on the first day of every month. But the problem is, where would their rent come from? System, explain. Chang Yi asked in his mind. How does a grudge spirit like Meng San Yang produce her grudge crystals or shadow virtue points? It can't just be made out of thin air, right? Shouldn't she continually consume her own grudge? Wouldn't that be draining the swamp dry? Answer: the channels through which strange tenants acquire rent mainly have 2 types. Channel 1, absorbing the yang energy from the living. By direct contact, it deprives living beings of their vital energy, converting it into its own grudge power. This method is low in efficiency and causes irreversible permanent damage to the living. Channel 2, absorbing emotional energy from the living. Among these, fear is the energy with the highest conversion efficiency. When living beings experience extreme fear, the mental energy emitted can be absorbed by tenants and refined into high-purity grudge crystals or shadow virtue points. The cold explanation from the system threw Chang Yi into deep thought. Absorbing yang energy? Isn't that taking lives? Though he didn't consider himself a good person, he didn't want his enterprise to turn into a mere killing den that was too low and too risky. So, only the second option remains. Absorb fear. But the problem arises again: where to find so many living people to provide fear? He couldn't possibly consider himself the only supplier of fear energy, right? He didn't want to be constantly served by Meng San Yang with various delicacies every day. Sooner or later, he would mentally collapse. Chang Yi paced back and forth in the small office, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the desk. He needed a stable, sustainable, and risk-controlled source of fear. A business model? His footsteps suddenly halted. A thought that was crazy to the extreme, yet seemed incredibly reasonable, sliced through the fog in his mind like lightning. He, Chang Yi, a former insurance claims adjuster, was best at assessing risks and integrating resources. What are the biggest risks and resources of this apartment? It's those terrifying, strange tenants. What ordinary people avoid at all costs could, in his hands, become a selling point. People spend money to watch horror movies, spend money to haunt haunted houses, just to pursue that sense of fear and thrill within a safe boundary, right? So what if this haunted house is real? Chang Yi's eyes grew brighter, and his breath became rapid. He was going to open a horror-themed experience center. Turn this happy apartment into the world's top, most authentic immersive horror apartment. Let those thrill-seeking tourists come to be the suppliers of fear energy. The strange tenants would work by scaring the tourists, earning their wages anger crystals. Then they would use this wage to pay their rent. And he, as the landlord, not only received the rent but also collected ticket fees from the tourists. It was a perfect business loop. Turning risks completely into profits. Once this idea took root, it wildly grew in his mind, becoming uncontrollable. A mixed smile of excitement and madness appeared on Chang Yi's face. He suddenly sat back down, pulled out his nearly dead old phone, and the screen's brightness illuminated his ambitious face. He hesitated not at all, finding the phone number of his former company supervisor. His fingers flew across the screen, sending a message. Manager Wang, I resign. No need to worry. After sending the message, he directly removed the SIM card and threw it into the corner trash pile. Then, he opened the mobile banking app. Looking at the string of numbers representing all his savings from the past 10 years, his gaze became incredibly firm. He would use this money as startup funds to make the first investment in his unprecedented horror apartment project. Chang Yi walked out of the office, exuding an unprecedented drive. He walked straight to the kitchen door, looking at the still lonely figure inside. Ms. Meng. His voice was steady and powerful. Get ready. We will soon welcome our guests. Chapter 8, Everything is ready. Money is the hero's courage. It is also the only backing for Chang Yi, the landlord, without a single subordinate. He looked at the cold numbers in his bank account and without a hint of hesitation pressed the button to transfer it all out. This money was all his fortune earned over the past 10 years, spent laughing at the drinking table, smelling blood at accident scenes, and staying up late enduring endless arguments. Now, he would use it to pry open a crazy future. In the following days, the happy apartment welcomed a group of construction workers. A construction team leader wearing a yellow hard hat spoke. Boss Chang, this place is really remote. Old Wang, the foreman, handed Chang Yi a cigarette, lit one for himself, and the smoke he exhaled appeared weak in the cold corridor. Plus it's full of eerie energy, even in broad daylight, we have to turn on the lights. Chang Yi smiled and did not take the cigarette. It's an old house, and the lighting is poor. Just renovate it, and it will be brighter. He pointed at the blackened, moldy water stains on the wall and issued commands in an undeniable tone. All the wall plaster needs to be stripped, recoated, and 3 layers of waterproof paint applied. Replace the floor with dark retro wooden floors. Also, create a front desk in the ground floor lobby. I wanted to have the style of an old-fashioned inn, made of wood. Old Wang nodded, and began to clatter around with the workers. Chang Yi did not stay idle. Like a true supervisor, he paced back and forth on the first floor with his hands behind his back, planning his future business blueprint. The layout of the first floor of the apartment was actually very simple. Straight across from the main door was a deep corridor leading directly to the stairs. On the left side of the corridor were the kitchen and his landlord's office. On the right side were 4 empty rooms that had previously been filled with clutter, which he now planned to turn into themed experience guest rooms. During the construction, strange events occurred one after another. A young worker was painting the wall. After 3 coats, a human-shaped water stain stubbornly seeped through, carrying an unremovable dark red color. This is eerie. The worker cursed, feeling a chill creeping up the back of his neck. Old Wang came over to take a look and frowned. Boss Chang, this wall has a problem. Chang Yi walked over without changing his expression and touched the cold wall with his hand. It's nothing. Just put a layer of dark wooden wallpaper over it to cover it. His tone was calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Another worker found a bundle of tangled, black woman's hair while prying up the old floorboards. The hair seemed alive. The moment it touched the air, it turned into a handful of flying ash. The workers were too scared to move. In the end, it was Chang Yi who personally took the pry bar and quickly pried up the whole area of the floor. Throughout the construction period, the kitchen door remained tightly closed. Chang Yi explained to everyone that it contained his private important items, and no one was allowed to approach. Although the workers were curious, no one dared to touch this bad luck. They only felt that every time they passed that door, a chill would seep out from the crack, freezing their bones. A few days later, the first floor renovation was completely transformed. The gloomy, dilapidated corridor was covered with a thick, dark red carpet, making no sound when stepped on. The walls were adorned with elegant, dark wood-patterned wallpaper, hiding all ominous signs. The ceiling was fitted with a few retro pendant lights with iron shades that cast a dim yellow light, stretching people's shadows long. In the center of the hall, an old-fashioned wooden reception desk was already set up. The 4 guest rooms on the right were also furnished with an iron-framed bed and a desk, revealing a sense of confinement. The entire first floor had been successfully transformed by Chang Yi into a style resembling an old inn from the 1980s. Retro, oppressive, with an eerie feeling everywhere. After the project was completed and the final payment was settled, Old Wang and the workers fled as if escaping from here. Before leaving, he pulled Chang Yi aside and lowered his voice. Boss Chang, this house has bad feng shui. If you really want to live here, it's best to find a master to take a look. Chang Yi patted his shoulder, smiling meaningfully. I'm the one who invited the master here. After sending off the construction team, the apartment returned to silence. Chang Yi stood in the newly refreshed hall, nodding in satisfaction. The hardware facilities were already in place. At that moment, a cold system notification sound rang in his mind. Today is the first day of the month, the rent settlement day. Tenant, Meng Sanyang, 001, needs to pay rent. Here she comes. Chang Yi's eyes narrowed, and he turned to walk towards the kitchen. He pushed open the door. Meng Sanyang was standing at the counter, chopping a pale object with a wide-bladed kitchen knife, one chop after another. The object looked like a severed arm. Hearing the noise, she paused and slowly turned her head, her dead eyes fixated on Chang Yi. The air dropped to freezing point in an instant. An immense resentment, like a tangible ice wall, pressed towards Chang Yi. But Chang Yi did not retreat an inch. He simply looked at her calmly and spoke slowly. Ms. Meng, it's time to pay the rent. Meng Sanyang did not move, her hand holding the kitchen knife, knuckles turning white. It seemed she was using silence to resist that iron rule etched into the apartment's regulations. Warning, tenant Meng Sanyang has a tendency to fall behind on rent. 3, 2, 1. Enforcement initiated. Ah! A shriek so piercing it did not seem human erupted violently from Meng Sanyang's throat. Her entire body trembled violently, thick, dark energy being forcibly ripped from her. The dark energy twisted and swirled in the air, eventually converging into a stream, rushing toward the blood-red sigil on Chang Yi's right hand. At the same time, a crystal, the size of a fingernail, entirely black and radiating extreme coldness, appeared before her, then with a clap, it fell onto the cutting board. Plus 200 points of Yin virtue value. Acquired grudge crystal X1. Rent has been paid. Meng Sanyang's shriek suddenly stopped. She gasped for air, her breath evidently weakened, and in her gaze toward Chang Yi, besides deathly silence, there was more profound resentment. Chang Yi, however, seemed not to notice. He stepped forward, picked up the cold grudge crystal, and weighed it in his hand. Thank you for your patronage. Hope we have a pleasant cooperation next month. After saying this, he turned to leave, without any hesitation. Back in his office, Chang Yi immediately pulled up the system menu. Account balance, 225 points of Yin virtue value. Without hesitation, he selected apartment rules. Establish new rule. Please confirm the rule you wish to establish. Rule 3, all human visitors entering the apartment, their fear emotions will be collected preferentially by the apartment, and converted into 30% of the landlord's Yin virtue value. This is cutting to the chase. Not only does he want the strange tenants to work for him, but he will also take the biggest cut of the wages they earn. This is the true capitalist. Establishing this rule requires a consumption of Yin virtue value 200 points. Do you confirm? Confirm. Minus 200 points of Yin virtue value. Rule 3, emotional energy tax has been permanently solidified. Still remaining 25 points. Chang Yi opened the apartment store which had always been grayed out. With the upgrade in permissions, there were some low-level goods that he could now afford. Blood-dripping music box can automatically play disturbing nursery rhymes. Price, 10 points of Yin virtue value. Unrocked wooden horse will gently sway on its own. Price, 10 points of Yin virtue value. A portrait of a woman who cries. Price, 5 points of Yin virtue value. Purchase all. Purchase successful, items have been delivered to the first floor common area. Chang Yi walked out of the office. He saw in the corner of the hall an old wooden horse that was swaying slightly on its own, without wind. On the front desk, there was an exquisite music box. On the wall of the corridor hung a black and white portrait of a woman, with 2 lines of wet tear marks at the corners of her eyes. Everything was ready. Chang Yi took out his new phone and logged into a local urban legends and paranormal adventures forum. He registered a new ID and posted a message. The title was, Real Ghost Apartment Found in City S. Reward for brave souls, dare to challenge? The content was provocative. Still playing around in those boring haunted houses? Let's get real. Happy Apartment, abandoned for 30 years in the industrial area of west suburb of City S, has now reopened. We don't pretend to be bizarre, we're just bizarre movers. Open after 10 p.m., ticket price 888 yuan per person. Those who can walk through the entire first floor and stay a night will be awarded 10,000 yuan in cash. Sign a waiver, life and death are at your own risk. Attached below the post was a photo he had just taken, which looked particularly eerie after editing. Having done all this, Chang Yi turned off his phone and sat back in the creaky wooden chair behind the front desk. He lit a cigarette, and amidst the swirling smoke, a cold smile crept across his lips. The advertisement had been sent out. Now, he just needed to wait quietly. Waiting for the first batch of guests to contribute their fear, they came knocking at the door. Chapter 9, the first batch of victims arrived. Chang Yi's post was like a piece of bloody raw meat thrown into a hungry piranha pool. The local paranormal adventure forum in City S instantly erupted. What the hell? Is this for real? Does anyone still dare to open such a physical horror apartment now? It's clickbait. Mysterious movers? Is this a case of middle school syndrome? 888 for a ticket? Robbery. Paying 10,000 to stay one night? That's probably a scam, they'll take your kidney the moment you go in. The address is in the abandoned industrial area on the outskirts? I'm familiar with that place, famous for being a mass grave, no one has dared to live there for years. The replies under the post were 99% mockery and doubt. But there were always some people who believed their courage was tougher than their lives. Just past 10 o'clock at night. Outside the rusty iron door of Happy Apartment, a glaring high beam cut through the heavy darkness. An old silver van, burdened by its own weight, screeched to a halt at the door. The van door swung open with a crash, and 4 young people jumped out. The leader was a tall boy wearing a black t-shirt with a skull print, his hair dyed a flashy silver gray. His name was Gao Jian, the head of this group, also a somewhat famous debunking streamer on the forum. Is this it? Gao Jian kicked the sagging sign at the entrance of the apartment, producing a dull thud. Happy Apartment? I think it should be called Final Rest Apartment. A boy wearing black-framed glasses and carrying a large backpack followed him, named Li Siwan. Brother Jian, I brought all the equipment. Infrared cameras, high-frequency recorders, electromagnetic field detectors, not a single one missing. Li Siwan pushed up his glasses, analyzing in an academic tone. The air humidity here is extremely high, the oxygen level is low, accompanied by a faint smell of sulfides, likely due to aging underground pipes. This is perfect for creating a spooky atmosphere, it's basic stuff. The other 2, one male and one female. The girl, named Zhou Qian, wore heavy smoky makeup, chewing gum, with a face full of disdain. Humph, same old tricks again. Is it going to be dry ice or projections later, and then finding a few extras in wigs crawling around? Can't we have some originality? Next to her, a slightly chubby boy named Zhao Pingzi chuckled. Xian, don't say that. What if there's really a ghost? Just in time for Brother Jian to show you his materialist iron fist. Gao Jian scoffed, took out his phone from his pocket, and aimed it at the apartment door. Brothers, family in the live stream. Do you see this? This is the so-called Happy Apartment, the ghost house that claims to be the scariest in City S. Today, I'll take everyone in for a look and personally tear off the pants of these cunning tricksters. He made an extremely arrogant throat-slashing gesture towards the camera. Then, he strode over to the entrance, forcefully pushing the slightly ajar wooden door open. Creak. The door hinge let out a sound that made one's teeth ache. The scene inside made Gao Jian and his 3 companions pause slightly. Instead of the cobwebs and decay they imagined, it was an overly retro-styled lobby that had been maintained. With dim yellow chandeliers, dark wallpaper, deep red carpets, and an old wooden front desk. Behind the front desk sat a man. Chang Yi. He was lowering his head, gently tinkering with a music box on the table with one finger. Ding dong ding dong. The disjointed, intermittent notes echoed in the silent hall, creating an inexplicable eeriness. Hearing the movement at the door, he raised his head, his eyes in the dim light were as calm as a bottomless, dead pond. Welcome. His voice was hoarse but very steady. 4 of you? Gao Jian paused for a moment before quickly returning to his nonchalant expression. He swaggered over to the front desk and slapped his palm on the table. That's right. It's us. Here to cause trouble. Chang Ye's gaze shifted from Gao Jian's face. Slowly shifting to the hand he placed on the table. Move your hand away. His tone was flat, carrying an undeniable command. Gao Jian raised an eyebrow. Hey, this NPC is really into the role? Not only did he not move his hand away, but he also doubled down and tapped the table with his fingers. Boss, your place is nice. The decor is really well done. Zhou Qian walked to the front desk and whistled at Chang Yi. Hey there, handsome. What's your hourly wage? Want to grab a drink after work? Chang Yi completely ignored their teasing and analysis. His gaze remained firmly locked on Gao Jian's hand resting on the table. The air seemed to grow colder. Gao Jian finally felt something was off. The NPC in front of him had an unnaturally calm gaze, too calm, making him feel a bit uneasy. It was not acted, but a genuine, complete indifference. Like a butcher looking at the meat on a chopping board. He instinctively began to slowly retract his hand. Only then did Chang Yi withdraw his gaze and look back at Gao Jian's face. The ticket is 888 per person. 4 of you, a total of 35.52. He pointed to a sign beside him. Cash or bank transfer. Additionally, sign this. He took out 4 printed documents from the drawer and pushed them forward. At the top of the document, in bold black letters, it read. Disclaimer Agreement. Gao Jian picked it up and nearly burst out laughing. Voluntarily entering, consequences at your own risk? Any psychological or physical harm, even death, has nothing to do with the apartment? He handed the agreement to his companions to look at. Ha, this thing is way too professional. Anyone who doesn't know would think it's some high-risk investment contract. Zhao Fatty laughed while taking out his phone. Alright, money is not an issue. Come on, scan the code. Cheng Yi received the payment, then pointed at the 4 agreements. Sign. Gao Jian pouted, picked up the pen, and signed his name in a flamboyant manner. Let me tell you, if I die here tonight, I will haunt you as a ghost. I want you to refund me 3 times the ticket price. The other 3 also signed with goofy smiles. Chunyi collected the signed agreements, neatly placed them in the drawer, and locked it. Then, he took a rusty copper key from a chain hanging on the wall and placed it on the table. Room 101. I hope you enjoy yourselves. After speaking, he stood up and walked toward his landlord office without looking back. Cao Jian picked up the key and shouted at Chengye's back. Hey! Is that it? No story introduction? No quest hints? Your service attitude is lacking. Chengye's steps showed no sign of stopping, and his figure soon disappeared behind the door. In the hall, only Gao Jian and the 3 others remained, along with the still chiming music box. Damn, what is this? Gao Jian spat. Playing tricks. Come on, guys, let's see what treasures are hidden in room 101. The 4 took the key and opened the live broadcasting equipment, giggling as they walked deeper into the corridor. None of them noticed. The moment they turned to step into the corridor, the portrait of the woman on the wall, the tear stains from her eyes, quietly deepened to an alarming dark red. In the corner, the rocking horse swayed increasingly, creaking with a creak sound. And the music from the front desk's music box had stopped at some unknown time. In its place was a faint, ethereal sound of a woman's mournful humming. My child, where are you? In the office. Chengye leaned against the cold iron chair, eyes closed. Detected human visitors entering the operational area. Emotional energy collection system activated. The next second, a weak yet clear stream of energy surged in from outside, flowing into the runes on the back of his right hand. In virtue value plus 2 points, converted from the fear value of the new visitor. In virtue value plus 3 points. A cold arc curled at the corner of Chengye's mouth. The appetizer is served. Late night snack or head-cut meal. In the depths of the corridor, Gao Jian turned the key to open the door of room 101. A musty smell hit him in the face. The room was empty, with only an iron bed covered in a white cloth and a lonely wooden table. Is this it? Zhao Fatty waved his hand in front of his nose, his face filled with disappointment. There isn't even a ghost to jump out and scare us. The service is really lacking. Li Siwen had already set up his equipment, adjusting his glasses as he looked at the instrument with no fluctuations in readings. The electromagnetic field is stable, no abnormal energy fluctuations detected. The infrared scan is also normal, there are no hidden projections or heat sources. Gao Jian faced the livestream camera, spreading his hands, with a face of I knew it. Everyone, do you see? This room is worth 888, it's even more shabby than a guest house. A scam, a complete scam. As soon as he finished speaking, from the direction of the hall, the intermittent sound of a music box suddenly became clear. Ding. Dong. Ding. This time, the sound seemed to have something else mixed in. A woman's faint hum, filled with sorrow and sadness, seemed to come from far away, yet whispered in everyone's ear. My child, where are you? Zhou Qian's face turned pale, instinctively wrapping her arms tightly around herself. What is that sound? Just some ghost tricks. Gao Jian said defiantly, but still walked to the door, peering into the corridor outside. The corridor was empty, the dim yellow light stretched his shadow long and thin. But he felt that the black and white portrait of the woman on the wall seemed to be closer to their door. The 2 streaks of wet tears at the corners of her eyes in the painting, under the dim light, seemed to glisten with a sinister dark red. Creak. Creak. Another sound echoed from the other end of the corridor. It was the sound of the wooden horse in the corner rocking, again and again, rhythmically getting louder, as if someone was sitting on it, slowly swinging towards them. Jian Gu. Zhao Fatty's voice trembled, pointing at the electromagnetic field detector in Li Siwen's hand. The instrument's needle was wildly swinging as if crazy, emitting a piercing beep-beep alarm. This is impossible. Li Siwen's face turned pale, he stared at the screen intensely. This reading, it's off the charts. It's right among us. But there's nothing here. Gao Jian's scalp prickled, a chill shot from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. He slammed the door shut, pressing his back tightly against the door panel, his heart racing wildly. Inside the room, there was a deathly silence. The sounds outside also vanished. But in this extreme quiet, a rich, dominating scent of food unexpectedly seeped in through the crack of the door. It was a smell of stewed meat, mixed with spices and fats stimulated by high heat, so rich it almost turned tangible, fiercely invading everyone's nostrils. After the overwhelming fear and tension, this aroma not only brought no comfort, but instead felt incredibly eerie and tempting. Zhao Fatty's stomach made an inconvenient gurgle sound. The 4 looked at each other, seeing suspicion and an uncontainable curiosity in each other's eyes. Let's go take a look. Gao Jian gritted his teeth, making a decision. Rather than be trapped in the room by an invisible ghost, he would rather face the source of that scent. They followed the smell, tiptoeing out of room 101, step by step moving toward the kitchen on the left of the corridor. The kitchen door was ajar, the rich aroma wafted out from inside. Cao Jian took a deep breath and suddenly pushed the door open. Inside the kitchen, a figure stood busy at the stove. Under the dim light, he could see she wore a blood-stained apron, and pinned at her collar were 7 long needles glinting coldly. What was even more chilling was that a delicate kitchen knife. She seemed to hear a noise and slowly turned around. That was a classical and sorrowful face, but where her left hand should be, there was not a human hand, but a cold iron hook glinting with darkness, with a grotesque character "For Fresh" branded on the back of her hand. In her right hand, she held a wide-bladed kitchen knife, with the faded ancient characters "Mangpa Soup" inscribed on the handle. She also had a food box slung over her shoulder, the upper layer of which had several plates of exquisite snacks, while the lower layer contained some unknown live ingredients that were still slightly wriggling. Gao Jian and the other 3 were so frightened by her appearance that they stepped back, but soon, the instinct of the broadcaster took over. Wow! This NPC looks too amazing. They really spent a lot on this. Gao Jian suppressed the shock in his heart and raised his phone to aim at her. Everyone, did you see that? This special effects makeup, this prop. So dedicated. Really dedicated. They saw that in the corner of the kitchen, there was a huge yellow paper with a blood-written eye-catching character "For Hungry." Zhao Fatty was so lured by the aroma of meat that he lost his soul and swallowed unconsciously, muttering softly, "I have to say, I am a bit hungry." As soon as he finished speaking, the woman Meng San Yang suddenly brightened her dead eyes. It seemed she heard some kind of command, and wordlessly, she brought out 4 bowls of steaming meat soup from the food box and placed them on the huge cutting board. Late-night snack. She spoke, her voice was rough like sandpaper rubbing. Gao Jian and Zhao Fatty were bold enough to pick up a bowl and sniff it, the aroma almost made them swallow their tongues. Only Zhou Qian, looking at Meng San Yang's terrifying outfit and the dirty kitchen environment, felt her stomach tumble and frowned in disgust. "I won't eat. Who knows if this thing is clean?" Meng San Yang's gaze slowly moved to Zhou Qian's untouched bowl of meat soup. A trace of twisted emotion, something like discontent, appeared on her sorrowful face. "Cannot leave leftovers. I said I won't eat. Take it away." Zhou Qian pushed the bowl away in disgust. Meng San Yang's expression instantly turned cold. "I will help you." Before her words were finished, the iron hook in her left hand turned into a shadow and shot out suddenly. So fast that there was no time to react. "Ah!" Zhou Qian only had time to let out a short scream before her chin was tightly gripped by the cold iron hook. A tremendous force came, prying her mouth open. "Let her go." Cao Jian was both shocked and angry, grabbing a nearby rolling pin to strike at Meng San Yang's arm. However, before the rolling pin even touched Meng San Yang, she effortlessly blocked it with the back of her knife. With a clang, Gao Jian felt his hand go numb, and the rolling pin flew out of his grasp. He was knocked back by an irresistible force and sat down on the ground. Everyone then realized with horror that this NPC was not just acting. Meng San Yang completely ignored the others, she just stared fiercely at Zhou Qian, who was controlled by the iron hook, with tears and fear on her face. With her other hand, she scooped up a spoonful of steaming meat soup and expressionlessly began pouring it into Zhou Qian's mouth. Zhou Qian struggled violently, the hot soup spilling down her face, burning her skin bright red. In the struggle, Meng San Yang's right hand, with the knife inscribed with Mangpa Soup, inadvertently left a slight cut on Zhou Qian's arm. An eerie scene unfolded. Zhou Qian's struggle suddenly weakened greatly, her eyes began to turn hazy and empty, as if she had momentarily forgotten why she was afraid and why she was resisting. The kitchen door slammed shut behind them with a loud bang. In the office, Cheng Yi leaned against the cold iron chair, eyes closed. On the system panel in front of him, the number for EMD value was wildly fluctuating. EMD value plus 15 points, converted from new visitor sphere. EMD value plus 40 points. EMD value plus 75 points. He could clearly feel that. A surge of pure fear energy flowed endlessly from the direction of the kitchen into the runes on the back of his right hand, bringing waves of warm comfort. Chang Ye's lips curved into a cold arc. Meng San Yao's performance had begun. Chapter 11, New Tenant, New Trouble. In the kitchen, time seemed frozen in the thick meat broth. Gao Jian and Zhao Pengzi stared in shock as Zhou Qian's jaw was pried open forcefully by a cold iron hook, and a spoonful of boiling, unknown meat soup was brutally poured down her throat. Zhou Qian's body convulsed violently, not out of resistance, but from a physiological instinct reaction to being scalded and invaded by a foreign object. Her gaze had already faded, her face a mix of tears, saliva, and spilled soup, looking utterly disheveled. The kitchen knife inscribed with Mangpa Soup left a faint scar on her arm that seemed to drain most of her wits away. Meng San Yao's movements were precise and numb, as if she were feeding a soulless doll. On her classically sorrowful face, a hint of almost maternal focus emerged. She believed the screams of the diners were the highest praise for her culinary skills. At this moment, Zhou Qian's silent choking resembled an intoxication of deep admiration for the delicious meal. Next. Finally, a bowl of meat broth reached the bottom. Meng Sanya released the iron hook, and Zhou Qian collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, curling up her body and emitting unconscious whimpers. Meng Sanya turned around, her deadpan eyes falling on the 2 bowls of untouched meat broth in front of Gao Jian and Zhao Pingzi. No leftovers. Her hoarse voice sounded like a death sentence. At this moment, all thoughts of NPC, special effects makeup, and scripts in Gao Jian's mind were crushed to dust. Fear was an unprecedented tsunami that instantly drowned his reason. Run! He shouted, grabbing the already dumbfounded Zhao Pingzi and turning to rush outside. Li Siwen reacted the fastest, already rushing ahead to open the kitchen door. They tumbled out of the kitchen, and no footsteps followed them. Meng Sanya just stood quietly in place, watching their disheveled backs, her lips seemingly curling out to show a satisfied yet eerie smile. She wiped her hands and picked up a cloth hanging on the wall. The cloth, embroidered with harmony and balance, when unfolded, faintly revealed a texture like skin inside. Bang! The door of room 101 was slammed shut, with Gao Jian pressing his back against it, trembling like a leaf. Zhao Pingzi and Li Siwen worked together to drag a heavy wooden table over, bracing it against the door. Zhou Qian was half dragged and half pulled in by Li Siwen, now curled up in a corner, hugging her knees, her gaze vacant as she muttered to herself. Delicious. Mama. I want more. She's gone mad. She's fucking insane. Gao Jian cursed in a low voice, his heart racing as if it was about to burst from his chest. Zhao Pingzi sat down on the ground, his face as pale as paper, looking at his stomach that moments ago had felt hungry, now churning violently. Brother Jian, this isn't a haunted house, this is real. Li Siwen's black-framed glasses were askew, and the various instruments in his hands had long been thrown in the kitchen. All he could do now was breathe heavily. The room fell into a dead silence. Only Gao Jian's phone lay on the ground, its screen still lit, with countless bullet comments rolling frantically in the live streaming room, but none of them cared. Amidst this suffocating silence. Creak! The lonely iron-framed bed in the room made a faint sound of movement. The 4 pairs of eyes were instantly drawn to it. The white cloth covering the bed slowly swelled up from the center, bit by bit. As if someone was lying underneath, slowly sitting up. Ah! Zhao Pingzi let out a suppressed scream, covering his mouth tightly with his hand. The figure under the white cloth became clearer and clearer, even showing a blurred head in 2 shoulder shapes. It sat up, then, slowly, turned towards their direction. Just as everyone's hearts reached their throats. Bang! 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 The door was heavily knocked from the outside. The sound was heavy and powerful, not like a human hand, but more like a blunt object smashing the door. The wooden table bracing against the door made a piercing screech against the floor with every impact. Caught between the inside and outside, Gao Jian completely broke down. He couldn't care about the live broadcast or fakes anymore, his only thought now was to survive. Run! Through the window! He roared, rushing towards the only window in the room, which was boarded up with wooden planks. However, before he reached the window, the white cloth on the bed was suddenly lifted with a whoosh by an invisible force. Below it was empty. Nothing at all. This unknown was more terrifying than seeing any monster. Immediately, the entire iron bed began to shake violently, crashing against the wall with a loud clang. Clang! On the wall, the dark red human-shaped stain began to flow black, viscous liquid, emitting a rusty, fishy smell. Go! Hurry up! Gao Jian could no longer hold on. He pulled open the table blocking the door and twisted the door lock. Outside, the corridor was in complete silence. The knocking had stopped. Meng Sanyang was not there. The portrait of the woman on the wall was gone. The wooden horse in the corner was also motionless. As if everything just now had been a hallucination. But none of them dared to stay, frantically racing towards the apartment's front door. As they passed the kitchen, Gao Jian subconsciously glanced over. The kitchen door was ajar. Meng Sanyang was facing away from them, carefully wiping her knife engraved with Mengpa soup with a piece of human skin cloth, her movements meticulous. This glance became the last straw that broke their spirits. The 4 screamed and used all their strength to smash open the apartment door, fleeing into the boundless darkness without looking back. The van's high beams were still on, but they didn't want the car anymore, they only wanted to use their legs to escape this living hell. In the office, Sheng Yi slowly opened his eyes. On the system panel in front of him, the number of END value finally settled at 185 points. Adding the previous leftover 25 points, the total reached 210 points. The first batch of leaks had contributed significantly. Sheng Yi stood up and walked out of the office. The hall was in disarray, with the door of room 101 wide open and a phone with a lit screen lying on the ground. He walked over and picked up the phone. In the live broadcast room, the barrage was going crazy, with various phrases like "call the police," "it's real," "anchor," "run," flying by quickly. Changyi expressionlessly turned off the live broadcast. He walked to the front desk and gently closed the music box that had stopped playing. Everything returned to silence again. At this moment, the chime of midnight echoed, as if coming from another dimension, distant and dull. The cold, mechanical alert of the system rang promptly in his mind. Warning, the apartment's energy wave fluctuation is abnormal. Detected that a new tenant contract has been activated. Weekly random new tenant program. Starting. New tenant, number 002, is about to arrive. Chapter 12, The Strange Shadow in the Well. New tenant? Changyi stood at the office door, his brow slightly furrowed. The chime of midnight had already passed, the system's alert still ringing in his ears, but there were no signs of the old iron door of the apartment being pushed open. No footsteps, no knocking, not even a hint of a cold wind. The entire apartment was as quiet as any ordinary night during the 30 years it was abandoned. Changyi's patience was slowly dwindling. As the landlord, he could tolerate tenants delaying rent, after all, there were rules for enforcement to back it up. But he could not tolerate tenants who were late. It concerned the order of the apartment and also his authority as a manager. He walked out from the front desk, through the messy lobby, and headed straight to the apartment door. He decided to take the initiative to see what the late tenant 002 was up to. However, when he opened the heavy iron door, the scene outside made his pupils constrict slightly. Outside was still the desolate abandoned industrial area, the night thick like ink. But in the cracked concrete yard, which should have been empty in front of the apartment, a well had appeared out of nowhere. An ancient stone well. It stood there abruptly, as if it had stubbornly emerged from the depths of the earth like a tumor. The edge of the well's stone railing was covered with slick, deep green moss, glistening with a greasy sheen in the night. The well wall was etched with some indistinct runes, like some kind of suppressive spell, but had long been eroded by time, becoming unrecognizable. A damp, cold chill, smelling of rotting water plants, was continuously spreading from the well, thickening the surrounding air. Why has a well suddenly appeared? Changyi did not retreat. He only narrowed his eyes and stepped slowly towards the ancient well. He was not an adventurer, he was a landlord. This yard belonged to the public area of the apartment. Now, someone had privately dug a well on his territory? This was an illegal construction. He walked to the edge of the well and looked down. The bottom of the well was pitch black and unfathomable, revealing only a pool of dead water, reflecting the distorted image of the crescent moon in the sky. On the water's surface, it seemed that some black, thread-like things were floating. It was hair. Just as Changyi was staring at the bottom of the well, the still surface of the dead water suddenly rippled. A hand suddenly shot up from the water below. It was a woman's hand. Pale, swollen, as if it had been soaked for a long, long time, with black mud and green algae wedged in the fingernail gaps. With a speed that was entirely inconsistent with its appearance, it grabbed the stone railing of the well. Soon after, another equally pale hand emerged from the water's surface. A dripping, disheveled head slowly rose from the well. The soaked black hair clung to her face like water plants, revealing an equally pale and swollen face. Her eyes were big and clear, so clear it did not resemble a dead person's, yet her mouth was forever adorned with a strange, innocent smile. She saw Changyi by the well. In her clear eyes, there was no bone-deep resentment like Meng San Yang's, but rather a hint of childlike curiosity and joy. He. She let out a light laugh and then, without warning, reached out her pale hand towards Changyi. That hand was not meant to attack but to pull him down. Changyi instinctively stepped back, the blood-colored runes on the back of his right hand instantly glowing, a formless barrier blocking in front of him. However, a strange scene occurred. That hand passed through the barrier with no obstruction at all. It was like a hand reaching out to an ordinary person, carrying cold dampness and an immense, unnatural strength, tightly gripping Changyi's wrist. A bone-chilling cold spread from his wrist throughout his body in an instant. Changyi's heart sank. What was going on? The apartment rules were ineffective against her? At that moment, the system's prompt echoed explosively in his mind. New tenant, 002, detected. Tenant name, Well Lady, alias, Slow Shadow, Moss Girl. Type, Earthbound Spirit / Water Ghost. Danger level, C-grade Grievous Spirit, can grow. Ability 1, Replacement Reincarnation. She must continuously pull people down to become her replacement to briefly escape the well's confinement. Each replacement will become a new ghostly shadow in the well. Ability 2, Moss Spread. A region she touched would quickly breed slippery moss, mortals stepping on it would easily lose their footing. Ability 3, Water Shadow Parasite. If you gaze too long at her reflection in the well, your mind will be tainted by the reflection, and when you rinse your mouth at night, you will spit out her hair from your mouth. Warning, the core of this tenant is the ancient well itself. Most of her abilities are not ghostly arts or resentment, but rather, through the medium of the ancient well, she directly interferes with the physical world. The apartment rules cannot effectively restrict some of her abilities. She perfectly bypassed the rules. Chun Yi instantly understood. Meng San Yang's attack was a manifestation of resentment, a ghostly art. But the well lady before him was not using ghostly power to attack, she was physically pulling people. Yet, this well granted her extraordinary strength and the trait of ignoring rules. Come down, and play with me. The well lady tilted her head, her smile broadened, and she tugged hard. A massive force surged, almost dragging Chun Yi into the well. Chun Yi's face darkened, his left hand shot out like lightning, gripping the well lady's wrist, and twisted it with force. He did not use any abilities, it was purely a physical struggle against her strength. Crack! A crisp sound of bone cracking echoed. The well lady's pale wrist was twisted into a bizarre angle by him. However, the innocent smile on her face showed no sign of change, as if it was not her hand that had broken. She simply released Chun Yi and, with her other hand, cracked her broken wrist back into place. She didn't feel pain. Chun Yi stepped back, creating a 3-meter gap from the ancient well. The well lady did not pursue him any further. It seemed she could not stray too far from the well's edge. She clung to the well's rim, her upper body leaning out, like a beautiful snake, staring at Chun Yi with her clear yet crazed eyes, unblinking. Hee, your body smells so good. As she spoke, she crawled slowly on the stone railing of the well in a distorted manner. Where she crawled, a layer of slippery, deep green moss grew wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye, exuding a strong fishy smell. Cheng Ye's gaze fell on the puddle by the well. In the puddle, the well lady's figure was reflected. Strangely, when the real well lady stopped and tilted her head to look at him, the reflection in the puddle was 3 whole seconds behind, still repeating her previous crawling posture. Slow shadow. Cheng Ye's lips pressed into a straight line, the temperature in his eyes dropping to freezing point. Trouble. This was not just a new tenant, it was a huge safety risk. Although Meng San Yang was terrifying, she respected the apartment rules, her activity mainly in the kitchen, it was controllable. This well appeared at the entrance of the apartment yard, a required path for all human visitors. And her ability seemed tailor-made for hunting living people. More importantly, she was hardly constrained by the rules. Chun Yi looked at the water ghost clinging to the well's edge, smiling innocently at him. The first thought that flashed through his mind was not fear, but annoyance. An unruly employee, a thorn in the side that could destroy company property and processes. Well, lady. Chun Yi spoke slowly, his voice as cold as well water. This is Happy Apartment, and I am the landlord. From today on, you live here. Your rent is a monthly offering of virtue equal to the total amount of your resentment each month. However, without my permission, you are not allowed to harm any visitors or drag them into your well. The well lady seemed not to hear his words, staring at him foolishly, her lips curled in a smile, and began humming a disjointed nursery rhyme. Little stone, round and round, throw into the well and cannot be seen. Big brother, white and clean, pulled into the water to be a new groom. As she sang, she took a strand of wet hair. He put it into his mouth, chewing slowly. Communication failed. Cheng Yi no longer wasted words. He turned around and walked back to the apartment without looking back. Behind him, the eerie song of the well woman, accompanied by the sound of water dripping, lingered in the silent night. Cheng Yi closed the iron door, shutting out the bone-chilling cold. He lowered his head to look at his wrist, which had been grabbed, where a clear, bluish-white handprint was left, a frigid aura attempting to creep into his skin. The runes on the back of his right hand glowed faintly, dispersing the cold air. The well woman. A new and tricky problem stood before him. Chapter 13, The Landlord's Mediation Method. The office door closed, but the coldness from the ancient well seeped in like mist, wrapping around Cheng Ye's ankles. He sat back on the cold iron chair and raised his left wrist. The bluish-white handprint left by the well woman, although the surface cold had been dispelled by the power of the runes, still clung to his skin like a slick, slimy underwater plant, stubbornly drilling into his marrow. This feeling was like being gripped tightly by a corpse that had soaked for 100 years. Trouble. Cheng Ye's brows furrowed into a knot. Even if Meng San Yang was fierce, she was still an asset in the apartment, her logic was cooking and eating. As long as he followed her rules, she was an efficient machine of fear. But this well woman was a complete nuisance. Her goal was not to create fear, but simply to pull people into the water. Her power acted directly on the physical level, nearly ignoring parts of the apartment's rules. An employee who causes chaos is far more of a headache for the boss than 10 difficult clients. Cheng Yi closed his eyes, feeling the fullness from the 210 points of virtue within him, but his mind could not settle. At that moment, a faint, ominous sound broke the silence. Tick tick. Not from a clock, it was the sound of dripping water. The sound came from outside the office door, from the hallway. Cheng Yi opened his eyes and looked at the tightly closed door. At the bottom of the door, a streak of black water stain was slowly seeping in, like a living poisonous snake, slithering across the floor. Where the water stain passed, patches of deep green, slippery moss began to grow on the pale cement floor at a visible speed. The air in the apartment was quickly becoming damp and cold. The wall plaster started to soften and bubble as if the entire building were soaked in an invisible ancient well. Hee. That innocent yet eerie childlike song, this time, did not come from the yard but echoed softly from the water pipes in the office walls, ringing hollowly. Big brother, white and clean. Inside the wall, outside the wall, is all the well. Pull into the water to be the groom. Chunyi stood up. He could feel that malevolence had set its sights on him. The well woman was trying to extend her domain, that ancient well, into the entire apartment. She wanted to turn this place into her underwater palace. The doorknob of the office suddenly grew a thick layer of green moss, and then began to slowly, automatically turn downward. Chang Ye's eyes turned cold. The blood-red runes on the back of his right hand lit up, preparing to forcibly suppress this invading force. However, another presence surged forth faster from deeper within the apartment. It was a scorching, domineering heat, mixed with a rich aroma of grease and a whiff of blood. This wave of heat swept in from the kitchen, with a sound like hot oil splattering on ice, violently clashing with that damp cold air. In the hallway, one side was rapidly spreading slippery moss, while the other side instantly became scorching and dry. Cold and hot, wet and dry, the rotten aquatic smell mingled with the domineering aroma of stewed meat. Formed a clear line. Clang! The kitchen door was violently pushed open. Meng Sanyang's figure appeared at the kitchen door. It seemed she had just finished cooking for a grand feast. Her apron was even redder than before, and the mini kitchen knife at her temple gleamed with a satisfying oil sheen. She had devoured the purest fear from those 4 live streamers, their resentment more intense than ever before. At this moment, her lifeless gaze was fixed on the moss growing at the office door, and the sad expression on her face was for the first time replaced by an emotion called anger. Someone was outside her kitchen, making a mess with water everywhere. This would affect the freshness of the ingredients. More importantly, the presence of this unwanted guest made her feel threatened. A threat to her ownership of the canteen. Do you want to come down and play? Mrs. Jing's voice echoed from every corner of the doorway, walls, and ceiling. In the next second, countless dark, wet hairs surged up like water plants, bursting out from the moss and sweeping towards Meng Sanyang. Meng Sanyang did not dodge. She simply raised her left hand. The cold iron hook drew a shadow under the dim light, accurately hooking a large bunch of hair that came at her. Then, with her right hand, she heavily struck down the knife engraved with Meng Pa soup. Swish! There was no sound of the blade piercing flesh, only a hollow sound as if cutting through obsession. That vast bunch of black hair, at the moment it was severed, let out a woman's piercing scream, and then transformed into a pool of black water, evaporating in the scalding air. After striking successfully, Meng Sanyang did not stop. She suddenly plunged the iron hook into the wall beside her and stirred forcefully. The water pipes inside the wall let out a groan under the unbearable strain, and then a stream of boiling broth, reeking with strong meat aroma, gushed out from the break, pouring onto the patch of green moss. Sizzle! Like sulfuric acid splashed on flesh, the moss twisted and withered furiously, emitting billows of black smoke, filling the air with a bizarre mix of fishy and meaty smells. Mrs. Jing's laughter and singing abruptly stopped. In its place was a series of suppressed, intermittent whimpers of pain. In the office, Chang Yi quietly observed everything. He did not intervene. This was the first business conflict between his 2 employees. He needed to observe, to evaluate. This confrontation lasted all night. When a hint of fish belly white appeared in the sky, and the first faint ray of sunshine broke through the dust-covered apartment window. That cold, Jing-style aura swiftly receded like a retreating tide, ultimately disappearing completely. The corridor was left with a charred blackened floor and traces of withered moss. Meng Sanyang stared at the ancient well in the yard for a long time. A flicker of wariness crossed her sad face, and in the end, she turned back to her kitchen and slammed the door shut. Chang Yi stepped out of the office. In the air lingered the echoes of the confrontation between the 2 strange auras. He walked to the front door of the apartment and pulled open the iron gate. In the sunlight, the bluestone ancient well stood quietly in the yard, the mouth of the well devoid of any shadow, as if it were just a regular abandoned well. Mrs. Jing seemed to only act at night? Chang Ye's gaze became deep. This could be a fatal weakness. He withdrew his gaze, focusing on the phone abandoned in the hall by Gao Jian's group. The screen was still on, filled with crazily scrolling comments and several pushes from local news media. Shocking. The abandoned Hongda factory haunted at night for 30 years, famous anti-counterfeiting streamer team suspected missing. Hotly discussed online. A night in a haunted house for 888, is it a scam or hell? The name of the horror apartment. In one night, everything changed completely. New leaks were growing wildly. And he needed to deal with this trouble in the yard that pulls people down the well before anything else. Chapter 14 New Rules. He had a feeling that it wouldn't be long before a second wave, a third wave of even more curious, daring, and fearless leaks would be attracted by this mix of fear and flow. In the yard, that ancient blue stone well, in the daylight, lost all its mystery, like a silent, harmless display. The moss at the well's mouth was no longer oily green, looking somewhat dry. The water in the well was just murky, with no floating black hair in sight. The well lady lay dormant. But Chang-Yi knew very well that this was only temporary. As soon as the sun set, this well would become the deadliest trap at the apartment entrance. A troublemaker who did not listen to orders, caused chaos everywhere, and almost made his star employee Meng Sanyang lose her temper. Chang-Yi could not tolerate such loss of control. The cold, mechanical reminder from the system echoed in Chang-Yi's mind. New tenant, number 002, well lady. Unlocking tenant background information. The well lady, in life, was a child bride from a wealthy family during the late Qing dynasty, endured tremendous abuse, and unable to bear humiliation, threw herself into the well at the age of 16. However, the well she jumped into was an evil well that nurtured well spirits. After her death, her soul was trapped, becoming the substitute for the well spirit, suffering 100 years of loneliness and resentment, needing to constantly find new substitutes to gain a moment of relief. Yet, with every person she pulled down, she would inherit a part of their memory fragments, gradually losing herself, forgetting her name and past, leaving only the instinctive obsession of pulling people down. If someone hears a request for "help me comb my hair" by the well late at night, do not respond. Chang-Yi expressionlessly closed the system panel. He turned back to the apartment, not heading to the office, but walking straight to the kitchen on the left side of the corridor. Knock, knock. He knocked on the kitchen door. There was no response from inside, only a stronger, almost tangible meaty aroma oozing out from the crack of the door. Chang-Yi pushed the door open. In the kitchen, Meng Sanyang stood with her back to him, at the large cutting board. On the iron hook of her left hand, a large tangle of wet, intertwined black hair hung, the spoils captured from the well lady last night. At this moment, she was using the knife marked Mengpa soup in her right hand, chopping the hair into pieces carefully. Her movements were patient, as if she was handling a very precious ingredient. With each chop, the cutting board seemed to gain a trace of faint resentment. Chang-Yi said nothing, only walked to the stove, scooping a large spoonful of coarse salt from the jar hanging there. Snow-white, clearly defined coarse salt. Then, he picked up an empty bowl and turned on the faucet beside the stove. Splash, splash. What flowed out was not clear water, but a warm, oily thick soup. It was the broth Meng Sanyang used last night to combat the moss. Chang-Yi remained expressionless as he filled half a bowl, pouring in the large scoop of coarse salt, stirring it with his finger. The salt dissolved quickly in the boiling broth. Meng Sanyang's chopping of the hair paused for a moment. She slowly turned around, her lifeless eyes landing on the bowl of salty soup in Chang-Yi's hand. A hint of confusion appeared on her face. As if asking, "Landlord, what dish are you trying to prepare?" Chang-Yi held the bowl of salty soup, wordlessly turned, and walked out of the kitchen. He returned to the yard, standing next to the ancient blue stone well. He looked down at the calm dead water in the well. Then, without hesitation, he dumped the bowl of scalding, mixed broth of Meng Sanyang's resentment and coarse salt entirely into the well. Splash! The boiling salty soup hit the cold well water with a muffled sound. Immediately following, the entire well seemed to be thrown into a pot of boiling oil, instantly boiling. Zila lala! An ear-piercing sound came from the bottom of the well, and a large amount of white steam mixed with a foul black gas suddenly erupted from the wellhead. The well water rolled violently, countless black hairs stirred wildly like seaweed. Ah! A scream so piercing it hardly sounded human rang out from deep within the well. In that voice, there was no trace of childhood innocence left, only the most primal, searing pain and deep resentment. A pale, swollen hand suddenly reached out from the boiling well water, gripping the edge of the well tightly. The head of the well lady rose up once again. But this time, she was no longer the slow shadow with a strange smile. Her wet black hair was mostly curled and scorched from the heat, and her previously pale face was now covered with red marks and blisters as if scalded by boiling water. Her clear eyes were now filled with bloodshot madness. She stared fixedly at Chang-Yi, and from the corners of her mouth flowed not well water, but a black, viscous liquid. "You seek death." She roared word by word, and with another hand, she clamped onto the edge of the well, her entire upper body emerging, ready to pounce at Chang-Yi. However, Chang-Yi simply stood in place, looking at her coldly. "It seems like she can move during the day." He seemed to be confirming something trivial. Then, in his mind, he issued an order to the system. Consume 100 points of EN virtue value, establish and implement new apartment rules. EN virtue value minus 100 points, remaining 10 points. New rule generation in progress. Rule established: within the apartment, all substitution actions will be regarded as rent paid to the landlord. The qualifications and eligibility of substitutes will be solely determined by the landlord. Any substitution actions without permission will cost the initiator double. The moment the cold system prompt dropped, an invisible, blood-colored rune, carrying the supreme law of the apartment, descended from the sky like a red-hot branding iron, violently imprinted into the boiling ancient well. Boom! The entire ancient well trembled violently. The well lady's figure, which had leaped towards Changyi, suddenly froze in midair. The pain and resentment on her face were instantly replaced by an unprecedented fear that originated from the depths of her soul. She could clearly feel that a core rule connecting to her life had been forcibly twisted and rewritten by a more domineering, unreasonable power. The substitution reincarnation she relied on for survival had been taken away. From now on, she could no longer pull people down at will, seeking a substitute. Every pulling someone down now had to get that landlord's permission. Otherwise, sinking to the bottom of the well, never to be reborn, would be her own fate. This was more painful than killing her. No. No. The well lady let out a despairing scream. Her body began to become illusory and transparent, as if at any moment it could be crushed by this new rule. Chunya's left eye, the dark red slit pupil, flickered with a cold light under the sunlight. Now, we can talk about the rental contract. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but like a cold iron hammer, smashing the well lady's final struggle. Either sign it and become my tenant, following my rules. Or, vanish from my courtyard, now. The well lady's bloodshot eyes stared fiercely at Changyi. She saw the calm in the man's eyes. It was a calm that viewed her as nothing and the rules as mere playthings. She struggled and roared, but the blood-colored rune branded at the core of the ancient well was crazily extracting her power. In the end, all her unwillingness and resentment turned into deep weakness. She let go of her grip on the well's edge, slowly sinking into the well water that had calmed down but still emitted a foul smell. He watched the ancient well return to its dead silence. There is not an ounce of sympathy in his gaze. A troublemaker who destroys company property and business processes is forcibly written into the employee handbook by him. As for her past, it has nothing to do with him. He only cares if she can pay the rent on time and in full from now on. Chapter 15, Office Politics, starting from day 1. Changyi turned off the system panel and turned back to the apartment's hall. The ancient well in the yard is quiet now, like a real dry well. But Changyi knows that beneath the surface of the water, a beast, forced to wear a collar, is licking its wounds, familiarizing itself with a new chain. One is not enough. He needs order. Absolute order, dictated by him. He stands in the center of the empty, messy hall, the intersection of the kitchen and the yard, a buffer zone between the territories of two employees. Meng San Yang. His voice is not loud, but it clearly reaches the crack of the kitchen door. Well, mistress. His voice also penetrates the heavy iron door, drifting toward the ancient well in the yard. Come out. He didn't say these two words, but the meaning has already been conveyed. Clang. The kitchen door is the first to be pushed open. Meng Sanyang still wears the blood-stained apron, with a mini cleaver shining with grease at her temple, and on her left iron hook hangs a handful of the well-mistress's hair that she chopped up. Her dead, blank eyes hold a hint of scrutiny and vigilance as she gazes toward the yard door. She can feel it. The breath of that water ghost, though heavily injured, has not disappeared. Rather, it seems to have been embraced by the apartment itself. Then, the heavy iron door of the apartment silently slides open inward. A figure slowly steps in from the sunlight outside the door. The deadness in Meng Sanyang's pupils solidified. The person who walked in is no longer the bloated monster that reeks of rotting water plants, but rather a girl who looks only 15 or 16 years old. She is dressed in a washed-out, outdated blue cloth dress, like someone who has stepped out of a painting from a century ago. Her damp, black hair flows smoothly over her shoulders, with the ends still dripping water, creating a small dark watermark on the dry ground. Her skin is an unexposed, porcelain-like pale. Her features are exquisite, her brows and eyes like paintings, carrying the unique gentleness of the southern rivers. Especially those eyes, large and clear, like a deep pool, yet hollow enough to reflect nothing. She is beautiful. A fragile, easily shattered, tragically tinted beauty. But beneath this beautiful exterior is a vengeful spirit, full of grievance, who relies on pulling others in to survive. Only now, the situation has changed. She only needs to pay her rent on time to live in the apartment long term. The well-mistress lowers her head, barefoot, and walks step by step to the center of the hall. She dares not look at Changyi, only perceiving the man's cold gaze out of the corner of her eye. He is the brander of the new rules, the source of fear she cannot resist. She can also feel another gaze, coming from the door of the kitchen. That gaze is hot, greasy, like the scrutiny of a butcher evaluating the meat. As if assessing which part of her flesh would taste better. The well-mistress's bare ankles instinctively shrank back. From today on, you will be colleagues. Chang Yi broke the strange standoff. His tone of voice is like a department manager who has just finished a morning meeting, introducing new and old employees to each other. Colleagues? Meng Sanyang spoke, her voice hoarse, like a rusty blade scraping against a cutting board. Her left iron hook gently swayed, the hair hanging from it seemed to mock silently. Mr. Landlord, my kitchen does not support idle people. Even less those who carry a fishy smell. It would affect the appetite of the diners. The well-mistress trembled all over, her head lowering even further. Both hands nervously twisted the hem of her clothes. The cold, gloomy aura belonging to the ancient well on her body instinctively shrank back under the heat of Meng Sanyang's resentful energy. She is not your concern. Chang Yi said calmly. He stepped between the two, drawing an invisible line. Meng Sanyang, your territory is the kitchen. Your job is to filter those qualified visitors for me and to squeeze the highest quality of fear out of them. His gaze turned to the well lady. Well lady. The girl's body shook again as she timidly looked up at him and quickly lowered her gaze. Your territory is the entire courtyard. Your job is to act as the first line of defense for the apartment. You will deal with all who harbor ill intentions or are unqualified to enter. Chang Yi paused and added. The way to handle them is to pull them down into the well, making them your substitute victims. This is approved by me, and it is your salary. However, the quotas are determined by me. The timing is also determined by me. Without my permission, if you dare to pull one more person, the new rules will teach you the consequences. The well lady's body shook even more violently. For the first time, there was a clear change in Meng Sanyang's expression. It was neither anger nor sadness, but rather, extreme displeasure. Like a top salesperson watching their boss hand the fattest client resources to a clueless newcomer. What right did they have? She had worked hard in the kitchen, studying recipes and improving service quality just to earn the qualification to taste fear. This water ghost only needed to guard the door to receive the landlord's personal approval for the substitute quota? It wasn't fair. A mixture of jealousy and the smell of burnt grease emanated from Meng Sanyang. Your rent, which is the value of your virtuous deeds, will be settled based on your performance. Chang Yi seemed oblivious to the undercurrents of office politics swirling around him. Good performance will be rewarded. Poor performance will naturally be punished. As for internal consumption, his voice grew cold. Whoever strikes first will pay for the apartment's losses with 100 years of their cultivation. In an instant, the burnt smell from Meng Sanyang disappeared. The small water stain beneath the well lady's feet stopped spreading. 100 years of cultivation. This price was something neither of them could afford. Do you understand? Chang Yi asked. Meng Sanyang lowered her head, carefully wiping the iron hook with her piece of human skin cloth, without answering. It was a silent acquiescence. The well lady responded with a voice as thin as a mosquito's buzz. Understood. Very good. Chang Yi nodded in satisfaction. Now, each of you return to your own posts. Remember, I am not running a benevolent organization. Here, I only care about the results. After saying this, he ignored both of his scheming employees and walked straight back to his office. The door was closed. In the hall, only Meng Sanyang and the well lady remained. One like a ball of hot oil, the other like a piece of icy cold ice. The air seemed to split into extremes of hot and cold by their invisible confrontation. In the end, it was Meng Sanyang who moved first. She picked up the iron hook and turned to return to the kitchen, not even sparing a glance at the well lady as she passed by. As her figure was about to disappear at the kitchen door, a hoarse voice drifted over. When things from the water come ashore, don't think of yourself as a fish anymore. Otherwise, you will be dried out. Bang! The kitchen door slammed shut. The well lady stood alone in the empty hall, her body still trembling slightly. She slowly lifted her head, looking at the tightly closed kitchen door, and for the first time, a hint of emotion other than fear appeared in her clear, hollow eyes. It was resentment. It was hatred. And also, a trace of unwillingness. In the following days, a strange balance formed in the apartment. During the day, the well lady transformed into that graceful young girl wearing old cloth. Stay quietly in the yard, sitting on the well edge. She uses a dry branch, combing her long hair that can never be tamed, again and again. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the sound of Meng Sanyang chopping meat comes on time, dull, powerful, and rhythmic. They don't interfere with each other. But Chang Yi knows, this is only the surface. This afternoon, Chang Yi is in the office, studying the latest public opinion on the haunted apartment incident on his phone. The heat is even higher than he imagined. There are fearless exploration teams posting online, calling for groups to come and uncover the mystery. New prey is about to arrive. At this moment, a faint zizz sound accompanied by a stench comes from outside the door. Chang Yi frowned and pushed open the office door. In the corridor, the well lady is standing at the kitchen door, looking at her feet in terror. On the ground in front of her, there is a line drawn with boiling thick soup, sprinkled with a layer of coarse salt. This line, like the boundary between Chu and Han, completely separates the kitchen area from the corridor. And the well lady's bare foot has just accidentally stepped on it. At this moment, her foot is emitting black gas, the skin scorched black. The kitchen door is slightly ajar. Meng Sun Yang's voice comes from inside. Ah, my hand slipped. I spilled a pot of soup, what a waste. But, it just happens to disinfect the kitchen, so that some unclean things don't crawl in. This is a blatant provocation. It's testing the landlord's bottom line. The well lady trembles with pain but doesn't dare to lash out, just staring furiously at the kitchen door with resentful eyes. Chang Yi walks over. He doesn't look at the well lady's injury or blame Meng Sun Yang. He simply stands in front of the line drawn with salt soup and speaks calmly. During work hours, personal grudges must be set aside. According to regulations, it's classified as internal consumption. Meng Sun Yang, your rent this month goes up by 10%. The sound of chopping meat in the kitchen stops abruptly. After a full 3 seconds, Meng Sun Yang's hoarse voice, filled with disbelief, finally speaks. Why? Just because I spilled a bowl of soup? No. Chang Ye's gaze falls on the well lady's injured foot. Because you damaged company property. He points at the well lady and addresses Meng Sun Yang in the kitchen. She is now my asset. Only I can decide how to use her, and when to dispose of her. Chapter 16, A Professional Team Deserves Professional Service. A dull thud comes from the kitchen, as if Meng Sun Yang smashed something heavily onto the counter. Silence follows. The well lady stands in the corridor, looking down at her scorched black foot. The excruciating pain from the hot soup and coarse salt seems to be dulled by Chang Ye's last words. Asset. It's the first time she has been defined by someone with this word. Not a scapegoat, not a water ghost, not a monster. But a valuable, recognized company asset by the landlord? She slowly raises her head, her hollow eyes looking at Chang Ye's silhouette. Besides the usual fear in her gaze, there is also a hint of indescribable complex emotion. Chang Yi does not turn back. He walks straight back to the office, closing the door. He completely isolates the turbulent workplace struggle between the two employees outside. He sits back on the iron chair, and in his mind, the system's prompt sounds coldly. Detected employee Meng Sun Yang's violation causing slight damage to company property, employee number 002, but according to the landlord's instructions, she has been penalized with a 10% rent increase. Meng Sun Yang's base value of moral integrity for this month is 220 points. A fine of 20 points has been deducted in advance and deposited into the landlord's account. Current available moral integrity, 145 points. Chang Ye's mouth curves into a faint smile. Very good. Fines are the most effective management tool. Without hesitation, he opens the apartment's system store. A virtual interface radiating with bloodlight, only visible to him, appears before him. A broken gramophone appeared in front of him. It randomly repeated the last words of the dead while playing. Price, 20 points of negative virtue. A blood-stained wedding dress, the one who wears it will see the horrifying illusion of their beloved's tragic death. Price, 30 points of negative virtue. These things are too trivial. Chang Ye's gaze directly skipped over these lowly items, looking deeper inside. A gluttonous tablecloth, an ordinary linen tablecloth that makes any food placed on it emit extreme deliciousness, but eating it will plunge you into the hell of hunger, gnawing at your own flesh. Price, 50 points of negative virtue. This is it. It's simply exclusive to Meng Sun Yang. Purchase gluttonous tablecloth. Negative virtue value minus 50 points, remaining 95 points. New supernatural item has been delivered to the apartment storage room. With the confirmation of his thought, two soft thuds of objects falling echoed from deep within the apartment. Then, the system's voice rang out again. The total horror value of the apartment has reached the critical point. Staff number 001 Meng San Yang, basic horror value, 200. Staff number 002 Jing Yangzi, basic horror value, 150. Supernatural item gluttonous tablecloth, horror value, 50. Supernatural item old gardener's scissors, horror value, 50. A blood-dripping music box, horror value, 10. A wooden horse that sways without anyone. A portrait of a woman that cries. Current total horror value of the apartment, 500 points. Horror level has risen. A new area of the apartment has been unlocked. Unlocked area, first floor, public restroom. Chang Ye's gaze slightly sharpened. The first floor restroom. That was an entire floor sealed off with wooden planks, and even he, the landlord, had no permissions to enter before. What could be inside? Just as he pondered, he heard the sound of a car engine stopping from the direction of the apartment door. New prey, no, new visitors, have arrived. Chunyi stood up, adjusted his trench coat, and walked out of the office. Outside the apartment gate, there was a black, modified business van parked. 4 people got out of the vehicle. The leader was a middle-aged man around 40, with a buzz cut, sharp eyes, wearing a dark tactical outfit, moving with the efficiency of a soldier. Behind him followed a young man with black-rimmed glasses, carrying a huge backpack and holding instruments with names Chunyi couldn't recognize. There was also a tall, sturdy man, wearing tactical gloves, vigilantly scanning the surroundings like a silent wall. Finally, a girl in a white dress emerged, looking barely in her 20s, pale-faced, her eyes carrying a sadness and sensitivity that belied her age. These were not curious live-streaming youngsters. This was a professional team. Chunyi stood behind the apartment's iron gate, wearing a professional smile. Jing Yangzi was sitting at the edge of the well, combing her hair with a dry twig, and slowed her movements when she saw the visitors, a smile uncontrollably raising the corners of her mouth. We are a folk supernatural event investigation team. The middle-aged man in front directly ignored Jing Yangzi, as her appearance was currently indistinguishable from a normal person. His eyes were like knives, piercing directly at Chunyi. My name is Li Jin, I am the person in charge. We saw the videos about this place online. We are not here to play, we are here to investigate. Chunyi opened the iron gate, smiling even more kindly. Welcome to Happiness Apartment. Investigations are fine, and we offer our high-end customized services. The fee is 5,000 per person, on a 24-hour basis, no refunds if you withdraw midway, and damages are compensated at original price. Additionally, a waiver needs to be signed. He took out a stack of printed agreements from his pocket and handed them over. The content of the agreement is simple, it mainly clarifies that any physical, mental, or spiritual permanent damage occurring within the apartment is not the responsibility of this apartment. The young man with glasses pushed up his glasses, muttering, "Are you crazy? This is robbery." But Li Jin didn't even frown. Taking out a thick stack of cash from his pocket, he counted out 20,000 and handed it to Chunyi. Okay. However, we have the right to use any non-destructive exploration equipment in the apartment. Of course. Chunyi took the money, skillfully nodded. The customer is God, after all. At that moment, the girl in the white dress suddenly shivered. She turned her head sharply, staring at the ancient well in the yard, her face drained of color. There seems to be something in the well. Her voice trembled, filled with fear. She is singing. She is asking, who can help her make her hair look nicer. The woman sitting on the edge of the well stopped her movements. She slowly raised her head, and for the first time, her clear but hollow eyes locked onto a target precisely. Not out of malice. But because, that girl could hear her thoughts. Beep beep beep. The gadget in the tech nerd's hand suddenly burst into a piercing alarm. Captain. Extremely high energy reaction. The source is that well. Li Jin's expression finally changed slightly. He quickly pulled the girl behind him, gazing seriously at the ancient well, then glanced at Chunyi, who was smiling as if nothing had happened. Mr. Landlord. His voice became somber. It seems your service here is indeed very professional. Chunyi stuffed the money into his pocket, maintaining his smile. We have always dedicated ourselves to providing every guest with an immersive experience that feels like home. Please come in. I wish you, have fun. Chapter 17, We Are Professionals Too. Li Jin led his team through the heavy iron door of the apartment. A smell mixed with dust, mildew, and a faint hint of blood rushed towards them. Xiao Zhou set up the base station. Li Jin's voice was calm, without the slightest ripple. His sharp gaze quickly swept over the layout of the hall, taking in the disordered floor, the toppled furniture, and the staircase leading to the second floor. Received, Captain. The young man with glasses immediately put down his huge backpack, taking out various precision instruments from inside. A military-grade laptop was opened, several antennas were erected, and multiple nail-sized wireless sensors were expertly tossed into various corners of the hall. On the screen, complex data streams and a simple three-dimensional model of the building were quickly generated. The burly man named Dashin closed the iron door behind him. Clack! The sound of the door locking seemed to completely isolate them from the outside world. He stood like an iron tower, silently guarding the door, alert for any possible movements. Only the girl in the white dress named Lin Yu still looked pale. She tightly clutched the hem of Li Jin's shirt, her body trembling uncontrollably, her eyes darting fearfully towards the ancient well in the yard. The woman sitting on the well's edge had her head lowered again, using a dry branch to comb her damp long hair, stroke by stroke. As if everything just now was merely an illusion of this investigation team. Chunyi leaned against the office door frame, wearing an impeccable smile, admiring this professional scene. TSK, this looks way more valuable than the last group that shouted. He calculated in his heart. Captain, the energy field values are off. Xiaozhou's brow furrowed tightly, pointing at a glaring red area on the screen. The negative energy index in this building is ridiculously high. But, it is very stable. It's like a perfectly sealed nuclear reactor. This isn't scientific. Li Jun ignored Xiaozhou's astonishment, his nose twitched, shifting his gaze toward the tightly closed kitchen door on the left side of the hallway. An overwhelming meat smell was wafting through the cracks of the door, rich and inviting. The aroma was irresistibly powerful, penetrating the nostrils and rushing directly to the taste buds. Even the battle-hardened Li Jun could not help but swallow his saliva. The belly of the mountain even let out a gurgling sound at an inappropriate time. His dark face instantly turned red. "Don't smell!" Lin Yu suddenly screamed, covering her nose and mouth tightly, tears streaming down her face. "That is not the smell of food. It is despair, such painful despair." Before she finished her words, the meat fragrance seemed to come alive. It became more intense, more sweet, like an invisible hand gently stirring everyone's primal appetite. Dong! 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 In the kitchen, a muffled and rhythmic chopping sound echoed. That sound did not seem like a kitchen knife striking a wooden board, but more like a heavy hammer smashing into some flesh and bone. Each strike seemed to hit the rhythm of human heartbeat, causing an inexplicable restlessness, and oddly, hunger. Li Jun's gaze finally became unprecedentedly serious. He turned to Cheng Yi. "Landlord, your apartment is very interesting." Cheng Yi shrugged, his smile unchanged. "We are committed to providing each guest with a homely immersive experience. This is just the appetizer. The main course is usually served after midnight." He pointed his chin towards the kitchen. "That is our apartment's gold medal head chef, Meng San Yang." He pointed to the yard. "That is our welcoming lady, Jing Yan Zi. They are all long-term tenants here, a bit introverted. I hope you can get along well." This introduction sent a chill down the backs of the three team members behind Li Jun. Long-term tenant? Making two ghostly beings sound like the neighbor's big sister. This landlord is definitely weirder than ghosts. "Captain." Lin Yu's voice turned teary again, pulling Li Jun's sleeve and pointing to the yard. "That welcoming lady, she is singing. She asked if there is anyone who can give her a cow horn comb. She said wooden combs cannot comb through her wet hair." Li Jun's pupils contracted sharply. He looked toward the yard. Jing Yangzi was still the quiet girl combing her hair, her lips hadn't moved at all. This is a direct whisper that acts on a spiritual level. Xiaozhou. Analyze the energy source. On it, Captain. Xiaozhou's fingers flew over the keyboard. The energy fluctuation from the sound source is completely from the same source as that well. But the energy readings from the kitchen are rising. It's pulsing. Captain, the thing in the kitchen has been angered by us. Li Jun made a decision. Deshan, Xiaozhou, follow me. We will deal with this hotspot in the kitchen first. Lin Yu, stay at the base station and monitor the situation. If there's any abnormality, shout it out immediately. Yes. The three immediately replied in unison. Li Jun, Deshan, and Xiaozhou formed a standard triangular attack formation, stepping closer to the kitchen. They took out their respective equipment from their tactical waste packs. In Li Jun's hand was a short blade glimmering with silver light, covered with intricate runes. Deshan donned a pair of metal gloves, with obsidian set at the knuckles. Xiaozhou held up a uniquely shaped device resembling a hairdryer, aiming it at the kitchen door. Cheng Yi watched with great interest. A professional team is different. It looked much more engaging than Gao Jian and his group. Just as Li Jun and the others were only 3 meters away from the kitchen door. Dong! That muffled chopping sound suddenly stopped. The entire apartment instantly fell into a dead silence. The rich meat fragrance, too, underwent a strange transformation in this silence. It was still so fragrant. But underneath the fragrance, there was an indistinct, fishy sweetness. Like a drop of warm blood in ultimate thick soup. The three paused, their expressions tense to the extreme. The kitchen door remained tightly shut. There was no sound from within. But they could all feel that a pair of eyes was scrutinizing them through the heavy door. It was a gaze like a butcher dissecting a cow. It was not looking at the enemy. It was looking at ingredients. Dashin took a deep breath and stepped forward, his huge palm reaching for that wooden door. He was going to forcibly break the door. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the door panel, a hoarse voice, tinged with confusion, came drifting out from behind the door. "Ha! Today's ingredients, why did they come to the door themselves? Is it a bonus meal?" As the words fell, Dashin's large hand, like a fan, froze in midair. He watched as the hard wooden door in front of him became soft and twisted in his sight. The wood grain of the door transformed into the texture of skin. That cold brass doorknob turned into a beating heart, still dripping blood. This was not a door. This was clearly a huge face, stitched together from human skin and flesh, a monster. Chapter 18, The Self-Cultivation of Ingredients. Step back. Legion's roar crashed into the frozen air like a stone. His reaction was lightning fast. Just as Dashan's fingers were about to touch that beating heart, he yanked Dashan's tactical vest and pulled him back violently. Rip. A faint sound. Too late. Dashan's fingertips still brushed against the heart that was the doorknob. A drop of scalding blood, rich with meat flavor, splattered onto the back of his hand. That drop of blood seemed alive. It quickly seeped into his skin, the veins on the back of Dashan's hand instantly bulging like twisted earthworms, changing from blue to purple, then from purple to black. Ah! The strong man let out a suppressed howl of pain, his entire right arm convulsing violently. He clutched his right wrist tightly with his other hand, his face filled with agony and disbelief. My hand. I can't feel my hand. Xiaozhou's instrument suddenly emitted a sharp buzzing sound. Captain. Dashan's vital signs are abnormal. The nerve signals in his right arm are being devoured by something. The door made of human skin and flesh let out a satisfied sigh slowly. The heart, still dripping blood, beat even more powerfully. It was digesting. Digesting the sensation of Dashan's arm. What the hell is this thing? Dashan roared, his left fist, fitted with a black obsidian metal glove, glinting with a ghostly light as he smashed it down towards the strange door. This punch gathered all his strength and anger. No! Legion's attempt to stop was a beat too late. Bang! A dull sound of impact echoed throughout the hall. But the outcome exceeded everyone's expectations. Dashan's fist felt like it had smashed into an oil-soaked sponge. The flesh door only dented inward with a fistprint, then slowly bounced back to its original state. No rupture. No blood. Not even a hint of a proper counterattack. Instead, Dashan staggered back as if electrocuted, sitting down heavily on the ground. His left hand, wearing the metal glove, twisted at a strange angle. His wrist was dislocated. My strength, was it absorbed by it? Dashan looked at his useless hands, and fear appeared in his eyes for the first time. The voice from behind the kitchen door echoed again, tinged with a hint of savoring a delicacy. This ingredient has great bones. It has a nice chew. But it doesn't listen very well. It needs to be handled well. Creak. That flesh door started to slowly open inward. A hot, greasy, and maddening aroma surged out like an invisible plague from the crack of the door. Lin Yu could no longer hold on. She knelt to the ground, retching, but nothing came out, only big tears mixed with snot flowing down. Don't look. Don't look inside. She's laughing, she's licking her knife with her tongue. She was thinking, where to strike, to cut our flesh, as completely as possible. Little Joe had already aimed that hairdryer-like device at the doorway. Cat-ion shockwave. Activate. Buzz. An invisible stream of energy, undetectable to the naked eye, instantly slammed against the gradually opening door. Ah! A shrill, inhuman scream echoed from the depths of the kitchen. That meat door trembled violently, the skin surface starting to rot and ooze pus, releasing a burnt stench. It's useful. Legion's eyes sharpened, the silver dagger covered in runes crossed in front of his chest. Little Joe, keep suppressing. We'll rush in. Received. However, just as they prepared to launch their final attack, a hoarse, extremely displeased woman's voice resounded from the kitchen. It's dirty. My door has been dirted by you. Unclean guests will affect the taste of the dishes. Before her voice faded. Bang! With a loud noise. A huge black iron pot, still steaming, flew out from the crack in the door like a cannonball, directly smashing towards Little Joe. Watch out! Legion leaped forward, pushing Little Joe out of the way. The iron pot crashed down with a boom where they had just been standing, creating a large pit in the hard cement floor, hot thick soup splattering everywhere. Sizzle. The thick soup splashed against the wall, instantly corroding the wall and producing black smoke. It splattered onto the fallen tables and chairs, and the wood ignited immediately. Legion's pant leg got spattered with a droplet. The fabric was instantly burned through, and the edge of the hole quickly rotted and turned black. He groaned, unhesitatingly slicing off the rotten flesh with the silver dagger. Blood flowed out, but it was better than being further eroded by that eerie thick soup. The kitchen door swung completely open. Meng's sanddaughter stood at the doorway. She still wore that blood-stained apron, the mini cleaver above her temple glistening in the dim light. Her left hand still held the cold iron hook. But her right hand now had a huge bone-cutting knife that was nearly half her body height. The blade was covered in dark red, half-congealed blood and flesh. Her deadpan eyes now burned with two blazing flames of wrath, fixated on Little Joe, who was protected behind Li Jun. What exactly is this, an NPC or something? They were starting to lose their sense of clarity. You dirted my kitchen. She extended her tongue to lick her cracked lips, the fine teeth visible. Then, let's use your bones to brew a pot of cleaning water. She moved. Her figure flickered, leaving only a faint greasy afterimage. The target was little Joe. Fast. So fast it was extreme. Lesion's pupils narrowed to pinpoints. He barely had time to cross the silver dagger in front of him. Clang. The bone-cutting knife, filled with immense power, struck fiercely against the silver dagger. Sparks flew. Lesion felt an irresistible force surge through his arm, his palm instantly split open, and he was knocked back violently, crashing hard against the distant wall. PFF. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Just one blow. The leader of the investigation team was severely injured. Little Joe and Lin Yu were completely exposed to Meng Sandaughter's attack range. No! Lin Yu let out a desperate scream. Meng Sandaughter's face twisted into a cruel smile. She raised the bone-cutting knife, aiming it at the already stunned little Joe. The meaty aroma in the kitchen peaked at that moment. It was the joy of a meal about to be served. Just at this critical moment, a lazy voice, laced with impatience, sounded from the direction of the office. Meng Sandaughter. Chang Yi had appeared, not knowing when he had exited the office. He leaned against the doorframe, holding a small notebook and a pen, like a foreman inspecting the workshop. During work hours, beating people is okay. But damaging the guest's equipment. You will pay for the damages. His gaze fell on the hairdryer that Xiao Zhou had dropped on the ground. There was a crack on the outer shell, corroded by thick soup. I see this thing is oddly shaped, it must be quite expensive, right? It will be deducted from your rent next month. No objections, right? Meng Sanyao's bone-cutting knife, which was about to come down, suddenly stopped in midair. She turned her head stiffly, inch by inch, and looked at Chang Yi. The fury in her eyes was instantly replaced by a cold emotion, mixed with fear and unwillingness. A fine. Another fine. Lesion clutched his chest, struggling to get up from the ground, staring incredulously at the scene before him. This landlord is discussing compensation with that monster? Meng Sanyao stared fiercely at Chang Yi, her chest heaving violently, emitting a beast-like growl from her throat. Yet Chang Yi seemed not to notice her anger. He looked down and made a mark on his notebook. Also, that pot of soup you spilled everywhere will also be counted as a cleaning fee. And the noise you created was too loud, disturbing another tenant's rest, resulting in mental damages. He spoke while continuously recording on the notebook. Let me calculate, add it up, your performance this month is basically for nothing. Put. The growl in Meng Sanya's throat was forced back. Her twisted face turned a pig liver color for the first time, not from anger, but from something else. She was furious. She stomped her foot fiercely. Boom. The entire kitchen, along with that neat door, instantly shrank back. As if a nightmare that never happened. Clang. The ordinary wooden door slammed shut. Inside the kitchen, sounds of smashing things echoed, along with Meng Sanyao's suppressed, frenzied roar. In the hall, there was a dead silence. Lishan, Xiaozhou, Lin Yu, and the burly Mandasha, who had lost his hands, gaped at Chang Yi. Their brains were blank. They had just experienced a life-and-death battle. Yet, the terrifying monster that almost took all their lives was sent away by this landlord, with a few fines? Chang Yi closed the notebook and blew away non-existent dust from the pen tip. He walked up to the still shell-shocked Lishan, his face once again wearing a professional smile. I apologize, there was a little issue with employee emotional management, causing everyone a scare. He pointed at the messy hall. As compensation, you won't have to pay for the damaged public facilities. Now, you can continue your investigation. I wish you have fun. Chapter 19, Can we go to the bathroom? The hall was eerily silent. Lishan clutched his still bleeding chest, leaning against the wall, breathing heavily. He looked at the landlord who had closed the notebook, appearing relaxed, as his brain experienced a brief freeze. Burly Mandasha sat on the ground, his arms hanging in an odd position, his gaze vacant, as if his soul had been sucked away. Xiao Zhou and Lin Yu assisted him, one on each side, their faces paler than the well in the yard. They were indeed professionals. They had dealt with haunted houses, investigated ancient tombs, and even fought with legendary monsters. But they had never seen such a bizarre scene. A terrifying monster that could instantly defeat their team? A landlord who could scare away that monster with a fine. Who really is the true manager of this apartment? Cheng Yi strode over, looking down at the miserable four-person team, the smile on his face flawless. How is the investigation going? Our apartment's immersive experience, is the service up to par? Lishan took a deep breath, suppressing the blood surging in his throat, his voice hoarse. Who exactly Are you? Chang Ye's smile grew even brighter. I am the landlord. A law-abiding, rent-collecting good citizen. He extended a hand, pointing in the direction of the kitchen. Meng Sanyan is a long-term tenant. Her temper is a bit irritable, but her cooking skills are excellent. As long as you don't mess up her kitchen or waste her ingredients, she generally won't take action against guests. He pointed to the yard. Mrs. Jing is the greeter. She has a special hobby, just loves when others praise her hair. If you satisfy her little wish, she will be very happy. All of this is written in our tenant-friendly coexistence guide. Didn't you see it when you came in? He innocently spread his hands. Li Jin and his three companions exchanged glances. Tenant-friendly coexistence guide? They only saw a deadly waiver agreement. This landlord casually described two monsters that could wipe them out as two slightly quirky neighbors. Captain, we. Xiao Zhou's voice trembled. Should we continue? Li Jin's gaze swept back and forth between Chang Yi and the tightly closed kitchen door. He suddenly understood. The source of danger in this apartment is not just the visible ghosts. The smiling landlord before him is the biggest unstable factor. The rules he made are far deadlier than ghost attacks. Continue. Li Jin gritted his teeth and made his decision. The money has already been paid. Dashin, you and Xiao Zhou treat the wounds first. Lin Yu, continue monitoring the energy readings. We will first explore the other areas on the first floor. He made the most rational judgment. Since the hotspot in the kitchen cannot be dealt with for now, they would gather other information first. Wise choice. Chang Yi nodded approvingly, like a competent tour guide. The lobby on the first floor has many of the old artifacts from our apartment, all of great historical value. Welcome to explore. After saying this, he ignored them and walked back to his office, casually closing the door behind him. It was as if everything outside had nothing to do with him. Li Jin's team resumed their actions after a brief rest. Dashin's arm was simply fixed, and although he had lost his combat ability, the vigilance in his eyes did not diminish at all. They cautiously avoided the mess on the floor and began to inch their way around the eerie lobby. Soon, they arrived in front of a wall. On the wall hung a portrait of a woman. The woman in the painting wore an old cheapao. Her face was vague and indistinct. The energy reading has slight fluctuations. Xiao Zhou held a handheld detector, pointing it at the painting. Very weak, no hostility. Just then, Lin Yu, who had been silent, suddenly tugged at Li Jin's shirt. Captain. She is crying. She says her portrait is crooked, her neck is sore. Hearing this, everyone looked closely. The painting indeed had a slight unnoticeable tilt. Li Jin frowned and signaled Dashin to straighten the painting. Using the shoulder that could still move, Dashin carefully pushed the edge of the frame upward. Click. The frame was completely straightened. A miraculous scene occurred. The readings on Xiao Zhou's detector instantly returned to 0. Lin Yu also let out a sigh of relief. She is not crying anymore. She said thank you. The four stood in front of the painting, looking at each other. What is this? A supernatural phenomenon? Or a boring prank? They continued walking and reached a corner of the lobby. There stood a wooden horse that was not swaying in the air. The horse's paint was peeling, covered with the marks of time. There is also an energy reaction here. Xiao Zhou's detector beeped again. It's stronger than the portrait just now. Lin Yu closed her eyes again, sensing the emotions lingering in the air. It's a little boy. He is looking for his marbles. The one he likes the most is missing. He is asking us if we can help him find it. This time, Li Jin did not let the team take action. He just glanced deeply at the wooden horse and shook his head. We are not here to complete tasks. Record it down, we are leaving. They bypassed the wooden horse and continued deeper. At the end of the lobby, there was a room without a door. The room was empty, only a table remained. On the table lay a seemingly ordinary linen tablecloth. The moment they stepped into the room, a feeling of indescribable hunger surged without warning from every person's stomach. It was 100 times stronger than the scent of meat they had smelled before. It was a primal desire for food that came from the depths of their souls. I am so hungry. The most severely injured Dashiang's eyes began to redden, and a beastly growl emerged from his throat. He stared at that tablecloth as if it were filled with delicacies. Something's wrong. A warning bell rang loudly in Li Jin's mind. He grabbed Dashiang by the collar and forcibly dragged him out of the room. Everyone, step back. This tablecloth is problematic. It's absorbing our life force and turning it into hunger. The team quickly evacuated the room. That bone-chilling hunger slowly faded away. Little Joe leaned against the wall, cold sweat pouring down. Captain, this apartment is full of traps. Every object follows a bizarre rule. Li Zhen's face was dark as if water could drip from it. Straightening a painting might calm the resentment. Helping a ghost child find marbles might yield some reward. But getting close to a tablecloth would drain life away. Every paranormal object here was like an NPC programmed to wait. They were waiting for visitors to trigger their plot. Second floor. Li Zhen's gaze turned toward the stairs leading to the upper level in the center of the hall. The first floor is too scattered, the source should be upstairs. This was their professional judgment. However, when they reached the staircase, they were blocked by a velvet barrier rope. On the rope hung a wooden sign. Second floor under renovation, not open yet. Chang Yi, not knowing when, walked out of the office again. He leaned against the handrail of the stairs, smiling as he looked at them. Sorry, everyone. Our high-end custom service is currently only open on the first floor. The second floor is our staff dormitory and private area, and you need to apply for VIP membership to book a visit. Li Zhen's fists clenched until they cracked. We paid 20,000. Chang Yi shrugged. 20,000 is for a 24-hour immersive experience fee and a personal safety waiver signature fee. The contract doesn't state it includes access to the second floor. In a commercial society, we must value the spirit of contracts. Shameless. This was the only thought in the hearts of Li Zhen's team. They had been played. They were tangled around in circles by this landlord with a set of commercial logic. They couldn't go to the kitchen. They couldn't go upstairs. They were trapped in this huge labyrinth on the first floor, filled with malicious programs. At that moment, Lin Yu's tightly wound nerves were triggered once again. She suddenly turned her head, looking deep into the hall where a dark, previously overlooked corridor lay. At the end of the corridor was a closed door, painted green. On that door, there was a crooked sign painted in red depicting a man and a woman. It was the bathroom. The public bathroom on the first floor. Over there. Lin Yu's voice carried a mix of confusion and disgust along with fear for the first time. So damp. So cold. Someone is inside, constantly flushing. He is washing something. Again and again. He says, no matter how he washes, it never gets clean. Little Joe's detector emitted a sharper alarm than ever before at that moment. The red zone on the screen representing energy readings was almost overflowing. That source was indeed that bathroom door. Li Zhen's gaze instantly sharpened like a knife. The largest source of energy on the first floor was not the kitchen or those old objects. It was this newly unlocked public bathroom. Go! He hesitated not at all, issuing the order. Let's go take a look. The remaining three-person combat team immediately reformed their lineup. Li Zhen held the silver blade, walking at the forefront. Xiao Zhou and Lin Yu, protecting the injured Deshawn, followed behind. They took one step at a time, approaching the dark corridor. The closer they got, the musty smell and moisture in the air became stronger. They could even hear the sound of dripping water coming from behind the door. And the faint sound of a toilet flushing. Finally, they stood before that green door. Li Zhen reached out and gripped the cold, damp brass doorknob. Chapter 20. Who says this is a toilet? As soon as Li Zhen gripped the doorknob, a bone-chilling cold, mixed with a slimy sensation, instantly spread from his palm throughout his body. That was not the temperature of metal. It felt more like holding a piece of a floating corpse that had soaked in deep water for days. Whoa! Behind the door, the sound of the toilet flushing echoed again. This time, the sound was particularly clear, as if right next to his ear. Li Zhen no longer hesitated, he quickly twisted the knob, pushing open the green door. Inside was not the dirty, dilapidated public toilet they had imagined, but a pure white, spacious area paved with shiny tiles, so vast it felt unnatural. The air was filled with a strong smell of disinfectant mixed with formalin. The corridor, stalls, sink. Everything was distorted, elongated, like a nightmare magnified by a funhouse mirror. At the end of the space stood a figure with its back to them. That person was wearing a baggy white raincoat, hunched over, standing in front of a sink. He was vigorously scrubbing something with a steel wire brush again and again. Scrape, scrape. The harsh sound of friction echoed in this pure white space. What flowed down from the sink was not clear water, but a thick, dark red liquid mixed with bits of flesh and hair. Captain, here. Xiao Zhou's words were not finished. Bang! The green wooden door behind them slammed shut. The entire pure white space twisted violently for a moment. Li Zhen turned around abruptly. The doorway was now just a tight-fitting, cold white tiled wall. We're trapped! Lin Yu screamed in terror. The scene before her began to split and overlap. Xiao Zhou and Deshan's figures became blurry in her vision, then were pulled into another wall like a faulty television signal. Xiao Zhou! Deshan! Li Zhen roared. What responded to him was only his own hollow echo. They were separated. This strange toilet seemed to be a living labyrinth playing with its prey. Li Jun immediately calmed down, holding his silver blade across his chest, leaning against the wall, vigilantly observing his surroundings. Where he was seen to be an endlessly elongated corridor. On both sides of the corridor were rows of tightly closed stall doors. Tick. Tick. Blood began to slowly seep out from the cracks of those stall doors. Suddenly, the nearest stall door creaked open by itself. Inside, it was empty. Only an old squat toilet was there. Li Jun's pupils suddenly constricted. There was no water in that squat toilet. But countless, densely packed eyeballs still moving. All the eyeballs, at the moment the door opened, turned towards him in unison. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Zhou and the injured Deshan were trapped in a space made up of mirrors. Every direction was surrounded by mirrors. Every mirror reflected their disheveled figures. Deshan, don't look! Xiao Zhou screamed. Too late. Deshan's hollow gaze was fixated on a mirror right in front of him. In the mirror, his reflection was slowly raising both hands. Those hands were undamaged, even stronger than before. The Deshan in the mirror showed him an eerie smile, then reached out a hand towards him. It was like an invitation. Also like a summons. My hands. Deshan muttered to himself, as if bewitched. Step by step, he walked towards the mirror. My hand can move. That's fake. Come back. Xiao Zhou rushed forward, wanting to pull him back. But his hand passed directly through Deshan's body. It was an illusion. No. It wasn't an illusion. Because Deshan's physical form was gradually merging into the mirror. And Lin Yu found herself standing right behind that silhouette wearing a white raincoat. Swish swish. That person was still scrubbing something in their hands. Lin Yu could feel an extremely oppressive, insane resentment emanating from that figure. She dared not move, dared not make a sound, even dared not breathe. It's not clean. A hoarse, indiscernible voice echoed, neither clearly male nor female. Why, it's never clean. The figure slowly turned around. He had no face. Under the raincoat's hood was a smooth skin like a peeled eggshell. And his hands were holding a bloodied, shredded human face, scarred from a wire brush. The eyes and brows of that face were extremely familiar to Lin Yu. It was her face. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the silence of this dead space. The faceless man lunged at her, holding Lin Yu's face. Get away! Li Jun's roar sounded like thunder. He smashed the partition door in front of him with a knife, breaking through the barriers of space. The silver blade, glowing with purifying runes, accurately struck at the faceless man. Shoo! The blade pierced flesh, but there was no blood. The faceless man, along with the face in his hands, instantly morphed into a puddle of black sludge, merging into the ground. Li Jun grabbed the limp Lin Yu and urgently searched for the other two. He saw that half of Deshan's body had already sunk into the mirror. And the Deshan in the mirror was revealing a smug, cruel smile. Xiao Zhou. Use the cation impact. Li Jun shouted. No. The equipment is malfunctioning. Xiao Zhou was in a panic, sweating profusely. Then break it. Xiao Zhou gritted his teeth, picked up the only usable military laptop nearby, and with all his strength, smashed it hard against the mirror. Bang! The mirror shattered on cue. Deshan screamed, bounced out from the broken mirror, and crashed heavily to the ground, unconscious. Retreat! Immediately retreat! Li Jun decisively ordered. This place was beyond their capability to handle. If they stayed any longer, everyone would die. He carried Lin Yu, while Xiao Zhou dragged the unconscious Deshan. The three of them scrambled towards the direction of the door in their memories. That pure white corridor seemed endless. The walls were melting, the ceiling dripped with black goo. Countless twisted faces bulged from the walls, silently wailing and mocking them. Hurry! Hurry! Just as they were about to be consumed by despair, a green door appeared out of thin air in front of them. Li Jun kicked the door open without thinking. Light poured in. They returned. Back to the dim hall of the apartment. The four of them tumbled to the floor like a pile of garbage pulled from a sewer. Breathing heavily, each person's face was marked with the terror of survival. The hall was very quiet. Chang Yi was leaning against the office doorframe, holding a steaming cup of tea, leisurely watching them. Oh? He pretended to be surprised, raising his eyebrows. You're out so quickly? I thought you would stay inside a little longer. After all, we don't charge extra for the public facilities on the first floor. Li Jun struggled to get up from the ground, the wound on his chest split open again, blood soaking his clothes. He stared at Chang Yi with fierce eyes, as if wanting to eat him. But in the end, he suppressed all his anger and unwillingness. He lost. Lost utterly. Let's go. He gritted out 3 words through clenched teeth. Now, immediately, right now. Is this it? Chang Yi shrugged, a hint of just the right amount of regret on his face. Don't you want to experience some of our other services? Li Jin's body suddenly stiffened. He slowly turned his head towards the direction of the yard, carrying a sense of ominous foreboding. In the yard. By that old well. The well maiden was still sitting on the edge of the well. She was still that quiet, shy girl, with her head down. But in her hand, there was an extra item. A completely black, intricately carved, ox horn comb. She was tenderly, one stroke at a time, combing her damp long hair with that comb. Her hair, which was originally a tangled mess, filled with water plants and mud. Under the combing of the ox horn comb, it actually became unprecedentedly smooth, dark, and shiny. Even in the dim light, it shone with a faint glow. She stopped her actions. Slowly raised her head. Those clear yet hollow eyes once again precisely locked onto Li Jin and the others. The corners of her mouth lifted, revealing a satisfied, joyful, and eerily chilling smile. Dee. The detector in Xiao Zhou's arms, which had already malfunctioned, suddenly erupted with a wailing alarm, more piercing than ever before. On the screen, the energy value representing intensity directly broke the upper limit. It went off the charts. Captain. Xiao Zhou's voice trembled uncontrollably. The energy reading from that well has at least doubled. Li Jin's face instantly turned as pale as paper. Click. A dull locking sound came from behind them. The heavy iron door of the apartment closed by itself. Chapter 21, She just wants you to praise her beauty. In the hall, there was a deathly silence. That heavy iron door, behind them, made a cold, cruel locking sound, like a death sentence being pronounced. Click. The sound was not loud, but it struck like a heavy hammer on the already near crumbling nerves of Li Jin and his companions. They were trapped. With that strange well maiden. In the yard, the well maiden had already stood up. She was no longer the quiet, shy girl with her head down. Holding the ox horn comb, she gently combed her lush, dark, bright long hair, stroke by stroke. That long hair seemed to have come to life. It moved without wind, like black venomous snakes, slowly spreading in her wake. The tips of her hair had silently crept into the doorway of the hall. Captain. Xiao Zhou's voice shook as if he had been electrocuted. Her energy field is still increasing. No, it's not increasing, it's covering. The entire first-floor hall is being assimilated by her domain. Before the words fell. Zila. On the ground, those blackened pits splattered with Meng Sanyang's thick soup began to ooze water stains. The damp, fishy-smelling moss spread visibly from the water stains. In an instant, the hard concrete floor became as slippery and cold as a moss-covered well wall. A piercing chill rushed from everyone's feet to the top of their heads. Lin Yu covered her mouth tightly to avoid screaming out loud. She's looking at me. She's looking at my hair. She said, my hair is too dry. She said, she wants to help me maintain it. The well maiden moved. She didn't walk, but slid in like a limp mass of mud, following the floor. Her body glided over the slippery moss, silently yet astonishingly fast. That waterfall-like long hair transformed into countless black tendrils, like a giant octopus hunting, sweeping toward the 4 of them. Scatter! Li Jin's reaction was lightning fast. He pushed Lin Yu away and rolled backward, narrowly escaping the entanglement of several strands of hair. Those strands, whipped against the ground where he had just stood. Sizzle! The hard concrete floor was left with deep cracks that were visible to the bone. This is not hair at all. It is clearly a steel whip soaked in poison. Ah! A miserable scream. It was Xiao Zhou. Even though he dodged the direct attack, a strand of hair still, like a venomous snake, wrapped around his ankle. The icy cold feeling instantly took away all the feeling in his leg. His whole body slammed hard to the ground, and that strand of hair yanked fiercely, trying to drag him towards the ancient well in the courtyard. Xiao Zhou. Dashan roared loudly. This strong man, who had been half unconscious the whole time, burst out with astonishing willpower the moment his comrade was in danger. He used his shoulder that could still move and slammed into Xiao Zhou, trying to stop him from being dragged away. But his strength, in front of the well lady, seemed so weak and small. More strands of hair wrapped around. They wrapped around his neck, his waist, and his crippled arm. Then, slowly, they lifted him into the air. Dashan's face instantly turned the color of a pig's liver, and his feet kicked helplessly in the air. Captain, save! His cry for help was choked off in his throat by the tightening hair. The well lady still had that satisfied, happy smile on her face. She tilted her head, watching the prey struggle among her strands of hair, like a child who just got a new toy. Her gaze finally landed on Li Jun. Or rather, it landed on the silver blade in Li Jun's hand, the only thing that could threaten her. Your knife. A hollow, childlike curious voice rang in Li Jun's mind. Will scratch my hair. Just as the words fell, dozens of strands of hair formed into a long black spear, whistling through the air, aiming straight for Li Jun's right wrist. Fast. Fierce. Precise. Li Jun's pupils shrank to the size of needle tips. He had no way to dodge. At this critical moment. Bang! The ordinary wooden kitchen door was kicked open from the inside. A huge black iron wok, still steaming with oil smoke, flew out with violent fury. So noisy. Meng San Yang's hoarse, brutal voice echoed through the hall. That iron wok spun fast in the air like a giant blood-dripping blade, slashing precisely at the hair entangling Dashin and Xiao Zhou. Sizzle! The hair snapped with a sound. From the broken ends rose green smoke, as if burned by boiling oil. Dashin and Xiao Zhou crashed heavily back to the ground. For the first time, the well lady's face showed displeasure at her game being interrupted. Her clear eyes slowly turned to the kitchen door. Meng San Yang stood there, holding a bone-chopping knife. She still wore that blood-stained apron, and the tiny greasy cleaver on her temple glistened with light. Her eyes were full of rage, like someone whose territory had been invaded. You dirted my floor. You filthy thing, who only plays with water. Two terrifying monsters were now facing off in the hall. One stood for extreme cold and dampness. One stood for extreme heat and greasiness. The air in the hall felt like it was split in half, one side an ice cellar, the other a steam basket. Li Jun, Lingyu, Xiao Zhou, and Dashin, these four pitiful guests, trembled in the middle. Their whole understanding of the world was crushed in this moment. What is going on here? The monsters are fighting each other? The office door, at some point, had opened a crack again. Changyi leaned on the doorframe, holding his still unfinished cup of hot tea, watching the scene with great interest. On his face, there was even a hint of a satisfied smile. Not bad, not bad. They all know how to fight for territory now, having a sense of competition is a good thing. Only then can it promote healthy development inside the group. His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Li Jun suddenly turned his head, looking at him in disbelief. This landlord. Did he already know this would happen? Was he deliberately watching the show? The well lady and Meng Sanyang clearly also heard Cheng Ye's voice. The aura they faced off against, instantly weakened by 3 points. That feeling was like two elementary school students fighting, suddenly hearing the footsteps of their teacher. Cough. Cheng Ye cleared his throat and walked out of the office. He strolled to the center of the hall, ignoring the disheveled 4-member team on the floor, and also ignoring the two monsters that could shred them to bits in an instant. He looked like a foreman inspecting a construction site, frowning as he pointed at the moss and water stains on the floor. Jing Yangzi. How many times have I told you not to bring water into the hall? If the floor gets ruined and needs repair, or if the carpet gets moldy and needs replacing, that will come out of your performance dot. He pointed towards the kitchen. And you, Meng Sandang. I've told you not to use the stove during non-meal times. What if the smoke bothers the other tenants? And this pot, look at it, the edge is already chipped, the repair cost. As he spoke, he took out a small notebook and a pen. Let me do the math. The two female ghosts, radiating terror, dissipated at a visible speed. In their place, there was a feeling of frustration. A sense of anger they dared not voice, grievance. Jing Yangzi silently gathered her long hair back and retreated to the yard, sitting again at the edge of the well, lowering her head like a child who had done something wrong. Meng Sandang, with her iron pot and cleaver in hand, resentfully clanged the kitchen door shut. A horror civil war that could have destroyed the entire investigation team was thus calmly diffused with a few words of fines. The hall returned to a dead silence once more. Li Jun and the three others looked at Cheng Yi as if he were a deity. What method did this man use to PUA these monsters? Cheng Yi closed the notebook, blew off the non-existent dust from the pen tip, and slowly looked at Li Jun. A little neighborhood dispute, resolved. A professional smile returned to his face. Now, you can continue your investigation. Oh, by the way, a friendly reminder. He pointed at Jing Nangzi by the well. She actually meant no harm just now. She just wanted you to compliment her new hairstyle. After all, everyone loves beauty, even ghosts. Li Jun's body suddenly stiffened. He looked at the quiet figure sitting by the well, then glanced at his team members, who were battered and bruised. So, they had fought desperately and almost been wiped out, just because they forgot to say your hair looks nice? Put. Li Jun could no longer suppress the pain in his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. It wasn't from injury. It was from anger. It was humiliation. It was an absurd and extreme despair. Let's go. He squeezed out a word through clenched teeth. We are leaving. He never wanted to set foot in this ghostly place again. You're leaving just like that? A perfect hint of regret appeared on Chang Ye's face. Aren't you going to sit a bit longer? Meng Sandang just made a new pot of soup, do you want to try it? Li Jin did not respond. He used the last bit of strength to help his teammate up. Xiao Zhou dragged Deshan while Lin Yu supported Li Jin. The four of them, like four defeated strays, supported each other and walked towards the door. Cheng Yi snapped his fingers. Click. The tightly shut iron door opened in response. Sunlight poured in from outside. But that sunlight could not dispel the chill in their hearts. Before walking out, Li Jin turned around, his gaze filled with fear, hatred, and extreme confusion, staring intensely at Cheng Yi. You will face retribution. Cheng Yi laughed. He smiled brilliantly. Retribution? Aren't I already collecting it? He spread his arms as if embracing something. The four of them, in a sorry state, fled from this nightmare called Happy Apartment. When their figures completely disappeared around the corner, Chang Ye's mind echoed with a series of cold yet melodious prompt tones. Detected high concentration of fear, despair, humiliation, and other negative emotional energies. Converting to EN virtue points. Conversion complete. Congratulations landlord, you have gained EN virtue points, 1000 points. Tenant Mrs. Jing satisfaction improved, unlocking new interaction mode, hair combing service, friendly reminder, please prepare your own comb, otherwise the consequences are yours to bear, but... Tenant Ms. Meng won the kitchen defense battle, territorial awareness enhanced, unlocking special dish, deep-fried ghost, friendly reminder, please do not linger at the kitchen door, but... Chang Yi exhaled a long breath. He looked at the chaotic hall, his smile becoming more genuine. He took out his phone and pulled up the calculator. Let's not count the spiritual damages for the 4 guests. Floor repair cost, wall scratch fees, plus the appearance fees and emotional soothing fees for the 2 staff. Let's give a friendly price, 100,000, shouldn't be too much, right? He nodded with satisfaction as he calculated. Send the bill and repair details to their units later. We are a formal enterprise, emphasizing on hospitality and honesty to all. Chapter 22, Leaks must be cut 1 crop at a time. The hall was a mess. Moss and water stains still lingered in the floor seams, emitting a cold, fishy smell. On the walls, there were deep cracks left by Mrs. Jing's hair, exposing the bone underneath. The air was mixed with the strange smell of disinfectant, rust, and cooking oil. Chang Yi strolled around leisurely, as if surveying his spoils. He stretched out his foot and kicked a hole in the ground burned by thick soup. The work of Ms. Meng. He shook his head. Destroying public property, this month's outstanding employee bonus is gone. He murmured to himself, his tone showing no hint of blame, but rather a touch of satisfaction. Ding! The cold system notification tone rang timely in his mind. Tenant Mrs. Jing and Ms. Meng absorbed high concentrations of fear energy, loyalty increased, level upgraded to C+. Tenant, Mrs. Jing. Level, C+, heavy resentment. Status, satisfied, just had a pretty hairdo. Unlocked ability, Moss Domain, can transform designated area into well bottom. Within the domain, personal strength is boosted by 30%, the domain will continuously weaken the spirit and stamina of the living, but... Unlocked interaction, deep care, when a visitor expresses extreme admiration for their hair, there is a high chance to trigger it. Mrs. Jing will warmly invite the visitor to experience a well-water hair washing service, with excellent results, life and death are at your own risk, but... Tenant, Ms. Meng. Level, C+, extremely fierce. Status, irritable, the kitchen floor is dirty, very unhappy. Unlocked ability, 5 flavors soul snatch, can infuse strong emotions into dishes, eaters will be controlled by corresponding emotions for 49 minutes, becoming mere puppets, but... Unlocked interaction, clean up leftovers, when visitors have the thought of wasting food, there is a high chance to trigger it. Ms. Meng will help the visitor clean their mouth with her iron hook, providing thoughtful service, no responsibility. Chang Ye's lips slightly curled up. C+ level. This means that their business abilities have improved. It also means that the apartment's service offerings have become more colorful. With a thought, he pulled up his data panel. Landlord, Chang Yi. EN virtue points, 1,250 points, can be used to repair apartment facilities, upgrade tenants, unlock new areas. Apartment status, slight damage, hall walls, floor need repair, expected to consume 50 EN virtue points. Current recruitable tenants, 0. 1,000 EN virtue points. These 4 professionals are indeed more profitable than those previous little adventure streamers. Fear is the cheapest and best nourishment. Repair. Cheng Yi issued the command. Received, consuming 50 EN virtue points, starting repair. Before the voice fell, the few hideous cracks on the wall, like being smoothed by an invisible hand, quickly healed and restored to their original state. The charred holes on the ground and the water stains also instantly disappeared, the cement floor becoming spotless and new. The entire hall, except for a trace of strange smell lingering in the air, seemed as if nothing had happened. This is the landlord's privilege. As long as he had enough money, he was a god who could do anything in this apartment. Chunyi satisfiedly withdrew his gaze, took out his phone, and skillfully opened an app named Mystical Realm Exploration. This was the largest supernatural enthusiast forum in the country. At this moment, the hottest pinned post had a title bright red with excitement. Shocking exposure. The Jin brother ghost team is suspected to have been wiped out in the Happy Apartment. There are pictures and the truth. Clicking in, the main content was a blurry screenshot. It was precisely the scene of Li Jin and his 3 companions scrambling and escaping out of the apartment door. In the photo, all 4 were injured and terrified, especially Li Jin, whose chest was soaked in deep red blood, and the despair in his eyes seemed ready to overflow from the screen. The replies below had already filled over 10,000 posts. What the heck? This can't be edited, right? How did Jin brother and the others end up so miserable? I was in the live broadcast room at the time. The signal suddenly cut off. Before it disconnected, I think I heard a woman scream. It sounded like Lin Yu's voice. This must be fake. It's definitely a script. At this moment, a newly registered account with the ID Never Look Back replied to a comment in blood red font. That's not a prop. Not a special effect. There are ghosts in that apartment. There are really ghosts. Ghosts that kill. That landlord is a devil. Don't go. Nobody should go. You will die. We nearly died in there. This comment exploded like a bomb, instantly igniting the entire forum. Wow. This ID. So aggressive, can't be someone from the team, right? Never look back? That sounds so full of psychological trauma. I checked. The IP address of the post is from a hospital near Jin Brothers' apartment. Oh my god. This is real. Something really happened to them. I said that place is cursed. Last time a streamer went in, they came out insane. Please share the address. Offering a high price for the address. A place this thrilling must be checked out. The ones above must be crazy. Didn't they see that it says people will die? Die? That's even more thrilling. Fortune favors the brave. Brothers, let's form a team. Target Happy Apartment. Death waivers have been signed, bring your own urns. The winds on the forum suddenly turned bizarre. Some people expressed genuine fear and tried to dissuade others. While another part, mainly young thrill seekers who didn't believe in evil, were stirred with unprecedented curiosity and a desire to conquer. The terrifying apartment with real ghosts was like a treasure waiting to be discovered for them. Cheng Yi scrolled through the phone screen, watching the fervent comments, his smile grew increasingly radiant. The leaks. They were thriving. However, it still needed more time. He thought for a moment, switched accounts, and logged into Happy Apartment official certified account. Then, slowly, he posted an official statement in the hottest thread. Hello everyone, I am Mr. Chang, the landlord of Happy Apartment. First of all, thank you very much to the Jin Brother Ghost team for evaluating our apartment's immersive experience project. For the inconveniences and scares caused to several teachers due to the overly realistic special effects from our staff's operational errors during the evaluation process, we sincerely apologize. We hereby solemnly declare, Happy Apartment is a legally registered commercial venue, and all horror scenes are a combination of high-tech special effects and professional actors, aimed at providing customers with the top entertainment experience. There are absolutely no real supernatural occurrences in the apartment, and we hope all netizens do not believe in or spread rumors. Additionally, regarding the damages caused by Mr. Li Jin's team in our facility, including but not limited to 3 torn walls, 1 scorched floor, and serious mental trauma to our 2 female staff members. Our legal team is currently organizing relevant evidence and repair bills, which will be sent to your studio soon. Commercial cooperation values the spirit of contract. We hope Mr. Li will process the subsequent compensation matters as soon as possible. Finally, to reward the enthusiasm of our valued customers, Happy Apartment will officially open the Danger Level Experience Mode next Monday. Limited spots, first come, first served. Warm reminder, this project has a very high risk of injury, disability, and insanity. Please be sure to carry your life insurance policy after signing the waiver agreement. Happy Apartment, looking forward to your visit. As this statement came out, the whole forum went quiet for 3 seconds. Then, it exploded completely. Damn. The official has stepped in. What is this operation? An apology letter? A debt collection notice? Or an advertisement? Ha ha ha. This is killing me. Putting people in the hospital, then immediately sending a lawyer's letter for compensation? Is this landlord a devil? Murdering the heart. Murdering the heart. Brother Jean will probably jump up from the ICU in anger. Risk of insanity? Life insurance policy? The official is playing with memes, the most deadly. I don't care. I've become a fan of this apartment. This isn't a horror apartment. This is clearly a capitalistic hell. Even ghosts have to work off their debts. Team up. Now. Immediately. I want to see that landlord who can even PUA ghosts. And check out those 2 female employees who suffered mental trauma. The wind direction, once again, was turned. The previous never look back account's blood and tears appeal was instantly drowned in waves of haha and seeking team-ups. The fear did not disappear. It was just wrapped up in a stronger curiosity and absurdity, turning into a irresistible temptation. Chunyi happily put away his phone. What he wanted was this effect. He needed people to believe it was dangerous enough here, while using a commercialized exterior to make them drop their last guard. That way, it would be smoother to exploit them. He walked to the desk in the office, took out a fresh sheet of stationery and a fountain pen from the drawer. Then, he seriously began to write. Happy apartment equipment damage and employee mental damage compensation list. 1. Public facility repair fees. 1. Lobby wall, deep scratches, repair fees, 8,000 yuan. 2. Lobby floor, high temperature burns, replacement fees, 12,000 yuan. 3. Public restroom, space distortion, structural repair fees, 50,000 yuan, friendly discount price. 2. Employee compensation costs. 1. Tenant Ms. Meng San Yang, kitchen illegally invaded, appearance fees and mental distress compensation, 15,000 yuan. 2. Tenant Ms. Jing Yangzi, disturbed while combing hair, appearance fees and mental trauma relief, 15,000 yuan. Total, 100,000 yuan. After writing, he blew on the still wet ink, carefully folded the stationery, and stuffed it into a craft paper envelope. The address was simply written as City First People's Hospital, Orthopedics, Mr. Li Zhen. He believed that this professional would surely provide an even more delicious and richer fare upon receiving this bill. We are a legitimate business, emphasizing a home away from home, fair to everyone. Chapter 23, Killing the Heart. City First People's Hospital. Orthopedic Ward. Li Zhen lay on the hospital bed, staring blankly at the pale ceiling. His chest was wrapped in thick bandages, and his right arm was in a cast, hanging around his neck. Lin Yu sat beside him, peeling an apple, but her hands were shaking violently, making the apple peel uneven and rough. Deshawn lay in the opposite bed, still unconscious, with various tubes inserted into him. Xiao Zhou was in the hallway, repeatedly reporting the disastrous operation to his superiors using a secure phone. The atmosphere in the ward was as oppressive as a coffin. Knock, knock. A young man dressed in a delivery uniform peeked in. Excuse me, which one is Mr. Li Zhen? Li Zhen numbly turned his head. I am. Hello, there is an urgent document for you, please sign for it. The delivery man handed over a craft paper envelope and an electronic signing board. The envelope had no sender's address, only the words Happy Apartment written on it. Li Zhen's pupils suddenly constricted. With his uninjured left hand, he trembled as he signed his name. After the delivery man left, Li Zhen stared intensely at the envelope, as if it contained a poisonous snake. Captain, what is it? Lin Yu leaned over, her face showing a hint of anxiety. Li Zhen did not answer. He took a deep breath, using his teeth and left hand, and struggled to tear open the envelope. A piece of letter paper floated out from inside. On the letter paper, elegant yet cold handwriting could be seen, written with a steel pen. List of damages to Happy Apartment facilities and employee mental distress compensation. Lin Yu's eyes instantly widened. She looked at the items above, and her lips began to tremble. 1. Hall wall, deep scratches, repair cost, 8,000 yuan. 2. Hall floor, high temperature burn, replacement cost, 12,000 yuan. 3. Public restroom, space distortion, structural repair cost, 50,000 yuan, friendship discount price. 2. Employee compensation costs. 1. Tenant Ms. Meng San Yang, kitchen invaded, appearance fee and mental distress compensation, 15,000 yuan. 2. Tenant Ms. Jing Yangzi, normal hair combing disturbed, appearance fee and mental trauma compensation, 15,000 yuan. Total, 100,000 yuan. Puff. Li Zhen could no longer control himself, and a mouthful of pent-up blood sprayed directly onto that bill. Bright red blood soaked the black words. It seemed so ironic, so absurd. He. How dare he? Lin Yu let out a sharp, incredulous scream. This is not a bill. This is clearly a declaration of war. A naked humiliation from the devil. Ah! Li Zhen let out a beast-like roar, tearing at the bill frantically with his left hand, shredding it into countless pieces. I want to kill him. I must kill him. Beep. 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 Nearby, the unconscious Tishan's heart rate monitor began to go crazy. Meanwhile, in the office on the first floor of Happy Apartment, Changyi leisurely leaned back in his chair, looking at his phone. On the forum, discussions about his debt collection notice had gone completely crazy. And just now, a delightful notification chime echoed in his mind. He glanced at his data panel. Landlord, Changyi. Evil virtue points, 1,200 points. He no longer hesitated. It was time to upgrade the apartment. System, open the facility upgrade list. A faint blue light screen, visible only to him, unfolded before him. The light screen listed all the areas in the apartment that could be unlocked and upgraded. First floor hall, unlocked. First floor kitchen, tenant Meng San Yang exclusive. First floor courtyard, tenant Jing Yangzi exclusive. First floor public restroom, unlocked. First floor laundry room, not unlocked, requires 300 evil virtue points to unlock. First floor entertainment room, not unlocked, requires 500 evil virtue points to unlock. First floor power distribution room, not unlocked, requires 200 evil virtue points to unlock. Changyi's gaze lingered on the entertainment room for a moment. This one is the most expensive. According to the system's nature, the more expensive the item, the more fun it tends to be. Unlock the first floor entertainment room. Received, consuming 500 evil virtue points. First floor entertainment room has been unlocked. Congratulations to the landlord, you have gained a new scene, endless gambling. The moment the voice fell, the door across from the office, which had been sealed shut with wooden boards, marked storage room, suddenly made a creaking noise. The boards nailed to it fell off one by one. The word storage room on the door began to twist and fade. Finally, it turned into 3 big blood-red words. Entertainment room. A musty smell, mixed with cigar smoke, cheap alcohol, and the scent of blood, wafted out from the crack of the door. Changyi stood up and walked over. He pushed open that door. Inside was a dim, dilapidated room. In the center, there was a pool table covered in thick dust. The balls on the table were carefully arranged to spell out a word. RUN. In the corner, stood an old slot machine with a shattered screen. Hanging from the lever was a half-dried severed hand. The walls of the room were plastered with yellowed playing cards. Every playing card's back bore the image of a tortured, twisted human face. Scene, endless gambling. Effect, living beings entering this room will be forced to participate in a gambling game. The stakes are the most important things on them, which could be money. Maybe it's memory, maybe it's the body, or maybe it's life. Hint, 10 bets, 9 losses, losing everything is normal. Changyi nodded in satisfaction. This scene is very educational. In the future, it can be a special experience project for VIP customers. His dark virtue value still has 700 points left. Changyi was not stingy and opened the system mall again. The dazzling array of supernatural props left him in awe. Grudge phonograph, when played, it can let living people in a specified area hear their deepest fears. Price, 100 dark virtue points. Spirit binding nails, a set of 7, can be nailed to walls, doors, and windows, limiting the activity range of specified vengeful spirits to within 30 square meters, effective for 24 hours. Price, 200 dark virtue points. Mirror corridor, a set of 3 sides, can be arranged freely. Once a living person walks in, they will fall into an infinite corridor made of mirrors, until they either lose their sanity or are dragged away by something in the mirror. Price, 300 dark virtue points. Changyi's gaze swept over the 3 props. I'll take them all. Only children make choices, as the landlord, he naturally wants more is better. Purchase successful, consume 600 dark virtue points. Remaining dark virtue points, 100 points. Props have been automatically stored in the office storage cabinet. Changyi returned to the office and opened the seemingly ordinary iron storage cabinet. Inside the cabinet, 3 items were quietly resting. A vintage brass phonograph, with a horn carved into a wailing human face. A black wooden box, containing 7 rusty iron nails engraved with runes. And 3 Baroque-style floor mirrors, the mirror surfaces as smooth as water, yet reflecting nothing at all. Changyi reached out and gently touched the cold mirror surface. He could feel a massive, hungry malice lurking inside. Ding! Apartment facilities have been significantly upgraded. Current apartment horror total value, 950 points. To unlock the second floor, 1000 points, still 50 points needed. Only 1 step away. Changyi looked at this number, his face showing an eager smile. He glanced at the calendar on the wall. Today is Friday. He promised those hungry chives that next Monday, he would officially open the Danger Level Experience Project. And for Changyi, Monday also held another more important matter. Every Monday at midnight. It is the time for the apartment to refresh a new tenant. The system will randomly pull a powerful, unowned vengeful spirit from all corners of this city to the apartment. What Changyi needs to do is to turn this new guest into a new tenant before dawn. Either force it to submit with power, or make a contract to let it stay. If he succeeds, the apartment's horror value will rise significantly, and he will also gain a new employee. If he fails, the consequences of failure are not stated by the system. But Changyi guessed, it might be getting torn apart by the new vengeful spirit, then the apartment would turn back into an unowned thing, awaiting the next unlucky landlord. Still need 50 points. Changyi murmured. As long as he deals with the new tenant coming in on Monday at midnight, its grudge value would definitely be enough to break through the 1,000-point barrier. By then, he could unlock the second floor of the apartment. He would also have 3 obedient employees. As for those promised new projects to the netizens, let them become the first batch of experiential officers to test the new tenant's quality. Isn't that just perfect? Changyi happily hummed a tune. He walked to the courtyard door. Jing Yangzi was sitting on the edge of the well, using a horn comb to slowly comb her long hair. Seeing Changyi, her combing motion paused for a moment, then she silently moved aside to make space for him. Changyi walked to the kitchen door. Meng San Yang was in there chopping something loudly. The kitchen door creaked open, and a bowl filled with thick soup was pushed out from inside. In the soup, floated a few pale, finger-like things. This was today's employee meal. Changyi looked at his 2 model employees. Nodded in satisfaction. Order. Stability. And the fear of sustainable development. This is the happy apartment he wants. He took out his phone and opened the forum again. Using the Happy Apartment official certified account, he posted a new update. Due to the high enthusiasm of adventure enthusiasts, the danger level experience slots for next Monday have been increased to 10. This project will introduce the latest signed employees of this apartment for service. Friendly reminder, new employees may not be very skilled, and their actions might be too harsh. If permanent psychological or physical trauma occurs, this apartment will not be responsible. The final interpretation right belongs to the Happy Apartment. Chapter 24 KPI Assessment for New Employees Before Going to Work. Changyi's post, filled with a capitalist stench, was like cold water splashed into boiling oil. The entire spiritual realm exploration forum exploded more thoroughly than the server could handle. Damn! This landlord knows marketing. New employees? Not being gentle? Doesn't this mean we're going to have a tougher NPC? Even the murder announcement is so fresh and refined, I call this a commercial genius. Brothers, stop talking, I've already booked the earliest high-speed train on Monday. Nobody can stop me from sending people to the Happy Apartment. Upstairs, have you chosen the style for the urn? Free shipping, dear. Fear and fanaticism intertwined in a bizarre way. Happy Apartment became the hottest internet celebrity check-in spot in the city this weekend. Friday night. As night fell. At the entrance of the Happy Apartment, the first wave of fearless scallions gathered sneakily. It was 3 young socialites with colorful hair, each holding a live-streaming phone, giggling and pointing at the apartment door. Family. Did you see? This is the place. The devil's apartment that sent Jingu into the ICU. It looks just okay, shabby and worn, not even a light. The one with yellow hair shouted arrogantly at the camera, today, I, Brother Huang, will reveal to everyone. What a ghost house, it's all a script. As he spoke, he reached out to push the heavy iron door. The door was not locked. Creak. A long sound, like rusted friction from a 100-year-old door, pierced through the quiet night. The door opened a crack. A cold gust, mixed with the smell of water plants and cooking oil, rushed out from the door gap. The 3 youths involuntarily trembled. Damn, it really is a little creepy. The one with green hair muttered softly. What are you afraid of? Brother Huang bravely kicked the door open and swaggered inside. I want to see what's inside. His words got stuck in his throat. In the courtyard. By the ancient well. A girl in a white dress was sitting quietly on the edge of the well, with her back to them. She lowered her head, seemingly counting her hair. Oh, there's an NPC too? Brother Huang laughed, thinking this was all staged by the landlord. He whistled at the figure and spoke playfully. Hey girl, all alone? Your hair is long, what brand of shampoo are you using? The well maiden did not turn around. But her action of counting hair stopped. The temperature in the entire courtyard suddenly dropped. On the ground, those invisible cracks began to ooze slippery moss. Captain No, Brother Huang. The blue-haired youth's voice began to tremble. I feel a bit cold? Look at her hair. The live stream's camera turned to the back of the well maiden. That long black hair, in the still courtyard, actually seemed to come alive, slowly floating up. The ends of her hair, like little black snakes, danced in the air. The well-maiden slowly turned her head. On her face was a naive, curious smile. Her eyes were as clear as a calm lake, yet unfathomably deep. My hair. An ethereal voice rang directly in the minds of the three youths. Doesn't it look good? Boom. Brother Juan's brain. A blank space. This is not a special effect. This sound rang directly in his mind. Ghost, ghost. The green-haired and blue-haired ones were so scared that their souls flew away, turning to run out the door. But as soon as they turned around, they felt their feet slip. Thud. Thud. The two fell heavily to the ground, and the ground had become as slick as a moss-covered well wall at some unknown time. Help! They hadn't even had time to shout it out. Dozens of black strands of hair, like predatory vines, instantly wrapped around their ankles, dragging them hard towards the ancient well. Ah ah ah! The heart-wrenching cries echoed through the night sky. The yellow-haired one was so scared that his legs went soft, a hot stream flowed out from his pants. He stared blankly as his two brothers were dragged into the darkness of the yard, with only two phones left on the ground, their screens still flashing with the wildly scrolling comments from the livestream. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Where are they? Where are Huang and them? I saw it. They were dragged away by hair. Is this a special effect? This acting deserves an Oscar. The well lady tilted her head, looking at the yellow-haired one collapsed on the ground, still wearing that innocent smile. She seemed very satisfied with this result. At that moment, the office door opened. Cheng Yi came out slowly, holding a cup of hot tea. He glanced at the situation in the yard and frowned. Well, lady. His voice was not loud, but it instantly dispelled most of the chill in the yard. The well lady reluctantly withdrew her hair, and the two young men dragged into the darkness were thrown back out, lying on the ground like two dead dogs, already scared unconscious. How many times have I said this? Treating guests should be gentle. Cheng Yi walked in front of the yellow-haired one, looking down at him. If you dirty the floor, you have to pay for it. The yellow-haired one was completely dumbfounded, continuously bowing his head. I'll pay. I'll pay. Big brother. No, immortal. Spare my life. Cheng Yi smiled, took out a POS machine from his pocket. Floor cleaning fee, mental distress fee, plus my employee's appearance fee, a total of 10,000. Swipe card, or scan code? Saturday. The heat of the happy apartment was not decreasing but increasing. The live stream recording of the yellow-haired trio escaping in terror was edited into countless versions, wildly circulating online. $10,000 for a real horror experience. The most expensive haunted house in history. That landlord really took out a POS machine. I laughed so hard my stomach hurt. This isn't a haunted house, it's clearly a black shop. In the afternoon, another wave of daredevils came. This time, it was a couple treating this place as a holy ground to test their courage and love. They carefully bypassed the yard and chose to sneak in from the side corridor of the hall. Dear, why do I smell a fragrance? The girl sniffed. The fragrance was overpowering, like a broth simmered with dozens of spices, making people's fingers twitch. The smell came from the direction of the kitchen. The kitchen door was slightly ajar. The boy, gathering courage, pushed the door open a crack. In the dim kitchen, a plump figure in an apron was facing away from them, bang 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 chopping something. On the cutting board, there seemed to be a large piece of bright red meat. Is anyone there? The boy asked cautiously. That figure stopped moving. She slowly turned around. It was Meng San Yang. She had a kind smile on her face, as if she had seen good ingredients. In her left hand was a glinting iron hook. In her right hand was still dripping blood from a bone-cutting knife. Are you hungry? Meng San Yang's hoarse voice carried an irresistible enthusiasm. I just stewed a pot of comprehensive nourishing soup, for the two of you, to nourish your health? As she spoke, she hooked a piece of ingredient from a huge iron pot beside her with the iron hook. It was a severed human hand, still connected with tendons. Ah! The girl's scream nearly blew off the roof. The two rolled and crawled out of the apartment, swearing never to drink any meat soup again in their lifetime. In the office, Cheng Yi watched the surveillance. He shook his head helplessly. He picked up the intercom. Meng Sanyang, I told you, don't let the guests try the food during non-meal times. The ingredients are very expensive, they need to be accounted for. From the intercom came Meng Sanyang's aggrieved response, mixed with the sound of chopping meat. They look delicious. Sunday evening. After the chaos of the whole weekend, the happiness apartment finally regained a moment of tranquility. In the past 2 days, there had been waves of guests coming in and out. They contributed valuable fear energy to the happiness apartment through their own experiences, along with a series of cleaning fees and mental distress compensation. Changyi sat in his office, looking at his data panel. END value, 585 points. The fear values provided by these ordinary people over the past 2 days were still a little lacking in quality. But it was enough. He stood up and walked to the window. In the yard, the well lady had returned to the well, leaving behind ripples in the water. In the kitchen, Meng Sanyang had also turned off the fire, and only the smell of cooking oil lingered. The entire apartment was enveloped in a strange calm. Changyi knew that this was the calm before the storm. On the wall, the clock's hands were slowly pointing to 12. At the moment when the 3 hands overlapped. Ding! The cold system prompt echoed in Changyi's mind as scheduled. New vengeful spirit energy detected approaching. Location, 1st floor, entertainment room. Vengeful spirit level, unknown. Task released, please, landlord, sign a leasing contract with the new guest before dawn, or completely clean them out. Task success, the apartment will unlock the 2nd floor, and the landlord will gain a new tenant. Task failure, the apartment will enter no owner status, and the landlord's privileges will be stripped away. The corners of Changyi's mouth curled into a cold arc. He turned around and looked at the blood-red door diagonally across the office, marked with the words, entertainment room. Open the door. Welcome guests. Chapter 25, The Immortal in the Painting? The midnight bell at 12 was both a funeral knell and the horn of a grand opening. Changyi pushed open the office door. The dirty room that had once been sealed with wooden boards had completely changed. On the door, the 3 blood-red characters for entertainment room seemed to be written with thick blood, slowly dripping down and forming a small puddle of stains on the floor. A fetid, decaying aura seeped out from the crack of the door. It was a mix of cheap cigars with the sour scent of alcohol, the stench of sweat from a desperate gambler who had lost everything, and a faint hint of rusty blood. Changyi expressionlessly pushed the door open. The scene inside was even more dilapidated and interesting than he had imagined. In the center of the room, there stood a pool table covered in a thick layer of dust. The green felt on top had faded and cracked, revealing the decayed wooden surface beneath. A few billiard balls had been carefully arranged, oddly spelling out one word. RUN. In the corner, an old, rusty slot machine stood, its screen covered in spiderweb-like cracks. On the lever hung a half-dried human hand, its fingers curled, as if it still fantasized about pulling a jackpot before dying. And on the walls of the room, there was no wallpaper. The walls were densely covered with yellowed playing cards. From Ace of Diamonds to King of Spades, the back of each card did not bear traditional patterns, but painted twisted, painful human faces. Their mouths were wide open, seeming to emit silent screams. In the entire room, there was only one lonely light bulb hanging down from the ceiling, flickering on and off, casting a sickly yellow glow over everything. This was that endless gamble. A scene that devoured hope and left only despair. Changyi knew that the new vengeful spirit hinted at by the system was right here. He didn't rush to enter, but stood at the door, walking down the hallway toward the entertainment room. The corridor was short, connecting the office and the entertainment room. But at this moment, Changyi felt that the path had become a bit different. In the air, the decaying scent belonging to the entertainment room was diluted by another, more ominous aroma. It was the fragrance of high-quality ink mingled with some kind of floral pollen, with a hint of the sickly sweetness of fresh human skin being peeled away, the fat meeting the air. At the end of the corridor, inside the entertainment room, a painting had appeared without anyone noticing. A portrait of a lady, framed in dark red wood, nearly as tall as a person? In the painting, the woman wore a pure white silk dress, the hem stained with ink, like smoke and mist. Her figure was graceful, her pose serene, slightly turned as if she were listening to sounds from beyond the painting. Her face was beautiful, so beautiful it seemed otherworldly. Her skin was as white as fine rice paper, devoid of any color, with no blemishes, as if she were a perfect work of art. But her eyes sent a chill down one's spine. They were pure black, without whites, without pupils, like 2 deep ink spots, capable of swallowing a person's soul. She looked at Changyi, her lips curving into a dignified yet distant smile. It was not a joyful smile, nor a welcoming smile. It was the smile of an artist admiring their nearly finished work, a satisfied smile filled with absolute control. This is it. Changyi's footsteps came to a halt. His left hand, marked by a dark red stamp from the apartment contract, began to throb slightly. The apartment was warning him. The thing before him was very dangerous. Warning. High-threatening vengeful spirit detected, painting spirit. The cold system prompt echoed in his mind, more urgent than ever before. Vengeful spirit, painting spirit. Level, B. Status, hunting, seeking the perfect canvas. Ability, inside the painting realm, can link reality with the painting space, freely moving within any painting. Tip, her true form is not the painting but the pigment within the painting. Any attempt to damage the frame will only anger her without causing any harm. Goodness. B level. Higher than both Lady Jing and Lady Meng's current levels. At the moment the system prompt finished, the woman in the painting moved. Her right hand, hidden in her sleeve, slowly rose, fingers pale without a shred of color. Then, she gently extended it toward the surface of the painting. No sound, no obstruction. That layer of silk serving as the canvas was like a thin film of water. Her hand effortlessly pierced through the two-dimensional space of the painting, carrying an eerie ink scent, reaching into the three-dimensional corridor. That hand, straight and swift, reached for Chang Ye's face. Chang Ye's body reacted faster than his brain. He suddenly leaned back, his whole body nearly parallel to the ground. The icy fingers brushed past the tip of his nose. He could even smell a mixture of vermilion and blood on those fingertips. Missing its target, that hand quickly withdrew back into the painting like lightning. The smile on the woman's face in the painting didn't change at all, as if the hand that just reached out wasn't hers. Chang Yi stood up straight, his back drenched in cold sweat. Cunning. And her ability was exceedingly strange. Freely moving within any painting. Chang Ye's gaze swept across the walls of the entertainment room, plastered with face cards. This newcomer had chosen her hunting ground at the most advantageous place for her. The entertainment room was a maze with hundreds of exits and entrances for her. Chang Yi felt the situation was quite tricky. Lady Jing's domain was at the bottom of the well, Lady Meng's domain was the kitchen, their attack ranges were fixed. But this painting spirit, her domain was fluid. Wherever there was a mural, she could move at will. This is going to be challenging. He instinctively glanced in the direction of the kitchen. In the past, even in the dead of night, a greasy warm light would seep through the kitchen door crack, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of chopping bones, as Lady Meng prepared her midnight snack. But now, the kitchen door is tightly shut, and darkness fills the crack, a deathly silence. He looks again at the entrance to the courtyard. In the past, there would always be a chill dampness seeping out from there, the resentment of the well lady. At this moment, however, it is unusually dry, as if that ancient well is just an ordinary dry well. They are standing by and watching. Is it because this new vengeful spirit is too high a rank, making them feel fear? Or is it because he has squeezed them too hard with the POS machine and KPI assessment forms, leading to their collective strike? A shadow flickers in Chang Ye's heart. He always thought he was the absolute god of this apartment. But now it seems, these so-called employees are not entirely without their own will. Unreliable. This time, he can only rely on himself. Chang Yi withdraws his gaze, his eyes becoming cold and focused again. He no longer hesitates and strides towards the center of the entertainment room. Since she has chosen the venue, he will go in and see what tricks she has prepared. Jella. At this moment, the scene in the entertainment room makes his pupils shrink. The playing cards with human faces painted on the wall come to life. Their eyes are moving, their mouths opening and closing, all fixated on Chang Yi with greedy and mocking gazes. A faint laugh, as if coming from nowhere, overlaps like countless voices. Your skin is really nice. Your bone structure is unique, your texture clear. If I peel it away, it will surely become my most perfect work. The voices, sometimes crisp like a girl, sometimes hoarse like an old woman, echo throughout the room. Chang Yi ignores these noises. He steps forward steadily toward the pool table in the center of the room, his eyes rapidly scanning every corner, trying to locate the entity of the painted soul. Suddenly. With a thud, the old slot machine in the corner suddenly lights up. On the screen, there are no spinning fruits or coins, only a giant, pale face of a woman. It is the painted soul. Through the screen, she reveals a smile that can be called perfect to Chang Yi. Let's play a game, okay? You will be the canvas. Before her words fall, Chang Yi feels a chilling breeze coming from behind him. He turns around sharply. But behind him, there is nothing but emptiness. No, not nothing. The wall that should have been covered with playing cards has transformed into 3 giant, Baroque-style floor mirrors. It is the mirrored corridor he exchanged from the system mall. He has never taken this item out, but at this moment, it is placed right here. The painted soul can actually use the items he stored in the locker. The 3 mirrors reflect Chang Ye's figure clearly, along with the empty room behind him. Wait. Chang Ye's gaze locks firmly on the central mirror. In the mirror, Chang Yi looks completely normal. But behind that Chang Yi, quietly standing, is a woman dressed in a plain white robe. It is the painted soul. She isn't in the real room, she is in the mirror's world. Not just the wall art, even the mirror can be controlled. A chill runs down Chang Ye's spine. In the mirror, the painted soul raises her hand. In her hand, a pen appears out of nowhere. A pen made from pure white human bones, a skin drawing pen. She lightly points the pen's tip towards the back of mirrored Chang Ye's heart. First stroke, soul hook. She whispers, her voice sounding as if directly ringing in Chang Ye's mind. The next second. An indescribable agony strikes, like a hot iron branding fiercely on Changya's real back. It is a deeply penetrating, bone-deep pain, as if his soul is being forcibly peeled away. Ugh! Changyi groans, his body abruptly stumbling forward as he kneels on one knee. Cold sweat instantly soaks his clothes. He raises his head to look at the mirror. In the mirror, his own face twists in painful agony, silently roaring. And behind him, the painting spirit wore an expression of an artist's intoxication and obsession. She held a bone pen, drawing something on her own back in the mirror, stroke by stroke. The other two mirrors reflected this bizarre and terrifying scene from different angles. Changyi felt his consciousness being pulled away, his body gradually turning cold and stiff. He had bought the mirror gallery to trap his enemies, but now it had turned into a tailored canvas for the painting spirit, an untouchable, inescapable, living prison. Chapter 26, When I Get Tough, I'll tear apart the canvas for you. The bone pen's white tip was mere millimeters from the vulnerable spot on his back in the mirror. The second stroke was about to fall. That was a deadly stroke meant to pin his 3 souls and 7 spirits forever within this painted realm. Changyi could even feel his real flesh and blood cooling down, his soul like damp shin paper being slowly pulled away by an invisible force, ready to detach from his shell. He became fish on the chopping board, the canvas on the easel, a specimen for others to butcher. Humiliation. Anger. Cold killing intent wildly crashed within his chest, nearly burning away his sanity. Meng San Yang. Jing Yangzi. He used all his strength to let out a hoarse roar. The sound echoed in the vast apartment, but it was as if thick cotton had blocked it, dull and powerless. No response. In the direction of the kitchen, everything was eerily silent. The once clanging sound of bones being chopped and the tempting aroma of meat had vanished without a trace. The entrance to the courtyard was terrifyingly dry. That lasting chill, mixing with water plants and rotting corpses, also disappeared without a trace. They were still watching the show. Changyi could feel their presence, like 2 hidden venomous snakes in the shadows, coldly, even with a hint of anticipation, watching everything here. Standing by and watching. Waiting to strike. They were waiting for him to die. Waiting for this landlord, who had squeezed them with KPIs and POS machines, to be torn apart by new vengeful spirits. Then, this apartment would revert to being ownerless, and they would regain their freedom. Good. Very good. It turned out that the so-called tenant contract, the so-called superior-subordinate relationship, was just a piece of paper in the face of absolute danger. These ghostly things couldn't be tamed at all. Changya's heart sank completely, sinking to a chill deeper than Jing Yangzi's well. When you lean on a mountain, it may fall, when you lean on a person, they may run. It turned out that this saying also applies between humans and ghosts. Since there's no reliability, don't blame me for being ruthless. His gaze penetrated the mirror, no longer looking at the tormenting painting spirit, but fixating on the blood-red rune on his right hand, a proof of his landlord's status. Contract. Don't you want to see me die? Then I will show you who really has the final say in this contract. Landlord authority temporary requisition. Changya's teeth ground together, every word like it was squeezed from deep within his throat, carrying a bloody taste. He poured all his will, all his anger, into that rune. Buzz. The rune on the back of his right hand instantly became scalding hot, as if it had been burned red by a branding iron. A power that did not belong to him, filled with greasy grudges and frenzied appetites, was forcibly drawn from the direction of the kitchen in a nearly savage way. In the distance, from the kitchen, it seemed a muffled grunt of shocked anger escaped Meng Sanyang. But at this moment, Changyi could care less about that. In his hand, the air began to twist. A phantom, somewhat blurred, of a kitchen knife appeared out of nowhere. The blade was not made of steel but condensed from thick, inseparable grudges, with a surface flowing with a greasy sheen, as if it gathered the despair of countless diners on the verge of death. Grudge knife. The lethal weapon that made Meng Sanyang famous. Even if he had only extracted 10% of the power, the heavy malice from the knife made Changya's arm slightly sink. In the mirror, the face of the painting spirit, with an artist's intoxication, showed a change for the first time. She looked at the deadly weapon that suddenly appeared in Changya's hand with a hint of confusion. But soon, a trace of disdain crept back to her lips. A phantom knife, what can it do? You want to attack the one in the mirror? Naive. She gripped the bone pen and once again lunged toward Changya's back in the mirror. However, Changya's target was never her. With the last ounce of strength he had, he roared, swinging the knife filled with endless resentment fiercely towards the huge, Baroque-style floor mirror in reality. Don't you want to paint? I will smash your canvas first. Break for me. Crack. This chop did not bring the crisp sound of metal colliding with glass. Instead, it echoed a chilling, soul-rending scream as if a soul was being violently torn apart. The scream came from the painting spirit. The smooth-as-water mirror, under the strike of the knife of resentment, instantly filled with spiderweb-like cracks as if it was struck by a heavy hammer. Then, with a boom, it shattered completely. Countless shards of mirror that flickered with strange light, mixed with a rich scent of ink, splattered in all directions. Each shard reflected the painting spirit's face, twisted in extreme agony and rage. The attack was interrupted. The agonizing pain that seemed to peel away his soul vanished in an instant. Chunyi gasped for breath, sweat had soaked through his clothes, and he felt as if he had just been pulled out of water. He leaned on his knees and slowly stood up straight. The knife of resentment in his hand dissipated into smoke as its power was exhausted. But he had won. At least, he had escaped from that certain death predicament. He. The broken, echoing laughter came from all around the room. Chunyi suddenly looked up. He saw on the other two intact mirrors in the room, on the hundreds of playing cards with faces drawn on the walls, and even in the yellow light bulb on the ceiling, the pale and vengeful face of the painting spirit was floating. Her voice was filled with offended rage and cold killing intent. You are very clever. You destroyed my canvas, causing the most perfect piece of my work to have a flaw. But... Her voice suddenly rose sharply, as piercing as nails dragging across glass. You smashed one mirror, did you smash all my paintings? This entire apartment, every place that can reflect a shadow, every spot that bears a mark of paint, every mirror is my domain. I will peel every inch of skin from your body to make a new canvas. I will use your howling soul as paint. I will make your desperate gaze into embellishments. Chunyi silently listened to her roar. He knew she spoke the truth. Smashing one mirror only treated the symptom, not the root cause. Her essence is paint, able to attach to any canvas. As long as there are mirrors, paintings, or even a patch of reflective water in this apartment, she cannot be destroyed. Unless, the whole apartment is torn down. But that's impossible. The apartment is his foundation, and also his prison. What to do? Should he wage a guerrilla war, smashing mirrors and burning paintings when seen? That's too passive. Chang Ye's gaze swept across the shards of mirrors on the ground. His brain raced, trying to find a way out of this dire situation. Destroying the canvas won't work. So he had to find a way to attack the paint itself. But her essence hid within countless painting and mirror worlds, utterly unreachable. Unless, he could concentrate all her power in one place. Force her to reveal her true form. How to force her? Chang Ye's gaze fell on himself. Hua Hunter was a perfectionist artist. And just now, she personally admitted that her own skin was the most perfect canvas she had ever seen. A mad artist cannot tolerate any flaw in their most perfect work. Even less can they tolerate others touching it. A bold, almost crazy plan quickly took shape in Chang Ye's mind. He lifted his head, facing the poisonous glares coming from all directions, and suddenly, a strange smile appeared on his face. That smile carried a trace of provocation, a hint of mockery, and a touch of crazy desperation that could bring everything down. Your painting skills are nothing special. Chang Ye's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached Hua Hunter's ears. You can't even control a small canvas, yet you talk about perfect works? In the room, all the laughter and roars stopped abruptly. The air seemed to freeze. Hua Hunter seemed to have not expected this prey, when facing death, would not beg for mercy but instead dared to mock her. What did you say? Her voice became incredibly cold. Chunyi extended his tongue and licked his cracked lips. He slowly raised his left hand, and on the back of that hand was also a symbol of the landlord's contract. He looked at that symbol as if admiring a piece of art. I said, your painting is garbage. And this canvas of mine, you, are not worthy of painting on it. The moment the words left his mouth, a trace of determination flashed in Chang Ye's eyes. Then, with his right hand, he fiercely and methodically carved a character on the back of his left hand. A mark left on his own skin, with his own power. It was a crooked, twisted character, full of Meng Sanyang's kitchen style, the character for destroy. Chapter 27, The New Landlord is a Tough One. That destroy character, like a branding mark, was brutally carved into Chang Ye's skin by his own hand. No tools were used. He used his own nails. The skin turned over, and blood instantly surged, dyeing the crooked character into glaring crimson. This was not self-harm. This was the most vicious defilement of a perfect masterpiece. Ah! A scream, unlike any human sound, erupted not from all directions, but from every mirror, every playing card, every corner, at the same time. The sound no longer carried the previous mockery and control. Only pure, hysterical madness, as if the reverse scale had been touched. The entire entertainment room seemed to have been hit by a mental bomb. On the walls, those hundreds of playing cards with human faces began to melt, twist, like wax figures roasted by fire, dripping black juice. The other two intact full-length mirrors shook violently, as if boiling water, their reflections shattered. Hua Hunter's ubiquitous, pale and beautiful face cracked for the first time. Her perfect, artist-like smile was replaced by an extreme pain and hatred. She looked at the ugly, blood-soaked destroy character on Changya's hand, as if seeing Michelangelo's David being splashed with a bucket of feces. It was the collapse of faith. The destruction of aesthetics. You dare. Her voice trembled violently, breaking apart. You dare, destroy it. Changyi supported his knee, breathing heavily, the intense pain in his hand making his vision black out. But he smiled. He smiled with utter joy, utter madness. My skin, I can paint however I want. He raised his head, his gaze sharp as a knife, sweeping over the collapsing reflections in the mirrors. Do you have the right to speak? Ding. System prompt detected that the vengeful spirit Hua Hunter is mentally unstable. Her core obsession with perfectionism has suffered a severe blow. Weakness analysis: this vengeful spirit has zero tolerance for flaws. Any damage to her work will cause her own vengeful energy to backlash. Bet right. This mad artist, her greatest weakness, is her art itself. Changyi gritted his teeth against the pain, his gaze rapidly searching the chaotic room. To destroy the canvas would bring her suffering. But to truly subdue her, he must find her true form. Isn't she made of paint? Then where is her first drop of paint hidden? His sight finally landed at the end of the corridor, where it all began. That painting, framed in dark red wood, depicting a life-size lady. At this moment, the painting was undergoing a strange change. The woman in the painting still held a listening posture, but the dignified, detached smile on her face was gone. In its place was a deep, unmistakable pain. A drop of thick, ink-like liquid was slowly seeping from her pitch-black eyes, sliding down her face as white as rice paper. That was not a tear. That was her essence. It was her resentment. It's it. Changya's heart jolted, and he took a leap forward. No way. The painting's spirit's roar turned into a physical attack. Those melting playing cards on the wall shot towards Changyi. They were no longer mere pieces of paper, they became blades laced with resentment and curses, cutting through the air with sharp whistles. At the same time, the broken shards of mirrors on the ground stood upright like a forest of sharp blades, blocking his path. Changya's body, driven by adrenaline, burst forth with incredible agility. He rolled on the ground, awkwardly dodging most of the flying cards, but still got several deep cuts on his back and arms. Blood instantly soaked his clothes. He didn't hesitate, gritting his teeth and smashing a few pieces of glass that blocked his way with his elbow, the shards embedding deep into his flesh. I told you. I will skin you. Make you into a new canvas. The voice of the painting spirit had completely lost its reason, replaced by pure, mad intent to kill. On the ground, the flowing black liquid gathered into sticky tentacles, coiling around Changya's ankles like poisonous snakes. Changyi knew he couldn't hold on much longer. He glanced at the lady's painting, so close yet so far away, a harsh glimmer flashing in his eyes. Jing Yangzi. He roared again, this time his voice carrying an undeniable command. If you keep watching, I'll fill your well when I get out. This time, his threat took effect. Or rather, he proved with his self-harm and blood that he was not a puppet landlord to be casually discarded. A damp, cold mist rushed in unexpectedly from the courtyard. The black tentacles on the ground, upon contact with this mist, reacted as if splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid, hissing with a corrosive sound and rising clouds of black smoke. Their attack momentarily halted. Enough! Changyi seized this critical moment, summoning all his strength, and leaped forward. His fingertips finally brushed against the cold, dark red wooden frame of the painting. He yanked that life-size lady painting off the wall, holding it tightly in his arms. It felt heavy, cold. The silk on the painting exuded a strange texture, as if it were living human skin. Let go. For the first time, the painting spirit's voice was laced with fear. All the attacks in the room paused at that moment. The flying playing cards fell to the ground. The upright shards of mirrors returned to calm. All the resentment seemed to be drawn away, gathering once again into the painting that Changyi held tightly. Changyi gasped for breath, he could feel the painting struggling violently in his arms, waves of cold resentment attempting to invade his body. But the landlord rune on his left hand firmly suppressed this power. He took out a metal lighter from his pocket. Click! A small cluster of orange flames lit up in the dim room. Changyi slowly brought the flame close to the corner of the painting. No! The scream of the painting spirit almost pierced the eardrum. A faint shadow, dressed in a pure white robe, shifted from illusion to reality, taking shape in front of Changyi. It was indeed the form of the painting spirit. But at that moment, there was no trace of calm on her face, only extreme fear and pleading. Now, can we talk? Changya's voice was hoarse like a worn-out bellows, but every word carried undeniable weight. He looked at the powerful B-level vengeful spirit before him, his face showing no joy of victory, only the coldness of a businessman. What do you want? The painting spirit stared fixedly at the flame about to touch the painting, her voice trembling. I need an employee in charge of artwork. Chang Yi said slowly, his left hand sealed with a contract waving forward. A bright red contract appeared in the air. It was indeed the tenancy agreement between the landlord and tenant. Sign it, and you will be the official tenant of the happy apartment. I will take good care of this painting for you. As long as you pay rent on time, no one can touch it. He paused, placing his bloodied left hand in front of the painting spirit, revealing the ugly character that meant destroy. And maybe I can provide you with endless canvas. The pupils of the painting spirit suddenly contracted. She understood Chang Ye's implication. Those living people who intruded into the apartment. Your rent will be to use them to create a work that satisfies me. Chang Ye's lips curled into a capitalist's kind yet cruel smile. Of course, you can refuse. He shook the lighter in his hand, the flame licking the edge of the painting, emitting a faint smell of burning. You can see how long an imperfect artwork, a ghost of a lost foundation, can wander in this world? A threat, yet also a promise. Destruction or rebirth. The painting spirit's body trembled violently. Humiliation, anger, unwillingness, and fear of destruction intertwined madly in her pure black eyes. To make her submit to a human? A mortal who sullied her most perfect work? This was even more painful than killing her. But her gaze fell on that painting. That was her origin, her everything. She could feel the flame's temperature burning her soul. And this man was right. She needed a canvas, needed paint, needed a place where she could create peacefully without being hunted by those Taoists and monks. After a long time, the entire entertainment room was as silent as death. The painting spirit slowly raised her pale, slender right hand, a drop of deep black liquid squeezed from her fingertips, floating in the air. That drop of ink was filled with her original resentment. Chang Yi expressionlessly unfolded the contract. That drop of ink, carrying endless unwillingness and humiliation, slowly floated toward the signature section of the contract. Sizzle. The ink dropped on the paper, like oil hitting cold water, leaving behind a distorted mark, like a lady weeping. Ding. Congratulations, landlord, for successfully signing a lease agreement with B-level vengeful spirit painting spirit. Mission complete. Reward, second floor area of the apartment has been unlocked. New tenant painting spirit has moved into the entertainment room. The cold system notification sounded in Chang Ye's mind. He put away the contract and lighter, his body swaying, nearly falling to the ground. He looked at the painting spirit, now quiet and distant, who had reined in all her resentment and handed the painting over to him. Welcome to the job. After saying this, he didn't look at her again, dragging his scarred body, limping out of the entertainment room. As he passed the kitchen door, his footsteps paused, casting a cold glance at the dark crack of the door. Then, he continued to walk toward his office. The tenants of the entire apartment all knew that this new landlord was a tough guy. Chapter 28. New tenants must understand new rules. In the office, the smell of disinfectant was sharp, mixed with a faint hint of blood. Chang Yi, bare-chested, was using tweezers to pull a piece of broken glass embedded in his arm. Clink. The shard fell into a metal tray, making a crisp sound. His movements were steady, with no unnecessary expression on his face, as if he were not treating his own wound, but handling a mechanical part needing repair. His back, arms, and chest were covered in shocking wounds, haphazardly wrapped with medical bandages, resembling a damaged piece of art poorly stitched together. And the most striking was the bloody and mangled character for disassemble on the back of his left hand. The wound had stopped bleeding, but the rolled-up flesh and dark red scabs formed a wild and violent totem. This was his badge of victory, as well as a mark of self-humiliation. After treating the last wound, Chang Yi slowly put on his shirt, hiding all the scars. He walked to the desk and sat down, gently tapping his fingers on the tabletop. Thud. 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 The sound was not loud, but like 3 heavy hammers, it struck every dark corner of the apartment. This was the landlord's summons. In the next second, the air in the office became thick. 3 figures appeared almost simultaneously, becoming solid in front of the desk. On the left was Meng Sanyang, wearing a greasy apron, with a left hand hooked like a claw and a knife in her right. She lowered her head, making her expression unclear, but the tightly gripped knife with its blade facing Chang Yi revealed her inner resentment. In the middle was the well lady, dripping wet, with water still running from her hair. She looked a bit anxious, her hands twisted together, a sickly pale face forced out an awkward smile that looked worse than crying. On the right was the newcomer, the painting spirit. She wore a plain white dress, holding the painting that represented her true self, standing quietly there. Her pure black eyes showed no emotion, like a delicate doll, observing the farce about to unfold. The office was dead silent. Chang Yi did not speak. He simply opened the drawer, took out a brand new employee KPI assessment form, and placed the POS machine that couldn't spit out money in the center of the table. He took a cloth and began to wipe the dust off the POS machine gently, as if it were some rare treasure. This eerie calm was more suffocating than any roar. The well lady couldn't stand the pressure first, she stepped half a step forward, her voice as weak as a mosquito's buzz. Landlord, boss. I was the last one to go out, right? Chang Yi paused in his wiping. He lifted his eyelids, his gaze landing calmly on the well lady. Oh? You did go out. He nodded, as if affirming her statement. After I smashed the mirror with the knife, after I forced out the painting spirit's true form by harming myself, after you confirmed that I still had the ability to fight back and wouldn't die immediately. You splashed a bit of water. Chanya's voice was very flat, as if stating a fact unrelated to himself. That should count as a finishing touch after heroic deeds? The well lady's face instantly turned paler than the morning clothes she wore. Changya's gaze then shifted to Meng Sanyang on the other side. And you? Chef Meng. The painting spirit's ability is the world within the painting, your kitchen is a fiery place, with boiling oil. She surely can't turn your stove into a painting, right? What were you doing at that time? Meng Sanyang abruptly raised her head, her face, yellowed from years of smoke, was full of resentment and unwillingness. Her level is B-. Higher than mine. She hoarsely shouted. If I rushed out, I would just be delivering her food. My kitchen knife cuts flesh, not shadows. This kind of losing deal. I won't do it. Well said. Chunyi clapped his hands. Logical and clear, your reasons are solid, perfectly showcasing your shrewdness and caution as a businessman. He shifted his tone, leaning slightly forward, that dark red vertical pupil locking fiercely onto Meng Sandang. Have you ever thought about what would happen to this apartment if I died? The painting spirit would become the new landlord? Or you three, fighting to the death over control of this apartment? Or maybe the apartment, losing its owner, goes completely out of control, attracting those even more terrifying things, turning all of you into snacks? Chef Meng, your business is quite large. But it seems you've forgotten, the land your kitchen stands on is under the name of Chang. Meng Sandang's breath suddenly hitched. Changya's icy gaze swept over the three of them. What do you think our relationship is? Business partners? Collaborative? Both are wrong. He slammed his left hand, marked with the character tear, heavily on the tenant contract on the table. We have a master-servant relationship. I am the landlord, and you are the tenants. If I live, you can stay here in peace, one chopping meat, one combing hair, one painting skins. If I die, your contract becomes useless paper. At that time, your fate will be worse than mine. This simple logic, can't you centuries-old ghosts understand? He stood up, walked up to the three, staring them down. It's not that you don't understand, you are simply gambling. Gambling on my death. Gambling that after I'm dead, you can regain your freedom. Standing by? Hitting someone when they are down? No, you are committing murder. Deliberate murder of your landlord. He almost shouted the last few words. The temperature in the entire office suddenly dropped to freezing point. Meng Sandang and Jing Yang's bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. They felt from this man a terrifying, crazed killing intent, even more horrifying than their own resentment. The previously silent painting spirit instinctively tightened her grip on the painting scroll. She finally understood what kind of contract she had signed, a selling of oneself. This landlord is not even human. He is a madman. Shen Yi watched them as they were stunned and returned to sit behind the desk. He picked up a pen and began writing on the blank contract attachment. The scratching sound of the pen felt especially harsh in the silent office. Given that some employees lack a sense of collective honor and basic professional ethics. Now supplementing the first clause of apartment regulations. He paused, holding up the paper to show them. There was only one line written in blood red ink. When the landlord faces life-threatening danger, all tenants must provide unconditional, immediate assistance. Violators will be considered as breaching the lease, leading to forced eviction by the landlord. The so-called forced eviction means destruction. If you agree, leave your marks below. Cheng Yi pushed the paper to the center of the table. Those who do not agree can leave this apartment right now. I will not stop you. This is the final ultimatum. Meng Sandang stared hard at that line, her chest rising and falling violently, the kitchen knife in her hand clattering. Jing Yang appeared ghostly pale, lost and dazed. Only the painting spirit, with almost no hesitation, raised her slender right hand, a drop of thick black ink seeping from her fingertip, drifting towards the paper, stamping a twisted woman's seal. She had no other choice. Moreover, she witnessed how this man forced a B-grade vengeful spirit into a corner with only his power. Following such a madman might not be all bad. Seeing the painting spirit stance, Jing Yang also tremblingly extended her hand, leaving behind a damp watermark. Finally, only Meng Sandang remained. She and Chang Yi locked eyes, filled with struggle and reluctance. Chang Yi simply watched her silently, saying nothing. A long time passed. Clang. Meng Sanyang slammed the kitchen knife down hard on the table. Then, she stretched out her iron hook, slicing her fingertip, letting a drop of blood filled with intense resentment land on the paper. A bright red character 4 fresh appeared beside the other 2 marks. Chang Yi nodded in satisfaction. He put away the supplementary agreement, placing it with the 3 main contracts. The words on that paper ignited instantly, transforming into 3 streams of red light, each sinking into the bodies of the 3 tenants. The contract was established. Very good. A hint of a smile finally appeared on Chang Yi's face. Now, we are truly a family. The meeting is over, everyone, please go and get busy. New employees stay behind, I will tell you about our company's culture and benefits. Chapter 29, Coercion and Temptation, Drawing a Cake PUA. Meng Sanyang and Jing Yang's resentful and wary figures vanished like smoke blown away by the wind, outside the door. In the office, only Chang Yi and the newly arrived painting spirit remained. The tense air filled with killing intent gradually faded, replaced by a strange, awkward atmosphere like that of a new employee's onboarding interview. Chang Yi slowly sat back in his boss's chair, consuming several points of yin virtue to smooth the cracks created by Meng Sanyang's knife. The table also gradually healed under the power of the apartment. He did not look at the painting spirit, but instead took out another document from the drawer. It was a printed employee handbook of Happy Apartment. Of course, it was only 1 page. He slid the handbook in front of the painting spirit. Welcome to the job, painting spirit. Chang Yi's voice returned to its usual calm tone, as if discussing an insurance contract. As the 3rd official employee of this apartment, your position is art director and head of the apartment beautification department. The painting spirit stood silently, holding her body scroll, without saying a word. Her pure black eyes resembled 2 bottomless pools of ink, reflecting Chang Yi's face adorned with a professional fake smile. Art director? Head of beautification department? She, a skin-flaying ghost who delighted in painting with skin, was assigned such seemingly grand titles? This was even more absurd than being directly insulted. Your job duties are very simple. Chang Yi lightly tapped the handbook with his fingers. First, maintain the daily cleanliness and artistic atmosphere of the area you are responsible for, which is the entertainment room. When there are no visitors, I do not want to see strange faces sprouting on my poker or billiard tables. Second, regarding your rent. He paused, raising his eyes to look at the painting spirit. Our previous conversation might have been intense. Now I will clarify again, the apartment will occasionally host some visitors, and they will be your primary creative material. Your KPI is to submit the yin virtue value obtained from the visitors to me every month. The only criterion for judging your work is 1 point, whether the visitor's screams are pleasantly melodious. The painting spirit's gaze finally shifted from Chang Yi's face to the thin handbook. Her eyes were filled with confusion. This man, just now like a bloodthirsty mad beast, had mercilessly trampled her underfoot. Now, however, he was like a gentle HR, discussing KPIs and performance with her. This seamless shift in roles sent a chill deeper than resentment through her. Benefits? She finally spoke, her voice cold, like the clash of jade. Chang Yi snapped his fingers. Good question. For example, I can provide you with fresher pigments. Meng Sanyang's kitchen has a lot of blood plasma nearing its expiration. Instead of wasting it, why not put it to good use? For another example, if you want to paint some works with soul, I can have Jing Yang help you fish up some material from her well. Of course, the biggest benefit. Chang Yi leaned slightly forward, the dark red vertical pupil in his eye sparkled with a glow called painting a cake. It's just as I said before, constantly drawing fear from tourists. The painter spirit tightened her grip on the scroll unconsciously. Having finished the public business, let's talk about personal matters. Chang Yi suddenly put on a relaxed expression, leaning back in his chair, legs crossed, taking a nearly offensive, appreciative look at the painter spirit from head to toe. Miss Painter, if I may say. You are the most classical beauty I have ever seen, a ghost. The painter spirit's eternally pale face showed a hint of astonishment for the first time. For hundreds of years, those who had seen her true form either became her paintings or her paint. Some praised her painting skills, some begged for mercy, and some cursed her. But like this, seriously evaluating her appearance in a tone similar to street flirting. Chang Yi was the first. Look at your figure, your grace, plain clothing, and long hair, the standard style of an artistic goddess. Chang Yi's mouth seemed to be enlightened. Especially your eyes, pure black without a trace of impurity, like the highest quality ink, used to bring a painting to life. And this skin, as white as the best shin paper, tender enough to squeeze out water, oh no, it should be able to ooze ink. He spoke with wonder, as if he were a seasoned enthusiast, critiquing the latest figurine. The painter's spirit was completely bewildered. She felt her core logic was under unprecedented assault. A strange emotion surged in her chest. It was neither anger nor humiliation, but a feeling of something she had never experienced before, similar to embarrassment. She even instinctively hugged the scroll in her arms tighter, as if that could hide her. A B-grade vengeful spirit, a painting fairy who could skin people alive, at that moment, was made somewhat flustered by a few flirtatious words. Chang Yi watched her reaction with amusement, secretly grinning. Not bad. So even a ghost of this level can be affected by this? It seems mental PUA and workplace painting cakes are universal languages that transcend species. Should I try going to the kitchen next time and use some cheesy love lines on Meng Sanyan's greasy face? Forget it, he feared that the knife would fly at him impulsively. Ahem. Chang Yi cleared his throat, bringing the topic back. I tell you this to let you know, you yourself are a top-tier artwork. An artwork should stay in the safest exhibition hall, not exposed outside, being chased by those mundane beings who can't appreciate it. This apartment is your exhibition hall. And I am your landlord, your agent, and your only confidant. His voice was full of temptation. What you want is simply a stage where you can freely display your talent. What I want is an employee that can create value for me and adorn my facade. Our goals are highly aligned. This apartment is just our starting point. The first floor, the second floor in the future, the entire building will become your gallery. Every painting you create will become a collection here, admired and lamented by future visitors. Imagine your 100 beauties picture will no longer be just 100 beauties, but 1,000, 10,000 beauties. Your name will become a nightmare for all who wander into this place. Is this not the highest achievement a true artist can pursue? The painter's spirit's breathing became hurried. In her pure black eyes, confusion, struggle, and finally, a burning, crazed ambition replaced them. This man, this madman. Every word he spoke struck precisely at her heartstrings. Confidant. He turned out to be her confidant. He not only did not deny her art but wanted to push her art to an unprecedented height. Humiliation and reluctance, at this moment. Completely crushed by something called career ambition. For a long while. The painting soul slowly, gently, released the painting scroll in her arms. She bowed deeply to Chang Yi, her posture more respectful than ever before. I, painting soul, humbly obey the arrangements of the landlord boss. She raised her head, and for the first time, a genuine, slightly sickly, fanatic smile appeared on her pale face. I will definitely paint the most perfect work for you. Chang Yi leaned back into his chair, satisfied. Got it. Through coaxing and deception, a little beating and scaring, threats and enticements, painting the pie, PUA. After a set of combination punches, this B-level new employee was finally completely taken down. He glanced at the scabbed tear mark on the back of his left hand. It didn't hurt, just looked a bit ugly. But it was worth it. Exchanging a scar for the absolute loyalty of the apartment's three greatest powers, this deal was a huge profit. Very good, go familiarize yourself with your working environment. Chang Yi waved his hand. Remember, you are the art director. From now on, show some director's style. Don't let the one chopping meat in the kitchen, or the one washing hair in the yard, look down on our art department. Painting soul once again bowed, then holding her painting scroll, her figure flashed and vanished from the spot. The office fell silent again. Chang Yi sighed deeply, relaxing completely. Internal conflicts were dealt with, now it was time to handle external problems. His gaze shifted to the ceiling. As if he could see through the floorboards, to the mysterious and dangerous second floor, shrouded in thick black mist. It was time to go check out the neighbors on the second floor. Chapter 30, Team Building Activity, Focus on Accompanying. After a night of rest. If you ignore the ugly wounds that not even bandages could fully cover, Chang Yi felt fit enough to participate in a triathlon. He opened his eyes on the office couch, the sky outside still that dull gray-white, indistinguishable between morning and evening. There was no sense of time passing in the apartment. But Chang Yi did. He walked to his desk, took out the employee contract with added unfair clauses, and blew off the non-existent dust from it in satisfaction. It was time for a corporate team-building event. He cleared his throat and spoke to the empty office in a tone neither too loud nor too soft. All employees, gather in the first floor hall in 5 minutes for the morning meeting. Latecomers will have their full attendance bonus deducted for this month. As soon as his words ended. From the kitchen, the dull sound of a knife chopping into the chopping board echoed. In the courtyard, a bubble rose from the ancient well and burst with a gurgle. In the entertainment room, a pair of hands drawing human faces on playing cards paused for a moment. 3 cold, sinister auras surged from different directions, converging toward the empty hall on the first floor. Chang Yi leisurely put on his windbreaker to cover his injuries, and was the last to leave the office. In the hall, his 3 employees had already gathered. Meng Sanyang still wore the same expression as if her entire family had died, her iron hook gripping the knife, resentment almost tangible, forming a greasy stain on the floor beneath her. The well lady stood in the corner like a schoolchild who had done something wrong, her wet hair stuck to her face, head lowered, not daring to look at Chang Yi. The biggest change was painting soul. She was no longer the reclusive artist holding a painting scroll, as if cut off from the world. Now, she stood upright in the center of the hall, a near-fanatical professional smile hanging on her pale face. She even slightly bowed to Chang Yi, her voice crisp, "Good morning, boss." The word boss made Meng Sanyang almost drop her knife. What kind of sorcery was this painting soul under? Yesterday, they were fighting to the death, and today, she was already fully in character? Is this what capitalist PUA does, not even sparing ghosts? Morning. Chang Yi nodded, affirming Painting Soul's professional attitude. He walked over to the three of them. With both hands in the trench coat pockets, his gaze swept over them. Today's meeting theme is business expansion. Our happy apartment cannot always stay on the first floor like a beginner's village. According to the company's development plan, today we will officially launch the second floor area exploration plan. His voice echoed in the hall. Mrs. Jing's body trembled like a sieve. Meng Sanyang's face instantly blackened like a pot bottom. The second floor. That place was an absolute forbidden zone for them, the new tenants on the first floor. The things there were older and more ferocious than any of them. Boss. Mrs. Jing quivered as she spoke. The things on the second floor, they don't follow rules. Rules are set by people. Chang Ye's gaze fell on the staircase leading to the second floor, shrouded in darkness. Or rather, they are set by the landlord. Without a landlord before, they could do as they pleased. Now, I am here. He turned around and led the way to the stairs. Everyone, follow me. This is a team task, no one is allowed to slack off. Remember, my main role is to accompany you, always behind you, cheering you on. Meng Sanyang and Mrs. Jing exchanged glances, both seeing despair and terror in each other's eyes. Cheering us on? Are you afraid we won't die quickly enough, giving us a push from behind? Hua Hunter, however, showed no reaction. She held her painting scroll and followed Chang Yi like the most loyal secretary. In her pure black eyes, there sparkled an expectation for the new canvas. As they stepped onto the first step of the staircase, the surrounding air temperature suddenly dropped. The cold on the first floor was damp, filled with moisture and the smell of oil smoke. But here, the cold was dry, bone-chilling, like a knife scraping directly against the soul. The stairs were wooden and squeaked beneath their feet, as if they might break at any moment. The walls, previously somewhat smooth, became mottled and battered here, large patches peeling off, revealing a dark red texture beneath, like dried flesh. A difficult-to-describe smell lingered in the air. It was the scent of 100 years of decay, mixed with the metallic taste of rust, and a faint whiff of formaldehyde. The higher they climbed, the stronger the sense of oppression became. It felt not like climbing a floor, but like walking into the throat of a giant beast. Finally, they stepped onto the second floor ground. Here was a long, endless corridor. On both sides of the corridor were old, tightly shut doors. The door numbers had varying deep and shallow marks, carved with sharp tools. 1 mark. 2 marks. 3 marks, like prisoners recording their sentences. There was not a single light in the entire corridor. The only light source came from Chang Ye's dark red vertical pupil, emitting an ominous dim glow that barely illuminated a few meters ahead. It's quieter here than before. Meng Sanyang tightened her grip on the kitchen knife, her voice dry. The previous second floor was dangerous, but occasionally they could still hear some vague sounds. Like crying, or nails scraping against the walls. But now, it was terrifyingly silent here. This extreme silence was more chilling than any scream. Because it meant that all the things here knew they had arrived. They were lurking in the dark, waiting. Silence means harmonious neighborly relations, that's a good thing. Chang Ye's voice was calm, as if conducting market research. His gaze swept over the doors on both sides. Finally, it stopped at the first door on the left. That door looked newer than the others, the door panel was deep brown, clean with no scratches. Only at the lock position was there a small, already blackened bullet hole. 201. Chang Yi pointed at that door. Let's start our new neighbor visit plan from here. He took a half step back and made a gesture of invitation. Chef Meng, you lead the way, your knife is sharper, perfect for opening the path. Meng Sanyang's face twitched. Hua Hunter, you will support from the flank. If anything jumps out, use your painting to pull it in, let it die with dignity. A sickly smile crept onto Hua Hunter's lips as she nodded. Lady Jing, you guard the rear, and while you're at it, check for any water stains on the ground. Please keep the area tidy. Lady Jing, who was called out, nearly burst into tears. Cheng Yi finished assigning tasks to the three, then stood at the back, arms crossed, exuding an air of authority. Go. Meng Sanyang gritted her teeth and inched up to the door of room 201. She could feel an incredibly terrifying aura behind the door, like a slumbering volcano, ready to devour everything once disturbed. She glanced back at Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi just looked at her calmly, his dark red vertical pupils held no emotion. Meng Sanyang knew that resisting was useless. That soul-binding agreement, signed in blood, felt like a shackle locked tightly around her essence. Taking a deep breath, she extended her good hand to grasp the cold, brass door handle. The handle felt sticky, as if she was holding a cold piece of intestine. She suddenly exerted force. Click! The door lock opened. A strong stench, mingled with blood and decaying flesh, burst forth from the crack of the door. Meng Sanyang positioned the kitchen knife across her chest and slowly pushed the door open just a crack. Then, she froze in place. Her pupils instantly contracted to the size of needle tips. Chapter 31, The Deathly Nursery Rhyme of Room 201. Behind the gap of the door was a deathly darkness. No, it was more terrifying than darkness. It was a thick, almost tangible silence, mixed with an overwhelming stench of blood and decay, hitting her face. Meng Sanyang had smelled countless kinds of blood in her life, fresh, rotten, human, animal. But none was as deeply nauseating as the one coming from behind the door, a stench that seeped into her very bones, haunting her spirit. Her body was rigid, not from fear, but because her instincts were sending the strongest warning. The hand gripping the doorknob felt frozen, unable to pull away no matter how hard she tried. Her waxy face lost all resentment and indignation for the first time, leaving only pure, primal terror. What's wrong? Cheng Ye's voice came from behind, calm, but with a hint of impatience. Did you see your relatives? Meng Sanyang did not answer. A gurgling sound escaped her throat, as if something was choking her, unable to form a complete sentence. Hua Hunter held her scroll, brow furrowing slightly. She could sense the unsettling, twisted rules leaking from the door gap, making her very uncomfortable. Lady Jing completely ducked behind Cheng Yi, only daring to peek out her head while trembling. Cheng Ye's patience was wearing thin. He stepped forward, bypassing frozen Meng Sanyang, and reached for the door to push it fully open. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the door panel. Warning! Detected the eerie awakening of the apartment's original resident. Level, B-grade vengeful spirit. Ability, auditory curse deathly nursery rhyme. The cold, sharp system alert stabbed into Cheng Ye's mind like a steel needle. Auditory curse? His pupils constricted sharply. Before he could react, the unexpected change came. Ah. A long and piercing scratch sound emerged from deep within room 201. The sound resembled old wood being slowly compressed or rusty metal scraping against each other. The noise was not loud, yet it precisely drilled into the ears of every person present. Then came a childish, intermittent nursery rhyme that seemed to play from a broken gramophone, softly ringing out. 1, 2, 3. Good friends. Where are you going? That song was innocent yet eerie, each note running off the charts. Mixed with a buzzing sound like electricity, as if an invisible child was pressing against your eardrum, rubbing sandpaper on your nerves. Standing at the front, Meng Sanyang faced it first. Ah! She let out a sharp, heartbreaking scream, her whole body suddenly flying backward, crashing heavily against the wall across the hallway. The resentment on her body, solid as substance, boiled and melted away like it had been splashed with strong sulfuric acid. Her hand, gripping the kitchen knife, cracked piece by piece, revealing the black flesh underneath, as if it would fall apart at any moment. 4, 5, 6. Don't look back, I'm here. The nursery rhyme continued. That eerie voice seemed like a noxious gas, instantly permeating the entire second-floor corridor. Jing Yangzi's body transformed with a poof into a puddle of foul-smelling wastewater, wanting to seep into the cracks of the ground to hide. But that song, like a branding iron, directly imprinted itself on the water's surface, causing the puddle to boil violently, releasing waves of black smoke. She couldn't even scream, twisting and deforming in agony. The painting spirit reacted the fastest. She suddenly unfolded the lady's painting in her arms. The scroll acted as a barrier, blocking her and Cheng Yi. The landscape of pavilions and flowing water in the painting changed rapidly, trying to isolate that sound. Yet, it was useless. The nursery rhyme completely ignored the rules of the painted world, effortlessly penetrating the scroll. The painting spirit let out a muffled groan. Cracks began to appear on her arms holding the scroll, like porcelain about to shatter. For the first time, her pure black eyes showed an expression of disbelief. Her painting prison could block all physical attacks and detain B-level vengeful spirits. But it couldn't trap sound. Cheng Ye's face darkened instantly. But he could clearly feel a cold, malicious, chaotic power wildly impacting his mind. That song felt like countless cold little hands trying to tear his scalp off, drilling into his brain, turning everything inside into a mess. A burning pain came from the wound on his left hand. This was the first time he faced an enemy he couldn't resolve with existing force. Meng Sanyang's kitchen knife attacked the flesh. The painting spirit's painting trapped the form. Jing Yangzi's water drowned the living. But this thing before him, its weapon was sound. An invisible, untouchable curse that could directly attack the essence of the soul. What on earth is this? Cheng Ye's voice was cold as he turned to look at the painting spirit struggling beside him. The painting spirit's face was as pale as paper, tightly gritting her teeth, squeezing out a few words from her teeth. It's a rule-type curse. It doesn't attack your body, it erases your existence. As long as you can hear it, there's no escape. 7, 8, 9. Hold hands, follow me. The nursery rhyme reached its last line, the malice and madness climbing to a peak. In the hallway, the peeling walls started to crumble in large chunks, revealing dark red textures pulsating like veins beneath. In the air, the dust that had collected began to automatically gather into vague outlines of children struggling and crying. The entire second floor started to come alive under the erosion of this nursery rhyme. Cheng Ye's dark red vertical pupils fixed tightly on the wide-open door of room 201. He could see the scene inside. It was the layout of a children's room. A small bed covered in thick dust, with faded yellow cartoon stickers on the walls, scattered broken blocks on the floor. In the center of the room stood a small wooden rocking chair. The rocking chair was gently rocking back and forth rhythmically on its own. Yee-ya. Yee-ya. The eerie nursery rhyme was coming from that empty rocking chair. There is nothing there. The source is void. Boss, save me. On the ground, Meng Sanyang emitted a weak cry for help. The resentment on her body had been weakened to the extreme, and that sharp kitchen knife had now become rusty, as if it would shatter into a pile of scrap iron at any moment. If this continues, within 10 minutes, this C+ level vengeful spirit would be completely sung to death by this nursery rhyme. By that time, she would be erased from this world, as if she had never existed. Cheng Ye's face showed no emotion. Save her? He looked at the tricky situation before him, watching his 3 employees who had been almost instantly incapacitated. A fury, even more violent than the resentment of the vengeful spirit, surged up in his heart. In his apartment, such a powerful thing cannot exist. He turned to glance at the painting spirit that was about to collapse. Put your painting away first. The painting spirit was taken aback. It's eroding your essence. Chang Yi shouted. If you don't want to turn into a pile of waste paper, do as I say. Hearing this, the painting spirit seemed to awaken from a dream and immediately gathered the fading lady painting, holding it tightly in her arms. Without the protection of the painting, the mental shock surged violently toward Chang Yi. His body shook, and a trace of fresh blood oozed from his nostrils. But he did not step back. Instead, he walked step by step towards the door of room 201, facing the death-singing nursery rhyme that could erase existence. His steps were steady, landing on the worn floor, producing a heavy, muffled sound. Each step felt like it was resisting the malice of the entire world. In those dark red vertical pupils, there burned a flame called conquest. He was not here to visit the neighbor. He was here to collect rent. Or rather, to collect corpses. Chapter 32, Magic Mirror, Tell It Who Is the Boss. That eerie nursery rhyme pierced the brain like poisoned steel needles. Chang Ye's 7 orifices were under invisible pressure, warm blood slowly flowed from his nostrils, dripping onto the collar of his trench coat, staining it with a dark color. His mental world was being repeatedly washed by a chaotic and mad force, trying to crush his rationality and completely erase his sense of existence from this world. But he did not fall. Not even a hint of disorder in his steps. He confidently walked to the door of room 201, confronting the bottomless darkness. He was not a ghost, he was the landlord. The rules of this apartment were set by him. Cannot be exempted? Then change the rules. Boss. Behind him, the painting spirit's voice was as weak as a candle in the wind. The lady painting she held dear had lost its luster at a visible speed. The edges of the painting had even begun to show signs of charring and carbonization. Her essence was being sung to destruction by this nursery rhyme. Chang Yi did not look back. His consciousness instantaneously sank into the depths of his mind, where, in the chaotic space representing the landlord's authority, a simple system panel was floating. His gaze, sharp as a hawk, quickly scanned the options representing the functions of the apartment. Weapons? No use. Offensive permissions? Cannot deal with this kind of rule curse. What he needed was defense. Isolation. His gaze finally locked onto the branch option under building activation, a gray unactivated function he had overlooked before. Soundproof cotton wall, beginner. Effect: within the walls of the designated room, special flesh and blood fiber tissues that have strong sound absorption effects grow, isolating 99% of physical sounds and curse sound waves. Upgrade required, 200 points of good karma. This is it. Chang Yi looked at his remaining karma points, without any hesitation. Money is useless, it can be earned again, but if life is lost, everything is lost. Upgrade. He roared in his heart. 200 points of karmic value, instantly reduced to 0. The next second, the entire second-floor corridor began to shake violently, silently. Centered around room 201, the walls, ceiling, and floor started to emit an eerie writhing sound from within. Goo-gee. Goo-gee. That sound was like countless slippery giant pythons crazily squeezing and moving through the walls. Chunks of wall skin fell away, revealing not dark red flesh, but a strange grayish-white tissue, a mix of cotton-like material and fascia. These tissues wildly proliferated, intertwining and twisting, quickly filling every inch of space within the walls, forming a thick and dense soundproof layer. They even oozed out from the gaps in the doorframe, sealing the door of room 201 as if they were living creatures. Eee. Yeah. That deathly nursery rhyme was still singing. But its voice was quickly absorbed and devoured by the newly formed flesh and cotton wall. From an unbearable shriek, it rapidly faded into a blurred humming, and finally, it vanished completely. Deathly silence. Absolute deathly silence. 1 second, it was a wailing sound that could drive a B-level vengeful spirit into despair. The next second, it turned into a silent mime. The entire second-floor corridor was suddenly so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Who? Meng Sanyang, lying on the ground, felt her resentment stop dissipating. She gasped heavily, and the rusty kitchen knife glimmered with a hint of cold light again. The well lady, who had turned into a pool of dirty water, ceased boiling and recoagulated into a shivering human form. The painting spirit felt as if pardoned. She looked at the scroll in her arms that had stopped being eroded, and when she glanced at Chang Ye's tall silhouette, her eyes completely changed. Fear, awe, and a hint of fervent admiration she had never realized. This man could truly change the rules of the apartment. He was like an omnipotent god. However, there was no sign of relaxation on Chang Ye's face. He knew this was only temporary. He had merely pressed the mute button on room 201, that terrifying entity still existed. He could not seal this door forever. What he wanted was not coexistence, but eradication. He turned around, his dark red vertical pupils coldly locking onto the painting spirit. I give you a chance to achieve merit. His voice was devoid of any emotion, like issuing an unchallengeable command. I want you to bounce that song back to me. The painting spirit's body trembled slightly. Bounce back? That was a rule-type curse that could erase existence. She instinctively wanted to shake her head, but when she met Chang Ye's crazed and cold eyes, she could not say the word no. I can't do it. In the end, she still struggled to speak the truth, with a hint of shame in her voice. My painting prison can trap physical forms, but it cannot distort such rules, unless... Unless what? Chang Ye asked. The painting spirit raised her head, her pure black eyes igniting with a strong desire. Unless I can take one step further. Officially become a being above B-. Right now, I am just a remnant soul. My power is limited to this scroll. If I can get enough resentment to replenish, I can break free from my shackles and condense my magic mirror. That mirror can reflect human hearts, distort reality, and even reflect all forms of energy attacks. Her breath quickened, her tone filled with fervor for power. Once I have the magic mirror, I can confidently bounce the nursery rhyme back into its own source completely. Chang Yi looked at her, silent for a moment. Elevating a vengeful spirit from B to B, just like that? The amount of resentment crystals needed was undoubtedly significant. That was his last card for survival. But risk and reward are always proportional. A completely loyal B-level combat strength would be enough for him in this apartment full of crisis. Stand more firmly. Good. He said only one word. Then, he extended his right hand, palm facing up. 1, 2, 3. Fist-sized, entirely jet black, as if formed from the purest despair and malice in the world, crystals suddenly appeared in his palm. Crystallized resentment. The moment these crystals appeared, the temperature in the entire corridor plummeted again, a suffocating malice spreading in the air. Meng Sanyang and Jing Yangzi looked at those crystals, their eyes filled with greed and fear. They could feel that the energy contained in each crystal was enough to cause their strength to soar. But this man, as if throwing away trash, pushed all these treasures toward the painting spirit. Take as many as you need. Chang Ye's voice was terrifyingly calm. The painting spirit's body trembled violently with excitement. She was in no mood for politeness, stretching out her slender hand to grab those crystals of resentment. Cold, evil, surging power crazily flowed into her body through her arm. Ah! She tilted her head back, letting out a scream that was both painful and exhilarating. Her plain white dress fluttered without wind, the ink stains on her skirt began to move and spread like a living thing. The lady painting in her arms burst forth with an intense light, and the pavilions, towers, and flowing streams in the painting instantly transformed into a chaotic swirl of ink. A chilling aura, over 10 times stronger than before, erupted from her body with a boom. Her body began to turn translucent, as if countless twisted ink-colored runes were swirling beneath her skin. The tiny lady painting at the nape of her neck detached directly from her skin, floating behind her. The woman's face in the painting became solemn and strange. B-class. With the infusion of massive resentment crystals, she finally broke through that barrier and entered a brand new realm. Buzz. A light sound. An ancient, palm-sized brass mirror slowly separated from the floating painting behind her. The mirror was not glass, but a pure black, continuously rotating swirl of ink. A magic mirror. The painting spirit reached out her hand and grasped the mirror. In that moment, her entire aura completely changed. If she was a solitary and cold artist before, now, she was a witch who held others' fates in her hands, toying with their hearts. She raised her head, deeply bowing to Chun-Yi again. But this time, her face held absolute confidence and a hint of sickly fanaticism. Boss, my magic mirror is already polished. Chapter 33, An Eye for an Eye, A Song for a Song. Chang Ye's gaze shifted away from the ancient rotating ink mirror in the painting spirit's hand. He said no unnecessary words, just raised his hand, and lightly snapped his fingers at room 201, which was sealed by grayish-white flesh fibers. Squirm. A sound that would make one's teeth ache. Those living like soundproof tissues seemed to receive the highest order and rapidly retracted into the wall. The fascia squeezed out from the doorframe slowly withdrew, revealing the sealed door once more. The whole process was silent but carried an absolute authority that controlled life and death. Meng Sanyang and Jing Yangzi felt a chill at their hearts. They had never imagined that this cold, lifeless apartment could be manipulated so precisely like a person's body. This new landlord, his abilities were unfathomable. Prepare. Chang Ye's voice was very soft, yet it struck everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. The painting spirit tightened her grip on the magic mirror, the ink swirl in the mirror spinning increasingly rapidly, with a strange power distorting reality brewing within it. Meng Sanyang held the kitchen knife horizontally across her chest. The fear of surviving was replaced by an even stronger sense of humiliation and anger. She was struck by a voice, forced to the very edge of soul-shattering terror. Lady Jing hid at the very back, her body tense, as if ready to melt into a puddle of filth and escape at any second. In the corridor, the silence was terrifying. Time seemed frozen. Clack! A soft sound broke the stillness. The brass doorknob of room 201 slowly turned on its own. The door was pushed open a crack from the inside. A tiny foot, wearing a red embroidered shoe, stretched out from the gap in the door. Right after that, a little girl in a red dress, head lowered, stepped out from that thick darkness, one step at a time. She looked about 6 or 7 years old, with 2 pigtails. Her dress was very clean, like brand new. She just stood there with her head down at the doorway, her jet black hair covering her face. Because of her appearance, the entire corridor felt dragged into a deep abyss of despair. The smell of rotten formalin in the air became 10 times stronger. Suddenly, she lifted her head. What kind of face was that? Her skin was bluish-gray, like it had been soaked in water too long. Her eyes were big, but had no eyeballs, only 2 pitch-black holes, as if they could swallow all light. The most disturbing part was her mouth. Her lips were crudely sewn into an upward smile using thick red thread. That smile was innocent and terrifying. She looked at Chun-Yi and the others in the corridor, and in her hollow eyes, there seemed to be a trace of confusion. Why, were they still standing? She tilted her head, and her neck made a crisp crack sound. Her sewn-up mouth struggled to open a slit. A creepy nursery rhyme started playing right on time. 1, 2, 3. Good friend, where are you going? That voice carried a strong, destructive malice, rushing straight toward the crowd. Yet the moment the singing touched the corridor walls, it vanished like mud into the sea, swallowed by that invisible wall of flesh and blood soundproofing. In the entire corridor, aside from her mouth opening and closing, no sound could be heard at all. The little girl's song stopped. Her black, empty eye sockets stared hard at the walls around her. On that sewn-up smiling face, confusion turned into fury. A violent rage from having her rules challenged. In the next second, her tiny body began to blur. Like a TV screen with a broken signal, she flickered wildly. Then she passed through the doorframe and wall, like a wisp of green smoke, appearing instantly in the center of the corridor. She was standing right in front of Chun-Yi and his employees. Once she left the boundary of room 201, that soundproofing wall instantly failed. Damn it! Madame Meng's face changed dramatically. Chang Ye's pupils shrank suddenly. His defense had a flaw. That wall could only block sound inside the room, but not a ghost that could walk through walls. Almost at the same moment Chang-Yi realized this. The nursery rhyme was no longer traveling through the air. It became like an invisible electric wave, direct, violent, blasting straight into his mind. 4, 5, 6. Don't turn around, I'm right here. The song exploded deep within his soul. Ugh! Chang-Yi let out a suppressed grunt. His brain felt like it was being stabbed by 10,000 burning steel needles. Countless chaotic, insane, cursed notes rampaged through his mind, trying to tear his consciousness apart. In an instant, his vision was swallowed by darkness. His body trembled violently, almost falling to his knees. This was the curse attack of a B-class wraith. It ignored physical defense and struck directly at the soul's core. Just as Chang Yi's mind was about to be drowned by that chaos. On the back of his left hand, the blood-carved word break suddenly erupted in burning pain. A mysterious force surged wildly through the soul contracts between him and the 3 employees. Pooh. Standing next to him, Meng Sanyang suddenly spat out a large mouthful of black ghostly energy. She let out a painful scream, her whole body instantly becoming 3 parts ethereal. It was as if an invisible hand had forcibly dug out a large piece of her soul. The tenant contract's tyrannical clause, cost transfer. When the landlord suffered a fatal soul attack, the contract would force the employees to share the damage. The sharp pain in his mind receded like a tide. Chang Yi's vision cleared once more. He looked at the waning breath of Meng Sanyang beside him, whose ghostly form was nearly unsustainable, and his eyes turned icy cold. Shock and anger, unprecedented shock and anger. For the first time, he felt so deeply that these employees he had forced to sign were not just tools. They were an extension of his power, a defense line of his life, a weakness that could be attacked. His belongings had been damaged. A murderous intent, more violent and crazed than the little girl's grievance, surged up from the depths of Chang Yi's heart. Hua Hunter. He turned his head, his dark red vertical pupils like a burning ghost fire, locking tightly onto that petite figure. Now! Shove back into its mouth the things it sang, double time. A sharp, carefree laugh, laced with sickly delight, erupted from Hua Hunter's lips. She had waited far too long for this command. She raised the brass magic mirror high, its surface facing the girl in the red dress floating in midair. Buzz. In the mirror, that inky vortex spun wildly, unleashing a terrifying suction strong enough to distort light. That invisible nursery rhyme, directly attacking the soul, was forcibly peeled away, pulled from Chang Yi and others' minds, and then completely recorded into the magic mirror. The red dress girl's singing abruptly halted. For the first time, her dark eye socket showed astonishment. Hua Hunter wore a cruel and fanatical smile on her face. Her slender fingers lightly tapped on the surface of the mirror. The ink-colored vortex in the mirror began to spin in reverse. In the next second, a chaotic noise, mixed with Hua Hunter's B-level grievance, was twisted, amplified, and polluted tenfold, erupting violently from the mirror's surface. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, a little rabbit, hop hop hop, open the door, be good, don't turn back, come with me, No longer a nursery rhyme. This was a feast of spiritual pollution, every note filled with crazy malice, every word turned into chaotic murmurs. This modified life-taking nursery rhyme, with 10 times the volume and 100 times the chaos, slammed back at the girl in the red dress. Ah! A shriek so mournful it didn't seem human erupted from the girl's sewn-shut mouth. The red thread cracked inch by inch. Her body flickered violently in mid-air, twisting as if it would completely vanish like a broken signal at any moment. The rule was rebuffed by a stronger rule. Well done. Chang Yi's murderous intent surged, he would not give the other side any chance to catch its breath. Jing Yangzi. Use your Moss domain to drag her to the bottom of the well. The Jing Yangzi, who had been hiding at the back, trembled upon hearing the command. But this time, there was no fear in her eyes, instead, a hint of excitement and cruelty surged. She opened her mouth and let out a childlike giggle. The ground became slippery and sticky in an instant. Large patches of dark green moss, emanating the stench of rotting water plants, spread wildly from the gaps of the floor tiles centered on the girl in the red dress. Those mosses, like countless slippery arms, instantly wrapped around the girl's flickering feet. The corridor floor transformed into a bottomless, eerie green water surface at this moment. On the water's surface, an ancient, moss-covered mouth of a well slowly emerged. In the well, countless pale and swollen arms stretched out, dragging the small girl, who was on the verge of collapse from the torment of mental noise, piece by piece into the darkness at the bottom of the well. Suppression. Temporary suppression. However, just as half of the little girl's body was being pulled into the well's mouth. Her dark eye sockets, filled with resentment, penetrated through layers of obstacles and fixed their gaze on Chang Yi, who stood at the end. Her cracked mouth opened once more. A curse more powerful than before, older and colder, began to brew. Faltering, the second verse of a song echoed faintly from the bottom of the well. 2 little tigers. Running fast. At the same time. Outside Happy Apartment, at the end of the street shrouded in thick fog, silence reigned. 2 men in black modern tactical gear, but with peachwood swords and bagua mirrors at their waists, were walking slowly. One tall man was looking down at a constantly spinning brass compass in his hand. The compass's needle shook violently, crazily pointing toward the dilapidated apartment building that was barely visible ahead. Captain, the energy fluctuations are up ahead, the intensity has already surpassed the threshold of B-level vengeful spirits. And, there's more than one source of energy, they are fighting each other? The shorter man adjusted the tactical goggles on his nose, where a series of red warning data blinked on the lenses. Prepare for battle. The man referred to as the captain stopped, looking up at the apartment engulfed in black mist, his expression serious. The rules of the Purification Society state that anything above B-level must either be contained or purified on the spot. Chapter 34, Threats from Humanity. The song coming from the bottom of the well changed. It was no longer the previous eerie good friends. Instead, it was a more familiar and even more sinister nursery rhyme. Two little tigers. Running fast. Each word sounded as if it crawled out from the abyss, carrying a bone-chilling coldness and ancient resentment. This power was several times stronger than before. It no longer was just a mental shock but began directly distorting reality. On the walls of the corridor, freshly generated gray-white flesh fibers started to manifest deep, bone-visible claw marks. From the ceiling, dark red liquid oozed, dripping to the ground, making a hissing sound of corrosion. As if two invisible tigers, composed of resentment, were crazily crashing around in this confined space, trying to tear everything apart. This was a curse leading to mutual destruction. The well lady was the first to bear the brunt. The green surface of water she transformed into stirred violently, and cracks began to appear at the well's mouth beneath the water, those pale arms showing signs of breaking free. Creak, it hurts. She let out a childlike groan of pain, and the form she had gathered became unstable again. The face of the picture spirit instantly turned pale. Her magic mirror could only reflect the already recorded curses. Faced with this brand new nursery rhyme, it found itself powerless. The distorted noise playing in the mirror was being pushed back step by step by this new cursed power. Changya's face was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. He could feel that the cost transfer damage surging toward Meng Sanyang had not only not stopped but was actually increasing. Breathless, Meng Sanyang's body was already half transparent, unable to grip the iron hook cleaver, which fell to the ground with a clatter. At this rate, his newly acquired C+ level employee would be worn down to death here. His assets were depreciating. An indescribable rage replaced all calmness. Changya's gaze swept over the almost collapsing well lady, over the powerless picture spirit, and finally landed on the barely alive Meng Sanyang lying on the ground. His voice, like it had been pulled from an ice cellar, bore no trace of warmth. Meng Sanyang. The transparent cook struggled to raise her head, her gaze vacant. Your knife is not just for cutting meat. Changya's dark red vertical pupils fixed fiercely on her. Your resentment, your unwillingness, your anger, everything that can be devoured, can be cut open by your knife. Now, take that ghostly thing and chop it to pieces. His words sounded like a thunderbolt, booming in Meng Sanyang's fading soul. Resentment? Unwillingness? Anger? These were the very things she had in abundance. Why should this man command her to fight for him with just a word? Why should she bear this damn curse on his behalf? Why should a malicious spirit that had roamed the kitchen for 100 years be silenced by a broken song? Endless malice transformed into her final fuel. Meng Sanyang's translucent body erupted with a surge of dark, ink-like resentment. She reached out with her intact hand and grabbed the kitchen knife from the ground. It was not for chopping. It was for cutting. With all her hatred, she struck fiercely at the invisible, rampaging curse in the air. Butcher's delusion. This cut was silent, without sound or shadow. Yet it precisely severed the point of the rules. The nursery rhyme that had been roaring madly at the bottom of the well suddenly stuttered. One with no eyes. One with no tail. The song was cut off. The twisted power that distorted reality seemed to be severed at the source, instantly dissipating. Now is the time. Well, lady. Chunyi let out a low growl. Shut the door. Lady from the well felt as if released from a heavy burden. She let out a sharp laugh. The dark green surface of the water instantly shrank, turning into a real, moss-covered well opening. In the well, the vengeful little girl in the red dress cast one last glance at Chunyi with her dark, hollow eyes. Boom! A heavy, rune-inscribed stone well cover appeared out of thin air, tightly sealing off the well opening. The song completely disappeared. The well opening, along with the well cover, slowly sank into the ground, ultimately becoming a shallow water stain, vanishing from sight. The corridor returned to dead silence. The door of room 201, which had been wide open, slammed shut with a bang. Everything had come to an end. Thud. Meng Sanyang could no longer hold on, turning into a thin puddle of black gas, collapsing to the ground, with only the kitchen knife maintaining its form. The drawing spirit also put away the magic mirror, swaying slightly as it leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. Lady from the well returned to human form, her face pale, clearly exhausted as well. Changya's expression remained calm, but the storm in his dark red vertical pupils had yet to settle. His 3 employees were nearly all crippled in the battle. The second floor, strange and terrifying. At that moment, a cold system prompt appeared before his eyes. Successfully expelled B-grade vengeful spirit mourning nursery rhyme girl. Apartment rule reminder: levels 2 and above are eerie, deeply bound to the apartment itself, cannot be captured, only expelled or suppressed. Task rating: perfect. Rewards distributed: virtuous value plus 500. Apartment authority upgraded: unlock tenant domain. Tenant domain: the landlord can designate a temporary area in the apartment for one tenant to unleash their domain, within which the tenant's power receives a 30% boost, with the maintenance cost borne by the apartment's energy. Changye's gaze lingered on this newly granted authority for a moment. A tactical godly skill. This meant that as long as they were in his apartment, his employees would gain home field advantage. He glanced at the puddle representing Meng San Yang, and then at his two weak employees beside him. The fire in his heart finally subsided a bit. At least he hadn't suffered a loss. He walked over to the puddle of black gas, extended his foot, and gently kicked the kitchen knife. Stop playing dead, get up and get to work. The black gas stirred slightly but showed no response. Next room, 202. Changye's voice had no inflection, as if the battle that could annihilate any ghost hunter had merely been a trivial appetizer. I'll give you 3 more minutes. If you don't turn back into your human form, I'll take you to feed the well in the yard. The black gas on the ground trembled violently. A will filled with resentment came forward. Capitalists, devils. Thank you for the compliment. Changye turned around, just about to walk towards the door of room 202. At that moment, a shriller and more urgent alarm than any before rang out wildly in his mind. Warning! Warning! Unknown high-energy reaction detected. 2 living beings with undetermined levels are forcibly breaking through the apartment's outer space barrier. Warning! The existence of the apartment is being locked by the outside. Changye's footsteps suddenly halted. His pupils instantly contracted. Living beings? Not ghosts? He abruptly raised his head, his gaze seeming to pierce through layers of walls, looking towards the eternal thick mist outside the apartment. Outside Happiness Apartment. At the end of the street. The man known as the captain had his brass compass in hand. Its needle was no longer trembling but spinning wildly like a fan, and finally, with a crack, it split into 2 halves. Captain. Target locked. The slightly shorter team member adjusted his tactical goggles, his tone filled with an uncontrollable excitement. Energy level, definitely B-class. Maybe even higher. This apartment itself is a living, gigantic airy domain. The captain's expression became extremely serious, but more than that, it was a fervor-cold sense of mission. He slowly drew out an ancient peachwood sword from his waist. The sword was engraved with vermilion talismans, emitting a faint, imposing light in the thick mist. Squad, pay attention. He issued a cold command into the communicator at his collar. Target Happiness Apartment, B-class ghost domain, possessing high danger and containment value. The 2nd Special Operations Team of the Cleansing Society will now begin purification operations. Remember, our duty. All sins that cannot be contained will meet their end here. Chapter 35 Professional Team? What a coincidence! The crimson warning in his mind was like 10,000 alarm bells exploding at once, sharply piercing his soul. Warning! The existence of the apartment is being locked by the outside. Changye's breath momentarily stopped. The existence of the apartment was the root of its detachment from reality. Once locked, it was like a hidden person being drenched in paint, unable to conceal themselves any longer. More deadly were the 2 words, living beings. Ghosts have rules, have weaknesses, can communicate, can coerce, can sign contracts. But humans are the creatures that abide by no rules. Changye's expression darkened instantly. He had just suppressed his anger over the harmed employees, and now a colder, more dangerous killing intent slowly rose from his heart. This is his territory. He suddenly turned around, his dark red vertical pupils coldly scanning the pool of black energy representing Meng San Yang and the painting spirit and well wife who were gasping against the wall. All of you, hide. His voice was not loud, but carried an unarguable commanding tone, like a cold iron claw gripping their soul bodies. No matter what you hear or see, without my order, if anyone dares to show a single strand of hair, I will mix their ashes into concrete to repair the wall on the 2nd floor. The painting spirit's body stiffened, the sickly frenzy on her face instantly faded, replaced by a deep-rooted fear from her very soul. This man, when facing unknown external threats, displayed a cruelty more terrifying than any vengeful spirit. The pool of black energy on the ground writhed violently, and Meng San Yang's voice filled with resentment came through intermittently. You won't think. Bang! Changye stepped on the rusty kitchen knife, pressing down hard with his toe. Ah! A painful scream emerged from the black energy, as if that step had directly trampled on her soul. It seemed before he helped Meng San Yang find her child, this guy was the most disobedient one. I'm not negotiating with you. Changye's voice was eerily calm. This is the landlord's notice. He no longer paid attention to these nearly exhausted assets. Consciousness sank back into the mind again. END value, 500 points. The freshly received hot reward hadn't even warmed up before it had to be spent. Changyi felt a pang in his heart, cursing, damn it, the heavy taxes are back, but there was no hesitation in his actions. System, add a rule for the apartment. Please describe the rule content. Units with a formal tenant contract must have their existence form, energy fluctuations, and life signs completely shielded from any unauthorized third-party probing methods by the landlord. Give me the highest level of privacy protection. Rule generation in progress. Estimated consumption of 300 END points, confirm? Confirm. 300 END points instantly evaporated. In the next second, an invisible wave swept through the entire apartment, centered on Changyi. The Limpmeng San Yang, Hua Han Air, and Jing Yang Zi, the fatally cold and resentful aura on them, was instantly wrapped by an invisible film. Their presence was forcibly pulled out of this apartment, hidden in an undetectable dimensional layer. After doing all this, Changyi slowly straightened up. He could clearly feel a powerful energy, filled with masculinity and a sense of killing, had broken through the dense fog surrounding the apartment and was approaching the front door. So fast. He walked to the stairway on the second floor, holding onto the cold railing, looking down at the tightly closed front door of the apartment. His gaze inadvertently glanced at the adjoining, also tightly closed door belonging to Unit 202. Behind the door, faintly sounded a subtle noise, like countless bugs gnawing at wood, a rustling sound. A professional team? Here to purify the strange? The corner of Changyi's mouth slowly curled into a strange arc. That smile made Meng San Yang, who had just formed a vague human shape, feel a shiver down her spine. She thought that, compared to this landlord, her methods of chopping meat and making soup were simply those of a philanthropist. Boom! A loud bang, the weathered door of Happy Apartment was directly blown open by a powerful force from the outside. Amid flying wood chips, a dozen men and women dressed in black tactical uniforms, wielding various strange devices, entered in a combat formation. At the forefront stood the leader, holding a peachwood sword. Behind him, some were carrying instruments shaped like flamethrowers, but with gun muzzles flashing with golden runes. Others held huge bagua mirrors like bomb shields. And some carried a large metal box, filled with test tubes glowing with various colors. A perfect combination of technology and metaphysics. Professional and deadly. Attention, all units. Energy purification field has been activated. All vengeful spirit reactions are kill without mercy. The captain's voice was cold and decisive. As they entered, they were immediately shocked by the strong dead air and resentment in the hall. The dried bloodstains on the walls, and the faint smell of formaldehyde in the air, told the horror of this place. Captain, the energy source disappeared? A squad member wearing tactical goggles made a confused sound. Just a moment ago, I sensed at least 3 energies of vengeful spirits here, now it's like something has swallowed it whole, too clean. The captain furrowed his brow, the peachwood sword in his hand buzzing, the sword tip pointing directly at the second floor. There was something there. Not a ghost, but a living person. All the team members' gazes instantly locked onto Changyi standing at the stairway on the second floor. The atmosphere froze solid. A killing intent spread through the entire hall. However, the anticipated attack or screams did not occur. The young man in a black trench coat on the second floor not only showed no fear but displayed a pleased expression as if he had long awaited their arrival. He took 2 steps at a time, enthusiastically running down from the upstairs. Oh! Are you comrades from the street office? Or the newly established pest control special action team from our community? You finally came. Changyi said, eagerly reaching to shake the captain's hand, only to have it subtly blocked by a peachwood sword. Let me tell you, I've really had the worst luck in 8 lifetimes, inheriting such a dreadful apartment. The tenants are explosive, keeping a ghostly schedule, staying up all night, singing and dancing, and they won't listen to any advice. As a law-abiding good citizen, I almost got led astray by them. He looked heartbroken, like a helpless little citizen plagued by troublesome neighbors. This scene left the entire Jingshi Hui special action team dumbfounded. They had imagined countless possibilities, crazy cultists, puppets controlled by vengeful spirits, even bizarre beings disguised as humans. But they never expected to be greeted by a chatterbox who treated them like street officials or unfortunate landlord? The captain's mouth twitched, the purification decree he had prepared got stuck in his throat. He looked at Changyi's face, sincere yet slightly wronged, and for a moment couldn't tell if this person was genuinely foolish or just acting. We are not. No need to deny it, I understand it all. Changyi grabbed his arm, pointed upstairs, and whispered mysteriously. Leader, let me tell you, the second floor is the disaster area. Especially room 202, they throw parties every day, making so much noise that the ceiling dust falls down. And room 203, they're always role-playing in there, I don't know what they're cosplaying, laughing in that kikikwe every day, it's alarming. You are the professional team, today you must. Absolutely. Help me clear out these few troublemakers. Let our happy apartment return to a peaceful place. Changyi spoke resolutely, his words hitting the ground with a solid thud. He pointed upstairs, his face filled with eager hope, his eyes shining with a glow of removing harm for the people. All depends on you. The captain of the Jingshi Hui, looking at this even more enthusiastic landlord than himself, than at his teammates' expressions of who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? He felt that his 20-plus years of demon-slaying experience had been hit by an unprecedented dimensional blow at this moment. Chapter 36, Free is the Best. The captain named Li Yan, leader of the 2nd Special Action Team of Jingshi Hui, had been in the industry for 15 years, and he had purified at least 80 of the B-grade and below oddities. He had seen living people driven mad by vengeful spirits, seen cultists coexisting with oddities, and even seen B-grade vengeful spirits disguised as humans driving taxis in the city. He prided himself on having seen all kinds of scenes. Until today, when he met Changyi. Li Yan's mind was like being hit by the nursery rhyme of that little girl in a red dress, a chaotic mess, buzzing loudly. The peachwood sword in his hand, made from the century-old thunderstruck wood of Longhu Mountain's Tianzhi mansion, had a strong reaction to all things evil. At that moment, this divine weapon was pressed against a man's chest, and that man looked at him with the gaze of someone evaluating an excellent outsourcing team, eagerly shining his eyes. Leader, don't stand on ceremony, come on in, it's windy outside. Changyi completely ignored the peachwood sword that could cleave souls, enthusiastically pulling Li Yan's arm toward the broken sofa in the hall. Li Yan's muscles tensed, maintaining absolute vigilance, not allowing Changyi to move him an inch. The team members behind him, each holding uniquely shaped purification weapons, took standard tactical alert postures, their faces all written with the same look of bewilderment. Who are we? Where are we? Are we here to execute a life-or-death purification mission, or are we here for a community warm-hearted event? This gentleman. Li Yan took a deep breath, forcing himself to keep his voice steady and authoritative. We are not from the street office. We are the Clean World Association, a special organization handling supernatural threats. This apartment has an extremely dangerous energy reaction, and we are here to... Oh my! I knew it! Changyi slapped his thigh, his expression shifting from joyful to just as I thought, seamlessly. I just felt our street office couldn't be this efficient, nor have such professional equipment. So it turns out it's a special department established by the country. My apologies. You are just like those in the movies, right? Specially handling the big troubles we ordinary folks can't deal with. Wow, now I've found the right organization. With his words, he lowered the mysterious and terrifying name of Clean World Association to the level of a convenience hotline. The technician wearing tactical goggles quietly muttered in the communication channel. Captain, he seems to think we are some free property management. Li Yan's temples throbbed hard. For the first time since joining the field, he felt that communicating with a living person was more exhausting than negotiating with a vengeful spirit. Mr. Chang, please understand the situation. Li Yan emphasized his tone, the cinnabar runes on the peachwood sword slightly glowing, trying to use the pressure of spiritual energy to wake the other person up a bit. This is not an ordinary apartment, this is a weird realm, and extremely dangerous. Yes. You are absolutely right. Changyi nodded his head like a rattle drum, his face full of excitement saying, you have touched my heart. I'm not bragging, but calling this rundown place a weird realm is flattering it. This is simply a mental asylum. You haven't seen the tenants on the 2nd floor, that's a real chaotic dance of spirits. As he spoke, Changyi mysteriously leaned into Li Yan's ear, lowering his voice like he was making a secret report. Just that 202, every day making percussion sounds, clanging and banging. I've gone up to talk to him several times, he told me he's polishing bones. What kind of new instrument is this? Disturbing the peace. Do you understand noise pollution? And then there's 203, well, how to say it? It has this mixed smell of formaldehyde and rust, very overpowering. I suspect she's doing some chemistry experiments, which is a violation of rules regarding flammable and explosive materials. Changyi's tearful accusations left the entire special operations team exchanging glances. Polishing bones? Formaldehyde soup? From these seemingly absurd civil dispute complaints, they precisely extracted chilling keywords. Each one corresponded to a potential, extremely dangerous vengeful spirit. The technician with the goggles had data on his lens rapidly refreshing, he swallowed hard and reported into the communicator. Captain, the energy detector shows that what he is saying is highly likely true. The residual resentment on the 2nd floor is skyrocketing. We were blocked as soon as we came in, and now the instruments are recalibrating. My God, these values. Li Yan's heart sank. He reassessed Changyi in front of him. An ordinary person, living in such a hellish apartment, coexisting daily with a group of high-level vengeful spirits, and still able to maintain sanity, even clearly complaining about them. This person is either crazier than the ghosts themselves. Or, there is something deeper that they cannot understand. So, you want us to help you deal with these troublesome things? Li Yan's gaze became sharp. He decided to follow the other person's line of thought to see what he wanted to do. Deal with them? Oh, you used just the right word, leader. Chang Ye's eyes lit up as he heard this. Yes, we need to deal with them. Vigorously deal with those pests that disturb community harmony and affect neighborly relationships. They must be removed. It's best to purify them on the spot. He directly articulated the Clean World Association's action principles, his face carrying the sacred glow of eliminating harm for the people. Li Yan. The team members behind him. Hidden in the shadows, Meng Sanyang, Hua Hunter, and Jing Yangzi, through the connection of their pact, clearly sensed everything happening outside. Combined, their more than 1,000 years of ghostly experience was completely shattered at this moment by Chang Ye's actions. Can it still be done like this? To trick the ghost-catching celestial master into becoming a free fighter? Is this something a person can do? Good. Li Yan finally squeezed out a word through gritted teeth. No matter how strange this landlord is, solving the high-risk vengeful spirit in the apartment must be their top priority. We will help you deal with the problem on the second floor. Now, please step back and keep a safe distance. Got it. Chang Yi quickly retreated several steps and made a gesture of invitation, his smile bright like a sales manager who had just landed a big deal. Leaders, you go first. I'll cheer for you from the back. Take a left at the second floor stairs, room 202, it's definitely that door with the black water seeping out. Li Yan no longer hesitated and signaled his team members behind him. Team 1, on alert. Team 2, hold the Bagua shield in advance. Team 3, prepare purification sprayers. Target, room 202 on the second floor. Yes. Dozens of trained team members instantly switched from a daze to battle mode. Two people held the massive Bagua mirror shield at the front, with runes flowing on its surface, emitting a gentle yet imposing golden light that dispelled some of the chilling air around them. They stepped onto the creaking stairs one by one, each step steady and powerful. Chang Yi followed closely behind them, maintaining a subtle distance, his face full of eager smiles, but in his dark red slit pupils, there was a cold calculation. Who wouldn't use free labor? Who would refuse free labor delivered right to their door? The moment the squad stepped onto the second floor corridor, everyone's faces changed. An aura of resentment, 10 times thicker than in the hall, surged toward them like a tangible tide. The faint sound in the air, like insects gnawing on wood, instantly amplified 100 times, becoming a painful sound, as if something were savagely chewing bones. The door of room 202 had turned an eerie dark red, as if soaked in blood countless times. Thick, black, tar-like liquid was slowly seeping out from the cracks of the door, dripping onto the ground and corroding small pits. Warning! Ahead, high-energy resentment mass. Energy level assessment in progress? B+. No, it is climbing to A level. The technician's voice had changed tone. The peachwood sword in Li Yan's hand buzzed, its sound had turned into a sharp scream, the blade hot, as if he were holding a red-hot branding iron. He stared intensely at that door, his expression incredibly serious. Prepare. He had not finished speaking. Leader, how is it? Chang Ye's voice drifted from behind him, tinged with just the right amount of concern. I told you, this guy is very noisy, the renovation noise is too big, seriously affecting my rest. You are professionals, you must have a way to make it quieter, right? Li Yan's mouth twitched violently. He felt a tightness in his chest, stuck in his throat, more uncomfortable than being possessed by ghostly energy. He suddenly turned around and fixed his gaze on Chang Yi, speaking slowly and deliberately, we can purify it for you. Great. Chang Yi clapped his hands excitedly, his face showing a relieved expression, then he rubbed his hands and, in a very standard business negotiation tone, cautiously asked. Leader, can I ask a question? Is your purification service charged? The 3 words charged were like 3 poison ice spikes, precisely penetrating the piercing chewing sound coming from inside room 202. They pierced through the thick resentment in the second floor corridor, penetrating the team members' expensive tactical gear. Straight into Captain Li Yan's eardrum. Time froze. In the air, the painfully crunching sound seemed to pause. Li Yan's 100-year-old lightning-struck peachwood sword, its scorching blade and sharp hum, at this moment, all felt somewhat unreal. He had been in the field for 15 years, dealing with dangerous case files piled higher than himself. He had faced howling vengeful spirits, confronted twisted cult followers, interrogated eerie beings disguised as humans. He had heard the most venomous curses, the craziest ramblings, the most despairing wails. But he had never been at the life and death moment when a B+ level vengeful spirit was about to break through the door, energy index skyrocketing to A level, and been asked by a civilian, someone who should be a victim, in a tone like consulting for renovation quotes, whether he charges fees? The corners of Li Yan's eyes twitched violently. His teammates behind him were collectively petrified. The two strong men holding the huge 8 trigram shield had their arm muscles still tensed, but their faces wore blank expressions. The communication channel fell into dead silence. The technician wearing tactical goggles had the red data streams on the lens frantically rolling, but his mouth was wide open in an O shape, unable to utter a syllable for a long time. "We are here to purify the ghost realm, not to conduct market research, hello?" Leader, please don't misunderstand. Chang Yi, seeing the other person unresponsive, revealed a hint of a "I am a straightforward person" honest smile, rubbed his hands, and continued. "Mainly, my apartment, you have seen, the situation is quite special, the business condition is not very good, it belongs to a struggling industry. I need to ask clearly about the service terms. What if your purification is like that, right, like that painless abortion advertisement, where before going in it says 300, but when coming out it adds fees here and charges there, and in the end it turns into 30,000, then I really can't afford it. I can't even gather the down payment if I sell this apartment." He had a sincere face, as if discussing a significant business decision that concerned his life and property. Li Yan felt a nerve in his temple thumping violently. For the first time in over 30 years of life, he felt a strong urge to use his peachwood sword to perform a blessing on a living person. "We are not a commercial institution." Li Yan squeezed out this sentence between his teeth. He felt that saying one more word to this landlord would shake his Tao heart. "We are the Purification Association. Maintaining peace in the present world and eliminating all supernatural threats is our duty." "Duty? Oh, that's a good word." Cheng Yi slapped his hand, his eyes brightening further. "There's awareness. There's responsibility. I love to cooperate with teams like yours that have a corporate sense of responsibility." He shifted his tone, leaning slightly forward, looking at Li Yan with a more expectant and a bit shrewd, small-town citizen's gaze. "So the meaning of duty is to say this fee is to be paid by us taxpayers, and funded by the national treasury. I personally don't need to pay any extra fees, right? I just want to confirm if there are any hidden terms like venue usage fee, mental distress fee, or high-risk operation subsidy? You can give me the details, so I can feel at ease, right? Captain." The technician's trembling voice finally sounded in the communication channel. "My processor is slightly overloaded. There's absolutely no contingency plan in the database for this kind of situation. How about we retreat first and reassess this landlord's danger level? This landlord's danger level might be higher than the one behind the door." Just then, creak creak. A hair-raising loud noise. The dark red door 202, soaked with black water, suddenly bulged outward with a huge humanoid silhouette. As if the door panel had turned into a layer of fragile skin, and beneath that skin, a giant was waking up, stretching its limbs with great force. The fibers of the door panel were being torn apart inch by inch, emitting groans under the unbearable load. Through the crack of the door, that black, sticky liquid no longer seeped out slowly, but burst forth like oil from a broken dam. Whoosh. Warning. The energy barrier is about to be breached. Materialization process 90%. Energy fluctuations confirmed, level of vengeful spirit skeletal craftsman. The technician's scream echoed in the ears of all the team members' earpieces. Skeletal craftsman. Li Yan's pupils suddenly contracted. In the Purifying Society's archives, it was recorded as a level of vengeful spirit. A terrifying existence that takes pleasure in collecting and polishing biological bones. Within its domain, all flesh and blood bodies will be skinned alive, and their bones will be disassembled and reassembled into new horrifying creations like Lego blocks. This was no longer a simple purification task, it was an S-level alert that could wipe out a small team. Boom! Before Li Yan could give the order, the two team members in front of him lifted their bagua shields, which shone with a brilliant golden light. An invisible massive force slammed into the shield, causing the two robust men, each standing nearly 2 meters tall, to be pushed back repeatedly, the wooden floor beneath their feet cracking. "Leader! What's going on?" Chang Ye's voice was not filled with fear, instead, it carried a hint of excitement and urgency. "I told you the renovation noise was loud. Now it's even starting to break walls. If we don't intervene, my building is going to collapse. What on earth are you all? Free?" Li Yan turned sharply, his eyes blazing red as he fixed his gaze on Chang Yi, roaring with all his might from his throat those two words. That voice carried the collapse of being pushed to the limit, the rage of being driven to desperation, even drowning out the roar of the skeletal craftsman within the door. "We, the Purifying Society, serve the people. We don't charge. Not a single cent. Now, please, step back. Shut your mouth." After that shout, Li Yan felt the composure he had accumulated over 15 years shatter into pieces. However, on Chang Ye's face, a flower bloomed instantly. It was a kind of heartfelt, pure joy that came from taking advantage of the situation. "Oh! Leader! Why didn't you say so earlier?" He clapped his hands excitedly, his voice loud and full of admiration. "I knew it. Only the state can be trusted. This is true public service, the most genuine benefit for us taxpayers. He quickly retreated a dozen steps, all the way to the stairway, finding a safe spot with excellent visibility. Then, he gave Li Yan and the others a big thumbs up, his smile bright like the midday sun. Leaders, you work hard. Keep it up. Show me your professionalism and demolish these illegal structures on the second floor. If you need tea, drinks, snacks, just ask. Don't be polite with me. Li Yan. He felt a surge of blood rising in his chest, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood. He suddenly turned back, channeling all that pent-up frustration and anger into overwhelming killing intent, locking onto that door on the verge of shattering. Compared to this landlord, the level of vengeful spirit inside the door seemed suddenly less menacing. Team 2, Bagua formation, hold it down. Team 3, purification ejector, maximum power, indiscriminate coverage. Today, I'll show it what's what. Li Yan's voice was as cold as iron, every word pronounced clearly. What the hell, call it a professional team. Chapter 38, the high-class play, all about free stuff. Li Yan's shout of mixed grief and anger, free, ignited the fury and frustration of the entire special operations team. Rather than purifying the vengeful spirit, it was more about standing up for their dignity. Rumble. The door of room 202 was completely torn apart and vaporized in the golden light of the Bagua shield and the blazing white flames emitted by the purification ejector. Behind the door, a horrific giant made of countless pale bones, towering over 3 meters tall, was staring out at the intruders with its hollow eye sockets. In its chest, a heart wrapped in black vengeful energy was beating violently. Jie! The piercing shriek was enough to shatter the eardrums of an ordinary person. What responded to it was Li Yan's even more furious roar, tear it down for me. The corridor on the second floor instantly turned into a hellish battleground. Golden runes shone brightly, purifying flames as white as the sun clashed madly with the thick, ink-like resentment, annihilating each other. The walls trembled, the floor cried out in agony, and the entire apartment emitted a heavy groan, unable to bear the burden. Changyi stood at the stairway, finding an excellent viewing spot, even pulling out a packet of sunflower seeds from his pocket, munching happily. TSK, this special effect is way more thrilling than IMAX at the cinema. As he snacked, he shook his head and gave his commentary. But the sound effect is a bit lacking, it's just strange screams with no background music. The atmosphere isn't fully pulled in. Hiding in the shadows, Meng Sanyang and the painting spirit trembled in fear. They weren't afraid of the vengeful spirit skeleton craftsman upstairs, but of this landlord eating sunflower seeds and watching the show. This person, is their mental quality a bit too twisted? The colossal sounds of battle lasted for nearly an hour. Throughout, there were the roars and screams of teammates, mixed with the increasingly weak wails of the skeleton craftsman. When the light in room 202 finally extinguished, the suffocating resentment also vanished into thin air. Changyi even clapped his hands, beautiful. Victory in the first battle. Comrades, you've worked hard. How about a break? I have Red Bull. What responded was a chorus of heavy breaths. Following that, this battered team, dragging their weary steps, walked towards the door of room 203. Another hour of renovation noise. Then there was room 204. When the deepest darkness before dawn enveloped the apartment, the corridor on the second floor finally fell completely silent. A complex scent, mixed with blood, gunpowder, and a faint hint of sandalwood, floated down from upstairs. Changyi patted the shells of the sunflower seeds in his hands and stood up straight. He saw Li Yan, bringing the remaining team members, step by step, descending the stairs. When they came, they were a small elite team of over a dozen people, powerful and well-equipped, like gods descending from heaven. Now, only 7 or 8 people remained alive. Each person was wounded, their tactical uniforms tattered, some had arms twisted unnaturally, while others were supported by comrades, their faces as pale as paper. The weapons in their hands dimmed, some even showing cracks. The entire team was shrouded in a solemn and tragic atmosphere. Leading them, Li Yan's face no longer held the pride of an elite, instead, it was replaced by bone-deep fatigue and a hint of bewilderment. He looked at the landlord standing in the center of the hall, wearing an expression of accepting results, his lips moved, and his voice was hoarse like 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. The 4 rooms on the second floor have been cleared. Ah. Leader, you've worked hard. You're amazing. Changyi rushed forward in a leap, a heartfelt, radiant smile on his face. I said. It's all about the professional team. This efficiency, this service attitude, is simply a model in the industry. It must be a 5-star rating, and with pictures for a follow-up review. His enthusiastic praise struck the members of the Order of Pure World like salt on their wounds. A young team member, hearing this, could no longer hold back, his eyes reddening, turning away, his shoulders shaking violently. We lost 5 brothers, 3 were heavily injured, and you call that a 5-star review? Li Yan clenched his fists tightly, with a crackling sound. He took a deep breath, suppressing the blood boiling within him, and stared hard at Changyi. This apartment is more complicated than we imagined. His gaze moved past Chang-yi, looking towards the stairway leading to the third floor, sealed off by an invisible barrier. We feel that, besides the second floor, that closed off third floor, what's inside is 100 times more terrifying than the 4 rooms on the second floor combined. That is a kind of despair-inducing aura. Oh. The third floor, ah. Chang-yi suddenly realized and nodded, then spoke in a tone that implied it was obvious. The third floor is the VIP presidential suite, still under renovation, and is not open to the public yet. Once I get the infrastructure right and the property management up to speed, I will consider the rental arrangements. Property management? Rental arrangements? Li Yan felt his worldview being repeatedly rubbed on the ground by this man in an absurd manner. He finally understood that the strangest, most incomprehensible existence in this apartment was not those vengeful spirits, but rather this landlord in front of him, treating the ghostly realm like a real estate project. We will report back. Li Yan's voice carried a weary tone of surrender. The situation here is beyond what our small team can handle. The headquarters will dispatch higher-level personnel or impose the highest level of permanent lockdown here. Sure, no problem. Chang-yi nodded eagerly and even kindly opened the shattered door for them. Take care on your way, leaders. Hope to see you next time. If friends need to rent, remember to recommend me here, and I'll give you a 20% discount. Put. A team member, already injured, could no longer hold it in and spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Yan did not look back. He led his surviving team members away like a defeated army, vanishing into the dense morning fog without looking back. As he watched their embarrassed retreat, Chang-yi's smile slowly faded. He turned and looked at the deserted hall, and the stairs leading to the second floor, now excessively clean. A flicker of cold calculation passed through his dark red slit pupils. Ding! The source of grievance in the second floor area has been cleared. The second floor area has unlocked basic access privileges. Unlocking the second floor balcony requires a consumption of 100 EN virtue points. Unlocking the second floor dining room requires a consumption of 100 EN virtue points. A series of system prompts flooded Chang-yi's mind. Damn, getting something for free is always just superficial work, core services still cost money. Chang-yi pouted, but his heart was ablaze with excitement. Just one second floor caused the elite team of the Purification Society to suffer heavy casualties. What about the third floor? And my group of hungry employees? He turned back to glance at the corner where several slowly recovering spirits lingered, and a smile returned to his lips. Purification Society? Come at me. Chapter 39, Tenant Recovery and Secondary Development. The morning fog gradually dissipated, and the dim light illuminated the broken door of the happy apartment. Li Yan and his battered team, like a broken ship washed back to shore by waves, disappeared around the corner, covered in injuries and confusion. Until the black moving vehicle roared its engine and drove away. Chang-yi's once vibrant, golden salesman's smile slowly faded, cooling and eventually transforming into a calm indifference. He turned around and gently kicked a piece of wood debris from the blasted door, his dark red slit pupils no longer holding an ounce of common man's honesty or grievance, only icy, piercing calculations remained. Free muscle, indeed very useful. He murmured to himself, like evaluating a handy tool. Ding! The cold system notification rang appropriately in his mind. The source of grievance in the second floor area has been cleared. Congratulations to the landlord for completing area development. The second floor area has unlocked basic access privileges. Detected that signed tenants Meng Sanyang, Hua Huer, and Jing Yangzi are all in critical condition, their souls unstable, repair recommended. Special building unlock options now available. Tenant Recovery Room. Tenant Recovery Room provides a completely safe recovery space for signed tenants, accelerating soul energy condensation, repairing original damage. Note, each use requires a certain amount of EN virtue points. To unlock the tenant's healing room, you need to spend 500 EN virtue points. Chang-yi raised an eyebrow. 500 points. He glanced at his EN virtue balance. Just now, when the members of the Pure World Association were battling desperately on the second floor, the energy produced by the 4 native vengeful spirits being purified, along with the fear points contributed by the team members, caused his EN virtue points to skyrocket, reaching an unprecedented 1280 points. Adding what he had left before, it totaled nearly 2,000 points. This is not how you squeeze money. Chang-yi pouted, complaining to the air. I provide the venue, I provide the creativity, they provide lives, and in the end, I still have to spend money to treat my employees' work injuries? What kind of black-hearted boss is there in the world? Oh, that's me, so it's fine. He hesitated not even a moment. Unlock Tenant's Healing Room. EN virtue points minus 500, remaining 1480 points. Tenant's Healing Room has been unlocked, default setting at the end of the second floor corridor. As the system's prompt faded, the previously empty corridor on the second floor began to ripple like water at the far end. The gray peeling wall revealed a profound darkness, as deep as the night sky. Soon, a door made of some unknown white metal, full of futuristic technological feel, slowly grew out of the darkness. The door had no handle, only a palm-shaped recess that emitted a faint green light. Chang Yi stepped up to the second floor. The once eerie and terrifying corridor was now excessively clean. In the air lingered only a faint scent of gunpowder mixed with sandalwood, while the walls and floor were covered with burn marks from runes and scars from sharp weapons, like a report of a devastating battle. He walked up to the white metal door and pressed his hand against it. Squeak! The door slid silently open to both sides, revealing the scene inside. Not the operating table or culture chamber he imagined, the room was astonishingly empty. The ground and walls were pure black, absorbing all light, with only 3 human head-sized glowing orbs floating on the ceiling, emitting soft moonlight. Below the orbs were 3 bottomless black pools, their waters as thick as ink, yet without any smell, only a wisp of purine energy rising slowly. Come out, Chang Yi said blandly. From the shadows behind him, 3 frail figures slowly appeared. Meng San Yang's bloodstained apron had several large holes now, with charred marks from the purifying flames at the edges. Her signature mini cleaver, embedded in her temple, had developed a crack, her soul flickering like a candle in the wind. Hua Hanyuan was worse off, her white skirt had turned gray, and the ink stains on the hem had faded significantly. That half-scroll of 100 beauties she cherished now had charred edges, with large areas of blankness appearing on the scroll, clearly indicating that many of her collections had been destroyed in the battle. The weakest was Jing Nangzi, her body had nearly turned transparent, her damp long hair frayed and split, even maintaining a basic human form was difficult, and she could only transform into a puddle of constantly writhing water, lying on the ground. The 4 natives on the second floor had a minimum level of B+, one was an A-level skeleton craftsman. The 3 of them working together had only managed to clear 1 room, and with the help of that group of professionals from the Pure World Association, they barely managed to wipe everything out, incurring a terrible cost. Get in, soak. Chang Yi pointed at the 3 black pools, his tone leaving no room for argument. Meng San Yang and the others said nothing, they silently chose a pool each and sank in. As their soul forms touched the pitch-black water, they couldn't help but let out a sigh that mingled pain with comfort. The pool water moved as if it were alive, transforming into countless tiny black threads, diving into their souls, repairing those shocking wounds. The moonlight orb on the ceiling also cast a soft glow, enveloping them, stabilizing their soon-to-fragment essence. Detected 3 tenants recovering, estimated time, 12 hours. This treatment consumed 150 points of virtuous merits. Not bad, not too expensive. Chang Yi nodded in satisfaction and closed the door of the treatment room. With the logistics secured, he finally had the mood to inspect the second floor that he had just completed a second development on. He first walked towards the door of room 201. The original owner of this room was the vengeful spirit of the little girl with hearing curses that Chang Yi had eliminated. Pushing open the door that no longer had a lock, a strange silence rushed at him. The room was empty, but all the walls showed an unsettling flesh-like texture, covered with intertwined dark red stripes, resembling vocal cords. The floor was made of countless pieces of varying sizes, stretched to the extreme, pale human skin stitched together, and stepping on it even felt strangely elastic. Additionally, there was soundproofing material that Chang Yi had temporarily added to deal with him. Here, it was terrifyingly silent. There was no sound at all, even his heartbeat and breathing felt completely swallowed by this room. This extreme dead silence drove him crazier than any harsh noise. Nice secret room theme. Chang Yi stroked his chin and commented, then stepped back out. Next was room 202. The lair of the bone craftsman. This room was the most destroyed, almost leveled to the ground. But the remnants still showcased its original madness. The walls of the room were smeared with bone liquid that had melted and refrozen, showing an ivory-like pale white. The floor was laid with a layer of tiles made from finger bones and toe bones. In the center of the room, the throne, which had been blasted to just over half, could vaguely be seen made of countless complete vertebrae intertwined and piled up. In the air, there lingered the smell of bone marrow being roasted dry and a faint lime scent. Hardcore punk style, really suits heavy metal fans. Chang Yi continued towards room 203. The room he had complained about Ford doing chemical experiments and having the smell of formalin and rust. As soon as the door was pushed open, a mix of disinfectant, rotting flesh, and metallic rust's pungent odor nearly knocked Chang Yi over. Inside the room, it resembled an abandoned, horrifying surgical room. Rows of rusted scalpels, bone saws, and long-handled hooks hung on the walls. On the ground, a huge glass tank filled with murky formalin was shattered, with several pieces of limbs from unknown creatures scattered everywhere. On a metallic operating table, dark brown bloodstains remained, along with deep scratches, as if something had struggled desperately. This is suitable for Dr. Nurse-themed roleplay, very immersive. Finally, it was room 204. This room was the eeriest. From the outside, it looked ordinary, but the moment Chang Yi stepped inside, he felt like he had fallen into a kaleidoscope. The walls, ceiling, and floor of the room were all mirrors. But these mirrors did not reflect any images of the enterers. What they showed were countless twisted, painful, and desperate faces, countless bloody tragedies occurring. In some mirrors, a man was alive, tearing off his own skin. In others, a woman was gnawing on her own fingers with her teeth. In many more mirrors, countless eyes stared intensely, resentfully, at Changyi in the center of the room. Standing here felt as if the malice of the entire world was watching him. A panoramic immersive experience, not bad, has potential. Changyi exited room 204, satisfied. Close all the doors on the second floor. He stood in the empty corridor, unable to control the smile that crept up on his lips. The dangerous adventure experience that was originally prepared is about to go live. He murmured to himself, his eyes sparkling with excitement. How much fear value could these 4 terrifying rooms, each with a different style and lingering aura of level of vengeful spirits, bring him? And how much precious merit could it be converted into? What kind of sacred place would urban thrill seekers and paranormal streamers consider this? He seemed to already hear the screams of future visitors, a sound more delightful than any symphony. Then, his gaze moved beyond all of this and finally rested on the staircase leading to the 3rd floor, sealed off by wooden board barricades. A sense of despair and terror, 100 times more frightening than all the resentment on the 2nd floor, still faintly emanated from behind that barrier. The professionals from the Purification Society, upon sensing this aura, directly lost the courage to continue fighting. Just to cleanse the 2nd floor, they had to pay the price of 5 deaths and 3 injuries. What about the 3rd floor? What about the unlocked 4th and 5th floors? What bizarre and indescribable entities awaited inside? Changyi felt not fear, but rather a surge of excitement, flowing from his heart to his limbs. This apartment was far more interesting than he had imagined. There are still too few employees, and the current strength is too weak. Changyi glanced back at the tightly closed door of the tenant recovery room. I must quickly improve my strength and recruit more, stronger tenants. After all. He licked his slightly dry lips, and in his dark red vertical pupils, a flame named ambition ignited. I am a man who wants to become the strongest landlord. In the future, he would turn the entire hell into his exclusive real estate. He would build the largest and most terrifying horror amusement park in the world. Chapter 40, Special Alert, Happy Apartment. Purification Society, East Sea City Branch. 300 meters underground, in a top-tier tactical briefing room codenamed White Room, the bright lights dazzled, revealing every corner with precision. The air filtration system emitted a barely noticeable hum, making the air inside cold and pure, the complete opposite of the tainted and bloody atmosphere of Happy Apartment. Li Yin stood straight, but his special battlesuit, stained with blood and scorch marks, made him seem out of place in this spotless room. His face was pale, lips cracked, and his once sharp-eyed gaze now lingered only with deep fatigue and a hint of unmasked dread. Behind him, 6 surviving teammates were either sitting or standing, each in a poor state. Some had heavy energy stabilizers on their arms, some stared blankly at the ground, and one young team member trembled uncontrollably. In the main seat of the room sat a middle-aged man in a white lab coat, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with an elegant demeanor. He was the highest authority in the East Sea City branch, Professor Wang, codenamed the Doctor. He did not look at Li Yan, merely calmly flipping through the battle report that had just been uploaded on the screen in front of him. Each data line, every casualty name, made the air around him grow colder. 5 dead, 3 injured. Professor Wang's voice was soft but struck like a heavy hammer on everyone's heart. This is the most devastating loss we've faced in 3 years at the East Sea branch. Li Yan, you are my most valued captain. Tell me, what on earth is that place? Li Yan's throat moved, and he hoarsely replied, Report, Doctor, Happy Apartment, is a newly emerged ghost domain, no doubt about it. Ghost domain? Professor Wang raised his head, his gaze sharp as a knife behind his lenses. The characteristics of a ghost domain are chaotic expansion. Uncontrolled resentment will actively erode the real world. But according to the last data you transmitted, the energy field of that apartment quickly retracted and stabilized within the building itself after the battle. Not a trace leaked out. This does not match any known characteristics of ghost domains. Li Yan fell silent. He didn't know how to explain that absurd experience. Doctor. The technician behind him, a young man wearing tactical goggles, trembled and said, That place, it feels like a company. Company? Professor Wang's brow furrowed for the first time. Yes. The technician's breath quickened. That landlord, he is not a victim or a captive. He is the master there. He talked to us about purification fees, complained about the noise from the resentful spirits doing renovations, he was eating sunflower seeds at the stairwell while we fought for our lives. He even said he would give us a 5-star review. Another team member who had lost an arm excitedly added a comment, his emotional turmoil pulling at his wound, causing him to grimace in pain. Puff. The young team member, who had been keeping his head down, suddenly let out a suppressed sob. He thought of his fallen comrades, remembered the captain's furious roar when the door was blasted open, contrasting that with the man's bright smile and thumbs up. A tremendous sense of absurdity and sorrow made him completely break down. The entire white room fell into a bizarre silence. Professor Wang listened quietly, his expression shifting from confusion to seriousness, then finally to an unprecedented sternness. He extended his finger and quickly operated on the screen. Soon, a 3D structural diagram of the apartment, along with a red humanoid file marked as the highest threat level, appeared in the center of the screen. Name, Changyi. Ghost domain is a semi-independent space formed by twisted, resentful thoughts. Professor Wang's voice became deep and magnetic, like he was giving a highly confidential lecture. The vast majority of ghost domains are chaotic, a collection of resentment, with no true rationality. Their core may be a powerful vengeful spirit or a cursed object. But they all have one purpose, which is to follow their instincts and spread pollution. However, throughout history, there have been very few exceptional cases. His gaze swept over every survivor present. One who possesses self-awareness and can perfectly control the rules of ghost domains has become the core of the ghost domain. In this case, the ghost domain will no longer be a chaotic natural disaster but will transform into a nation with a precise operational logic. That landlord, Changyi. He is not someone trapped in the ghost domain. Professor Wang spoke slowly, delivering a conclusion that made everyone's hair stand on end. He is the ghost domain itself. He treats that building as his own body, and the resentful spirits inside as his organs. And you all. Professor Wang's gaze fell on Li Yan. You, this elite team, in his eyes, are just a group of free cleaners. Helping him clear out the trash he doesn't need from his body. Li Yan's body shook violently. He finally understood. Understanding that feeling of helplessness and frustration rising from the bottom of his heart, stronger than facing an A-grade vengeful spirit, where it truly came from. They thought they were eliminating demons and exorcising spirits, but in the other's eyes, they were merely providing a paid, no, free cleaning service. Raise the threat level of this happy apartment to S level. Professor Wang issued the command, his voice icy. Seal off the surrounding 3 blocks, with 24-hour surveillance. Action files classified as top secret, abyss. Doctor, what about us? Li Yan raised his head, his crimson eyes filled with struggle. You? Professor Wang looked at him. Your mission is to rest, heal, and receive the highest level of psychological intervention. Until the order from headquarters arrives, no one. Don't take another single step toward that apartment. He paused, then added another sentence. Especially you, Li Yan. Your Tao heart is already in chaos. In the end, he shut down all the files, leaving only the ID photo of Changyi, who was wearing a standard business smile. He whispered to himself. A lord of the ghost realm who knows how to use the rules, who even treats the Purification Society as a tool. This is no longer a battle. This is a game. Now, it's our turn to play our cards. At the same time, in Happy Apartment. Changyi was humming a tune, holding a broom, sweeping the last bits of wood and lime left from the fight into a dustpan in the hall. Sunlight slanted through the broken front door, casting a golden glow around him. His phone was lying on the bar counter, the screen lit up, and messages were pouring in at the rate of more than 10 per second. A paranormal livestreamer with 1 million followers, known as Urban Legend Terminator, had just posted a new update on social media. Heard there's big movement at the haunted Happy Apartment in West City. According to reliable sources, a special official department got involved, and the casualties were huge. The building is now completely deserted. I've decided. Tonight I'll take everyone to explore this legendary horror apartment. Truth or rumor, we'll find out. Hashtag most reckless challenge in history hashtag. The comments under the post had exploded. Are you crazy? Even the government squad got wiped out and you still dare to go? Streamer 666. Waiting to watch the livestream crash and burn. I can already picture the streamer getting dragged into the wall. Stop talking nonsense. I just got insider info that apartment's open to the public again. They're calling it a high-risk adventure experience. 1 ticket costs $10,000. 10,000? That's daylight robbery. But why am I a little tempted? Changyi looked at the comments, the curve of his mouth growing wider and wider. He picked up his phone and slowly typed a pinned reply, posting it under the account he had registered earlier, named Happy Apartment Gold Star Landlord. Welcome, friends, to come experience. To ensure service quality, the second floor adventure zone is now open for reservations. Standard experience ticket, 500/person per session. Immersive experience ticket includes screaming, running, light physical contact 1000/person per session. VIP private livestream package, room selection available, can request staff interaction 20,000/session. Note, today's visitors limited to 10 people, enjoy 20% discount. Please buy your own accidental injury insurance. This apartment takes no responsibility for any mental or physical damage. Final interpretation rights belong to the landlord. The moment this reply went out, the entire internet fell silent for 3 seconds. Then, an even bigger explosion followed. Damn! The landlord himself has shown up? These prices, these rules, this tone, this landlord is truly heartless. Why does this feel less like a haunted house and more like a scammy tourist trap? Chunyi put down his phone with satisfaction, completely ignoring the noise online. He walked to the front door, which had been blown to pieces, and picked up a wooden board he had prepared earlier. On it, in bright red paint, was a row of crooked yet ridiculously bold words. Happy Apartment Themed Adventure Park? Grand opening today. 20% off. With a loud clang, he hung the board on the doorframe. After finishing everything, he looked back at the stairs leading to the second floor, then glanced at the tightly shut tenant recovery room door. His staff were quickly recovering. His park was about to welcome another batch of visitors. And the terrified screams of those guests would turn into the purest nourishment, making both him and his apartment stronger and stronger. Time to start harvesting again. Chengyi clapped the dust off his hands, and in his eyes, there was a fire pure and burning, the kind only a capitalist sees when spotting endless opportunity. Chapter 41, Open the Door, Welcome the God of Wealth. Nightfall, like a huge piece of black velvet, slowly covered Donghai City. The west side of the city, this forgotten corner, had already fallen into silence ahead of time. Only the happiness apartment, that dilapidated big door, like a grinning monster's mouth, silently invites all souls seeking excitement. Creak. The piercing sound of brakes shattered the silence. A heavily modified black van, with spotlights on the front like a steel beast, stopped at the apartment entrance. The car door slid open, and the first to jump down was a man with gray-dyed hair, dressed in trendy brands, wearing a thick gold chain around his neck. He was the million-follower ghost host stirring up storms online, Ender Ghost Brother. Families. Families. Is the picture clear? Is there any delay in the sound? Ghost Brother held up a diamond-studded phone stabilizer, making funny faces at the camera. Your Ghost Brother has arrived at the legendary Happiness Apartment. The S-Class forbidden place where even the officials have returned defeated. He exaggeratedly sniffed, then waved his hand in disgust. TSK, a musty smell, it seems the property management isn't good here. The comments section exploded. Coming. Ghost Brother looks even more handsome today. S-Class forbidden place? I see it as an S-Class broken building, even the door is rotten. Be careful, Ghost Brother. I heard people really die inside. Is this a newbie upstairs? Ghost Brother explores spirits, nothing is taboo. Everyone must bow to Ghost Brother. As Ghost Brother got out of the car, 9 more people followed one after another. The leader was a man in his 30s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with a calm and steady demeanor. His name was Qin Feng, a well-known forensic doctor in the city, and a steadfast atheist, here purely to debunk myths for Ghost Brother, who had paid heavily. Behind him were 2 masters in Taoist robes, looking ethereal but actually had wandering gazes. One held a compass and mumbled like a feng shui master, along with several of Ghost Brother's loyal fans and assistants, all with excited faces that seemed to thrive on chaos. 10 people, in a grand formation, carrying a full set of live streaming equipment, stood at the entrance of the apartment like an army preparing to storm a city. When they saw the wooden sign hanging on the doorframe, painted in red, saying Happiness Apartment, Theme Adventure Park, grand opening today, 20% off, the entire place fell silent for a second, then erupted into laughter. Holy shit! A theme adventure park? Ghost Brother laughed so hard that tears almost came out, pointing the camera at the sign. Families, do you see this? This boss is a commercial genius. The officials were wiped out, and he still dares to open with big discounts? This is the highest level of wanting money over life. Forensic Dr. Qin pushed his glasses and calmly analyzed, a typical reverse marketing strategy. Using mystery and danger to create hype and attract attention. The paint on this sign isn't even dry, it must have just been hung today. This shows that this landlord knows how to seize the heat. Who cares about the heat? Today I'm here to teach him what it means to be a 3-views Terminator. With a wave of his hand, Ghost Brother swaggered inside. As soon as he stepped into the lobby, a mixed smell of gunpowder, sandalwood, and a hint of blood greeted him, making the smiles on everyone's faces freeze slightly. In the lobby, a young man in a black trench coat was leisurely sweeping the dust off the floor with a broom. He swept very seriously, as if the debris of battle were merely ordinary trash. Hearing the noise, he lifted his head. It was Cheng Yi. His gaze passed over the 10 people, especially lingering for 2 seconds on their flashing camera equipment. One of his eyes was normal, while the other, a dark red vertical pupil, flashed a trace of imperceptible light in the dimness. Then, he revealed a standard, even somewhat warm commercial smile. Welcome to the Happiness Apartment Horror Theme Adventure Park. He put down the broom and clapped his hands. Looking at your equipment. Are you here to experience the VIP live streaming package? Guego was taken aback by his calm demeanor. This script doesn't match. In a haunted house like this, the NPC shouldn't be gloomy or crazy, right? Why does he act like a ticket seller at a scenic spot? Huh? VIP package? Guego came back to his senses and sneered. Little brother, stop acting. We are here to explore the spirit, not to play house with you. Call your lighting technician, sound technician, and those part-time actors with wigs out here, so we don't embarrass everyone later. Actors? Changya's smile remained unchanged, even brighter. All of our employees here are full-time and very dedicated. Once they get into character, it's not so easy to stop. All right. A master dressed in a Taoist robe waved his hand impatiently, pretentiously calculating with his fingers. I observe this place, the resentment is thin, the yin and yang are out of balance, it's all a man-made illusion. Landlord, name your price. We'll take this place tonight, how much? Changya's eyes lit up. He loved dealing with confident and straightforward clients like this. Easy to say. He took a calculator out from behind the bar and pressed buttons with great seriousness. First and second floor immersive experience ticket, original price $11,000 per person. VIP package, original price $20,000. Today's grand opening, I'll give you a discount of 20%, so let's call it $16,000. $16,000? Guige's voice instantly shot up. Why don't you go rob someone? With this broken place, the door is rotten, and the walls are full of holes, how dare you charge $16,000? Sir, you don't know. Changyi said seriously. This is called battle-damaged style decoration, it's one of the great features of our paradise. Every hole, every crack has a poignant and tragical story behind it. This is all art is priceless. Charging you $16,000 is already a floor-dropped, blood-swooning price. The barrage on the live stream screen exploded again. Ha ha ha. Battle-damaged style decoration. This landlord is a talent. I swear I believe you're evil. This boss would be ashamed not to do stand-up comedy. Guego, stop wasting your breath, give him 500 and let him roll. Forensic Dr. Chin looked at Changyi, frowning. The young man in front of him had an exceptionally good psychological quality. Facing their fierce momentum of 10 people in the camera livestream, he showed no signs of nervousness or fear, his calm demeanor was hardly like that of an ordinary scammer. Guego pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket, flipped out 2 bills, and carelessly tossed them on the bar, $200, can't be more. Let us in, don't delay our livestream. Otherwise, with one call, I'll report you to the business, tax, and fire departments, one by one. Changyi didn't even look at the $200. He simply put away his smile and said blandly, we operate legally with clear pricing. If you don't have the money, you can turn right out, walk slowly, there's no send-off. You. Guige's face turned red. Guego, don't get angry. Forensic Dr. Chin stepped forward, took out a bank card from his wallet, and handed it to Changyi. 16,000, right? Swipe it. He wanted to see what this young man was really up to. Is it just a simple scam, or is there really something they couldn't understand? Still, this gentleman has an eye for talent. Changyi skillfully took out the POS machine. With a beep, the transaction was successful. He handed the receipt to Forensic Dr. Chin, and his smile became warm and enthusiastic again. Welcome, bosses. I hope you have fun. Having received the money, Changyi took out 10 documents and a seal from under the bar. This is our visitor information and disclaimer, please take a look, and if everything is fine, just sign and stamp. Guego snatched it over, looked at the terms on it again, and burst out laughing once more. I voluntarily enter the happy apartment for a high-risk adventure experience, and clearly understand that I may face risks including but not limited to psychological impact, physical injuries, disappearance, and even death risks. In case of any accidents, this apartment and landlord Changyi are not responsible. Ha ha ha. What you wrote is harsher than an insurance contract. Everyone passed around the statement, laughing so hard they nearly fell over, treating it as a joke, quickly signing their names and stamping their fingerprints heavily. Changyi carefully collected the 10 signed statements, his expression was as if he was preserving some rare treasure. All right, the paperwork is done. He pointed to the stairs leading to the second floor. All facilities on the first and second floors have been prepared for you. A friendly reminder, our park staff is very interactive and has their own temper. If you don't want to experience the deepest immersive service, it's best not to provoke them. Don't worry, we are professionals. Ghost Brother patted his chest and shouted at the camera. Family, the main event is here. Let's go see how artistic this 16,000 value war damage wind apartment really is. A group of people laughed and joked, carrying equipment, crowded up the stairs. Changyi stood still, not following. He simply watched their backs, a cold smile slowly forming at the corners of his mouth. Meng Sanyang, Hua Hunter, Jing Nangzi. He whispered softly to the air. Guests have arrived, time to get to work. Remember, be gentle, don't kill them right away. After all, they did pay, our money god. At this moment, just stepping onto the second-floor corridor, Ghost Brother and his group felt their smiles gradually freezing. A bone-chilling cold suddenly shot up from their soles to the top of their heads. The light in the corridor was several levels dimmer than downstairs, and the faint smell of blood in the air became unbearably thick. The blackened runic marks and hideous claw marks on the walls appeared starkly shocking under their flashlight beams. It was terrifyingly quiet here, even their own breathing sounded exceedingly out of place. The relaxed mindset of exploring a haunted house from the lobby vanished in an instant. What is happening? A female fan hugged her arms, her teeth chattering. It's so cold here. It's just psychological. Forensic Chin forced himself to remain calm, yet his gaze was fixed on the tightly shut door of room 203. His professionally trained nose caught an extremely familiar scent. Formaldehyde, mixed with the smell of some decaying protein. Creak. The door of room 201, closest to them, slowly opened a crack by itself. A pitch-black, bottomless gap. An extreme, sound-absorbing silence quietly spread out from that door crack. In Ghost Brothers' livestream, the barrage of comments froze for a moment. Then, a fan typed a trembling message. Ghost Brother, is there another person behind you? Chapter 42, The Scream of Leaks is the prelude to harvest. That message was like a cold needle, instantly piercing the festive balloon of noise in the livestream. Ghost Brother, is there another person behind you? Ha! Ghost Brother was spitting words while introducing the 5-dime special effects claw marks on the corridor wall. When he saw this message, he scoffed. Which little black fan is trying to drag us down again? Admin, ban him for me. Do you think this old trick will scare your Ghost Brother? I was scared since I was a child. He said this, yet his body honestly glanced back. Behind him were his 9 team members, neither more nor less. The dim light stretched their shadows long, twisting and dancing on the scarred walls, indeed resembling something. See? There's nothing. Ghost Brother turned back, spreading his hands to the camera. Family, don't scare yourselves, we must trust science. Come on, repeat after me: prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony. However, the barrage in the live broadcast room did not calm down, instead, it exploded at an even crazier speed. It's not an illusion. There is really something. Right behind that robed master. Holy crap. I took a screenshot. A woman in a blood-stained apron. She disappeared in a flash. Ghost Brother, turn around. Stop reading. No need to chant anymore, even if you summon a bodhisattva, it won't help. This is not a special effect. This apartment really has a problem. Ghost Brother, run. Alright. Stop the act. Ghost Brother was a bit irritated by the flood of comments, so he suddenly turned around and yelled at the master who was named Oldly. What's behind you? The master named Oldly trembled all over, his face turned pale, and he nervously touched his back, crying out. And no nothing, Ghost Brother, don't scare me. It must be some little ghost from Billy messing around with photo editing software. Ghost Brother's assistant forcefully explained, but there was an undeniable lack of confidence in his voice. The atmosphere in the second-floor corridor completely changed. The bone-chilling cold was no longer vague but transformed into a tangible coldness, penetrating into everyone's bones. The strange smell of formaldehyde mixed with rotting flesh was so strong that it made people nauseous. The previously light-hearted atmosphere had vanished completely. Everyone huddled together tightly, fearfully glancing around, as the beams of the searchlight swept wildly through the corridor, highlighting the gruesome traces of battle even more vividly. Pretending to be a ghost. Forensic Chin pushed up his glasses, and a thin layer of mist formed on the lenses. He forced himself to calm down and pointed to the 4 doors in the corridor, saying, rather than scaring ourselves here, let's go in and take a look. Any trick will be exposed in the face of absolute observation. Yes. Forensic Chin is right. Ghost Brother found his backbone and immediately regained some arrogance. Let's split up, it's more efficient. We'll strip this landlord down to their boxers. Split up? The Taoist named Oldly turned pale. Ghost Brother, this is the standard process for getting yourself killed in a horror movie. What are you scared of? Ghost Brother glared, we're scientifically exploring spirits, not making a movie. Me, Forensic Chin, Xiao Xiang, Xiao Lu, and Master Wang, we 5 will go to 203. It smells the strongest in that room, there must be something good. The rest of you, go check 201 across the hall. Remember, keep the live stream on, and shout out anything you discover immediately. Ghost Brother made arrangements without listening to objections. His 5-member team, led by him, marched boldly towards the ominous door of room 203. The remaining 5, a feng shui master, a Taoist, and 3 shivering fans, exchanged glances, and finally had to muster their courage to move to the door of 201. That door had a dark crack, like the eye of a monster, silently watching them. Inside room 203. Bang! Ghost Brother kicked open the door. A more potent, more pungent mixture of chemical smells and decaying matter instantly filled their mouths and noses, making several people almost vomit. Holy shit! Did this boss blow up a septic tank? Ghost Brother pinched his nose and swept the room with a flashlight. When he saw the scene in the room, everyone gasped in shock. This was an abandoned surgical room. The walls were lined with rusty bone saws and hooks, and the floor was littered with shattered glass jars and scattered limb specimens. In the center, the metal surgical table had dark brown blood that had coagulated and turned black, and deep scratch marks silently told the tale of despair and pain that had once occurred here. Tisk, TSK, the props are quite realistic. Ghost Brother regained his composure and began his act again. He walked to the wall, picked up a rusty bone saw, and gestured at the camera. Look, family members. This saw, it must be from a Pinduoduo promotion for just 9.9 yuan with free shipping? The rust on it, probably a mix of soy sauce and ketchup, no skill involved at all. The fans in the livestream were also shocked by the terrifying scene, but listening to Ghost Brother's commentary, they felt less afraid. Ghost Brother is amazing. Hardcore unboxing. The setup of this scene is indeed impressive. Spending 16,000 yuan is not a waste. I suggest Ghost Brother used that saw to tidy up the landlord's eyebrows. However, for Qin the coroner, his expression grew more serious. He ignored Ghost Brother's antics and put on a pair of white gloves, walking over to the autopsy table, crouching down to carefully examine the dark brown bloodstains. His nose twitched slightly, and his brow furrowed into a knot. This smell not right. This is not something that can be mimicked by pig's blood or chicken blood. This unique odor, mixed with rust and protein decay, was a smell he was all too familiar with: human blood. Moreover, it was aged blood that had long lost its vitality. He took out a small ultraviolet light from his investigation box. Ghost Brother, turn off the light over there. His voice was low and serious. All right. Ghost Brother thought Qin the coroner was going to do some scientific ghost hunting gimmick and excitedly turned off the spotlight. The room instantly fell into darkness. Qin the coroner pressed the switch of the ultraviolet light. V-room. A beam of ghostly blue light shone on the autopsy table. In the next second, everyone witnessed a scene they would never forget. The autopsy table they thought was just painted suddenly revealed large patches of eerie green fluorescence. It was a complete human shape, with limbs stretched in a grotesque posture, and surrounding that human figure were more spattered fluorescent traces, almost covering the entire autopsy table and the surrounding floor. This was the luminol reaction. A chemical luminescence that occurs only when iron in blood is present. What is this? Assistant Xiao Lu's voice trembled. It's blood. Qin the coroner's voice was cold without a hint of warmth. A large amount of blood. All the blood from one person's body has been somehow spilled entirely here. The smile on Ghost Brother's face froze. Qin the coroner, don't joke. This must be special effects, right? Bang! With a loud noise, the door to the room slammed shut. At the same time, in room 201 at the other end of the corridor. The remaining 5 people had spent a long time preparing themselves mentally at the door, and finally, the feng shui master holding the compass led the way, trembling as he pushed open the door. Blessed be the celestial lord, free from ban on anything. Old Taoist Li chanted a scripture he didn't even understand, shrinking his neck as he followed inside. The room was pitch black, unable to see a thing. Turn on the light. Quickly, turn on the light. A female fan screamed. However, as soon as her voice came out, it abruptly stopped. Not because she didn't want to scream, but because she found she couldn't make any sound. She could feel her vocal cords vibrating, her chest resonating, but not a single sound came out. Others also noticed this strange situation. Everyone opened their mouths wide, desperately trying to scream but could only flap like a group of thirsty fish, futilely opening and closing without making a sound. An extreme, suffocating silence enveloped them. Even the sounds of heartbeat and breathing had vanished. Panic spread like a plague. The compass in the feng shui master's hand began to spin wildly, and finally with a crack, it split in half. He terrifiedly discarded the compass, pointing at the wall, his face showing an indescribable fear. Everyone followed his pointing. In the dim light from their mobile phone flashlights, the wall, which had only looked fleshy before, at that moment actually started to move slowly. Those intersecting dark red stripes looked like awakened vocal cords. It is shrinking and expanding at a strange frequency. The entire room transformed into a huge, living throat. On the floor, the ground made of pale white human skin began to become slippery and muddy. Puddles of black water emerged from beneath the ground, gathering together without warning. Glub. Glub. This was the first sound they heard after entering the room. A damp, ink-black mass of long hair slowly rose from the largest puddle, swaying like aquatic plants. Then, a face, swollen and pale from the water, with features crammed together, slowly lifted between the strands of hair. Those eyes, devoid of white and completely black, fixed fiercely on the nearest female fan. Ah! The female fan finally broke through the silent shackles and let out a heart-wrenching scream. The scream was like a signal. In room 203, Ghost Brother and the others were frantically banging on the locked door in terror. A rhythmic thud, thud, thud sound suddenly echoed behind them. The sound was steady, neither fast nor slow, as if someone was chopping meat. They turned around stiffly. On the operating table, which had just been proven to be stained with human blood, there was now a figure in a blood-splattered apron. She was well-proportioned, with her head lowered, chopping something with a huge chef's knife, again and again. He. The woman let out a chilling laugh as she slowly turned around. Her face had no features, only a large mouth that stretched to the roots of her ears, filled with sharp teeth. Are you hungry? Come, have a midnight snack. In the lobby on the first floor. Chun-Yi leisurely sat behind the bar, wiping a highball glass. The cascading screams filled with pure fear from the second floor were for him the most wonderful symphony in the world. Ding! The cold system notification rang in his mind. Detected fear energy, in virtue value plus 288. Detected intense fear energy, in virtue value plus 410. On China's phone screen, the live broadcast room belonging to Terminator Ghost Brother was completely flooded with comments like help, and call the police. The screen was a chaotic swirl of motion and darkness. The number of viewers online has exceeded 1 million. TSK, this is just the appetizer, and it's already like this? Chun-Yi put down the wine glass, a satisfied curve emerging at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 43, is this midnight snack serious? On the second floor, live broadcasting from hell. In room 201, the pupils of the 5 people reflected the swollen, pale face of the well lady slowly rising from the black puddle. The extreme silence was ripped apart, replaced by a scream from a woman's high-pitched voice echoing through the skies. Following this was the men's terrified, dissonant howls. They backed away in a panic, only to find the door behind them had already vanished, replaced by a wall of flesh that was gently writhing and exuding a sweet, bloody odor. In the neighboring room 203, the atmosphere was equally explosive. Don't come over. Don't come over. Ghost Brother's assistant, Little Lou, a muscular man at 1.8 meters tall, was curled up in the corner, crying like a 300-pound child. The chef, with no features and only a blood-red mouth, was now approaching them step by step, holding a dripping bone knife. She moved slowly, the floor creaking beneath her with each step, as if stepping on everyone's hearts. Are you hungry? That huge mouth opened and closed, making an indistinct sound, yet carrying an eerie allure. Forensic Dr. Chin stared at her, his back already soaked with cold sweat. He wanted to remain calm, to find a flaw, but his brain was seized by primal fear, leaving it blank. This was not a prop. This was not an actor. The resentment and madness rushing at him was something no acting could convey. Ghost Brother's live broadcast room had completely gone insane. Alarm! I have already called the police. Address, East Sea City, West Town, Happy Apartment. This is not a joke. Absolutely not. That woman has no gums in her mouth, only dense, sharp teeth. Ghost Brother. Run. Don't just stand there. Forget the money. Life is more important. It's over, the host bravely entering the King of Hell's Hall. This time he's really going to be a VIP for life. Oh my god. The online viewers have broken 150,000. Ghost Brother is risking his life to boost his stats. Just when everyone in room 203 thought they were about to become victims, preparing to close their eyes and wait for death, that terrifying cook, Meng Sanyang, suddenly stopped in her tracks. She tilted her head, as if she had heard some command. Then, to everyone's horror, she actually closed that mouth that stretched to her ears. The flesh on her face rippled, although she still had no features, the brutal killing intent retreated like a tide. She even pretentiously wiped the bone-cutting knife on her blood-stained apron, then with a clatter, hung it back at her waist. The whole process was filled with a strange sense of ritual, like a butcher preparing to finish his day. Ghost Brother and the others were all dumbfounded. The script is wrong again? What is this situation? Halftime break? Before they could figure it out, the screams from room 201 suddenly stopped. Immediately, a rustling sound came from the hallway. Ghost Brother gathered his courage, trembling, and leaned towards the door they had locked, peering through the peephole. There stood the terrifying cook in the middle of the hallway. And the door to room 201 opened, revealing the damp figure of Lady Jing stepping out. The two female ghosts, no, the two employees, actually nodded at each other like colleagues as they passed by. Lady Jing dragged a trail of water and silently returned to her well while Meng Sanyan walked towards the stairs. After a few seconds, she returned. This time, she had a vintage redwood lunchbox in her hands. She walked to the door of 203, ignored the tightly locked door, and stepped inside directly. She gently placed the lunchbox on the surgical table covered in blood, then in a hoarse yet oddly warm voice, said to the 5 stunned people in the room. "Dear guests, I apologize for the fright," the boss instructed, "sending some late-night snacks to calm your nerves." Late-night snacks? Ghost Brother's eyes were about to pop out. The live stream's comments also displayed 3 seconds of eerie silence. Did I hear that right? Sending late-night snacks? A type of plant, I'm really shocked. What a plot twist is this? After defeating the boss, they give comfort prizes? I get it. This is part of the immersive experience. First break down your mental defenses with extreme fear, then corrupt your will with food. This boss is a PUA master. Stop talking nonsense in front, who dares to eat what she delivers? The stuff on that knife hasn't been cleaned yet. It can't be human meat buns, right? Ghost Brother looked at the lunchbox on the surgical table, then glanced at Meng San Yang, who had closed her mouth but still exuded an ominous vibe, and his courage surged again after surviving. He felt he had grasped the operational rules of this haunted house. Ha! What did I say? He suddenly stood up, forcing a smile more distorted than crying at the camera. Family, did you see that? It's all part of the process. It's all scripted. That was just an appetizer, now, the main course is here. He swaggered to the surgical table, pointing at the lunchbox, and casually said to Meng Sanyan, "Hey, big sister, you've worked hard. This late-night snack, is it included in the 16,000 package, or is it an extra charge?" Meng Sanyang did not respond, only quietly opened the first layer of the lunchbox. An indescribable aroma instantly filled the entire room. It wasn't just an ordinary food smell, that fragrance seemed to have a life of its own, penetrating into the nostrils. A rush of sensation hit him, sweeping away the intense smell of blood and formaldehyde. On the top layer of the food box, several delicate snacks were beautifully arranged. Translucent shrimp dumplings, the skin as thin as paper, with tender shrimp visible inside. Golden, crispy durian pastries, stacked layer upon layer, exuding a strong yet charming sweet aroma. There was also a bowl of steaming hot chicken soup wontons, with a clear broth sprinkled with vibrant green scallions and golden strips of egg. Each snack seemed like a top-notch dish from a 5-star hotel kitchen, just looking at them made one's appetite soar. I can't believe it. Assistant Xiao Lu swallowed, his stomach audibly rumbling. Having been frightened and exhausted, smelling this aroma made him feel like he could eat a whole cow. Forensic Dr. Chin pushed up his glasses, his eyes filled with doubt. He leaned in closer, carefully observing the snacks, even sniffing near the wonton bowl. The ingredients were fresh, cooked to perfection. Aside from being a bit overly fragrant, there were no issues. Just as he was observing the top layer of snacks, Meng Sanyang slightly tilted the food box, preparing to take out the second layer. At that moment, the corner of Chin's eye caught something in the lower layer of the food box. It was a pile of things that were still slightly wriggling, resembling pieces of meat. One piece was clearly a broken finger, the nail still painted with pink nail polish. And beside the finger, a heart cut in half was rhythmically and slightly beating. Chin's blood turned cold in an instant. He quickly looked up, only to see Meng Sanyang casually set the food box upright, her face still without features, calm as ever. Was it an illusion? Or was it, the lighting here too dim, creating a trick of the mind? Ghost Brother, don't eat. There's something wrong with this. Chin lowered his voice, grabbing hold of Ghost Brother, who was reaching for the shrimp dumplings. What's wrong with it? Ghost Brother shook off his hand, needing a victory to reclaim his scared image, reinforcing his fearless persona. Chin, you're just too nervous. This is professional. Look at this prop, this skill. The money was well spent. He picked up a shrimp dumpling, waving it in front of the camera, then popped it into his mouth. The moment he chewed, Ghost Brother's eyes widened suddenly. An extreme sweetness burst forth on his taste buds. The shrimp was bouncy and smooth, the translucent skin glistening and soft. The taste was 100 times better than anything from any Michelin restaurant he had ever been to. Delicious. It's so damn good. Ghost Brother mumbled in awe, swallowing a shrimp dumpling in just a few bites. The comments in the live stream shifted. Looking at Ghost Brother's expression, it doesn't seem fake. I'm so hungry, please share the takeout link. Is this apartment still doing food business? The host is risking his life to taste test. Brothers, spam 666 on the screen. With Ghost Brother leading the way, the assistant couldn't hold back for even a second longer, picking up the bowl of wontons and slurping it down. The remaining people also dropped their guard, starting to enjoy this hard-earned headless meal. Sheen watched them gobbling it down, frowning, the unease in his heart growing stronger. Burp. Ghost Brother let out a satisfied burp, wiping his mouth. Everyone, I announce that this is the best late-night snack I've had in my spirit-seeking career. Aside from the poor environment and the abstract-looking staff, there's nothing wrong with it. I give. His words suddenly cut off. The smile on his face froze. Then, his expression began to change dramatically. First joy, then rage, followed by uncontrollable sadness. His eyes reddened in an instant, 2 streams of hot tears flowed down without warning. Whoa. He suddenly seemed to remember some huge injustice, and without any warning, squatted down on the ground, holding his head, and cried out loudly. I was wrong. Mom. I shouldn't have stolen your money to buy a game console. Whoa. He cried so heartbreakingly, like a lost child. Everyone else was completely stunned. And the assistant, Xiao Lu, who was drinking soup, had his bowl drop to the floor with a loud crash. His eyes became hollow and lifeless, but the corners of his mouth twisted into a silly smile, and he started spinning in place, humming a disjointed children's song. Another team member, who had eaten the durian puff, had a grotesque look on his face, his eyes bloodshot. He grabbed his neck tightly, making strange hissing sounds from his throat, as if fighting an invisible enemy. 5 flavors seized the soul. The diner's emotions were being completely devoured by the resentment in the food. Forensic Sheen looked in terror at the bizarre scene before him, then glanced at the untouched wonton in front of him. He finally understood that this midnight snack was not a consolation prize at all. It was a poison far more terrifying than simply killing them. And Meng Sandang just quietly stood aside, watching as they fell into their own emotional hells. On her face, which had no features, it seemed like a satisfied, motherly smile appeared. Eat, finish it all. Don't waste it. The food Mom made is the best. The tragic scene of room 203 was broadcast live to the internet through the shaking phone camera. 1.5 million online viewers witnessed a live broadcast of mental breakdowns in real time. Ghost Brother was holding his head, crying uncontrollably, constantly confessing trivial childhood thefts. Assistant Xiao Lu, like a puppet on strings, was spinning in place, foolishly smiling and humming off-key 2 tigers. The team member who ate the durian puff had already turned his neck purple, his eyes rolling back, foaming at the mouth, yet still didn't stop. Forensic Sheen leaned against the cold wall, his heart racing, feeling as though his blood had frozen. Poison. This midnight snack had a spiritual poison. He looked in terror at the faceless cook, Meng Sandang. She just quietly stood there, as if admiring her masterpiece. A satisfied, motherly smile seemed to appear on her smooth face. Eat, finish it all. Don't waste it. The food Mom made is the best. The bullet screen reminded countless terrified viewers, urging them to flock to another signal. That was the perspective from room 201. The camera was shaking violently again, but at the center of the screen, it was locked on a figure climbing out of a black water pool. It was a woman, a bloated woman who had been soaked in water. Her face was as pale as paper, her features twisted together, her wet black hair sticking to her face, and her pure black eyes were devoid of any human emotion, only deathly silence and resentment. An older sister fell into the well. Bubbles, Bubbles, she's bubbling. The well lady spoke, in an innocent childlike tone, humming a strange song. Her voice pierced through the eerie silence, clearly reaching the ears of the remaining 5 people in the room. 2 brothers came to find her. Grabbing her ankles, they went down together. In the song, the feng shui master holding the compass instantly turned a deep purple. He covered his throat and desperately coughed, his face twitching violently from pain and fear. Cough, cough, ugh. He bent down suddenly, dry heaving violently. Old Daiwesley, who was with him, hurried forward to pat his back. Old Wang. What's wrong, Old Wang? The next second, Old Li's hand froze in midair, his face drained of all color. He saw it. In Old Wang's wide-open mouth, a damp, black hair was slowly emerging. Ugh, ugh. Old Wang painfully reached his hand into his mouth, grabbed the hair, and yanked it out forcefully. SSSSH. A long strand of black hair, dripping with thick saliva, was forcibly pulled out from deep in his throat. The hair was about half a meter long, still slightly wriggling. However, this was just the beginning. More black hair continued to pour out of his throat, as if his internal organs had turned into a giant hair follicle, crazily growing the hair belonging to the well lady. Ah! The surviving female fan, witnessing this scene beyond human comprehension, completely broke down, letting out an even more piercing scream than before. And the well lady just tilted her head, watching this scene, her smile on the corner of her mouth widening even more. Her song continued. The people in the well sit in a row, waiting for you to come down and switch with me. The barrage in the live broadcast room went completely crazy. Hair. He spit out hair from his mouth. Damn. Damn. This isn't special effects. This is definitely not special effects. The texture of the hair, it's too real. I'm throwing up, I'm really stunned. What kind of black magic is this? This barrage felt like a death sentence. The remaining 4 people in the room, including the old Taoist priest, all remembered the reflection they had seen earlier in the black water stain. A chill ran up their spine, shooting straight to the top of their head. They instinctively covered their throats, as if they could feel something foreign wriggling and growing inside. Extreme fear brought about extreme madness. I'm going to fight you. Old Taoist priest shouted angrily, pulling out a peachwood sword from his chest, and rushed wildly toward the well lady. However, after just 2 steps, his foot suddenly slipped. On the floor made of stitched human skin, moss, deep green and slippery, had grown unknowingly. Thud! The old Taoist priest fell heavily to the ground, and the peachwood sword flew out of his hand. He looked up in terror, only to meet the well lady's pure black eyes. The well lady slowly crawled toward him, like a water snake. Wherever she crawled, the moss spread wildly, and the entire floor of the room was rapidly turning into a slippery swamp. On the first floor hall, Changyi leisurely leaned against the bar chair, with 2 phones in front of him. One phone displayed Ghost Brother's heartbreaking cries and his teammates' madness. The other phone showed the well lady's innocent yet cruel song, and the survivors' despair as they pulled hair from their throat. The online viewers in both live broadcast rooms had surpassed 1 million and were still rapidly increasing. All the internet's thrill seekers were attracted to this life or death live broadcast feast. Ding! Detected extreme fear energy, in virtue plus 350. Detected mental collapse energy, in virtue plus 520. Detected mass panic, in virtue plus 688. The cold system prompt sounded like the horn of harvest, constantly ringing in Chang Yi's mind. He glanced at the rapidly scrolling barrage on his phone screen, filled with help and 666, a satisfied curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Not bad, the staff's business abilities are really strong, they've exceeded their KPIs. He picked up a freshly brewed cup of tea in blue on it. Looks like it's time to prepare for upgrading the apartment. At this moment, in room 201, the feng shui master, tortured by the hair, had already collapsed on the floor, on the verge of death. He was still instinctively scraping at his throat with his hand, but the hair pouring out had already blocked his airway. The well lady had crawled to his front. She lowered her head, her swollen and pale face almost touching his face. The damp black hair hung down, carrying a cold, rotting smell from the well. She looked at his bulging eyes, caused by suffocation. Innocently tilting her head, with a childlike tone, she softly asked, "Uncle, my hair. Does it look good?" Chapter 45, This service requires extra money. In the bulging eyes of the feng shui master, the innocent yet terrifying face of Ms. Jing was reflected. "Uncle, my hair, does it look good?" The childlike, crisp question became the last straw that broke his sanity. He could no longer make a sound. With a twist of his neck, he fell silent completely, only his mouth was continuously leaking dark strands of hair. Old Wang. Oldly, the Taoist priest, let out a wail, scrambling backward with hands and feet. The slippery moss beneath him made it impossible to exert any strength, looking as helpless as a frog that fell into a pot of oil. The remaining 2 fans, one was already too scared to move, while the other was desperately covering his mouth, tears and mucus smeared all over his face. Fearing that if he opened his mouth, that deadly hair would grow out of his throat. Room 201 had already turned into a hell on earth, filled with moss and hair. In the adjacent room 203, the situation was equally tragic. Ghost Brother was still howling for the $5 stolen from his childhood, while assistant Xiaolu's silly dance was getting more and more vigorous. And that team member who was choking himself, his face had turned from blue to dark purple, and it looked like he was about to end it all. Forensic Qin leaned against the wall, cold sweat soaking his clothes. He stared intently at the untouched bowl of wontons, then glanced at the faceless chef, Meng San Yang, who seemed to be enjoying the scene like an art lover. This so-called scientific exploration of the spirit had completely derailed into a one-sided, bloody, and cruel slaughter. The comments section in the livestream had gone beyond madness, boiling like a cauldron. Someone has died. Someone really has died. That feng shui master has stopped moving. The one in 203 who is choking himself is about to go too. I'm almost suffocating outside the screen. Call the police. Everyone stop watching. Hurry up and call the police. If we wait any longer, we'll only be collecting their bodies. Address: Happy Apartment. I checked, it's in the abandoned industrial area on the west side of Donghai City. Useless. I reported it half an hour ago. There has been no movement since. This place has something strange about it. Just when everyone thought this livestream would end with the price of 10 lives, an unexpected change happened. In room 201, the Ms. Jing who was about to extend her claws towards Old Li suddenly paused. Tilting her head, her pure black eyes turned towards the wall of flesh that was constantly writhing in the room. In room 203, Meng San Yang, who was watching the diner's mental breakdown, also dropped her motherly demeanor, her faceless face turned toward the closed door. They seemed to have received some sort of command at the same time. In the next moment, an even stranger, even more incomprehensible scene occurred. In room 201, the hair growing wildly from the feng shui master's mouth suddenly stopped writhing. The slippery moss on the ground visibly dried up and faded away. The wall of flesh that emitted a fishy sweet odor stopped moving, and the surface texture began to smooth out and harden, eventually transforming into a clean, new white wall. And in room 203, Ghost Brothers' crying abruptly ceased, assistant Xiao Lu's spinning dance came to a halt, and the team member who was choking himself suddenly let go, gasping for breath. The bowl filled with mental poison, along with the entire food container, turned into a wisp of blue smoke and disappeared. The survivors in both rooms were stunned. The confusion of having survived left their minds blank. The door is open. Someone shouted. Those two doors that had been impossible to open before were now slowly creaking open inward. Outside the door, it was no longer the eerie and terrifying corridor of before. The corridor had changed. The walls were no longer mottled and covered in claw marks but instead had turned into a delicate and smooth rice paper texture. On the ground, the traces of battle, bloodstains, and watermarks all disappeared, replaced by a warm, jade-like black marble floor that could reflect a person's image. Even more bizarre, on both sides of the corridor walls, more than a dozen Western mirrors of various sizes had appeared without anyone noticing. These mirrors had frames carved with intricate and gorgeous patterns, their surfaces polished to perfection, clearly reflecting everything in the corridor. What is going on? Ghost Brother climbed up from the ground, tears still on his face, looking at the completely different corridor, feeling as if his worldview was being repeatedly crushed. Forensic Qin adjusted his glasses, his eyes filled with vigilance. He did not relax, instead, he became even tenser. Every change in this apartment signified a brand new, unknown horror. The survivors in the rooms on both sides cautiously peeked out. When they saw each other's miserable appearances, they were both startled. Ghost Brothers' side looked like people with ashen faces, as if they had just escaped from a mental hospital. On Old Li Daoist's side, everyone was soaked and in disarray, as if they had just been fished out of the water. You guys? Before the two groups could exchange their experiences, a sudden, slightly disdainful female voice echoed in the empty corridor. Tisk, really some rough collections. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. At the end of the corridor, near the staircase, stood a woman wearing a plain white dress, appearing there without anyone noticing. She had an elegant figure, with her black hair elegantly tied up, and just her back exuded a classic lady's grace. However, her plain white skirt was splashed with large blotches of ink, resembling a spilled inkstone, or dried blood. She slowly turned around. A perfectly shaped oval face, with brows like distant mountains and eyes like autumn waters. But in those beautiful eyes, there were no emotions, only the picky and indifferent gaze of an artist examining their work. It is her. Ghost Brothers' pupils suddenly contracted. The painting's soul. She took a step forward, slowly walking towards the crowd. She walked very slowly, barefoot, the hem of her skirt dragging along the smooth floor, leaving behind drops of colorful sticky liquid. When that sticky liquid fell to the ground, it did not spread out but quickly solidified into face-like crystals, full of painful expressions, emitting silent wails. This scene made the crowd, who had just caught their breath, feel their hearts drop to their throats once again. This woman was even more sinister than the previous two. Run! Ghost Brother was the first to react, letting out a scream, and turned to dash downstairs. However, when he rushed to a mirror, he suddenly stopped. He saw himself in the mirror. In the mirror, he wore a strange smile, silently mouthing words to him. Don't run! Ghost Brother was so scared that his soul almost flew away, quickly retreating. The others also noticed the strangeness of the mirrors. Each of their reflections in the mirror was making completely different movements. A female fan's reflection was slowly raising her hand, using sharp nails to scratch her own cheek. Old Li Daoist's reflection was pulling out a yellow talisman from his pocket and chewing it with delight. Holy crap! Mirrors! The people in the mirrors are moving. Not just moving. They're completely different. Ghost Brother and the others are running, but the people in the mirror are laughing. It's too late. This corridor is full of mirrors. There's nowhere to hide. The viewers in the live broadcast room felt a bone-deep despair even through the screen. Just when everyone was at a loss, stuck between a rock and a hard place, the woman called Painting Soul had already walked up to them. Her gaze fell on the face of the surviving female fan. Due to the fright earlier, a small red pimple had appeared on the fan's forehead. Painting Soul's brow furrowed slightly. A sickly regret flitted across her face. Flaw. She extended a long, slender finger, so pale it had no hint of color, and strangely, there were no fingerprints or any skin texture on it, smooth like a piece of polished jade. Her movements were gentle, as if caressing a precious piece of porcelain. The fingertip gently touched the pimple. "Let me tidy it up for you." The female fan's eyes widened in terror, wanting to move away, but her body felt trapped by an invisible force, unable to budge. In the next second, under the horrified gaze of everyone, the painted spirit's finger gently swiped at that pimple. Like erasing a smudge from paper with an eraser. The pimple, along with a small patch of surrounding skin, vanished instantly. There was no blood, only a smooth, bone-deep dent. "Ah! My face! My face!" The silence was shattered as the female fan let out a scream more piercing than ever before. That scream was full of real pain and fear. No one would think this was acting anymore. And the painted spirit, upon hearing that scream, revealed a blissful, intoxicated smile. This is the most beautiful accompaniment." She spread her hands, the half-rolled 100 beauties made of human skin slowly unfurling in her grip. On the scroll, faces of beauties, some seductive, some pure, some filled with resentment, all opened their eyes in unison, releasing satisfied sighs. At that moment, everyone's psychological defenses completely collapsed. Every employee in this apartment was a true monster. One toyed with people's hearts using food, another used hair to harm them, and the one in front of them treated living humans as canvases and instruments. "Run! Downstairs! Run!" Ghost Brother no longer cared about the live stream or his persona. He covered his head with his clothing, closed his eyes, and madly charged toward the stairs by instinct. Others followed suit, either closing their eyes or staring intently at the ground, scrambling and crawling for their lives in the corridor filled with magical mirrors and crystal faces. Strangely, the painted spirit did not intervene further. She simply stood quietly in place, alongside the well lady and Meng San-young, who had emerged silently from rooms 201 and 203. The three distinctly styled, yet equally terrifying employees, seemed to watch the guests leave, wearing a chilling smile that made everyone shudder. Clang! Thud! A group of people tumbled down the stairs, clumsily landing in the lobby on the first floor. They saw the young man sitting behind the bar, leisurely wiping a glass. Cheng Yi looked up at the group of disarmed, terrified warriors, a kind, harmless smile spreading across his face. "Everyone, the experience is over. How did you enjoy our apartment's immersive service? Satisfied? Screw your satisfaction." Ghost Brother couldn't even utter a harsh word. All he wanted was to get as far away from this hellhole as possible. The group scrambled to their feet and crazily rushed toward the apartment entrance, yanking it open and bursting into the cold air of the early morning. It was only after running several hundred meters that they dared to look back. That lonely apartment building stood quietly in the night, its 4 neon signs reading "Happy Apartment" blinking ominously, radiating an eerie red light, like a devil's eye watching them. Inside the apartment lobby, Cheng Yi set down his glass and picked up the phone that Ghost Brother and the others had dropped while fleeing. The phone screen showed that the live stream had not been interrupted. The number of online viewers had unprecedentedly surpassed 3 million. The comments were completely insane, with 99% of the content discussing whether this was supernatural special effects or real hell. "I believe. I totally believe now. This isn't a prop. This is absolutely not something a prop can achieve. That woman's finger can wipe away skin. How is that even acting?" That female fan's scream nearly gave me a heart attack. This is no longer about exploring spirits, this is about invading the underworld. That landlord who smiled in the end is definitely not human. 16,000 for a night? This is damn life money. If we can get out alive, Ghost Brother and the others can burn incense. Cheng Yi looked at all of this with satisfaction and turned off the live stream. Ding! Detection of subversive fear energy, EMD value plus 750. Detection of collective mental breakdown, EMD value plus 888. Detection of internet-driven panic, EMD value plus 1000. A continuous series of system alerts made Cheng Yi's smile grow wider. He glanced at his surging EMD value balance, then looked at Meng San-young, Jing Yangzi, and Hua Hunter, who were standing behind him and had already regained their calm. Well done, this month's bonus doubled. Meng San-young's face, which had no features, seemed a bit regretful. What a pity, so many late-night snacks, all wasted. Jing Yangzi twisted her wet hair while softly humming a tune. A brother fell into the well. Only Hua Hunter extended her finger, which had no fingerprints, and gestured in the air, seemingly relishing the feeling from just now when she touched up her work, her eyes full of lingering satisfaction. TSK, this batch of leeks was harvested very successfully. Cheng Yi stretched lazily, stood up, and looked around this terrifying yet somewhat old apartment. The EMD is also sufficient. It's time to give our happy apartment a brand new renovation. Chapter 46, The Landlord, When Godly Power Exists. In the apartment lobby, the abandoned phone screen of Ghost Brother was still flooded with a wave of comments. The shock and frenzy of 3 million viewers were constantly converting into the purest fear energy through this small screen. Cheng Yi casually closed the live stream, the phone screen darkened, and the whole world seemed to quiet down. In the shadows behind him, Meng Sanyang, Jing Yangzi, and Hua Hunter, the three tenants, stood silently, as if the recent frenzy of slaughter was just a mundane warm-up before their meal. Meng Sanyang was wiping her bone-cutting knife, the blade spotless but surrounded by a nauseatingly sweet aroma. Jing Yangzi was combing her wet long hair, tiny bits of moss falling from her fingertips. Hua Hunter unfolded a half-rolled human skin painting, gently touching the twisted and tortured beautiful faces in the painting, like comforting her own child. They were all waiting for the landlord's next command. Changyi did not look at them, his mind was completely immersed in his thoughts, watching the rapidly increasing number. In to balance, 3,288 points. This was a number that made his heart race slightly. From a corporate slave who could die at any moment to a landlord of a haunted house holding over 3,000 indi, it all took just a few days. Crazy, but incredibly real. System, open the rules formulation list. The price list written in blood unfolded again. Chang Ye's gaze skipped over the inconsequential spiritual civilization construction clauses and precisely locked onto the two rules he had long coveted, known as godly power. He no longer hesitated at all. In this human-devouring apartment, any form of saving or luck is a blasphemy against life. Only by holding power tightly in his hands is the only truth. Formulate a new rule: within the scope of the happy apartment, the landlord has absolute immunity, free from any form of harm. This rule is a cornerstone principle of the apartment and requires the consumption of 500 indi points. Confirm? Confirm. The moment Chang Ye's voice fell, the blood-red symbol on the back of his right hand, representing his identity as a landlord, suddenly burned fiercely. A hot flow surged from the symbol, instantly spreading throughout his limbs and bones. He could clearly feel that his body, his soul, seemed to be wrapped in an invisible, unbreakable barrier. Every brick of this apartment, every inch of space, was conveying to him a sense of intimacy and submission. From this moment on, he was the absolute safe presence in this building. Even if Meng Sanyang's kitchen knife was pressed against his neck, even if Jing Nangzi's hair wrapped around his ankle, it could not cause him the slightest harm. This feeling of taking control of his own fate intoxicated him. But he didn't stop. Establish the second rule: all tenants must unconditionally obey any instructions given by the landlord. This rule is a supreme authority directive, setting it requires consuming 1,000 in virtue points. Do you confirm? Confirm. 1,500 in virtue points. Cornerstone law, landlord exemption and tenant obedience contract have been permanently solidified. This time, it was not Chang Ye's body that trembled, but the entire apartment. Boom! A deep, muffled roar came from the depths of the apartment's foundation, as if a sleeping giant turned over. The air in the hall instantly became thick and heavy, and invisible, supreme pressure flooded every corner of the apartment like mercury spilling. The three female ghosts standing behind Changyi trembled violently at the same time. Meng Sanyang stopped wiping her knife, Jing Yangzi ceased combing her hair, and the painting soul also rolled up her scroll. They all raised their heads and looked at Changyi in their own ways. In their eyes, there was no longer the previous wariness and cooperation, but rather an uncontrollable awe that came from deep within their souls. They could feel an invisible shackles had been firmly branded onto the core of their resentment. This shackles was called obedience. Changyi slowly turned around to meet their gazes. His gaze was calm, but beneath that calm was an absolute confidence in controlling everything. He looked at Meng Sanyang and said lightly, "Give me your knife." Meng Sanyang's body stiffened obviously for a moment. That bone-chopping knife was a manifestation of her obsession, the source of her power, more important than her life. A wave of instinctive resistance emanated from her. But just a second later, a look of struggle and pain appeared on her faceless visage. The power of the apartment's rules was forcibly bending her will. In the end, she hunched over, holding the fragrant bone-chopping knife with both hands, and respectfully handed it to Changyi. Changyi took the knife, the cold sensation came to him, and he could even hear countless resentful spirits whispering on the blade. He nodded in satisfaction and looked at Jing Yangzi. "Pull your hair back." A hint of confusion flashed in Jing Yangzi's pure black eyes. But she obediently raised her hand, her waterfall like damp hair, as if it had a life of its own, quickly shrank back beneath her scalp, leaving only shoulder length. Chang Ye's gaze finally fell on the painting soul. "From now on, without my permission, no one may fix anything in this building." For the first time, a sense of grievance appeared on the perfect face of the painting soul, as she slightly pouted, like a child whose beloved toy was taken away. But she still nodded, her cold artist's eye showing a hint of submission. The test was over. Perfect. A sense of unprecedented pleasure surged in Chang Ye's heart. These 1,500 in virtue points were definitely worth spending. He was no longer a clumsy manager relying on information gaps and loopholes in contracts, but a true god, where his words became laws. At least, in this apartment, it was so. He returned the bone-chopping knife to Meng Sanyang and said, "The 10 guests just now left behind quite a few good things. Now, it's time to upgrade your business capabilities." As he spoke, he spread open his palm, and in the center lay 10 fist-sized black crystals, quietly radiating with intense resentment. These were the resentment crystals formed from the 10 ghost hunters who, in extreme fear, had been drained of all their energy. In the strange world, apart from virtue points, this was the most valuable currency. Meng Sanyang, Jing Yangzi. Your subordinate is here. The two female ghosts bowed simultaneously. You two, skilled in your tasks, have performed outstandingly. Now, it is time for your well-deserved rewards. Cheng Yi flicked his fingers, and the 10 resentment crystals flew accurately towards the two of them. As the crystals touched their bodies, they transformed into the purest resentment power, merging into their soul bodies. Ah! MMM. The two voices, suppressing pain and delight, echoed simultaneously. Meng Sanyang's bones cracked loudly as she straightened up, her figure no longer hunched but slowly stood tall, and the blood-stained apron deepened in color, as if it could drip thick black blood. The bone cleaver at her waist revealed a layer of fine, dark red patterns like blood vessels. On Jing Yangzi's side, the transformation was even more bizarre. A pool of pitch-black water appeared out of nowhere beneath her feet. On the water's surface, instead of ordinary moss, black lotus flowers resembling eyeballs bloomed. Her skin turned even paler, but deep within her pure black eyes, it seemed as if galaxies flowed, resentment and death condensed to the extreme. Ding! Tenant Meng Sanyang has been promoted to B-level grudge spirit. Ding! Tenant Jing Yangzi has been promoted to B-level grudge spirit. Feeling the aura about them, now several times stronger than before, Chang Yi nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, the painting soul watched all of this, her eyes revealing a hint of longing and jealousy. Chang Yi naturally did not overlook her. Painting soul, your performance is also good, and you are already a B-level grudge spirit, so I cannot upgrade you for now. He said in an assessing tone as if evaluating an employee. However, I can help you repair that half-ruined painting of yours first. As he spoke, he flicked the remaining resentment crystal towards the human skin scroll in the painting soul's hand. The scroll, like a hungry beast, instantly devoured the crystal. The originally half-damaged scroll began to repair and grow at a visible speed. In the blank part, brand new and clearer faces of pain emerged. The painting soul's face revealed an obsessed smile. Thank you, landlord, she said earnestly. With the upgrades and appeasement of the employees sorted, Chang Yi turned his gaze to his remaining virtue points. Virtue balance, 1,788 points. System, I need to unlock new apartment facilities. Please choose the area you wish to unlock. A virtual structure map of the apartment unfolded before Chang Yi. On the first floor, besides the hall and several tenant rooms, there were several areas in gray, in unlocked status. Among the cheaper options was the apartment restaurant. And one was the central elevator leading to the second floor. How many virtue points are needed to unlock the apartment restaurant and central elevator? Unlocking apartment restaurant requires 500 virtue points. Unlocking central elevator requires 800 virtue points. The prices were quite high. But Chang Yi understood that to make the apartment larger and stronger, relying solely on low-end industries like ghost hunting was not enough. He needed to open up new businesses. And the restaurant was undoubtedly the best place for Meng Sanyang to showcase her specialty. As for the elevator, it was a necessary foundation to connect the upper and lower levels, expanding his territory. Unlock everything. Minus 1,300 points of virtue. As soon as the words fell, the door at the end of the hall, which had been sealed with wooden boards and iron chains, leading to the elevator and the restaurant, exploded with a loud bang. The wooden boards turned to dust, and the iron chains broke inch by inch. A rich, mixed scent of food and blood flowed out from behind the door. Meng Sanyang's body slightly trembled with excitement. The restaurant! It is the area she longed for. And on the other side of the hall, that old, dusty elevator, covered in cobwebs, had its rusty metal door beginning to flake. Ding dong! A crisp prompt sound rang out, and the elevator door slowly opened. Inside was not the imagined decay, but a flickering dim red light, with the cabin walls shining like new, as if inviting new passengers. After finishing all of this, Chang Yi glanced at his balance. Value balance, 488 points. In one night, it had returned to pre-liberation levels. But he did not feel sorry at all. These investments would eventually earn back 100-fold or 1,000-fold. Just then, a series of brand new system prompts rang in his mind. Apartment upgrade conditions have been met. Landlord, Chang Yi. Apartment name, Happy Apartment. Apartment status, slight damage, completeness 10%. Permission level, LV2, entry-level landlord. Currently unlocked areas, first floor lobby, 3 first floor tenant rooms, first floor restaurant, central elevator, second floor. Core functions, rule setting, tenant management, apartment facilities. New function unlocked, tenant dispatch. Tenant dispatch, as the landlord, you can issue tasks outside the apartment to your contracted tenants. After completing tasks, corresponding rewards can be obtained. Warning, if tenants die outside, there will be permanent loss. Please dispatch carefully. Seeing this new function, Chang Ye's eyes lit up. This meant that his business could finally expand beyond the apartment to the broader outside world. Then, the last system prompt made his heart skip half a beat. New task activated. Task name, First Intimate Contact. Task description, your restaurant has opened, it's time to welcome your first real guest. A VIP from the Old Diners Club, having heard about your restaurant, has made a reservation. Task requirement, prepare a dinner within 3 days that satisfies the VIP. Task reward, END value 2000 points, apartment completeness plus 5%, 1 special architectural blueprint. Task failure penalty, apartment level reset to 0, landlord permissions permanently revoked, you will become the new ingredient. Chang Ye's pupils suddenly constricted. Old Diners Club? Just hearing the name exuded an indescribable eeriness and madness. This was no simple spirit exploring streamer but a true player from another dimension. What's worse, the penalty for failure, becoming an ingredient. Chang Ye could even feel Meng Sanyang beside him, her faceless visage betraying extreme excitement upon seeing this task. Damn it! This system really hits you with a stick and then gives you a sweet date. No, this is like giving a sugar-coated bomb. Chang Ye took a deep breath, suppressing the waves of emotion within. 3 days to prepare a dinner that could satisfy the unknown VIP. He looked at his recently upgraded B-level employee, at the newly unlocked professional kitchen, and at the elevator leading to the unknown floors. Not only was there no fear in his eyes, but a hotter flame ignited within him. Interesting. He murmured to himself, the corners of his mouth uncontrollably rising. Since the guest wants something thrilling, then I'll prepare a feast even the gods would want to take home, a decapitation meal. Chapter 47, Ingredient Procurement, Professional Match. That phrase, a decapitation meal even the gods would want to take home, was less a boast than a shot of adrenaline Chang Ye injected into himself. The penalty for failure was something he couldn't accept. He had just taken his seat on the throne of the god, but hadn't warmed the seat when the system arranged for him a task that could pull him down at any moment and chop him up to feed the guests. Old Diners Club. Just hearing the name indicates they are not the kind of small fry like Ghost Brother who come for traffic and gimmicks. These people are probably the true madmen who tread the gray area, taking pleasure in tasting taboos. Or, can it be resentful spirits? Chang Ye knew that what they wanted was not an ordinary horror experience. What they wanted was real, a feast. Chang Ye took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the chill that rose from the bottom of his heart. He turned around, his gaze landing on Meng Sanyang. Among the 3 employees, Jing Yangzi was playing with mental pollution and the water ghost's claim for lives, while Hua Haner was dealing with artistic skin peeling and imprisonment in paintings. If we are talking about genuine catering service, then it must be Meng Sanyang. She is professional. Meng Sanyang. Chang Ye's voice was calm. Subordinate is here. Meng Sanyang bowed. Recently promoted to a B-level resentful spirit, the mix of resentment and the smell of smoke around her was even stronger, as if she were a moving kitchen radiating an ominous aura. Follow me. Chang Ye walked first towards the end of the hall, towards the door that had just been unsealed, leading to the restaurant and the elevator. Behind the door was no longer darkness, but a short corridor. On the left side, a heavy wooden door, intricately carved with countless reliefs of suffering diners, was tightly shut. Chang Ye pushed open the door. A powerful mixture of grease, spices, blood, and rust surged forward. This is the apartment's restaurant kitchen. It was much larger than Chang Ye had imagined. All the cookware, from the stove to the prep table to the sink, was cold, heavy stainless steel, polished to a shine, yet it reflected no clear human figures, only distorted, blurred color patches. There were no chandeliers on the ceiling, instead, rows of iron hooks of varying lengths hung down, their tips glinting coldly, as if they had just hung something and were still swaying slightly. In the very center was an enormous black cutting board, made from neither wood nor stone, its surface covered in knife marks. Getting closer, one could even see dark red liquid slowly seeping out from the depths of the knife marks, only to be absorbed back by the cutting board itself. Everything here exuded a professional yet extreme cruelty. As soon as Meng Sanyang stepped into this kitchen, the entire ghost felt relaxed. Her face seemed to radiate a sense of I'm home. She reached out her iron-hooked left hand, lovingly caressing the cold prep table as if she were stroking a lover's face. 3 days later, a distinguished guest will come. Chang Ye got straight to the point, staring at Meng Sanyang. A true gourmet. Gourmet? Meng Sanyang's actions paused, she turned to look at Chang Ye, and her passion for her work began to rise. Does he understand food? He understands, possibly more than you imagine. Chang Ye said in a deep voice. So, this dinner must showcase your best skills. You will decide the menu. But, I want the highest specifications. Highest specifications. Meng San Yang repeated softly, and her mini knife, tucked at her temple, began to hum. Her body trembled slightly with pure excitement. When a distinguished guest arrives, we cannot use ordinary items. Meng San Yang's voice became somewhat ethereal, filled with a dreamlike fervor. For the appetizer, we can use the jealous woman's heart, sour and appetizing. For the main course, let's serve the untrustworthy liver with a rich sauce made from lies, the taste being the most succulent. For the soup, we must use the coward's essence and simmer it on low heat for 3 hours to extract that sweet freshness. With each dish she described, the temperature in the kitchen seemed to drop a degree. Cheng Yi felt his eyelids twitch. These ingredients. Cheng Yi interrupted her, wait. Do we have them in the kitchen? This. Meng San Yang's fervor was interrupted, and she looked around, that motherly demeanor resurfacing, mixed with a bit of regret. Landlord, this kitchen is just opened, it's very empty. My little secret stash was almost used up while entertaining the previous batch of visitors. She walked over to a refrigerator and pulled open the door. Inside was completely empty, only a few glass jars were left in the corner. In one jar, there were a few pale fingers, their nails trimmed neatly. In another jar, there is a heart that is still faintly beating, filled with fine needles labeled regret. This is all that's left. Meng Sanyan's tone was like a housewife troubled by the daily worries of life. It can be used for a dessert after the meal, but as the main dish, it truly insults the identity of the honored guest. Cheng Yi's brows furrowed tightly. The problem arose. No ingredients. Moreover, from Meng Sanyang's words, the ingredients she needed were not at all something one could buy at the market. She wanted Cheng Yi to personally go outside to purchase? Not to mention whether he had the guts, even if he did, he wouldn't have the ability to distinguish jealous heart from disloyal liver. Professional matters must still be left to professionals to handle. A flash of inspiration struck Cheng Yi's mind. He remembered that new function he had just unlocked after upgrading the apartment. Tenant dispatch. Isn't this tailored perfectly for the current situation? I'll solve the ingredient problem. Cheng Yi's expression regained calmness. You familiarize yourself with the kitchen and make a detailed shopping list for me. Yes, landlord. Meng Sanyang immediately accepted the order, eagerly picking up a bone cleaver hanging on the wall, starting to gesture on the cutting board, murmuring to herself as if she was planning an earth-shattering feast. Cheng Yi exited the kitchen and returned to the hall. His mind sank into the system, opening the brand new tenant dispatch interface. The interface was simple, with only a few options. Choose tenant to dispatch. Set task objectives. Set dispatch duration. Estimate risks and returns. Without hesitation, Cheng Yi selected Meng Sanyang. For the task objective, he directly input, procure the highest quality special ingredients for the VIP dinner of the Old Foodie Club. For dispatch duration, the system provided several options, 6 hours, 12 hours, 24 hours, and custom. Cheng Yi thought for a moment, the honored guests were arriving in 3 days, which was plenty of time. But for ingredients, the fresher, the better. He selected 48 hours. Finally, it was risk and return assessment. Risk assessment. B-level vengeful spirit Meng Sanyang has strong professional abilities, with a very high success rate in the field of ingredient procurement. However, her behavior patterns are likely to cause widespread panic, with a certain probability of attracting the attention of the city's cleaners. Overall risk level, moderate. Return estimate, depending on task completion, 300 to 800 points of virtue can be earned, and there is a high probability of bringing back high-quality special ingredients, providing assurance for subsequent tasks. Cleaners? Cheng Yi sharply caught on to this new term. It sounded like an official or semi-official organization in this world that specifically handled their kind of abnormal events. Like the previous purification organization? It seems that the outside world cannot be wild and reckless. However, risk and reward coexist. For the virtue reward in his own life, the small risk is worth taking. Confirm dispatch. Cheng Yi made the decision. Instructions have been issued. Tenant Meng Sanyang will depart in 5 minutes, dispatch task begins, countdown 48 hours. In the kitchen, Meng Sanyang, who was excitedly gesturing, suddenly paused. She received the highest order from the landlord, stemming from the sole contract. The next second, she dropped the bone cleaver and quickly walked out of the kitchen, coming to Cheng Yi's side. Landlord, I have received your order. Her voice could not hide the excitement and bloodthirsty desire of going out to purchase. I guarantee to complete the task. Cheng Yi looked at her and gave a reminder. Stay hidden, make little noise. We are respectable businessmen and must consider the impact. Understood, my lord. I will politely request them to contribute their part. A flower seemed to bloom on Meng Sanyang's smooth face. She turned around and took the bone cleaver that had accompanied her for many years, with Mengpa soup carved on the handle, along with that iron hook from her room. She walked to the apartment door and bowed deeply to Chang Yi. Then, he opened the big door, and his figure instantly disappeared into the night's darkness at dawn. In the apartment, one employee was missing. Chang Yi glanced at Jing Yangzi and Hua Hunter, who were standing at the staircase. Jing Yangzi was still combing her hair, indifferent to everything happening outside. Hua Hunter, with her artist's eyes, scrutinized Chang Yi, seemingly displeased that he had given the good task of procurement to Meng San Yang instead of herself. In the next 2 days, you two will be responsible for receiving the guests. Chang Yi said to them. Let's change the rules a bit. He paused and added, just scare them and collect their fear, don't cause any deaths. The commotion from yesterday was too big, we need to keep a low profile for a while. He did not want to have the so-called cleaners showing up at such a critical time of receiving distinguished guests. A clear sense of disappointment appeared on Hua Hunter's face. Not being able to make adjustments to her work was like forbidding a painter from picking up a brush, it was simply torture. But an order from the landlord could not be defied. She could only reluctantly nod. The following day was unexpectedly calm. The epic livestream by Ghost Brother was causing tremendous ripple effects online. Happy Apartment had already become the hottest supernatural tag on the internet. Countless people dug up the apartment's address, but strangely, all navigation apps could not pinpoint the exact location, only providing a rough range. Even so, there were still some reckless young people, or second-rate streamers trying to ride the wave, who came in search based on clues. But they could not even enter the apartment's door. These people, when they were still 100 meters away from the apartment, would see Jing Yangzi. She would squat by the water puddle on the roadside, humming that eerie nursery rhyme with a childlike voice over and over again. A sister fell into the well. Gurgle gurgle, blowing bubbles. Just the song alone was enough to make 99% of people feel disoriented and turn back. As for that remaining 1% of warriors, all it would take was one more glance at Jing Yangzi's reflection in the puddle to immediately clutch their throats. They would feel that horrifying illusion of hair writhing in their esophagus and then run away in panic. As for Hua Hunter, she was even more direct. She would stand by the second-floor window, and when someone looked up, she would smile at them. Then right in front of that person, she would extend her slender finger and gently wipe it across her face. A perfect piece of skin would be wiped away, revealing the fresh red flesh underneath. This kind of visual shock, unexplainable by science and directly hitting the depths of the soul, was far more lethal than any bloody scene. All day long, people came and went at the apartment door, but not a single one could step inside even half a step. Meanwhile, Chang Yi's virtue value was slowly but steadily increasing with the endless stream of fear energy. Detected mild fear energy, in virtue value +5. Detected madness energy, in virtue value +8. Though they were just bits and pieces, it was still something that accumulated to more. By the end of the day, he had gained over 100 points. Chang Yi was quite satisfied with this sustainable cutting leaks model. 2 days later, night fell again. Only 5 minutes were left until the 48-hour dispatch deadline. Chang Yi stood quietly in the center of the hall, waiting. Jing Yangzi and Hua Hunter stood behind him, feeling a familiar and powerful aura approaching from afar. A wind rose on the street outside the apartment. The wind carried a faint whiff of fresh blood and the smell of a market. Click. The apartment's big door was pushed open right on time from the outside. Meng San Yang had returned. She still wore the same outfit as when she left, the blood-stained apron, with the cleaver strapped to her waist. There was not a single visible wound on her body, nor a hint of fatigue. Instead, she looked vibrant and energetic. Was shaken and stirred. She was like a chief engineer who had just perfectly completed a major project. The only difference was, her left hand was carrying nothing, but on her right shoulder. She bore a huge sack wrapped in some gray cloth, which was constantly wriggling. From the sack came muffled sounds of suppressed cries and struggles. Landlord. Meng Sanyan walked up to Chang Yi and dropped the enormous sack onto the ground with a loud thud. The ground trembled from the impact. I have lived up to your expectations. There was a hint of joy in Meng Sanyan's voice, as if she was seeking praise. The fresh ingredients you wanted, I've brought back. She extended her calloused hand, grasping the sack's knot and slowly pulling it open. I guarantee that our esteemed guest will savor the experience. Chapter 48, The Esteemed Guest Arrives. Gift Update. The knot of the sack was slowly loosened by Meng Sanyang's calloused hand. As the mouth of the sack opened, a pungent stench, mixed with fear, sweat, cheap perfume, and the sourness of alcohol, burst out suddenly. The well lady instinctively shrank back, seeming displeased by this filthy odor. The painting spirit frowned slightly, waving her delicate sleeve in front of her nose, her face showing clear disgust. Only Chang Yi stood still, his expression unchanged, watching the things rolling out of the sack. 3 people. 2 men and 1 woman, all tied up with rough burlap ropes, their mouths stuffed with grease-soaked rags, only able to emit muffled cries. Their clothing was dazzling, dressed in suits and jewels. But at this moment, they were a mess, tears streaming down their faces, their eyes filled with primal, animal-like terror of being preyed upon. "Landlord, look." There was a hint of pride in Meng Sanyang's voice, as if she were showcasing the freshest meat she had snatched from the market. "I worked hard for these 3 ingredients." She pointed with her iron-hooked left hand at the 3 people on the ground in turn. "This one, the liver of betrayal." She pointed at the middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle. "The boss of the East City Trust Company, who ran off with 300 million last month. Leaving thousands of families' hard-earned money turned into young models and yachts. When I found him, he was singing Starting Over with 2 young girls at a KTV. His liver, soaked in lies and betrayal, slow-cooked with yellow wine, is the most delicious." The middle-aged man trembled violently, his eyes bulging, almost popping out of their sockets. "This one." Meng Sanyang's iron hook shifted to the exquisitely made-up woman, who even at that moment couldn't hide her charm. The heart of a jealous woman, a gold medal mistress. She's torn apart 7 families, most enjoys pushing the original partner to jump off buildings, then inheriting everything they had. Her heart, both sour and bitter, yet carries a venomous sweetness, is the best appetizer. The woman, already frightened to the point of losing control, unleashed a foul odor that made the painting spirit frown even tighter. As for this last one. Meng Sanyang's iron hook landed on the young man in gold-rimmed glasses, looking seemingly gentle. The marrow of a coward, a top student from a prestigious university, who hit someone with his car, watching the victim bleed in the rain, yet first called his lawyer father, thinking about how to escape punishment. When I dragged him out from his villa, he wet his pants. The marrow of such a person is the cleanest, with no impurities, and when slow-cooked over a gentle flame, the broth will be clear and sweet. The young man had already rolled his eyes, his body shaking like chaff, white foam dribbling from the corners of his mouth. After hearing Meng Sanyang's procurement report, Chang Yi fell silent for a moment. He had to admit that Meng Sanyang was indeed flawless in her professional field. The people she found were not innocent at all, but truly the scum of the earth. This made Chang Yi's remaining shred of normal morality in his heart. Received some strange comfort. Very good. Chang Yi nodded, his tone flat like he was praising a housekeeper returning from grocery shopping. You've worked hard. His gaze swept over the painting spirit beside him. Do you have any objections? The painting spirit pouted, her perfect face showing the artist's pickiness. The material is too rough, the features are distorted, and there's no beauty. Sanyang's taste is still full of the smoke of life. Stay in your lane. Chang Yi said lightly. Those who paint should focus on their art. Those who cook should manage their pots. Don't impose your aesthetic on someone else's menu. The painting spirit sulkily closed her mouth, no longer speaking. Landlord, I'll take care of it now. With approval, Meng Sanyang excitedly rubbed her hands, the iron hook gleaming coldly in the light. With one in each hand, like lifting small chickens, she grabbed the collars of the betrayer's liver and the jealous woman's heart, dragging them toward the kitchen. The 2 were dragged across the smooth marble floor, leaving 2 wet trails. As for the coward's essence, she seemed too lazy to make another trip. Meng Sanyang turned back and glanced at the well lady standing at the staircase. The well lady seemed to understand her intention, tilting her head as her wet hair suddenly moved like a living python, silently extending to wrap around the young man's ankle on the floor. The young man didn't even have the strength to struggle, being dragged by the hair, sliding toward the ominous door leading to the kitchen. Bang! The kitchen door slammed shut. The hall fell silent instantly. But soon, sounds began to come from the kitchen. First was the sound of water rushing in the sink, as if cleaning something. Then came the sound of a cleaver hitting the cutting board, a rhythmic bang, bang, bang. With each dull thud came a suppressed, short wail squeezed from deep within the throat. The wailing grew weaker, more and more faint. In the end, only the monotonous and efficient sound of chopping remained. The painting spirit, at some point, had returned to the window on the 2nd floor, seemingly enjoying this auditory feast in her own way. The well lady squatted back by her favorite courtyard well, drawing circles on the ground with her finger, as moss spread around her fingertips. The entire apartment seemed to transform into a precise machine, operating for an important ritual. Chang Yi did not return to his office. He walked behind the bar, poured himself a glass of water, and sat quietly, waiting. He knew the real test had not yet begun. Ding! Tenant Meng Sanyang has completed the dispatch task. Task rating, perfect. Task reward, EN virtue value plus 800. Apartment recipe book record of human flavors, fragment, has been unlocked. Warning, this procurement action has attracted low-level attention from the scraper organization in Donghai City. Please proceed with caution, landlord. 800 points of EN virtue. Chang Ye's eyelids twitched, the return rate was much higher than harvesting those ordinary tourists. But the warning from the scraper felt like a thorn, stabbing at his heart. It seemed this kind of outdoor procurement business couldn't be conducted frequently in the future. Time passed, second by second. The sounds in the kitchen changed from chopping to the sizzling of frying, then to the bubbling of simmering. An indescribable aroma wafted out from the crack of the kitchen door. It was not merely the smell of meat or vegetables, but rather a strange aroma that could stir the deepest cravings in one's heart, mixed with sin and fragrance. Chang Yi even felt his stomach stirring uncontrollably. He forcibly suppressed that discomfort. That night, no one slept. The third day, dusk. Less than 3 hours remained until the agreed deadline for the task. Everything in the apartment was ready. In the dining room, a long table covered with dark red velvet cloth stood in the center. There were no tacky fresh flowers on the table, only a delicate candlestick made from some animal skull in the center, with 3 white candles burning with a ghostly green flame. A set of silver tableware, polished to a shine, but reflecting no light at all. Chang Yi changed out of his windbreaker and into a crisp black suit, his hair meticulously styled, with the dark red vertical pupil of his left eye flickering in the candlelight, making him look like an elegant yet dangerous devilish butler. Meng Sanyang, Jing Yangzi, and Hua Hunter stood in 3 corners of the dining room, like 3 silent statues. They were also waiting. Finally. Ding dong. A clear doorbell rang, breaking the apartment's dead silence. He's here. Chang Yi took a deep breath, stepped forward, and personally opened the heavy apartment door. Outside stood a man. A man who looked to be in his 40s, thin, dressed in a well-tailored vintage gray suit, with gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, and a silver briefcase in his hand. He wore a gentle smile, even a humble one, resembling a university professor visiting an old friend. But as soon as Chang Yi saw him, his pupils constricted suddenly. This man had not a trace of a living person's aura, nor the cold resentment and bitterness of a vengeful spirit. He was like an empty shell. A refined empty shell sewn together with the most perfect human skin. Chang landlord, I've heard much about you. The man spoke with a smile, his voice warm yet gravelly like old paper. Your happiness apartment has recently become the hottest new Michelin in the circle. The circle. New Michelin. Chang Yi's heart jumped, but his face remained calm as he gestured for him to enter. With a distinguished guest like you, this is indeed an honor. Please, come in. The man nodded and stepped into the hall. The moment he stepped into the apartment, Jing Yangzi in the corner trembled violently, and for the first time, fear showed in her pure black eyes. The patch of moss beneath her feet visibly withered at an alarming speed. On the second floor, Hua Hunter also dropped her artistic arrogance, her hand holding the paintbrush trembling slightly. This man made even the B-level vengeful spirits in the apartment shudder from the depths of their souls. It seems the rumors are true. The man seemed pleased with their reactions, glancing around before finally settling his gaze on Chang Yi. Chang landlord, you surely have some skilled employees under you. May I ask who you are? Chang Yi led him toward the dining room, asking in a low voice. Just call me Taster. The man smiled and placed the silver briefcase on the dining table, gently opening it. Inside the case were not money or documents, but a set of tableware. Knife, fork, spoon, chopsticks. Each piece was made from yellowing, unknown human bones, engraved with intricate and bizarre patterns. I'm a bit picky when it comes to dining, I prefer to use my own tableware. The taster said as he leisurely arranged his bone china utensils, his movements elegant as if performing a sacred ritual. Chang Yi watched this scene, his heart sinking to the bottom. This guy was definitely the most dangerous and craziest guest he had ever hosted. Please take a seat. Chang Yi pulled out the main chair. Thank you. The taster sat down, his straight back resembling a drawn sword. At that moment, the kitchen door creaked open. Meng Sanyang emerged, holding a tray covered with a silver lid, slowly walking out. She did not look at Chang Yi but instead fixed her sight on the taster with her faceless visage. An invisible aura, mixed with the chef's battle intent and the bitterness of the ingredients, crashed violently between the two. The taster maintained that gentle smile on his face. He raised his head and gently sniffed the increasingly rich aroma in the air. In his eyes, there finally appeared a hint of true, sickly intoxication and expectation. Ah! The aroma of the appetizer. It is the taste of jealousy, marinated to perfection, with a hint of bittersweet despair. He picked up a bone china small spoon and showed Meng Sanyang an approving smile that sent a chill down Chang Yi's spine. It seems I did not come here in vain tonight. Chapter 49, Headless Meal, Extra Charge Needed. The curator's praise was like a cold probe, piercing the dead silence in the restaurant. A trace of a chef's pride seemed to appear on Meng Sanyang's face. She gently placed the silver-covered tray in front of the curator and slowly lifted the lid with an almost reverent posture. No hot steam rushed forward, only a cold aroma, a mix of sourness and sweetness, silently spread. What was in the plate was not a blood-stained organ. Instead, it was a heart, carved into the shape of a lotus, translucent and crystal-like. Each petal of the lotus was as thin as a cicada's wing, covered in fine lines that resembled blood vessels. Under the dim green candlelight, this heart was slightly contracting and expanding at an exceedingly slow rate. Appetizer, jealousy lotus. Meng Sanyang's voice was hoarse, as if introducing a rare piece of art. Take the heart of the jealous woman, remove the distractions, soak it in the tears of the wronged wife for 12 hours, then simmer it on low heat. The taste is sour with a hint of sweetness, truly appetizing. In the curator's eyes, the sickly intoxication grew even more intense. He did not immediately use his bone china utensils but leaned down, getting close to the jealousy lotus, taking a deep breath. He let out a satisfied hum. Not just jealousy, I also smell dissatisfaction, resentment, and a hint of self-destruction after betrayal. Various emotions are perfectly locked together, yet there is no conflict at all. Remarkable skill. He picked up the bone china small spoon and gently scooped a small piece of petal from the edge of the lotus. He placed the thin as a cicada's wing heart flesh into his mouth, closed his eyes, and savored it carefully. In the restaurant, only the faint sound of his Adam's apple sliding was left. Changyi stood by, his heart racing uncontrollably. He could feel that as the curator chewed, an invisible, sharp resentment was being released and completely absorbed by the curator's body. This guy wasn't eating food at all. It was emotions, resentments, stories. Good, very good. The curator opened his eyes, and deep within his gentle gaze, a trace of crimson flickered. The sourness bursts on the tip of the tongue, like a girl losing her first love, followed by sweetness tainted with a poisonous bitterness, the delight of having revenge. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. He looked at Meng Sanyang and for the first time showed genuine, heartfelt appreciation. This, chef, your skills have surpassed mere cooking and entered the realm of alchemy. Meng Sanyang slightly bowed, saying nothing, but her straight back spoke volumes. Changyi seized the opportunity and said with a smile, as long as our esteemed guest is satisfied. I wonder if the Old Diners Club possesses such a deep understanding of food as you do. He needed to figure out the origin of the other party. The curator picked up the napkin and wiped the corner of his mouth, his movements impeccably elegant. Host Chang, what do you think we are eating? He didn't wait for Changyi to answer and continued on his own. Mortal eats to fill their stomach. Cultivators swallow air for cultivation. And we taste the scraps of rules, the seasoning of existence. He lightly tapped the plate with the bone china small spoon. The jealousy contained in this heart is itself a powerful force, enough to distort reality. Chef Meng has cooked it into a dish, and I am eating it. This itself is a blasphemy and a play on rules. The curator laughed. That smile remained gentle, yet it sent a chill down Changyi's spine. We are not diners, Chang landlord. We are predators that rise above the food chain, gorgers. As soon as the words fell, the kitchen door creaked open once more. Meng Sanyang emerged, carrying a second, larger tray. This time, the fragrance became strong and overwhelming. It was the smell of grease fried to a crispy aroma, mixed with a rich scent of strong liquor, and the desperate stench that comes when lies are exposed. Main dish, golden liver. Meng Sanyang placed a black stone plate on the table. On the stone plate lay a piece of liver, fried to golden on both sides, its surface sizzling with oil. On top, a layer of dark red, thick sauce resembling melted gems was drizzled. Beside it was garnished with a few dice carved from white bone. Take the liver of the betrayer, soak it in the tears of the penitent, and fry it swiftly over the hottest fire of the most vicious lies, sealing in every bit of grease and sin. Meng Sanyang's voice carried a hint of fervor. The sauce is made from the sweat and blood of the victims. The taster's breathing had clearly become rapid. He picked up the bone china knife and fork, his movements no longer calm but tinged with impatience. Sizzle. The knife blade sliced through the liver's surface, making a crisp sound. At that moment, a more intense, almost hallucinogenic aroma erupted. Jing Yangzi and Hua Huan both showed signs of instability, overwhelmed by the massive information contained in this scent. The taster cut off a small piece, barely bothering to cool it before sending it directly into his mouth. He suddenly shut his eyes, leaning back in his chair, completely immersed in ultimate pleasure. His face flushed with an abnormal redness. Incredible, unbelievable. He murmured, the texture, at first bite, it's the ultimate richness, the grease exploding in my mouth, filled with the satisfaction gained through schemes and deceit. But as I chew, that bitter taste of betrayal, along with the salty pungency of the sauce, rushes in like a tide. First heaven, then hell. This extreme contrast, this cycle performed on the tongue, from peak to doom, so wonderful. He opened his eyes, staring fervently at Changyi. Chang landlord. Your apartment, no, your restaurant, deserves a 3-star rating. No. A blood diamond 3 stars. He lowered his head again, madly cutting into that piece of golden liver, devouring it voraciously. His eating manner shifted from elegant gentleman to wild beast, like a ferocious creature that had starved for 1,000 years, finally finding the perfect sacrifice. Chen Yi looked at him expressionlessly, yet inside, waves of shock surged. Blood Diamond 3 stars? What kind of ridiculous rating is that? It sounds like nothing good. He now somewhat understood that the task he had taken on was not a simple dining service. He was using the craftsmanship of his employees to please an auditor from a higher, more terrifying dimension. The success or failure of this banquet would determine whether his happy apartment would be quietly erased in this horrifying world, or be hung with a sign, open for business, welcoming more gorgers like the taster. At that moment, Meng San Yang brought out the final dish. A soup. An ancient, black ceramic pot, as if dug out from the earth. Lifting the lid, inside was a clear, oil-free soup. In the center of the soup floated a section of translucent, white jade-like spine. Soup dish, the brave fearlessly. Meng San Yang's voice returned to calm. Take the marrow of the coward, remove its weakness, and leave its fear. Simmer slowly over gentle fire for 3 days with rootless water, continuously infusing the obsession of courage. What the coward desires most is courage. When fear is simmered to its extreme, it transcends into the purest sweetness called courage. The taster had already finished the entire piece of golden liver. He wiped his hands with a napkin, the fervent flush on his face slowly faded away. In its place was a holy, nearly sage-time calmness. He looked at the bowl of soup, his gaze becoming deep. Cooking courage with fear. An interesting philosophy. He scooped up a spoonful of clear soup and brought it to his mouth. This time, he did not make any exclamations, just quietly savoring it. After a long while, he let out a long, relaxed sigh. That breath transformed into a visible puff of black smoke, dissipating into the air. It is perfect. The taster put down his soup spoon and carefully wiped his mouth and hands with the napkin. Then, he solemnly put each piece of the bone china tableware back into the silver briefcase. After finishing all of this, he raised his head and looked calmly at Chang Yi. The atmosphere in the entire restaurant froze at that moment, reaching a freezing point. The final judgment was coming. Mr. Chang. The taster's voice was warm as before. This dinner is the most honest meal I've tasted in nearly 100 years. Your chef didn't use any flashy techniques to cover up the taste of the ingredients themselves but showcased the story they contain to the fullest. This is truly rare. He stood up and walked in front of Chang Yi. He was half a head shorter than Chang Yi, but Chang Yi felt a pressure like a mountain. Therefore, on behalf of the Old Guests Club, I formally extend an invitation to you in your happy apartment. He extended a hand, which was pale and colorless. To become our club's designated ingredient supplier. Of course, you can also call it Fixed Point Procurement Kitchen. A humble smile still hung on his face. Rest assured, our club never eats for free. Every procurement will pay you a satisfactory reward. Almost at the moment his words fell, a system prompt sound exploded in Chang Yi's mind. Ding. Task, first intimate contact, completed. Task rating, perfect. Task reward, EN Virtue Points plus 2000, apartment completeness plus 5%, special building blueprint living cold storage has been issued. Ding. New function module unlocked, long-term orders, Old Guests Club. Order content, regularly provide the club with special ingredients that meet the requirements. Completing the order can earn high EN Virtue Points, rare items, and club-exclusive currency. Warning, failure to complete orders on time, or providing ingredients that do not satisfy the clients will result in severe punishments from the club. Punishment methods include but are not limited to apartment downgrade, tenants being reclaimed, landlord, becoming the next order. Chang Yi's pupils fixedly stared at the smiling man before him. Damn it! This is not a supplier. This is signing a life and death contract. This is boarding a pirate ship. He didn't even doubt that if he refused, in the next second, this taster would treat him like a dessert. Chang Yi was silent for a full 10 seconds. Then, a slow smile crept onto his face. That smile was cold, crazy, yet full of confidence that commanded everything. Pleasant cooperation. Chang Yi extended his hand and grasped the taster's icy hand. However, sir. A strange light flashed in the dark red vertical pupil of Chang Yi's left eye. Since it's a long-term cooperation, then the next head-off meal won't be at this price. It needs an increase. Chapter 50, The Tooth of Gluttony, Living Cold Storage. Chang Yi's words, it needs an increase, sliced through the frozen air in the restaurant like a sharp dining knife. Meng San Yang's face turned towards Chang Yi, seemingly shocked by the landlord's boldness. In the corner, Jing Yang and Hua Hunter even held their breath in astonishment. They had just slightly caught their breath from the terrifying pressure brought by that man, yet the landlord reignited that terror once more. The warm smile on the taster's face stiffened for a moment. His gentle eyes slowly narrowed. Staring at Chang Yi. That gaze was no longer that of a gourmet savoring delicious food, but that of a gigantic beast, evaluating an ant that dared to provoke it. The pressure poured down like a mountain flood. Chang Yi felt his bones creaking, the dark red vertical pupil in his left eye shrinking crazily, nearly oozing blood. But he didn't retreat. He knew that in front of such an existence, taking a step back meant a bottomless abyss. The more you behave like prey, the quicker you die. The dead silence lasted for a few seconds. He. The connoisseur suddenly laughed, his laughter deep and hoarse, vibrating in his chest. Interesting, truly interesting. The scrutiny in his eyes gradually turned into pure appreciation, a morbid joy of finding a kindred spirit. Cheng landlord, you understand the essence of business even more than I imagined. He withdrew the terrifying pressure, and the air in the restaurant flowed freely again. Jing Yangzi and Hualinger nearly collapsed. You're right. The connoisseur nodded, his tone carrying a sense of inevitability. The highest quality ingredients must naturally match the highest quality prices. He no longer mentioned the suitcase but instead extended his pale hand into the inner pocket of his suit. When his hand came out again, he was holding something between his fingers. A tooth, about 3 inches long, completely pitch black but shining with a metallic and skeletal luster. The tip of the tooth was incredibly sharp, its surface covered with naturally formed, bizarre patterns reminiscent of gluttonous designs. A primitive, brutal hunger that aimed to devour everything radiated from that tooth. This is the tooth of gluttony. The connoisseur held the tooth out in front of Chang Yi. In our club, we do not use worldly currency. This tooth is not only a token but also our internal circulating hard currency. For each transaction, we will pay you an appropriate amount of teeth according to the quality of the ingredients. Of course, it has other uses. A mysterious smile curved the corners of the connoisseur's mouth. For example, when you feel hungry, you can lick it, you'll discover a new world. Chang Ye's gaze fell on the tooth, and warnings blared madly in his mind. Detected high concentration abyss aura item, tooth of gluttony. The holder will continuously be affected by the hunger aura, those with low mental resilience will be assimilated into monsters that only know how to devour. Special effects, can be used to pay for special building costs of the apartment, can be used to upgrade the abilities of vengeful spirits, can be used to devour other abnormalities. Is this money? This is clearly a curse. A portion of deadly poison with sugar icing. Chang Yi expressionlessly extended his hand, taking the tooth of gluttony. The tooth felt cold to the touch, yet seemed to pulsate as if it held some sort of life. A frenzied hunger surged from his fingertips straight to his brain. He even had an impulse to stuff the connoisseur before him, along with Meng San Yang beside him, into his mouth. Chang Ye's left eye glowed red, fiercely suppressing the violent hunger stemming from his soul. Pleasure doing business. He pocketed the tooth of gluttony, his voice betraying no emotion. Pleasure doing business. The connoisseur looked deeply at him, seemingly raised his regard for Chang Yi for resisting the allure of the tooth. Then, I won't disturb you anymore. He picked up his silver suitcase and turned to walk towards the door. The first formal order will be delivered through it within 7 days. I hope that by then, Chun landlord's kitchen is well stocked. He opened the apartment door, his figure merging with the night outside as if he had never existed. The door slammed shut. Thud. Jing Yangzi and Hualinger both relaxed simultaneously, one collapsing to the ground and the other leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. Only Meng San Yang stood straight. She looked at Chang Yi, her fervent battle will as a chef not only undiminished but burning even more intensely. Landlord. Uncontainable excitement. I need a bigger kitchen and a storage room that can keep ingredients alive. Chang Yi did not answer her. He stood still, his mind completely absorbed in the system interface. Evil virtue value balance, 3,258 points. Just completed a task reward of 2,000 points, plus the points accumulated from live streaming and intimidating passers-by. His evil virtue value had once again surpassed 3,000. This huge sum gave him a little confidence to face the future. His gaze fell on that special building blueprint he had just acquired, named Living Cold Storage. Special building blueprint, Living Cold Storage. Level, C, upgradable. Function, provides the best preservation environment for special ingredients, significantly prolongs their lifespan, and continuously stimulates their negative emotions, enhancing their flavor. Construction requirement, evil virtue value 1500 points, apartment basement space X1, tooth of Taodai X1. Construction time, 24 hours. Note, an outstanding hunter needs an equally excellent storage room. Cheng Ye's pupils contracted. To build this thing, it actually required a tooth of Taotai. Was the reward from the connoisseur truly a payment, or was it startup capital? This club had everything calculated from the beginning. What they needed was not a temporary kitchen, but a slaughterhouse that could consistently and efficiently produce high-quality dishes. You two, go take a rest. Chang Yi said to the still trembling Jing Yangzi and Hua Hunter. Hua Hunter glanced at him, her eyes complex, filled with fear, jealousy, and a hint of resignation. Without a word, she turned and floated up to the second floor. Jing Yangzi quietly crawled towards the well in the yard, seemingly only the cold well water could soothe her restless ghostly heart. In the hall, only Chang Yi and Meng San Yang remained. What you want, you will have. Chang Yi looked at Meng San Yang and spoke word by word. He opened the landlord's exclusive system interface and found the building options. System, construct living cold storage. Confirm consuming evil virtue value 1500 points, Tooth of Taodai X1, construct special building living cold storage? Confirm. Chang Yi did not hesitate. He took out the black tooth from his pocket and, following the system's instructions, placed it on the floor in the center of the hall. In the next second, something strange happened. That tooth of Taotai seemed to come alive, silently melting into a writhing pool of black liquid, exuding a hungry aura. The black liquid quickly seeped into the marble floor, like dark ink dropping into clear water. Boom! The entire apartment began to shake slightly. The door leading to the basement opened on its own, not a staircase behind it but a bottomless, spiraling black whirlpool. From the whirlpool came the mixed wails of countless souls being devoured, a blend of pain and release. Countless black, chain-like tentacles extended from the whirlpool, rooting deep into the foundation of the apartment, frantically absorbing some kind of energy. On the walls, dark red patterns began to emerge, pulsating like blood vessels, finally converging toward the direction of the basement. The entire happy apartment seemed to transform into a living, massive beast that was eating. Meng San Yang felt this change, and all her ghostly unease disappeared. A smile of ultimate satisfaction bloomed on her face. This is the taste, hunger, and despair. She murmured like someone in a dream. Chang Yi stood by the whirlpool, coldly observing everything. He knew that when the living cold storage behind that door was completed, his happy apartment would completely bid farewell to the past trivial game of playing house. He was no longer just a landlord who scared people to collect rent. He had become a supplier providing headless meals for the devil in the abyss. Meng San Yang. Chang Yi suddenly spoke. At your service. For the next purchase, change the target. Chang Ye's eyes flickered with cold and crazy light. Although the scum is delicious, its quantity is limited, and it easily draws the attention of the scavengers. In this city, there should be many things that don't want to be noticed, but are full of flavor, right? Meng San Yang's body stiffened. She understood Chang Ye's meaning. The landlord was no longer satisfied with hunting humans. His gaze turned towards those lurking in the shadows of the city, just like them, kindred. Understood. Meng San Yang's iron hook left hand curled up excitedly, making a metal grinding creak sound. Guarantee the next esteemed guest will taste the true Night Feast of the 100 Ghosts. Chapter 51, New Tenant, New Rules. Boom, boom, boom. The vibrations of the apartment, after lasting an entire night, finally quieted down. The door to the basement had completely changed its appearance. The original wooden door had disappeared, replaced by a heavy, cold black steel giant door. There were no handles, no keyholes, only countless bizarre patterns resembling greedy beasts, spreading from the center of the door to the surrounding area, as if it were a giant mouth ready to devour. A chilling, bone-piercing cold air was constantly seeping out from the door seam, causing the temperature in the hall to drop several degrees. Meng San Yang stood in front of the door, her smooth, faceless visage showing a kind of almost religious devotion. She could smell the delicious scent behind the door, mixed with hunger, despair, and eternal imprisonment. Chang Yi stepped forward and placed his palm on the cold iron door. The metal beneath his palm gave a peculiar sensation, cold, yet pulsing slightly like the skin of a living thing. Hum. The greedy beast patterns on the iron door instantly lit up with a dark red glow, reflecting with the vertical pupil of Chang Yi's left eye. With the heavy steel grinding sound, the door silently slid open inward. A more intense cold air, capable of instantly freezing the souls of ordinary people, mixed with countless wails of souls, surged out. Behind the door was no longer an ordinary basement, but a vast, unfathomable space. The walls of the space were not made of bricks and stones, but composed of a kind of constantly writhing, living flesh-like black substance. From the ceiling hung countless chains formed from shadows and grievances, each chain ending in a sharp bone hook that glimmered with cold light. On the ground, a thin layer of frost covered everything, beneath which there seemed to be countless faces of agony slowly flowing. This was the living cold storage. A hell for storing ingredients, specially prepared for the greedy beasts, to maintain the maximum flavor. Landlord, this is too perfect. Meng San Yang's voice trembled, the excitement uncontainable as if a chef had found their dream kitchen. Chang Yi expressionlessly withdrew his hand, and the iron door slowly closed. From now on, put your ingredients in there. His tone was plain but carried an undeniable command. I need them to always maintain the most fresh fare before being served on the table. I obey. Meng San Yang almost knelt down. In the following days, the reputation of the happy apartment seemed to spread through some secret channels among the thrill-seeking youth. There were always some skeptical adventure streamers and daredevils who came knocking in small groups. For these voluntarily presented chives, Changyi naturally welcomed them with open arms. The apartment door was often open, embracing those who dared to enter. As long as you dare to come in, don't expect to leave without a drop remaining. The painting skills of the painter were becoming increasingly exquisite. She was no longer satisfied with simple intimidation but learned to make the wall murals come to life in front of those streamers' cameras. The eyes of the painted beauties would follow the camera's movements, their lips twisting into a mocking arc, causing the live chat to explode and streamers to wet themselves. Madame Jing had fallen in love with playing sliding on the smooth marble floor. Wherever she crawled, a wet mossy trace would be left behind. Anyone who stepped on it would uncontrollably slide towards the ancient well that emitted a chilling air. In just 3 days, Changye's account of dark virtue gained over 300 points. Little by little, he was very satisfied with this sustainable method of fishing without mercy. Until the afternoon of the 4th day, an unexpected event occurred. 3 university students arrived, 2 boys and 1 girl. The one leading had dyed yellow hair, a cigarette in his mouth, and an arrogant expression that showed he feared nothing. "Hey! Is this the haunted house that everyone raves about online?" The yellow-haired boy kicked open the slightly ajar apartment door and swaggered in. "I want to see what kind of ghosts can scare my dad." Following him was a boy wearing glasses, looking refined and weak. He tightly held a laptop, his face full of anxiety. "Fei Good, why don't we just leave? I just checked, there's almost no information about this place online, just some unclear rumors, too eerie. What's there to be afraid of, The yellow-haired boy disdainfully blew out a ring of smoke. "With me covering you, today I'll show you what it means to get up close with science." Changyi raised his head from behind the bar, revealing his signature friendly yet dangerous smile. "3 of you, would you like to experience an adventure? Our store has just launched an immersive horror experience package. Booking now gives you a discounted price." "Stop fucking around." The yellow-haired boy didn't take him seriously at all. "We're here to catch ghosts. If you know what's good for you, get lost and don't waste our livestream." Changya's smile remained unchanged as he simply snapped his fingers. In the next second, the lights in the apartment hall began to flicker at a strange frequency. The shadow of the painting spirit silently appeared by the railing on the 2nd floor. She lowered her head, using her fingerprint-less delicate hands to comb her long hair. As she moved, strands of black ink dripped from the tips of her hair like living things, solidifying in the air into twisted human faces. Aja, the boy with glasses, let out a sharp scream, dropping the laptop he held onto the floor. Although the yellow-haired boy was startled, his courage made him even more excited as he raised his phone to aim at the painting spirit. "Wow! Guys, did you see that? Special effects. It's definitely a holographic projection. This haunted house really spent money." However, before he could finish his sentence, the well lady, who had been squatting by the well in the yard, suddenly tilted her head. Her pure black eyes fixed intently on the most arrogant yellow-haired boy. The smooth marble floor beneath the yellow-haired boy suddenly showed a puddle of water. In the puddle, his image was clearly reflected. But the reflection was not smiling. Instead, it wore a face of terror, mouth wide open as if it were silently screaming. Next, thick black hair suddenly surged from the reflection's orifices, wrapping around the neck of the reflection like water plants. In reality, the yellow-haired boy's face instantly turned red. He grasped his own neck tightly, as if being choked by invisible hands. His feet lifted off the ground as he kicked wildly. Fei Gu. The girl beside him and Aja were completely paralyzed with fear, even forgetting to run. Changyi simply watched quietly, showing no intention of stopping. This was his new rule for tenants: they could scare people, but not actively take lives. But if the other party chose their own demise, then, the consequences would be theirs to bear. Ha, ha. The yellow-haired boy's struggles grew weaker, his eyes bulging, until finally, his body went limp, and he fell completely silent. Ah! The shrill scream finally shattered the dead silence of the apartment. The remaining girl and Aja scrambled out of the apartment door, disappearing around the corner in the twilight. In the hall, only the still-warm corpse remained, along with an inescapable smell of urine. Ding! Detecting soul overflow. Automatically recycled. Emotional energy converted to EN virtue value plus 80. 80 points. Changyi raised an eyebrow. It was slightly better than those scared-off leaks, but still nothing impressive. He walked over to the corpse, crouched down, and checked for breath. Dead as a doornail. What an idiot, scaring himself to death. That's quite rare. Changyi stood up and dusted off his hands. The kitchen door creaked open. Meng Sanyan walked out. She looked at the corpse on the ground and then looked at Changyi, seemingly waiting for instructions. The newcomer, though the quality is lacking, don't waste it. Chanya's tone sounded like he was instructing a maid to deal with expired groceries. Our cold storage just happens to be empty. Meng Sanyang's body emitted a wave of suppressed excitement. She walked to the corpse and easily hooked the collar of the yellow-haired man with her iron hook, dragging him like a dead chicken towards the black iron door leading to hell. The back of the corpse's head thudded repeatedly on the hard marble floor, making a series of dull sounds, thump, thump, thump. When Meng San Yang dragged the corpse to the door, the iron door covered in gluttonous patterns automatically opened a crack for her. In an instant, several chains formed by shadows shot out from the darkness behind the door, precisely wrapping around the corpse's hands, feet, and neck, and yanked him violently inside. Bang! The iron door slammed shut, isolating all sounds. The hall returned to dead silence. Changyi looked at his remaining 1838 virtue points and frowned slightly. The cost of building the living cold storage was too high. How long could he rely on these small-time tourists to cover costs? It seems he still had to rely on orders from the Old Customers Club. As he was pondering, a cold, mechanical, yet more urgent system notification than ever before suddenly rang loudly in his mind. Warning! High concentration of resentment collective detected approaching. Energy level assessment in progress, assessed as A level, extremely dangerous. Apartment rental agreement has been automatically triggered. New tenants are about to arrive. Changyi abruptly looked up, his gaze like lightning, piercing towards the apartment door that had just been knocked open by a fleeing person. Countless figures stood outside in the night, silently staring into the apartment. Chapter 52, A-level tenants, arriving in a sedan chair. Outside the door, it was not the quiet street after dusk, but rather an endless, thick darkness as black as ink. In that darkness, there were no sounds, no light, as if a piece of the world had been forcibly dug out. Suddenly, a point of ghostly green fire flared up in that extreme darkness. Under the firelight, pale figures slowly emerged. They wore ancient shrouds, their faces expressionless, skin like water-soaked paper, with eyes like two hollow black pits. What was outrageous was, they had no feet. The lower halves of their bodies floated 3 inches above the ground, silently drifting. Creak! An ear-piercing sound of friction as a bright red, paper-crafted sedan chair was brought out from the darkness by those paper figures. The sedan wasn't new, its red body was covered in yellowing talismans, the curtains tightly drawn, gently swaying as the paper figures moved. With each sway, pieces of paper ash would randomly float down from the air, like a never-ending, desperate snow. The scene was extremely eerie. This strange wedding procession ignored the laws of physics, ignoring the open door, and floated straight through the doorframe into the hall. The lead 2 paper figures carried a white lantern on their shoulders, with the words written in blood, faint and weak. A chilling, dead silence, mixed with the stale odor of resentment and the scent of burning candles, instantly filled the entire hall. It was not just cold. It was a kind of cold that could directly seep into the soul, freezing all life and hope, an absolute domain from A-level resentful spirits. Be on guard. Chang Ye's voice echoed in the hall. But the first feeling that hit him was, it was the dead silence from the tenants behind him. He turned around sharply. By the railing on the second floor, the painting spirit wore a pure white dress, and ink stains crazily spread outward, twisting and struggling like a living thing. Her delicate hands, devoid of fingerprints, clutched the railing tightly, veins bulging on the back of her hands. Her proud painting skills, her control over beauty, were completely crushed by that terrifying aura at this moment. She couldn't even maintain her own form, the edges of her body were beginning to show signs of disintegration like ink wash. As for the well lady by the courtyard, she was completely frozen. She didn't even dare to raise her head, just burying her face firmly against the ground, her body trembling like a sifted grain. The ancient well beneath her was no longer clear, but murky and troubled, with a thin layer of ice rapidly forming on the water's surface. The pressure from the sedan chair made her lose the instinct to crawl back into the well. What surprised Changyi the most was Meng San Yang. This crazy chef, who had just obtained a live cold storage and was eager to take action, was now standing motionless at the kitchen door. Her iron hook left hand trembled violently for the first time, producing clattering sounds of metal friction. On her stunning face, extreme fear squeezed out twisted creases, like a crumpled painting skin. Fighting spirit? Fervor? In the face of absolute hierarchical oppression, all were wiped away. The well lady and the painting spirit were simply terrified. And Meng San Yang, she could more clearly sense that the sedan chair held an immense and pure despair. It was a horror that made her, a kitchen master of soul and kitchen knife, feel as though she would be cooked instantly. Trash. Changyi cursed silently in his heart, but he also gained the most intuitive understanding of the strength of this new tenant. To make his 3 employees too afraid to move, this was no ordinary demon. This was a natural disaster. Changyi slowly turned around, facing alone. The wedding procession stopped in the center of the hall. Pressure like a mountain squeezed in from all directions. His bones groaned under the unbearable weight, and his blood seemed to freeze. But he did not retreat. He knew that he was the only pillar of this apartment. If he retreated, this happy apartment, which had just been upgraded and gathered all his hard work, would be completely swallowed by this sedan chair tonight. Cheng Yi secretly activated the apartment contract, drawing a trace of power from his 3 tenants, as the dark red vertical pupil suddenly contracted under extreme pressure, then abruptly expanded. A similarly violent and overbearing power, filled with the breath of the abyss, erupted from his body, forcefully opening a space belonging to him within 3 feet in front. Buzz. The air emitted a muffled sound. Those expressionless paper figures all looked at Cheng Yi, and in their hollow eye sockets, a flicker of surprise seemed to pass. Cheng Yi ignored them. His gaze pierced through all the paper figures, firmly fixing on the blood-red paper sedan chair. He could feel that inside the sedan, a gaze was also assessing him. Cold, curious, and with a hint of the bride's shyness? Cheng Yi twitched the corner of his mouth, and in this nearly maddening standoff, he instead calmed down. He adjusted the collar of his trench coat, revealing a standard professional smile that could be measured with a ruler, belonging to a gold medal salesperson. "Good evening, madam." His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached every existing ear, calm as if welcoming an ordinary client who had made an appointment to view an apartment. "Welcome to Happy Apartment. May I ask if you are here to view an apartment? We have various layouts available, with the first floor featuring a private courtyard, and the second floor offering a wide view. The lighting is excellent. Now moving in, it also comes with a full set of furniture and high-quality neighborhood service." Dead silence. The entire hall fell into a strange, absurd dead silence. Meng Sanyang and her 2 companions almost thought their hearing had a problem. The landlord, what is he doing? Is he selling a house to an A-class monster that could scare them to death? The movements of that group of paper figures obviously stiffened for a moment. The scrutinizing gaze from inside the sedan chair showed a slight fluctuation. After a long time. Creak. A corner of the sedan curtain was slowly lifted by a hand from inside. It was a hand. A hand so pale it seemed devoid of blood, with skin as delicate as fine white jade, but the nails were painted a deep red. No, that wasn't skin. Cheng Yi's vertical pupils saw clearly that it was a layer of solidified, flawless wax. The owner of the hand seemed very pleased with Cheng Yi's reaction. A soft, almost dripping with water, girl-like voice came from behind the curtain. "You aren't afraid of me?" Cheng Yi's smile remained unchanged, even warmer than before. "Guests are like gods, why should I fear a god?" He shrugged, his tone as sincere as a sly businessman. "Of course, if you don't plan to rent but instead come to collect rent, then I'd be a bit scared." He. A series of silver bell-like light laughter came from the sedan. That laughter was pleasant to hear, yet it made Meng Sanyang and her friends feel as if their souls were about to be drawn away by it. "You're really interesting." The curtain was fully lifted. A figure dressed in a faded blood-red wedding gown sat gracefully inside the sedan. She was covered by a red veil, obscuring her face, but her figure was slim and graceful, just sitting there exuding an indescribable charm. In her arms, she held a small, dark green eternal lamp. The wick was a strand of tangled, pitch-black long hair of a woman. Ding! A-class tenant, Red Candle Lady, rental agreement has been generated. Tenant name, Red Candle Lady. Rental room, room 203, highest concentration of resentment, meeting her living standards. Lease term, permanent. Rent payment method, once a month wedding. Landlord's obligation, to provide groom candidates for the tenant and ensure the wedding proceeds smoothly. Tenant's obligation, during the wedding, ensure apartment safety and expel all outside intruders. Warning, if the landlord fails to provide an eligible groom on time, the tenant has the right to take the landlord themselves as the groom. Cheng Yi's pupils suddenly shrunk to the size of a pinhead. Damn it! What kind of outrageous clause is this? Rent is holding a wedding? And I have to find her a groom? If not, I become the substitute? This is no tenant, it's clearly inviting an ancestor back. The Red Candle Lady seemed unaware of Cheng Yi's current thoughts, as she slightly tilted her head, her gaze piercing through everything, landing on Cheng Yi. My name is Red Candle. Her voice held a hint of nostalgia, a trace of shyness, and a touch of deep resentment. I came here to wait for my groom, to complete our unfinished wedding. She slowly stood up and stepped down from the paper sedan. She walked silently, with fine paper ash continuously drifting down from under her skirt. Step by step, she walked towards Cheng Yi. That terrifying pressure grew exponentially as she approached. Meng Sanyang could no longer hold on, her body softened and collapsed to the ground. Hua Hun and Jing Yang directly lost consciousness, one fell from the second-floor railing, caught by a strand of soft ghostly energy, while the other curled up into a ball. The entire apartment was left with only Cheng Yi standing awake. The Red Candle Lady stopped right in front of Cheng Yi, just less than half a meter apart. Cheng Yi could even smell the strange scent of rouge, corpse wax, and incense coming from her. You. The Red Candle Lady slowly raised her wax-like hand, seemingly wanting to touch Cheng Yi's face. Are you willing to be my groom? Her voice was full of temptation. Chang Yi felt that his consciousness was being eroded by this power, and images of marrying her flooded his mind. Just as her fingertips were about to touch Chang Yi's skin, Chang Yi spoke up. His voice was calm, even carrying a hint of undeniable strength. "Sorry, Lady Red Candle. I am the landlord, not a matchmaking service." He looked at her, the dark red vertical pupil in his left eye flickering with an eerie and mad light. "You can stay, but you must follow my rules. First, the wedding can be held in the apartment, but you can't dirty my floor or break my furniture. All damages will be compensated at 3 times the cost. Second, I can help you find a groom, but I decide the candidates and the time. You have no right to choose. Third, and most importantly." Chang Yi's mouth curved into a cold arc, a smile colder than the living ice storage behind him. "Your rent is not a wedding. It is your power and the moral value you can provide to me. From the moment you move in, you are the security supervisor of Happy Apartment. I want you to ensure that, without my permission, not even a fly can fly in from outside. That's your rental agreement. If you agree, go upstairs and move into room 203. If not..." Chang Yi paused, speaking each word clearly. "Then take your dowry and get out." Chapter 53, The Landlord's Rules Are the Rules. Gift Bonus Update. Silence. Chang Yi's words "get out" felt like a burning iron rod, piercing harshly into the frozen silence. The pressure in the air, capable of freezing souls, suddenly surged at this moment. The paper figures lifting the sedan chair had their hollow eye sockets ignite with 2 points of ghostly green fire, their bodies leaning slightly forward, taking up a posture to attack. The temperature in the hall dropped once more. On the walls, a thin layer of white frost began to appear. Meng San Yang, collapsed on the ground, had her blood-stained apron starting to uncontrollably fade. It was as if all the resentment and madness were forcibly erased in the face of this higher level of power. The waxy hand of Lady Red Candle, reaching towards Chang Yi's face, stopped in midair. Under her veil, that scrutinizing gaze instantly turned extremely cold and sharp. She had been a vengeful spirit for 100 years, wandering through the world. Where she went, all things withered, and living beings fell silent. She had seen fear, despair, flattery, and collapse. But she had never seen someone dare to issue an expulsion order to her. "You." Lady Red Candle slowly withdrew her hand, the softness and shyness in her voice disappearing without a trace. Replaced by an icy chill, like the sound of ancient ice rubbing together, making one's teeth ache. "Do you know that the last thing that spoke to me like this had its soul made into a tassel on the sedan chair, suffering the wind and rain day and night, never to be reborn?" The terrifying pressure turned into tangible blades, slicing towards Chang Yi from all directions. The hem of his coat fluttered without wind, making a rustling sound. His face slightly paled from the immense pressure. But the smile on his face did not change in the slightest. It was not a forced calm, but an absolute confidence in the rules that came from deep within. "Lady Red Candle, you may not understand the situation." Chang Yi extended a finger and gently shook it. "This is my apartment. I am the landlord here. Every tile you step on, every breath of air you take, belongs to me. If you want to wait for your groom here, you need my permission." His voice was not loud, but clearly overpowered that invisible pressure, every word carrying an unarguable contractual force. "Your story, your resentment, your power, I do not care." Chang Yi's gaze collided with Lady Red Candle's eyes hidden beneath her veil, stirring invisible sparks. "I only care about one thing, can you pay the rent?" "Rent?" The Red Candle woman froze. The terrifying aura around her, capable of toppling a small town, stumbled for a moment at those 2 words. "My rule is the rent." Chang Yi's left eye glowed with dark red vertical pupils, a deep abyss mixed with madness and greed was released without disguise, clashing fiercely with the resentment of the Red Candle woman. "Either accept my terms, become my tenant, work for me, and create value for me. Or..." Chang Yi's smile grew colder. "You can take your ragged dowry back to the dark corner you came from and continue your never-ending, self-indulgent fantasy." "You." The Red Candle woman was thoroughly enraged. She suddenly raised her head, her breath under the red veil violently stirred. Boom! A visible wave of ominous energy exploded around her. But just as that power was about to touch Chang Yi, the entire Happy Apartment came to life. On the walls, countless dark red vein patterns lit up wildly. The door of the gluttonous beast in the basement roared deeply, a hunger to devour everything surged into the sky. On the second floor, the unconscious body of the painting soul unfolded the 100 Beauties map. In the picture, the faces of 99 beauties showed terror at the same time, their power forcibly extracted and merged into the apartment. In the courtyard, dozens of dark water chains surged from the ancient well, merging into the foundation. Even Meng Sanyang, who was slumped on the ground, her mini kitchen knife stabbed in her temple, let out a buzzing wail, a pure grudge forcibly seized by Chang Yi. Buzz. A translucent blood-red barrier formed by the powers of the three tenants of the apartment appeared before Chang Yi, easily blocking the red candle woman's furious attack. Inside the happy apartment, Chang Yi was the absolute master. The red candle woman felt the ancient and domineering abyss aura around her. Feeling her released power easily digested by this building, she was completely shocked. Her gaze under the veil was fixed firmly on Chang Yi, for the first time showing a hint of caution. This man, this apartment, is not the prey she imagined she could manipulate at will. This is a peer-level, even more dangerous nest. For a long time. He. A series of suppressed, crisp, and pleasant laughter emerged from the throat of the red candle woman. She laughed. The terrifying aura capable of destroying the world receded like a tide. The paper figures around her had their ghostly flames extinguished, returning to their expressionless, dead appearance. Interesting, you are much more interesting than the heartless man who waited 100 years for me. The red candle woman's voice became soft again, but with an indescribable playfulness. Landlord, is it? She tilted her head, as if savoring this novel term. I accept your rules. She took a step forward, extending her wax-like hand. This time, it was not to caress Chang Yi's face, but to gently place a wisp of paper ash that had fallen from her wedding dress in Chang Yi's palm. This is my deposit. However, landlord. Her tone became deep and full of hints. The contract states that you must provide me with a groom. I am very much looking forward to your vision. Don't keep me waiting too long, otherwise I will really consider letting you personally complete this wedding. As her voice fell, she no longer looked at Chang Yi but turned around, quietly floating towards the second floor with the group of paper figures. Your room is on the second floor, 203. Chang Yi watched her back and lightly added a sentence. The red candle woman's figure paused at the staircase, but without turning back, she walked straight to the second floor. When her figure completely disappeared at the end of the staircase, the blood-red paper sedan left in the center of the hall, with a whoosh, transformed into a handful of paper ashes, dispersing into the air. The terrifying pressure that had enveloped the entire apartment finally dissipated completely. Huff, huff. Meng Sanyang was the first to recover, supporting herself on the ground, breathing heavily, and looking at Chang Yi with eyes full of unprecedented awe. Following her, the painting spirit and the well lady also slowly woke up. They looked around in confusion until they saw Chang Yi standing in the center of the hall, safe and sound. On the faces of the two female ghosts appeared a simultaneous fear of having survived a disaster and a kind of worship for the unknown power. The landlord actually persuaded that monster. Clean up, sweep the ashes off the floor. Chang Yi didn't even look at them, only lowering his head to gaze at the paper ashes in his palm that continuously emanated a chilling aura, his tone calm as if nothing had happened. Yes, landlord. Meng Sanyang reacted the fastest, struggling to stand up and respectfully responded. She then began searching for cleaning tools, her dedicated appearance making it seem as if the one who had just been so scared was not her. Chang Yi no longer paid attention to them, his mind had completely sunk into his thoughts. A series of system notification sounds were frantically flooding the screen. Ding! A-level tenant, Red Candle Lady, has successfully checked into Happy Apartment Room 203. Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting an A-level tenant for the first time without any armed conflict, demonstrating excellent landlord skills and courage. Determined to have exceeded the hidden mission, rewards are being calculated. Reward 1, in virtue value plus 500 points. Reward 2, special item Heartlock, one-time use. Reward 3, apartment permission unlocked access control system, beginner. Cheng Ye's breath slightly paused due to the generous rewards. 500 points of in virtue value. Along with what was left before, his total assets instantly soared to 2,338 points. This huge sum of money was enough for him to undergo a transformative upgrade. His gaze fell on those two new items. Heartlock, one-time use special consumable. Can be used on any target to forcibly bind it with another target as bride and groom. Note. Once locked, unless one party dies, they will never be separated. Note, love is blind, so is my lock. Cheng Ye's lips twitched slightly. This thing is simply a wicked artifact tailor-made for the Red Candle Lady. Access control system, beginner special permission for the apartment. The host can designate a security supervisor to set up an invisible barrier at the apartment entrance. This can block all malicious spirits or humans below level C from approaching. Note, a good community needs a diligent security guard. Landlord. Meng Sanyang's voice came from beside him, interrupting Cheng Ye's thoughts. She had already finished cleaning the floor, yet her gaze at Cheng Yi was still filled with complicated emotions. The new one, does her dish need me to prepare it? Meng Sanyang asked very indirectly. Cheng Yi knew that she was asking if the groom needed by the Red Candle Lady should also come from her living cold storage. No need. Cheng Yi shook his head, a glint flashing in his eyes. the ingredients she needs must be found outside. And, it has to be, the freshest. Before his words fell, the last system notification finally popped up. It was a new tenants file, detailed to the point of making one's scalp tingle. Tenant file 004. Name, Red Candle Lady, Ghost Bride. Level, A-level vengeful spirit, wedding form. Ability 1, wedding dress domain. She unfolds her wedding dress, creating a realm isolated from the world. Within this domain, she can freely change the structure of space, create illusions. Within the domain, she is nearly invincible. Ability 2, waxing corrosion. Her body is made of grudges and corpse wax. Any target that has physical contact with her, or has been gazed upon for a long time, will slowly undergo waxing. This process is irreversible, and the final target will turn into a wax statue with the fearful expression preserved from before death. Become her wedding guest. Ability 3, paper servants carry the sedan. She can summon paper servant who ignore physical obstacles, are immensely strong, and cannot be destroyed by conventional means. They are her most loyal entourage and executioners. Ability 4, Everbright Lantern guides souls. The Everbright Lantern in her hand, its wick is the source of her resentment. This light can burn souls and can lure weak-minded individuals into an eternal dream, marrying her in a dream, ultimately scattering their souls. Weakness, her core resentment is an unfinished wedding. If her groom from her lifetime can be found, or if a satisfactory wedding can be held to soothe her obsession, her resentment will significantly weaken. Additionally, extremely yang and tough things, like heavenly thunder, pure yang artifacts, can cause serious harm to her waxen body. Landlord's notice, providing her with a groom every month is a necessary condition for maintaining the lease. The quality of the groom will affect her work efficiency for the next month and the apartment's security level. A high-quality groom, like an evil-minded strongman or a guilty person, can greatly please her. Current status, has a very high curiosity about the landlord and is secretly evaluating the landlord's value as a backup groom. Changyi began to feel relieved that he had persuaded the other party this time. Otherwise, if it really came to blows, could he, along with his 3 B-grade resentful spirits, be a match for this Red Candle Lady? This guy has 4 abilities right from the start. A-grade resentful spirits are indeed terrifying. Chapter 54, the apartment idol group starts operations. Changyi looked at the wisp of ghostly paper ash in his palm, gently pinching it with his fingertips. It completely vanished, transforming into a mark that merged into the intricate blood-red runes on the back of his right hand. This was the final step of the contract, representing that the Red Candle Lady officially became a member of the happy apartment. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the now conscious, trembling painting spirit and the well lady leaning against the wall, finally landing on the staircase leading to the second floor. Red Candle Lady. His voice wasn't loud, but it echoed clearly in the empty hall. From the shadow of the staircase, the figure in the blood-red wedding dress slowly appeared. She didn't come down, merely standing quietly there, her gaze under the veil silently directed at Changyi. From now on, you are the security chief of the happy apartment. Changyi's tone was not one of negotiation but of notification. Security chief? The Red Candle Lady's voice carried a hint of curious amusement. Exactly. Changyi nodded, opening his hands as if showcasing his business blueprint. Your job is to use your abilities to set up a security system for the apartment. I need you to ensure that without my permission, no ill-intentioned flies can enter. Your territory, your paper men, will be the first and also the strongest line of defense for the apartment. He activated the recently acquired access control system, authority, and an invisible contractual power instantly connected him and the Red Candle Lady. The Red Candle Lady's body trembled slightly, she could feel her connection with this apartment becoming tighter. A part of her power seemed to be endowed with some authority, covering every corner of the apartment. This feeling was very new and exciting. Your subordinates will also be plentiful in the future. Changyi seemed to see through her thoughts and threw out a bait. When the apartment has more tenants, I will select suitable ones to join the security department, fully under your command. At that time, your wedding will definitely be grand. The corners of the Red Candle Lady's mouth under the veil seemed to curl slightly. Grand. This word hit her sweet spot precisely. I understand, landlord. She softly agreed, her figure slowly retreating into the darkness. Having secured a new employee, Changyi finally turned his attention to the most pressing issue at hand. He took out his phone and opened a popular local forum. A few pinned posts, each title more terrifying than the last. Breaking news. Adventure streamer Deadly Brother collapses live in the happiness apartment. On-site video leaked, suspected of encountering something ominous. In-depth analysis, analyzing the eerie details of the happiness apartment, it's not a hologram. Survivor's account, we really saw a ghost. That female ghost crawled out from the painting. Under the posts, comments have exploded. Some are doubtful, some are analyzing, but more are curious and ready to form groups for an adventure. The trouble is, mixed among them are a few different comments. I see this place filled with resentment, there must be a great evil lurking. I have contacted my sect, and will go to subdue the monster soon. Amitba, this kind of evil should not exist in the world. Our great mercy temple will send monk warriors to help the souls and cleanse the haunted house. Reported to the Urban Abnormal Phenomena Handling Office, suggesting official intervention and lockdown. Chang Yi frowned. Scaring off some petty adventurers was sustainable harvesting. But if those professional monks and Taoists, or even official organizations were called in, that would be a big problem. He didn't want his happiness apartment to turn into a battleground for demon slaying. At least not now. Blocking is worse than guiding. Concealing would only make the speculations outside even crazier. Since that's the case. A mysterious smile appeared on Chang Yi's lips. He raised his head and called out towards the second floor in the kitchen, "Everyone come out, change into your best looks from before, we're having a staff meeting." Half an hour later. The hall was brightly lit. Meng Sangyang, the painting spirit, the well lady, and even the newly appointed security chief, Hong Junyang, had gathered in the center of the hall. However, their appearances had completely transformed. Meng Sangyang had taken off her bloody apron, wearing a well-fitted dark red qipao, her long hair up in a bun. Her face was no longer faceless, but restored to her appearance while alive. It was a face of about 30, still charming, with a hint of lingering melancholy in her brows and eyes, yet radiating the warmth of a mature woman from years of cooking. She stood quietly behind the bar, holding a plate of exquisite osmanthus cake, resembling a gentle and capable hostess. The painting spirit had returned to her familiar plain white dress, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, elegantly pinned with a simple wooden hairpin. She no longer kept her head down, her face was a standard classical oval, with brows like distant mountains and eyes like autumn waters, beautiful as if she had stepped out of a painting. She sat on a pear wooden chair by the window, holding a paintbrush, with an easel in front of her, exuding a cool and proud aura. The most surprising change was the well lady. She was no longer the damp water ghost crawling on the ground. She wore a faded blue school dress, with two braided pigtails, appearing like a 16 or 17-year-old girl. Barefoot, hugging her knees, she curled up on a sofa in the corner of the hall, shyly staring at everyone. On that little face, a pair of big eyes were clear and innocent, resembling a frightened little deer, making one feel a surge of affection. And the most eye-catching was undoubtedly Hong Junyang. She still wore that red wedding gown, but the bloodstains and burn marks had vanished, turning splendid and brand new. She didn't cover her face, revealing a wax-like countenance. However, at this moment, that face was no longer a blur, but distinctly featured, flawless. Her skin was as white as top-grade sheep-fat jade, radiating an otherworldly delicacy. A dot of cinnabar on her forehead, her lips a luscious red. She looked like a beautiful bride about to be married, with 3 parts shyness and 7 parts anticipation, quietly sitting by the railing on the second floor, gently stroking the everlasting lamp in her arms. For women, for utterly different beauties. Even Chang Yi had to admit that these tenants of his had a really great background in their past lives. Even he felt a little moved just by looking at them. "Landlord, what do you want us to do like this?" Hua Hunter couldn't hold back and spoke first. She was not used to this feeling of being alive. Chang Yi didn't answer, he just set his phone on the bar's stand, adjusted the angle, ensuring that he could capture the entire hall and the 4 distinctly different beauties. Then, he took a deep breath and opened the live streaming app. Happy Apartment Landlord, Live Rumor Debunking. A simple and straightforward title instantly attracted countless netizens who were following the matter. The live stream screen lit up. What netizens had expected to be a creepy haunted house and horror scenes did not appear at all. Instead, it was a luxuriously decorated, elegantly retro, and brightly lit apartment lobby. In front of the camera stood a young man in a black trench coat, handsome, with a warm smile on his face, waving at them. "Hello everyone, I am Chang Yi, the landlord of Happy Apartment." The bullet comments exploded after a short silence. What the heck? What's going on? Isn't this a ghost house adventure? How did it turn into a handsome landlord meetup? This decoration, this style, is even more luxurious than my house. Is this really the ghost place from that video? The landlord brother is so handsome. Woo woo woo, I can't take it. Don't be fooled. This must be an illusion. Watch out, streamer, there must be ghosts behind. Chang Yi ignored the chaos in the comments, he cleared his throat and spoke in a tone that was both helpless and sincere. Regarding the recent rumors online, I have seen them. First of all, I express my deep condolences for the unfortunate suicide Fei Gu. However, I must clarify that our Happy Apartment is a legitimate, high-end, immersive experience hotel and is not a haunted house. He pointed to himself, I am the landlord and general manager. Then, he turned the camera towards Meng Sanyang, who was behind the bar. This is our dining department supervisor and lobby manager, Sister Meng. You can contact her for all your dining and need during your stay. Meng Sanyang smiled warmly at the camera, showcasing a gentle and graceful demeanor. The bullet comments exploded again. Wow! This manager sister has such charm. This grace, I'm in love. Is this an NPC? This looks and charm are better than first-line actresses. I love it, I want to eat the osmanthus cake made by Sister Meng. Cheng Yi then aimed the camera at Hua Hunter by the window. This lady is our apartment's special artist, Miss Hua. She is responsible for the overall aesthetic design of the apartment and occasionally offers portrait paintings for guests who meet her fate. Hua Hunter raised her eyes coldly and slightly nodded at the camera. That glance made countless LSPs in the livestream lose their minds in an instant. A fairy. Absolutely a fairy descended to Earth. Mom, I'm in love. Sister, look at me. I want you to paint my portrait. Where did this apartment find these actors? They are just too amazing. Next, the camera moved to the corner, focusing on the girl hugging her knees, looking like a frightened little rabbit, Jing Yangzi. This is our intern, Xiao Jing. Cheng Yi's tone softened. She has a relatively introverted personality, please don't scare her. She is mainly responsible for the apartment's environmental greening and cleaning work. Jing Yangzi shyly lifted her head, saw the camera, then quickly lowered it again, a blush rising on her cheeks. This scene instantly struck the hearts of countless people. Let go of that girl, let me protect her. So cute. What are we even exploring? This is clearly a large girlfriend raising game. Landlord, you beast. How can you let such a cute girl be an intern and a cleaner? Send me the address, I'll go apply for the security guard tomorrow. Finally, Cheng Yi slowly raised the camera, pointing at the stunning red figure by the second-floor railing. As for this lady. Cheng Yi intentionally paused, creating suspense. She is our apartment's most special, long-term tenant. Miss Red Candle. With his introduction, Miss Red Candle slowly raised her head. On her face, perfect to the point of seeming unreal, appeared a hint of just the right amount of shyness, belonging to a bride. She smiled gently at the camera. That smile was enchanting beyond measure. At that moment, the entire livestream room fell completely silent. All the bullet comments disappeared. After a full 3 seconds, the screen was completely covered by a dense, surging wave of bullet comments. I announced that I unilaterally marry Miss Red Candle. Who agrees, who opposes? Oppose. She is my wife. Landlord, name your price, I'm buying this apartment. Is this even a person? Is this the celestial goddess coming down to face trials? Ghosts? Where are the ghosts? I only see 4 breathtaking beauties. Where are the ones who said there were ghosts? Come out and apologize. Happy apartment? I think it's a paradise apartment. Landlord, stop spreading rumors, just send the job application link. I'm willing to work for you a lifetime. Watching the public opinion reverse in an instant and the number of followers skyrocketing in the background, Cheng Yi revealed a calculated, kind yet dangerous smile. He knew that starting tonight, the reputation of the happy apartment would spread across the entire internet in a way he most desired. Crisis? No, this is just the best advertisement. And he, the landlord of Happy Apartment, alongside his apartment idol group, had just begun to prepare for official business. Chapter 55, The Prey Arrives, Official Intervention. The live stream ended. With a blank expression, Cheng Yi turned off his phone. The crazily scrolling bullet comments and reward notifications were, in his eyes, just a string of cold numbers. He raised his head to look at the several female leads in the hall. A strange silence filled the air. The first to break the silence was Painting Spirit. She had already stood up, her coldly beautiful face shrouded in a layer of frost. Landlord, what do you think we are? Her voice was as if it had been tempered with ice. A spectacle for others to admire? Her extreme pursuit of beauty made it unbearable for her to be desecrated in this way, through the greedy gazes of countless ordinary folk. This felt worse than death. Landlord. Behind the bar, Meng Sandaughter was repeatedly wiping the shiny countertop with a clean cloth. She had regained her graceful beauty, but the melancholy in her eyes seemed to have deepened. With her head lowered, her voice was a bit muffled. Those people, will they really come? She wasn't asking if they would come to admire, but if they would come to dine. In the corner, the intern Xiao Jing, also known as Jing Daughter, had shrunk herself even smaller. She buried her face deep in her knees, trembling slightly with fear and helplessness. The feeling of being watched by thousands of eyes during that short half hour nearly made her lose her mind. In the entire hall, only Miss Red Candle by the second-floor railing let out a very slight, almost inaudible laugh. The games of mortals are indeed fascinating. Her voice carried a hint of amusement as her perfect, flawless candle-like eyes interestingly observed the man below who had caused it all. Cheng Yi tucked his phone back into his pocket, scanning around to take in each of their reactions. Performers? He looked at Painting Spirit with a calm tone. No, I am shaping your personas. He extended a finger. Those priests and monks, along with the officials, are like flies drawn to the scent of blood. You can't block them, it will only make them think there's a huge secret hidden inside. But what if we actively open the door and let them see a luxurious, beautiful internet celebrity hotel? Chang Ye's lips curled back into that businessman-like smile. They will hesitate, they will doubt, and they will feel that their professionalism has been insulted. Before they figure out the situation, we will have gained precious development time. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Meng Sandaughter and Painting Spirit. More importantly, I have found you a new hunting ground. A legal, efficient hunting ground, where even prey may come knocking. Don't you like to collect the skins of beautiful people and taste the flavors of the world? Chang Ye's voice was filled with a bewitching charm. From now on, there will be a steady stream of people coming for your beauty. Their greed, their desires, their obsessions. Isn't it a more top-notch paint and ingredients than what you've been desperately seeking in dark corners? Hua Han and Meng Sanyang both trembled simultaneously. They suddenly looked up, their eyes toward Chang Ye changed. Yes. Compared to actively searching for scattered and low-quality targets. Having those blinded by desire, self-important high-quality prey come to them, this is simply heaven tailored for them. As for your work? Chang Ye's voice became serious, like he was holding a real staff meeting. Meng Sanyang, from now on, your kitchen will be of Michelin 3-star standard. What I want you to create is a delicacy that will make diners willingly give up everything, not a strange food that frightens guests away. Hua Han, your studio will be an artistic temple. What I need is a masterpiece that adds value to the apartment, not a peeling painting that scares guests into wetting themselves. Xiao Jing. He looked at the woman in the corner, his tone softened a little. You, just continue with the greening, and learn to serve tea and water to guests, just don't crush the teacups. Finally, his gaze turned to the woman with the red candle on the second floor. Security Supervisor, Ms. Red Candle. Ms. Red Candle responded lightly. Your first groom candidate may appear very soon. Chang Ye's voice carried an undeniable commanding tone. What I need from you is not to scare him to death at the door, but to let him experience an unforgettable wedding. Your rent must be worth its weight in gold. Ms. Red Candle fell silent for a moment, then a silver bell-like laughter rang out from the second floor. He. I'm starting to like you a bit, landlord. I look forward to your vision. Back in his room, Chang Ye immediately locked the door. He sat at his desk and opened the system interface. Indi value, 2,338 points. A huge sum. He hesitated not at all and began searching through the system mall. Upgrade tenants? There were already 3 B-rated and 1 A-rated. The current resentment crystals were not enough to upgrade a tenant to A-rated. Upgrade the apartment? Regular expansion and reinforcement were not cost-effective. What he needed was something that could completely turn tonight's advantage into victory. Soon, a brand new option, never seen before, caught his attention. Apartment Authority unlocked guest screening system, beginner. Effect, can automatically analyze all living people trying to book the apartment, generating their background information, potential intentions, and sin rating. Note, we are a classy hotel, not everyone can stay here. Required Indi value to unlock, 1,500 points. Chang Ye's eyes suddenly lit up. This is it. This is practically a magical artifact made for him. With it, who is a true guest, who is a scheming prey, who is trouble lurking in the dark will be crystal clear. He can accurately select ingredients for Meng Sanyang, models for Hua Han, grooms for Ms. Red Candle. Unlock. Chang Ye confirmed without hesitation. Ding. Consumed Indi value 1,500 points. Remaining Indi value, 838 points. Guest screening system successfully unlocked. The processing capability of Happy Apartment has significantly improved. As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Ye felt a wonderful change in the entire structure of the apartment. The bloody patterns in the walls flowed even more swiftly. The gluttonous door in the basement seemed to burp. It was as if this building, having gained their own eyes and brain. Almost at the moment the system unlocked. Ding dong. A reservation request popped up, sent directly to Chang Ye's phone via the apartment's internal network. A semi-transparent information box appeared, visible only to Chang Ye. Booker, Wang Hao. Age, 26 years. Identity, the only son of the chairman of Tiansheng Group. Intent analysis, attracted by Miss Red Candle during the livestream, intends to possess her through financial pressure. Strong desire for bragging and conquest. Sin rating, high. Detailed record, has caused 3 women to have abortions, using family influence to silence them. 2 years ago, caused a car accident, resulting in 1 death and 2 serious injuries, with his driver taking the blame. Long-term addiction to seeking thrills, has bad habits. System suggestion, high-quality groom candidate, strongly recommend prioritizing wedding arrangement. Chung-yi looked at this horrifyingly detailed file, his smile growing colder. Truly, when someone is sleepy, there's someone to provide a pillow. With a thought, he directly forwarded this file to Miss Red Candle on the 2nd floor. 1 second later. An uncontrollable, mixed feeling of joy and resentment shot up from the 2nd floor. Chung-yi knew that this newly appointed security chief was very satisfied with her first salary. He calmly clicked on accept reservation on his phone. However, just as he confirmed the reservation, a sudden buzzing sound erupted. Another personal phone on the table vibrated violently. This was an encrypted unknown number. Chang Ye's pupils slightly contracted. He picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. On the other end of the line, there was no static, only a dead silence. After 5 seconds, a cold, metal voice, devoid of any emotion, finally spoke slowly. Mr. Chung-yi, good evening. This is the City Abnormal Phenomena Handling Office, Special Incident Response Department. Chang Ye's heart sank suddenly. Officials. They have come. And much faster than he expected. Your live stream was very exciting. The voice on the line remained flat. Whether it was the scene setup or the employee performances, they were professional. However, we noticed some abnormal fluctuations in energy levels. According to Article 17 of the City Safety Special Regulations, we will send an official evaluation team to the Happy Apartment tomorrow at 9 a.m. to conduct a comprehensive safety assessment of your operating qualifications and special employees. Please have yourself and your employees ready. You must fully cooperate. Click. The atmosphere in the hall, which had just calmed, instantly froze again. Meng Sanyang, Hua Haner, Jing Yangzi, and even Miss Red Candle on the 2nd floor, all sensed Chung Ye's sudden, cold, and crazed aura. Official assessment? These guys didn't fall for that livestream trick. They are going to forcefully tear down the house. Chung Yi slowly put down the phone, the warm smile on his face completely vanished. What replaced it was a bloodthirsty, excited, almost mad gleam in his eyes. Interesting. He whispered to himself, his lips curling into an exaggerated smile. Just in time, my apartment has just upgraded, and I'm short some high-quality renovation materials. I hope this group of evaluators coming tomorrow can satisfy me. Chapter 56, The Groom Has Arrived. Morning. The first ray of sunlight had yet to penetrate the city's thin mist, but the atmosphere in the Happy Apartment lobby was already as heavy as iron. Meng Sanyang, Hua Haner, and Jing Yangzi, the female ghosts, unusually gathered in the lobby instead of staying in their comfortable zones, each with different expressions. Though they had regained their mortal appearance, the unease from deep within their souls surrounded them with an almost imperceptible coldness. Landlord, what methods will the officials use? Meng Sanyang wiped the spotless bar, her voice carrying a hint of tension. She is not afraid of killing, but she is afraid of being purified. The painter sits by the window, her brush hovering in the air, not yet falling. Her brow furrows tightly, her cold face full of disgust. I hate being scrutinized with probing eyes, as if I were a lifeless object. In the corner, the well lady shivers, hugging her knees, wishing she could shrink into the cracks of the sofa. In the entire hall, only Chang Yi acts as if nothing is wrong. He leisurely sits at the bar, sipping the fresh tea made by Meng Sanyang, even in a good mood as he scrolls through the surging apartment reservation requests on his phone. Relax, it's just a routine inspection. Chung Yi doesn't even look up, his tone as calm as discussing today's weather. Just treat them as if they were from the health department, only the inspection tools are a bit more advanced. He puts down his phone and glances over the 3 nervous employees. Remember, you are not vengeful spirits, you are my highly paid professional cast members. Your existence is protected by both the labor law and our internal apartment rules. His tone carries a reassuring certainty. Because earlier, he had confirmed that supreme rule that belongs solely to the landlord. Units with signed tenant contracts will have their form, energy fluctuations, and life signs absolutely shielded from any unauthorized third-party probing. This means that as long as he does not nod, even if a deity descends and uses a mirror to reveal spirits, all they will see is a charming cook. This is his true confidence that allows him to take the initiative in escalating the situation. At exactly 9 in the morning. A black business car, with no markings, stops promptly at the entrance of Happy Apartment. The car door opens, and 3 people step out. At the forefront is a woman around 30, with short hair, sharp eyes, and a shallow scar on her cheek that gives her an air of unapproachable competence. Behind her is a young man in his 20s, wearing black-framed glasses, carrying a tactical backpack filled with precise instruments, looking both nervous and curious. Lastly, there is a silent middle-aged man with his hands in his pockets, merely surveying the building that has stirred up huge waves online with his murky yet seemingly all-seeing eyes. Captain Lin, this is the place. The young man adjusts his glasses and says quietly. Last night, remote energy monitoring showed a sudden spike in resentment levels here, then oddly vanished in an instant, nearly collapsing the data model. The woman called Captain Lin said nothing, only waved her hand, signaling him to start working. The young man immediately takes out a tablet-sized device from his backpack, its screen flashing through countless data streams rapidly. Seconds later, his expression shifts from tense to bewildered, then finally to perplexed. Captain Lin, this. Speak. All readings, normal. The young man stares at the screen in disbelief. Energy fluctuation stable, no magnetic anomalies, no resentment, no ghostly energy, and even, the air quality is better than in our office. Captain Lin's brow instantly furrows into a knot. This is impossible. The data doesn't lie. The only explanation is that there is something here that can block their detection. She lifts her head and meets the gaze of the young man in a black coat, smiling, standing in front of the apartment door. Good morning, three of you. Chang Yi takes the initiative to greet them, his smile warm as a five-star hotel manager. I am Chang Yi, the landlord of Happy Apartment. Do you have a reservation? Captain Lin is caught off guard by his "Do you have a reservation?" and pulls out an ID from her pocket with a cold face. Urban Anomaly Processing Office, Special Events Handling Division, Lin Shui. We are here to conduct a safety assessment. So, you are official guests. Chang Yi suddenly realized and stepped aside. Welcome, please come in. The three walked into the hall. The expected eerie atmosphere did not appear, instead, they were met with elegance and the breath of life. Behind the bar, a manager dressed in a dark red cheapo, full of charm, smiled gently at them, holding a steaming plate of osmanthus cake in her hands. By the window, a white-clad artist with a cool demeanor was focused on her easel, as if everything outside was unrelated to her. In the corner of the sofa, a trainee in a student dress, frightened by their presence, shyly buried her head deeper. Everything was exactly the same as what they saw on the live broadcast. But seeing it in person brought an impact 100 times stronger than through the screen. The young investigator, Xiao Lu, felt his cheeks turn slightly red, his eyes unconsciously glancing at the well-mannered lady in the corner. Even the silent middle-aged man paused his gaze on Meng Sanyang for an extra 2 seconds. But Lin Shui's heart sank. Too normal, so normal that it felt like a meticulously arranged stage play. Mr. Chang, is it convenient for us to check your apartment? Lin Shui's tone remained icy. Of course, please go ahead. Chang Yi gestured please. Sister Meng, serve tea to our three distinguished guests. The next hour became the most bizarre experience in the three investigators' careers. Xiao Lu, holding his $1 million spirit energy spectrum analyzer, scanned almost every tile in the apartment, and the results showed that it was cleaner than the safest shelter. The middle-aged man wandered around the apartment, trying to find flaws in the feng shui and aura. But in the end, he only fell into contemplation while looking at a pot of broth that had been simmering for 12 hours in Meng Sanyang's kitchen. And Lin Shui directly faced Chang Yi. Your employees are very special. She stared into Chang Yi's eyes. We are a high-end experiential hotel, the quality of our staff is naturally top-notch in the industry. Chang Yi responded with a smile, showing no cracks. What about the Miss Red Candle who is long-term renting on the second floor? Lin Shui launched her final test. Oh, Miss Red Candle. A hint of just the right helplessness appeared on Chang Yi's face. Her emotions are unstable, she needs to rest quietly. She is not available to meet guests today, sorry. Lin Shui fell silent. No evidence, no flaws, not even a trace of energy anomaly could be detected. The other party's cooperative attitude was flawless, and all procedures and explanations were seamless. She couldn't just seal off this place because your employee is too beautiful, not like a real person, right? Sorry for the disturbance. After a long time, Lin Shui squeezed out 3 words through her teeth and turned to leave. Her 2 subordinates could only follow, young Xiao Lu still looked back reluctantly. Team leader Lin, we're just leaving like this? I still feel something is off. In the car, Xiao Lu said unwillingly. Lin Shui looked at the rapidly retreating apartment outside the window, her eyes cold, raised the monitoring level of happiness apartment to the highest. I want to see how long they can act in this play. Inside the apartment. Chang Yi watched the black business car disappear around the corner, his smile gradually fading. Meng Sanyang and the artist breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of survival after a disaster. Landlord, we. Shoo. Chang Yi raised a finger, signaling them to be quiet. His gaze turned towards the apartment door. Creak. A harsh sound of tires screeching shattered the morning calm. A flashy red Lamborghini sports car, in an extremely arrogant manner, swerved and stopped at the entrance of the apartment. The car door opened upward, and a young man dressed in trendy clothes with golden-dyed hair stepped out, holding a large bunch of stunning red roses. He whistled lightly and greedily scanned the apartment sign, as if he had already regarded this place as his own possession. My name is Wang Hao. I booked a room earlier. He shouted loudly at the apartment door, I'm here to find my bride, Miss Hongju. The voice had barely faded. In the shadows of the second floor, a long-lasting lamp silently illuminated a ghostly green flame. The hunter, waiting for a long time, finally awaited her eagerly anticipated groom. Chapter 57, the wedding begins, the groom takes his seat. Wang Hao's movement as he got out of the car was full of showmanship. He tucked the gaudy bouquet of red roses under his arm, adjusted the collar of his branded t-shirt, and with a scrutinizing gaze, surveyed the facade of the happy apartment. TSK, the decoration is decent, just a bit off the beaten path. He muttered to himself, his voice neither loud nor soft, just enough for any potential audience to hear. In his eyes, everything here, including the stunning Miss Hongju from the livestream, was merely loot about to be claimed. Money was his unbeatable weapon. Conquest was his only pleasure. Changyi stood inside the door, watching this rich second-generation man radiating an I am scum aura. His expression remained unchanged. Welcome to the happy apartment. He actively opened the big door, revealing a standard businessman smile. Mr. Wang, we have been waiting for you for a long time. Wang Hao swaggered inside, his gaze immediately scanning the hall, as if searching for his reserved prey. He saw the alluring Meng San Yang behind the bar, his eyes flirtatiously gliding over her, and he whistled. He caught sight of the ethereal painting spirit by the window, and a hint of amazement and possessiveness flashed in his eyes. He also noticed the timid Mrs. Jing curled up in the corner, her mouth breaking into a malicious smile. Not bad, just like in the livestream, authentic goods. Wang Hao nodded in satisfaction, then slammed the bouquet of roses. With a loud thud, it hit the bar, startling the nearby glasses. Enough of these formalities. He pulled out a thick wad of cash from his wallet, slamming it on the table with an arrogant posture. Have Miss Hongju come down to see me. My time is precious, and I don't like waiting. Meng San Yang looked at the pile of money, her gentle smile unchanged, but the worry in her eyes quietly turned into a hint of cold contempt. She picked up a cloth and meticulously wiped the spot where Wang Hao had slammed, doing it 3 times. Changyi stepped forward and pushed the wad of money back, his smile still warm. Mr. Wang, you misunderstand. We are a legitimate hotel and do not provide the services you imagine. What are you pretending to be high and mighty? Wang Hao sneered, looking at Changyi with disdain. Name your price. Don't say a woman, buying your broken building would be a simple matter for me. He thought this was just the shopkeeper's ploy of wanting to entice him. The building is not for sale. Miss Hongju is not a commodity. Changyi's tone remained calm, but his words darkened Wang Hao's expression. However, Changyi's tone shifted, glancing up at the shadow on the second floor. Miss Hongju has a special personality, she has always been waiting for someone to help her fulfill her wish. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice, carrying a hint of mysterious temptation. That is a wedding tailored for her. And you, Mr. Wang, are the first groom candidate she personally selected. A wedding? A groom? Wang Hao was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Interesting. So interesting. I love this kind of challenging role play. In his eyes, the fire of conquest burned even hotter. What the hell is this wish, this groom? It was nothing but a method to elevate her worth. Once he had that woman in hand, he had plenty of ways to make her obey. Lead the way. Wang Hao said impatiently. Today, I shall be that groom. Please follow me. Changyi made a gesture inviting him to proceed. Turning, he walked toward the stairs. As he passed by the bar, Meng San Yang came out holding a cup of tea. Young Master Wang, it's cool upstairs, have a cup of ginger tea to warm yourself. She handed over a green porcelain teacup. The tea was amber-colored, steaming hot, exuding a strong ginger aroma. Wang Hao didn't even look and waved his hand impatiently. Stop wasting time, don't delay my good fortune. The teacup crashed to the floor, shattering into pieces. Scalding tea splashed onto Meng San Yang's cheapo hem. She lowered her head, no one could see the expression on her face. Only her hands, wiping the bar, were gripping so tightly that the knuckles turned pale. Changyi's footsteps didn't pause, as if nothing had happened. When Wang Hao's foot stepped onto the stairs to the second floor, the atmosphere in the apartment quietly changed. The light seemed to be partially swallowed by some invisible force, becoming dim. The air turned cold and damp, carrying a faint smell reminiscent of burnt candle wax. On both sides of the corridor, a few landscape paintings hung on the walls. These were works of the painter, Hua Hun. But at this moment, the scenery in the paintings seemed to twist slightly. The mountains looked like a person's spine. The water flowed an ominous dark red, like blood. Wang Hao felt an inexplicable chill shoot through his heart. But he quickly attributed this unease to his own excitement. Damn, it's quite authentic. He muttered under his breath to encourage himself. Cheng Yi stopped in front of a crimson door, carved with a pattern of magpies on plum blossoms. This is it. Cheng Yi turned to the side. Miss Hongzhu is waiting for you inside. Wishing you a happy marriage. His smile, in the dim light, seemed particularly meaningful. Wang Hao couldn't be bothered to respond. Rubbing his hands together, he pushed open the door. Creak. With a long sound of the door hinge turning, a rich aroma, mixed with sandalwood and rouge, wafted toward him. The room was dimly lit, with a few thick red candles burning on the dressing table and bedside. The candlelight flickered, casting a warm red glow throughout the room. The room was entirely decorated as a classical bridal chamber. Bright red paper decorations adorned the walls, and on the table lay platters of peanuts, longans, and red dates. On the wedding bed, covered with a mandarin duck quilt, sat a figure. She wore a gorgeous and new red wedding dress, a red veil covering her head, her figure slim, silent as a perfect sculpture. It was the red candle wife that Wang Hao had been longing for. Wang Hao's breathing instantly became heavy. He greedily licked his lips and shut the door behind him. Beautiful lady, I'm here. He quickly walked to the bedside, reaching out to lift the veil. Groom, don't rush. A soft voice, gentle as if it could drip water, came from beneath the veil. The voice carried a hint of shyness and a hint of expectation, instantly melting Wang Hao's bones. His hand froze in midair. According to the rules, we must drink the couple's wine before lifting the veil. The red candle wife slowly raised her hand. In her hand, she had a red lacquered tray that appeared out of nowhere, holding 2 jade cups filled with wine. Good, good. Let's drink. I'm listening to you. At this moment, Wang Hao was entirely lost in desire, lifting one of the cups without a second thought. The red candle wife also raised her cup, their arms crossed as they completed the ritual of drinking. Wang Hao downed the wine in one go. The wine was icy cold, with a strange sweet taste, sliding down his throat, almost like a cold hand caressing his insides. An inexplicable chill rose from his heart. He felt his body becoming somewhat stiff. Now, can I? He looked at the red veil in front of him, speaking anxiously. The red candle wife replied, a sound as soft as a mosquito's buzzing. Wang Hao could no longer hold back, his hands trembling, suddenly lifting the red veil. Beneath the veil, there was a flawless face. The skin was as white as mutton fat, with delicate eyebrows and eyes like a painting, and the lips were a deep red, dripping with desire, just like what was seen in the livestream. In Wang Hao's eyes, a burst of ecstatic light erupted. Beauty! He shouted and was about to leap forward. However, just in the next second, that stunning face slowly revealed a smile towards him. With this smile, her skin, like white jade, began to melt quickly, like a candle being burned by flames. Her eyeballs rolled out from their sockets, her nose sank, and her bright red lips split open, exposing countless sharp teeth, like dripping wax that had solidified. A flawless face, in just a second, turned into a terrifying mass of flowing wax with distorted features. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream exploded in the room. Wang Hao was so scared that his soul seemed to fly out. He turned and wanted to run. But his legs felt as heavy as lead, making it impossible to move. He looked down in horror and found that his calves had unknowingly been covered with a layer of cold, gray-white wax. Groom! Our wedding has just begun. The terrifying wax bride chuckled, her melting arm suddenly stretched out, grabbing Wang Hao's ankle. The cold touch spread throughout his whole body. In the apartment lobby, Cheng Yi was leisurely cleaning a glass with a clean cloth. On the second floor, that piercing scream suddenly ceased. The entire apartment instantly returned to silent death. Meng Sanyang, Hua Hunter, and Jing Yangzi all looked at Cheng Yi in unison. Cheng Yi placed the gleaming glass back on the bar, revealing a satisfied smile on his face. The corners of Cheng Yi's mouth curved into an even greater arc. With quality service, the customer is satisfied. It seems like a 5-star review is in order. Chapter 58, Wax Statue Groom, Blood-Colored Rent. Gift Update. In the apartment lobby, it was as quiet as death. That soul-piercing scream seemed to still echo through the cracks in the walls, only to be greedily swallowed by the building itself. Meng Sanyang paused her cleaning at the bar, Hua Hunter's brush hung in midair, while Jing Yangzi curled up tighter, forgetting to breathe. Their gazes, unconsciously, focused on that man. Cheng Yi gently set the cleaned glass back in place, his actions graceful as if completing a work of art. He lifted his head, meeting 3 different gazes, his smile unchanged. It seems that Lady Red Candle is adapting quickly to her new job. He spoke like a competent manager commenting on his employees' performance. Let's go see how our security chief is handling the first rent payment. After saying this, he took the lead and walked towards the stairs leading to the second floor. With each step, it was measured and unhurried. Meng Sanyang and Hua Hunter exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of complex emotion in each other's eyes. They hesitated for a moment but followed behind. Meanwhile, Jing Yangzi buried her head deeper, too afraid to look or listen. The closer they got to the second floor, the stronger the smell of candle wax became, mixed with a sweet scent of sandalwood and rouge. When Chang Yi stood before the crimson door, the scent had become so thick that it was suffocating. The door was slightly ajar. Chang Yi did not knock, he pushed the door open directly. The door hinges turned without making a sound. The scene inside the room made Meng Sanyang and Hua Hunter, who followed behind, widen their eyes slightly. The wedding room was still decorated as before, with a large red fruit platter on the table, and flickering red candles. Only now, there was an additional art piece. Opposite the wedding bed, directly facing the door, stood a life-size wax figure. The wax figure was dressed in trendy clothes, with dyed blonde hair, its face frozen in an extreme expression of terror, and a twisted expression to the extreme, mouth wide open, as if still emitting a silent scream. It was Wang Hao. He did not die, or rather, he did not die in a conventional way. He was completely sealed in a thick layer of grayish-white wax, becoming an eternal guest in this wedding room. His vitality, his fear, everything about him was imprisoned in this waxed shell, becoming part of the power of the red candle bride. And on that wedding bed, the red candle bride sat quietly. She had covered herself again with the red veil, and her splendid wedding dress seemed even redder than before, as if drenched in blood. The resentment on her body had calmed down a lot, replaced by a kind of lazy satisfaction. "Landlord." She spoke softly, her voice carrying a hint of tender satisfaction. "I am very satisfied with this groom." Chang Yi shifted his gaze from the wax figure to the red candle bride. "This is your first rent payment, I am very satisfied." He replied with the same phrasing. "But I do not wish to always help you screen." The body under the veil of the red candle bride seemed to move slightly. "Why are you obsessed with the wedding?" Chang Yi finally asked this question. He was not concerned, he was assessing the stability and potential risks of an asset. The room fell silent for a moment. The candlelight flickered, casting shadows on the walls that danced wildly. "Because." The voice of the red candle bride lost its tenderness, becoming hollow and distant. "They owe me a wedding. I was originally the daughter of a wealthy merchant from the south of the city. My father, in order to cling to power, betrothed me to a young master from an official family. But that young master died in a horse fall 3 days before my wedding. Yet the engagement was never cancelled." Meng Sanyo and the painting spirit's bodies froze simultaneously. It seemed they had already anticipated the story to come. "My wedding dress became a mourning dress. My bridal sedan was carried to the graveyard. They held a grand ghost marriage for me, and under the gaze of all the guests, they buried me in a coffin that already contained a corpse of a man." The red candle bride's voice was calm, without a ripple, yet it made the temperature in the entire room drop to freezing point. The coffin was dark and cramped. I could smell the rot of the corpse beside me. I cried, I shouted, I clawed at the coffin lid with my nails until they broke, flesh and blood everywhere. I struggled inside for 3 days. Until finally, I bit through my own lips and swallowed the blood. So, I like red, I like to see grooms dressed in red, drinking the bridal cup, and then stay with me, forever, in this wedding room. She did not continue. But the cold, bone-chilling resentment that seeped from her body had already said it all. Chang Yi listened quietly to the end. He did not say, "You are very pitiful," nor showed any signs of sympathy. He simply stepped forward, reached out his hand, and gently adjusted the head of the wax figure of Wang Hao, allowing it to better appreciate the bride on the wedding bed. "What they owe you is one." Chang Yi turned around, looking at the red candle bride, his dark red vertical pupils flickering with a strange light in the candlelight. "And I will give you countless. All the men who step into this apartment, filled with greed and desire, will be your groom candidates. They will repay the blood and tears you shed in that coffin with their own fear and despair. This is your new lease." The body of the red candle bride under the veil trembled violently. A previously unknown chill, mixed with joy and resentment, erupted from her body and was swiftly contained back inside. "After a long time. He he he." A sound like silver bells echoed in the room, dispelling all the chill. "Landlord, I am starting to like you more and more." A drop of boiling, blood-red wax dripped from her fingertips, hovering in front of Chang Yi. Ding. A level tenant red candle lady has paid this month's rent. Received in virtue points plus 500. Received special item, grievance blood wax X1. Item description, wax oil containing deep resentment, can be used to strengthen designated areas in the apartment or repair damage in other supernatural units. Ding. Punish the evildoer Wang Hao, received 800 in virtue points. Current remaining in virtue points, 2,138 points. Chang Yi extended his finger and touched that drop of blood wax. Cold, yet with a temperature that scorches the soul. He satisfactorily accepted this rent and turned to leave the room. "Rest well, Ms. Red Candle. The next guest should arrive soon." I look forward to it. The voice of the red candle lady turned sweet and full of anticipation again. Returning to the hall, the gazes of Meng Sanyang, Jing Yangzi, and Hua Hunter towards him had completely changed. What was no longer pure fear, but added a hint of recognition. Because they too shared the same suffering. Changyi ignored them and walked straight back to his room, opening the guest screening system on his phone. Having just processed one, the system had already piled up hundreds of new booking requests. He scanned through, most were ordinary people attracted by the livestream, with SIN ratings between 1 star and 2 stars, not much value. However, just as he was about to close the interface, ding dong! A booking request marked in bold red, the highest priority, popped up. Booking person, unknown. Intent analysis, seeking a person. The target is the missing Wang Hao. This booker possesses strong counter-surveillance abilities, unable to analyze their specific identity. SIN rating? Warning. The rating system is experiencing unknown interference. System recommendation, extremely dangerous. This entity may possess items or abilities that pose a deadly threat to supernatural units. Recommended to refuse immediately and activate the highest level defense posture of the apartment. Changyi looked at the series of question marks and the blood-red warning on the screen, his smile grew brighter. Interesting. Has the prey begun to turn into the hunter? Without hesitation, he extended his finger and tapped on the green option. Accept booking. Chapter 59, Their Past, The Landlord's Promise. Gift bonus update. Wang Hao's screams were completely absorbed by the apartment, leaving not even the slightest echo. That marriage room on the second floor now resembled a contented feast beast, temporarily retracting its fangs and entering into slumber. However, the atmosphere in the hall did not lighten as a result. On the contrary, a more oppressive, stickier chill was silently spreading from Meng Sanyang, Hua Hunter, and even Jing Yangzi in the corner. They were neither relieved to have survived nor pleased to see the evildoer face justice. Their gazes were hollow, drifting, as if seeing through the air in front of them to some bloody past buried deep in their memories. The story of the red candle lady was like a rusty key, prying open each of their sealed coffins. Your resentment is affecting the apartment's magnetic field. Chang Ye's voice broke the dead silence. He did not return to his room but leaned against the bar counter, his gaze sweeping over the 3 oddly behaving employees. His tone was very flat, like stating a fact no different from the weather. This will interfere with my system's judgment and affect the next customer experience. His words held no comfort, only the absolute desire for stability that came from being a landlord over his assets. Meng Sanyang's hand, grasping the rag, paused in midair. She lowered her head, a drop of icy, unlifelike tear fell onto the polished bar, instantly evaporating into a wisp of energy. She waited for her new bridegroom. Her voice was hoarse, filled with an unshakable sorrow. But my little treasure hasn't come home for dinner yet. Little treasure. The name left her lips, causing the temperature in the entire kitchen to drop a few degrees. The pots and pans hanging on the wall emitted a faint sound, like teeth chattering in fear. I once had a home. My husband was a gambler, he lost all our fortune and sold my only son, Little Bao, to pay off his debts. I went crazy, took a kitchen knife, and chopped that beast into meat paste. I thought that if I found Little Bao, I could start over. But when I found him, he had starved to death in a broken temple outside the city, his tiny body curled up, still holding the last dough figurine I made for him, which had already hardened. Meng Sanyang lifted her head, on her still charming face, for the first time, there was a pain so deep it seemed to cut to the bone, besides hatred. I carried him back home and made him the most lavish reunion dinner. But he could no longer eat. So I hate all those who waste food, I hate all the parents who abandon their children. I just wanted to find my Little Bao and cook him a steaming meal again. Her voice grew lower, eventually turning into a suppressed sob. Her left hand, made of iron hook, gripped the edge of the bar tightly, leaving deep scratches behind. The painting spirit by the window did not cry. She simply put down her brush and looked at the gray sky outside, her eyes filled with icy hatred that could freeze everything. I hate that tomb. She whispered, her voice sharp as ice. I hate more those who locked me inside and enjoyed my despair. My father was the best painter of his time, he painted for princes and spent his whole life creating art. His last work was a mural named Ascension to Paradise for that short-lived prince's tomb. On the day he finished the painting, they said it was a timeless masterpiece, needing the painter's blood and soul to preserve its colors forever. They beheaded my father and used his blood to consecrate the painting. Then they sealed me, his only daughter, inside the tomb as a painting spirit, to accompany it for eternity. The corners of the painting spirit's mouth curled into a mocking arc, her cold face filled with twisted hatred. They stood outside the tomb, admiring my fear and my cries through the cracks. They said that a living burial item is the true art piece, the perfect finale. I hate all those who treat life as a toy, who judge worth with a scrutinizing gaze. I want to peel off their most cherished skins and make them into my paintings, making them into art pieces that I can appreciate. An invisible cloud of inky resentment spread from her, and a potted plant in the corner visibly withered, its leaves turning into gray-black powder. In the corner, the well woman, huddled with her knees drawn up, trembled even more violently. She did not look up, only issuing a fragmented, dreamlike whimper. Who am I? I seem to be a child bride with endless chores and relentless beatings. I jumped into the well so cold so dark. At the bottom of the well, something was there. It said, if you pull someone down to accompany you, you can get out. I pulled one then another, their memories all rushed into my brain. I forgot my name, forgot my face. I only remember, I need to pull people down. I am jealous of everyone who can walk in the sunlight, jealous of all the couples holding hands. Why can they live while I am forever trapped in the well? Her voice became more chaotic, filled with childlike confusion and deep-rooted bitterness. Damp circles of water began to spread around her, releasing the smell of moss from the bottom of the well. 3 female ghosts, 3 completely different tragic pasts, were simultaneously triggered by the wedding of the Red Candle Lady. Their resentment intertwined and clashed in the hall, making the very foundation of the apartment groan under the weight. Chang Yi listened quietly. The expression on his face. Not a shred of change. No sympathy, no pity, not even a hint of emotion. He simply waited for them to finish speaking, then slowly began to speak. You do not want sympathy. His voice, like a sharp surgical knife, precisely sliced through the core of all their resentment. What you want is an end. The 3 female ghosts' bodies quivered at the same time, and they all looked at him. Chang Yi stood upright, walked to the center of the hall, and opened his arms, as if to embrace the entire building. His left eye, that dark red vertical pupil, burned with a strange and frenzied light in the dim light. This apartment, starting today, is no longer your prison. It will be your stage, your hunting ground, your courtroom. Meng San Yang. He looked at the woman behind the bar. All the men who abandon their wives and children, who are ruthless for wealth, I will invite them to your kitchen. I will use their bones to brew you a real reunion soup. Meng San Yang suddenly lifted her head, the pain in her eyes replaced by a burning desire. Hua Hunter. He turned to the woman in white by the window. All the hypocrites who treat others as mere playthings, I will make them kneel before your easel. Let you personally peel off their hypocritical skins and create your most satisfying masterpiece. The paintbrush in Hua Hunter's hand let out a soft buzz, and the color at the tip became richer than ever. Jing Yangzi. His gaze finally fell on the figure huddled in the corner. All the heartless people who betray and toy with feelings, I will bring them to your well. Let you pull them down personally, using their memories to fill the past you have forgotten. Jing Yangzi's trembling body gradually stopped. She slowly raised her head, and for the first time, the clear yet airy light of hope shone in her eyes. What they owe you, betray you, and hurt you. Chang Ye's voice echoed throughout the hall, filled with a bewitching magic. I will invite them, one by one, into the happy apartment. Their fear is the best rent you can give me. Their despair is the first feast you will enjoy here. As his words fell, the 3 massive and chaotic streams of resentment in the hall seemed to find an outlet and instantly calmed down, transforming into a more restrained but even more terrifying, hungry will. Their gazes changed completely. Fear remained, but more so, it was a kind of fervent recognition that had found its home. Chang Yi gave them a promise they could not refuse. A lease paid with revenge. At that moment, ding dong. A clear doorbell rang, cutting through this eerie silence. A new guest had arrived. The curve of Chang Ye's lips stretched wider. He walked toward the door, and in his mismatched pupils, the blurry figure outside the door appeared. The visitor did not bring good intentions. Just right, I am not a good person either. Chapter 60, This guest can see ghosts. Ding dong. The crisp sound of the doorbell pierced the recently solidified, frantic and thirsty silence in the hall. Meng Sanyang, Hua Hunter, and Jing Yangzi, 3 pairs of eyes ignited by the fire of revenge, turned to look at Chang Yi in unison. The resentment within them, just tamed, began to stir restlessly like hunting dogs catching the scent of blood, ready to pounce. They were waiting for a command. The landlord's command. Chang Ye's smile grew even more intense, a wicked delight at the sight of a new toy. He ignored the 3 almost piercing gazes behind him, leisurely walking over to open the apartment door. Welcome to the happy. His words got stuck in his throat. The person standing outside was not someone he had imagined at all. Not a police officer, not a thug, and definitely not a fool like Wang Hao. There was a man, about 50 years old, dressed in a well-tailored dark gray Zhongshan suit, his hair meticulously combed, the temples already touched by the frost of age. He held no roses, nor any weapons, only a small black wooden box, ancient-looking, the material unclear. His gaze was the most unsettling thing of all. Those were eyes as calm as still water, tranquil, deep, devoid of any emotion. When his gaze swept over Chang'e felt as if he were not being looked at by a person, but rather locked on by a precise machine, scanning and analyzing every inch of his bones, every muscle. "My last name is Zhong." The man spoke, his voice hoarse and low, like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. "I'm here to find someone." Chang'e stepped to the side, clearing the path, a commercial smile creeping back onto his face. "Mr. Zhong, please come in, our apartment offers 24-hour check-in service." "Do you have a reservation?" Mr. Zhong stepped in. He did not walk to the bar, nor did he pay any attention to Chang'e's words. He merely stood in the center of the hall, those calm eyes slowly sweeping over every corner of the apartment. His gaze first fell on Meng San Yang behind the bar. Meng San Yang was bowing her head, wiping a glass, trying hard to play the role of an ordinary server. The man looked at her, his nose gently twitching. "What a heavy smell of grease," he said lightly. However, no matter how strong the grease, it cannot cover the rancid smell of soup boiled with bones for 100 years. Meng San Yang's hand, which was wiping the glass, suddenly stiffened. A fine crack abruptly appeared on the glass she was holding. The man's gaze then shifted to the window where Hua Haner stood. Hua Haner was facing the easel, the tip of the brush hovering, dressed in white like snow, cold and aloof. "A good painting." The man nodded, but there was no hint of praise in his tone. "It's a pity, the skin is good skin, fresh and flexible. But the ink used for grinding has too many impurities, lacking the spirit soaked in blood and tears. After all, it cannot become a masterpiece." Crack. The brush in Hua Haner's hand, made from human bone, was actually squeezed into a crack. A drop of thick, ink-like resentment fell from the tip of the brush, corroding a small hole in the floor that emitted black smoke. Finally, the man's gaze turned to the darkest corner of the hall. Jing Yangzi curled into a ball, almost merging with the shadows. The man clearly could not see her, yet he accurately locked onto her position. "This place is obviously very dry. Why is there always a smell of damp moss from the bottom of the well?" He frowned slightly, as if talking to himself. "And that smell of rotten hair, it's truly disgusting." From the corner, there came the chattering sound of teeth, caca. A ring of water stains spread uncontrollably from beneath Jing Yangzi. The three ghosts felt as if they were facing a great enemy. All of their disguises were completely useless before this man. He not only saw them, but he could even instantly see through the source of their resentment and the essence of their power. This was an unprecedented, utterly stripped-away fear. Chang'e's smile finally showed a hint of slight rigidity. The dark red vertical pupil in his left eye uncontrollably shrank to the size of a pinhole. The apartment system was emitting a harsh, much crazier alarm in his mind. "Warning! Warning! Unknown high-energy reaction. Spirit suppression field activated. The subject holds a rule-level supernatural item. Warning! Tenant Meng San Yang resentment core has been discerned, risk of collapse. Warning! Tenant Hua Haner Dao heart is unstable, risk of backlash. Warning! Tenant Jing Yang Z." "Mr. Zhong, I was just joking." Chang'e stepped forward, inconspicuously positioning himself between the man and the three ghosts, severing that almost tangible gaze. "Our apartment was just renovated, it's normal to have some odors. Are you looking for someone, or are you here to check the feng shui?" The man with the surname Zhong finally refocused his gaze on Chang'e. He did not answer, but slowly placed the black wooden box he was holding on the ground. Thud. With a soft sound, he opened the box. Inside the box, there were no guns, no charms, only a palm-sized, rusty bronze compass. The style of the compass was so ancient it couldn't be traced back to any era, and the scales on it were not celestial stems and earthly branches, but some twisted and grotesque runes. At the moment the box was opened, the crimson pointer in the center of the compass began to spin wildly, as if it had gone mad, making a buzzing sound. The speed of the pointer increased, eventually turning into a blur. The lights in the apartment started to flicker wildly. On the walls, large patches of damp stains appeared. In the air, the mixed smell of candles, sandalwood, and rouge suddenly intensified tenfold. The entire happy apartment, like a live fish thrown into a pot of hot oil, began to struggle violently and cry out. "Quiet." The man with the surname Zhong stretched out two fingers and gently pressed down on the madly spinning pointer. Buzz. After a long sound, the compass instantly quieted down. The crimson pointer split into three thinner pointers, each pointing in different directions. One pointed to Meng Sangyang behind the bar. One pointed to the painting soul by the window. The last one pointed straight towards the crimson wedding room on the second floor. The tip of the pointer glowed with a strange, blood-red light. "Ha!" The man with the surname Zhong let out an ambiguous chuckle. He closed the box and raised his head again, his eyes, as calm as a deep well, locked firmly onto Chang'e. "I said, I am here to find someone. A fool named Wang Hao. His last signal disappeared in your building. His gaze lingered on Chang Yi's dark red left eye for a full 3 seconds. This building, rather than being an apartment, is more like a nest. A living nest fed by resentment and despair. And you, Mr. Landlord. A curve finally appeared at the corners of his mouth, revealing slightly yellowed teeth stained by tobacco. The scent on you is far more interesting than that of your tenants. Chang Yi's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. It's over. All exposed. This man could not only see through all the ghosts under him but even understood some of his own landlord's secrets. The system had never been wrong. Extreme danger. This unit may carry items or abilities that pose a lethal threat to supernatural entities. Now it seems, it is not just a possibility. Chang Yi's brain raced, countless thoughts flashing through. Act? No way. That compass is clearly some kind of rule-level weapon, capable of directly suppressing the spiritual field of the entire apartment. His few B-level tenants probably wouldn't even have a chance to fight back in front of him. Escape? Even less possible. This is his home ground, the source of his power. Once he leaves the apartment, he is nothing. Then, only the last path remains. All expressions on Chang Yi's face completely retracted at that moment. He stared straight into the man's eyes, and in his dark red vertical pupil, there was no longer any pretense or probing, only a cold madness that could only be understood by kindred spirits. Wang Hao is dead. He said in a tone of stating a fact, crisp and clean, without any emotion. He offended my tenant, so he paid the rent with his life. The man's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not expect Chang Yi to admit it so directly. You are the first person to see through this place at a glance. Chang Yi took a step forward, the distance between him and the man was less than a meter. I am also very curious, just who are you? Me? The man with the surname Zhong laughed, and that smile carried a sense of superiority and arrogance. I am a cleaner. Specializing in cleaning up people like you. That which should not exist among humans, garbage. As the words fell, a bone-chilling killing intent burst forth from his body. The temperature in the hall dropped to freezing point. However, Chang Yi laughed. He laughed more brightly and recklessly than ever before. A cleaner? He seemed to have heard some great joke. Very good, a very good profession. He opened his arms, as if to embrace the coldness and resentment in the entire hall. But don't you think, there is too much garbage in this city, too dirty, and no matter how much you clean, it will never be clean? The man with the surname Zhong was taken aback. Chang Yi's voice was filled with a seductive magic, striking deep into the darkest parts of the heart. Here, although I also harbor filth, at least. I am establishing a new order. Look. He pointed to the 3 tight-lipped female ghosts behind him, their resentment boiling over. Are they garbage? No, they were once people, hurt by garbage. And I have merely given them a chance to clear away the garbage. Chang Yi's gaze became hot again as he looked at the man surnamed Zhong, speaking each word deliberately. Mr. Zhong, are you interested in trying a more efficient, cleaning method? Send the human garbage that the law cannot punish and morals cannot judge to me. I will help you handle it. And you just need to turn a blind eye. Chapter 61, Madman and Hunter, the wedding feast on the 2nd floor. In the hall, there was a deathly silence. The words of the man surnamed Zhong were like a block of ice, crashing into a boiling pot of oil, stirring up an invisible yet soul-freezing chill. Cleaner. A cleaner specializing in sweeping away garbage. The smile on Chang Yi's face froze, then blossomed again with an even more bizarre curve. His proposal was the only way he could think of to break the deadlock. Turn enemies into collaborators. Turn a hunter wielding a rule-level weapon into his supplier. This was a crazy, near-gambling proposal. What he was betting on was the tiny shred of human nature's weariness with the collapse of order, and the craving for more efficient violence. However, he lost the bet. The man surnamed Zhong looked at Chang Yi, and for the first time, a hint of emotion surfaced in his normally calm eyes. Not anger, not agreement, but a pure, undisguised disgust. Like a clean freak seeing an unbearable stain. Your idea is interesting. He slowly spoke, his voice hoarse, like a rusty blade scraping against bone. But also very naive. I am just a cleaner, Mr. Landlord. My job is to throw garbage into the trash can. As for how the garbage came to be, and how much garbage is outside the trash can, it is not my concern, nor do I want it to be. He picked up the black wooden box on the ground, and the cold killing intent was once again locked onto Chang Yi. Now, I am going to clean up the garbage on the 2nd floor. Will you move aside on your own, or do you want to become an extra item on my work list? As the words fell, Meng Sanyan's iron hook instantly tensed. The dark resentment beside the painting spirit was nearly solidifying. In the corner, Jing Yang let out a low, beast-like whimper as if guarding its food. 3 streams of resentment were poised to strike. As long as Chang Yi gave a signal, they would pounce without hesitation. Even if they were instantly suppressed by that compass, they would tear off a piece of flesh from the other. But Chang Yi just stood there, unmoving. He looked at the man surnamed Zhong, the smile on his face gradually retracting, the dark red vertical pupil showing fierce battles between madness and reason. In the end, madness retreated, leaving behind an unfathomable coldness. He slowly turned to the side and cleared the way to the staircase leading to the second floor. "Please, go ahead." He uttered 2 words. This action caused the resentment of the 3 ghosts to pause. They didn't understand. The landlord just gave up like that? The man surnamed Zhong showed no surprise, as if he had long expected this result. He lifted the box. Step onto the stairs, the leather shoes creaking on the wooden steps, making a creak sound. Each step felt like stepping on the hearts of Meng Sanyang and the others. As he passed by Chang Yi, his footsteps paused for a moment. "Young man, playing with fire is fine, but don't think of yourself as the sun." He didn't turn back, leaving behind this cryptic remark, and continued to walk up. Chang Yi did not respond, just quietly watched his silhouette disappear around the corner of the stairs. In the hall, the 3 ghosts' gazes all fell sharply on Chang Yi. Fear, confusion, and even a hint of disappointment. "Landlord." Meng Sanyang's voice was hoarse. Chang Yi, however, turned back and leaned against the bar again, even wearing a slight, relaxed smile, as if everything just now had never happened. "What's the hurry?" He looked at the 3 ghostly faces, leisurely saying, "We are a proper apartment, and we have guests wanting to go upstairs to see the place. Should we stop them? Besides..." His gaze slowly drifted toward the second floor, and the corners of his mouth curled up in a teasing arc. "Our security supervisor hasn't expressed an opinion yet." The corridor on the second floor was even chillier than below. The air was thick with a sweet, cloying scent, mixed with wax and rouge, so rich it was almost dripping. On the walls hung festive paper cuttings, but in the dim light, each frame looked as though painted in blood, exuding an indescribable airiness. The man with the surname Zhong stood still in front of the vermilion door. His compass, the needle pointing at the door, buzzed more urgently and sharply than when he was downstairs. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out and pushed open the slightly ajar door. Creak! The door hinge turned, issuing a long and piercing moan. The sight in the room made this cleaner, used to seeing all kinds of otherworldly beings, slightly narrow his eyes. Directly facing the door was not a bed, nor a table, but a wax figure. A vividly lifelike wax figure of a person dressed in trendy clothes, frozen with extreme fear and pain. It was Wang Hao. The breath that led him here, that belonged to a living person, was emanating from this wax figure. Or rather, it was sealed within. The man with the surname Zhong shifted his gaze away from the wax figure to the wedding bed laid out with a bright red bridal quilt. On the bed, a figure covered by a red veil sat quietly. She wore a splendid wedding gown, so red it was like flowing blood. At the moment the man with the surname Zhong stepped into the room, she seemed to sense something, her body beneath the veil moved slightly. "Groom, are you back?" A soft, slightly lazy voice came from beneath the veil. The man with the surname Zhong snorted coldly, heavily placing the wooden box on the ground. Thud. He opened the box, revealing a rusty bronze compass. "Stop pretending." His voice carried unmasked coldness and murderous intent. "I don't care what you are, if you've devoured the wrong person, you must pay the price." He extended 2 fingers, preparing to press down on the wildly spinning needle of the compass, to directly suppress the vengeful spirit before him with this magical artifact. However, just as his fingers were about to touch the compass, the bride on the wedding bed made a new move. She did not lift the veil nor did she scream. She simply, slowly raised her hand. It was a pale, almost transparent hand, with long, slender fingers. Then, she extended her index finger and gently made a shoe gesture at the man with the surname Zhong. "Don't make a sound." Her voice remained soft but carried an undeniable authority. "Guests must remain quiet. Our wedding is currently underway." The moment her words fell, buzz. The needle of the compass in the man's hand, spinning wildly, seemed to be throttled by an invisible hand, tightening its grip around its neck. Suddenly, it stopped. It spun and came to a halt. The pointer no longer pointed at the red-candled lady but began to shake violently and uncontrollably, as if it feared something. The man's face turned pale for the first time. This compass had been his support for many years, specifically used to conquer evil spirits and suppress resentment, and it had never failed him. But now, it had malfunctioned? No, it was not a malfunction. It was the domain of this vengeful spirit in the room that suppressed his artifact. An A-level vengeful spirit. Extremely tricky. He suddenly looked up, staring fixedly at the figure under the red veil. He saw the red-candled lady slowly lowering her finger, which had made a shoe gesture. Then, in a delicate and beautiful voice, she gently began to speak, as if announcing something completely normal. Dear guest, now that you are here, please take your seat. Your place is right there. She raised another hand and pointed from afar. The man followed her direction and suddenly his pupils shrank to pinpoints. She did not point to any chair. She pointed to the side of the wax statue of Wang Hao. There was nothing there. But in the man's eyes, he saw a t-shirt chair made of white wax, exuding chilling coldness. Chapter 62, Apartment Access Upgrade. That suddenly appearing white wax t-shirt chair radiated a corpse-like coldness. It stood quietly beside the wax statue of Wang Hao, as if waiting for the next guest to take a seat. The man's breathing became disordered for the first time. In his once calm eyes, a storm finally erupted. Domain. This was a realm exclusive to A-level vengeful spirits. In here, ghosts are not ghosts, they are gods. They are the rulers who set all the rules. He miscalculated. He thought this was merely a peak B-level vengeful spirit that had consumed the living, becoming filled with resentment, and that he could suppress it with his artifact. But he never expected that in this seemingly ordinary apartment, there was actually a true A-level spirit being raised. Take a seat? The man's throat let out a dry low growl as he took a sudden step back, his heel crashing against the doorframe. He could not sit. He clearly knew that once he sat in that chair, his fate would be the same as the wax statue beside him. Sealed by boiling wax, the last breath of a living person would become another exhibit at this never-ending wedding banquet. I say it again. His hand clenched tightly around the black wooden box, the veins on the back of his hand stood out like coiled earthworms. I don't care what you are, release that person's soul immediately, or else. Shoo. On the wedding bed, the figure under the red veil raised her pale finger again, placing it by her lips. This time, there was a hint of reproach in her voice, as if a bride was scolding a guest who didn't understand the rules. Guests making loud noises at the wedding is very disrespectful. The moment her words fell. Buzz. The air in the entire room suddenly became heavy. It felt as if the thin air turned into thick glue. The man felt an invisible force squeezing in from all directions, his mouth firmly sealed, unable to make a sound. His Zhongshan suit began to stiffen at a visible speed, losing the softness of the fabric, taking on a waxy sheen. Erosion. Domain-level erosion. A flash of horror crossed the man's eyes, and without hesitation, he bit into his tongue. A mix of blood essence and his own yang energy surged upward. Put. He forcibly broke through the forbidden domain, a mouthful of scorching blood sprayed onto the bronze compass before him. Sizzle. The rusted runes on the compass erupted into dazzling golden light the moment they came into contact with the blood essence. The pointer, which had been constantly trembling under suppression, seemed to be injected with a shot of adrenaline, suddenly broke free from its bindings and began to spin wildly once more. Break! The man with the surname Zhong roared, pouring all his strength into the compass. He wanted to use the full power of this rule-level artifact to forcefully tear open this domain. However, the red candle lady merely tilted her head, a soft sigh emitting from beneath her veil. What a disobedient guest. It seems I have to kindly ask you to take your seat early. Slowly, she lowered the finger she had held to her lips. Then, facing the man with the surname Zhong, her 5 fingers spread open and gently pressed down. Sit down. Boom. A pressure 10 times more terrifying than before fell from the sky. This force, unreasonable and without process, was the domain itself. At this wedding, when the bride tells you to sit, you must sit. The man with the surname Zhong only felt as if 2 invisible mountains pressed down on his shoulders, causing his knees to weaken. His bones creaked under the unbearable weight, and he was uncontrollably falling back towards the white wax armchair. The compass in his hand erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, the golden light clashing madly with the red light in the room, creating piercing explosions. But that golden light steadily retreated under the absolute pressure of the red candle lady's domain. The spinning speed of the needle slowed down more and more, its brightness dimming. Despair appeared on the man's face for the first time. He could clearly feel his skin losing warmth inch by inch, the flow of blood becoming sluggish, and his control over his body being stripped away. In 10 seconds, no, in 5 seconds. He would completely turn into a wax figure. You win. In this life and death moment, the man with the surname Zhong squeezed out these 3 words from between his teeth. He gave up his resistance. The terrifying power pressing down on him suddenly loosened. The compass in his hand also let out a buzz and completely extinguished its light, returning to its rusty appearance. The red candle lady did not make another sound, simply sitting quietly by the bed, as if waiting for him to fulfill his promise and sit in that chair. The man with the surname Zhong gasped heavily, cold sweat soaking his back. He glanced at the white wax armchair so close to him, then at the eerily silent figure in red on the bed. Slowly, he lifted his foot and walked toward the chair. 1 step. 2 steps. Just as he was about to reach the chair and sit down, his eyes suddenly became fierce. He abruptly turned around, not lunging at the red candle lady, nor at the chair, but using all his strength to crash into the window of the room. Crash! The glass shattered on cue. He rolled out of the second-floor window in a disheveled manner. Are the guests leaving their seats? From behind him, the red candle lady's soft voice, untainted by a hint of surprise, rang out hauntingly. But your wedding gift hasn't been left yet. While falling through the air, the man with the surname Jones' body suddenly stiffened. He looked down and saw that his right hand, which had just gripped the compass, was rapidly becoming wax-like, starting from the middle finger. Pale, stiff, devoid of all color and warmth. That cold, wax-like power crazily spread from his finger bones towards his wrist. This was her gift. An eternal curse he could never escape. A flicker of agonizing determination flashed in the man's eyes, and he decisively brought his left hand down like a knife, fiercely slashing at his right arm. But he was still a step too late. The force had already invaded his wrist. Ah! A suppressed cry of pain echoed in the alley behind the apartment. He crashed heavily to the ground, not caring about the pain all over his body, and scrambled towards the alley's exit, disappearing into the night without looking back. He fled. A cleaner holding an artifact, under one encounter, was forced to sever a finger and fled in panic. The wedding room on the second floor returned to silence. The broken window. With the night wind pouring in, it blew the bride's red veil, but it could not disperse the sweet and cloying scent of candles in the room. Downstairs in the hall, Meng Sanyang, painting Soul, and well mistress, the three ghosts stood frozen in place. They heard the explosions coming from upstairs, heard the sound of glass breaking, and felt that terrifying chill that made their souls shiver, the domain power of an A-grade vengeful spirit. Then, everything returned to calm. Changyi still leaned against the bar, and he even had the leisure to pour himself a glass of water. Creak! Footsteps came from the staircase. The three ghosts looked up in unison and saw Changyi walking leisurely down from upstairs. On his face was a smile that made them feel both fear and reassurance, a smile that said he had it all under control. Landlord! Meng Sanyang held the iron hook tightly, her hand still trembling slightly. Where's the guest? He left. Changyi walked behind the bar and placed the cup down. Oh, right. It was as if he remembered something, he added. He was in such a hurry when he left that he forgot to pay the bill, and he broke my window as well. Please remember to fix it later. However, he left a deposit. Changyi spread his palm. In his palm lay a pale, completely waxen, severed finger. It was exactly what the man with the surname Zhong had to abandon at the last moment. The three ghosts looked at that severed finger and then at Changyi's playful smile, the last trace of doubt and disappointment in their hearts completely vanished. In its place was an unprecedented, fervent admiration. This man. He was not giving up, not compromising. From the very beginning, he had calculated that arrogant cleaner, who had no power to fight back in front of the red candle lady. He was not retreating, he was watching a show. Take this and feed it to your painting. Changyi casually tossed the severed wax finger to painting Soul, as if tossing away a cigarette butt. The curse power of an A-grade vengeful spirit should be of some benefit to your painting. Painting Soul instinctively caught it. The cold power from the severed finger made her brush and her hand hum with excitement. Changyi did not pay them any more attention. He took out his phone and opened the system interface. Sure enough, a new message had popped up. Warning, the Happiness Apartment has attracted the great attention of the cleaners organization. System task released, establish authority. Task description, let the cleaners organization understand that this is not a trash dump they can clear at will, but a abyss they need to look up to. Task reward, apartment authority upgrade, unlock new building module confession room. Changyi looked at the task description, and the smile on his face grew even brighter. Cleaners? He murmured to himself, the dark red vertical pupil burned with a flame called madness. Just in time, my apartment is also lacking a few professional cleaners. Chapter 63 Confession Room, the Landlord's Interrogation. In the hall, the air still retained that haunting domain power, as well as a faint smell of blood. Meng Sanyang, painting Soul, and well mistress, the three ghosts' gazes were glued to Changyi, their fervor nearly solidifying. Disappointment? Doubt? They had long been crushed to dust. Their landlord was not retreating, nor was he compromising. He was simply overlooking the entire farce from a height they could not comprehend, enjoying the sight of the prey struggling futilely in the trap, and later, casually collecting the spoils. This attitude of playing everything in his hands brought them more reassurance than any brutal command could. Painting Soul held the severed wax finger. The coldness at her fingertips made her core of resentment tremble with pleasure. She could feel that this severed finger contained not only the curse of an A-grade vengeful spirit but also the purest yang energy of a living cultivator, forcibly twisted and sealed within. Yin and yang clashing, resentment growing rampant. This thing was more powerful than any human skin she had ever painted. Everything is precious. Mr. Landlord. The voice of the painting spirit carried with it a slight hint of respect for the first time. This is too precious. There is nothing precious. Changyi waved his hand, his gaze fixing on the cold lines of text on the phone screen. System task released, establish authority. Task description, let the cleaners organization understand that this is not a garbage dump they can freely clean, but a abyss they need to look up to. Task reward, apartment authority upgrade, unlock new building module, confession room. Cleaners. Changyi softly chewed on this name, excitement flickering in his dark red vertical pupils. An organization that specifically deals with supernatural events? It sounds very professional. But professionalism also means trouble. The man named Zhong is just a wayfinder. If he escapes, he will bring back the highest level alarm about the happiness apartment. Next, the apartment may face a complete siege by this organization. Establish authority. A more chilling smile appeared on Changyi's face. System, you really understand me. He didn't like being passively beaten. Since the other side has come looking for trouble, they can't just be chased away easily. He wanted to make them fear, to make them hurt, so that every time they heard the words happiness apartment, they would feel terror from the depths of their bones. And to achieve this, he first needed a place to pry open the enemy's mouth. Changyi's gaze fell on the brand new building module on the system interface. Confession room. Unlock requirement, 1000 EN virtue points. Function introduction, a space that absolutely isolates and amplifies inner fear and guilt. In here, no soul can lie. It is the best place for interrogation, torture, and crushing will. Wanghao's rent allowed him to make a fortune. Exchange. Changyi silently whispered without hesitation. Minus 1000 EN virtue points. Building module confession room has been unlocked, please choose a building location. Changyi lifted his head, scanning the hall. His gaze finally settled on the darkest corner under the stairs on the first floor, where discarded items piled up and light seldom reached. Right there. The moment his words fell, the space in that corner began to twist in a strange way. The piled items seemed to be wiped away by an invisible hand, as walls, floors, and ceilings visibly wriggled, rearranging and constructing themselves. Creak. After a painfully grinding sound, a heavy door, as if forged from a solid block of black iron, materialized on the wall. The door bore no decorations, just a small observation hole that could be peered through from the outside. An oppressive, heavy, suffocating aura seeped from the crack of the door. Meng San Yang and the others instinctively shrank in the presence of this aura. They could feel that behind that door lay a terrifying space that could make even ghosts shudder. This is... Meng San Yang's voice sounded dry. The new visitor is a bit noisy. Changyi said casually, as if discussing a trivial matter. I'll give him a quieter single room. He turned, his gaze directed towards the second floor. Red candle, bring down Wanghao's soul. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the crimson bridal chamber on the second floor. Moments later, the door to the bridal chamber creaked open. The bride covered in a red veil floated down silently. Behind her was a half-transparent figure, trembling all over. It was Wanghao's soul. At this moment, Wanghao had lost all of his previous arrogance and disdain. His soul was ethereal, his face frozen with a wax-like extreme fear. Upon seeing Changyi and the three ghosts in the hall below, he was terrified to the point of almost collapsing. He wanted to escape, but an invisible force restrained him, leaving him no choice but to follow behind the red candle lady. Step by step, walking towards the abyss. Mr. Landlord. The red candle lady slightly bowed to Changyi, her voice soft and delicate. This was her first time, actively calling Changyi Mr. Landlord. The appearance of that man named Zhong, along with Changyi's calm attitude in the end, made her fully understand who was the true, sole master of this apartment. Changyi nodded in satisfaction. An A-grade vengeful spirit is indeed useful. He walked in front of Wanghao's soul, his mismatched eyes coldly examining this man who had already become a prisoner. Welcome to the interrogation room of Happiness Apartment. Changyi smiled, showing a set of white teeth, his grin radiant. I hope you enjoy your stay. He grabbed Wanghao's illusory collar, dragging him like a lifeless dog with ease toward the heavy black iron door. No. No. You can't do this to me. I am. Wanghao screamed in terror, struggling desperately. Changyi didn't want to hear his nonsense and directly pulled open the heavy iron door. Behind the door, there was pure darkness where one couldn't see their own hand. A cold air that could freeze the soul rushed at him. Changyi threw Wanghao's soul in hard. Ah! Wanghao's scream stopped abruptly the moment he was swallowed by the darkness. Bang! Changyi closed the iron door, and the entire hall instantly returned to silence. He walked to the small observation window and looked inside. The confession room was not completely dark. Wanghao's soul curled up in the center of an empty space. Around him, images of his past wrongdoings emerged on the walls. Those were all the evil deeds he had committed. Bullying the weak, extorting money, and even forcing an innocent girl to jump off a building. Those he had harmed transformed into vengeful spirits, stretching out their hands from the walls, tearing at his soul. No. Not me. Don't look for me. Wang Hao hugged his head, emitting a silent, soul-deep wail. Every second for him was like enduring agony in hell. What kind of people are the cleansing organization? What is your connection to them? Cheng Ye's voice, cold, penetrated through the observation window. I don't know. I really don't know. Wang Hao screamed in pain. There was a man with gold-rimmed glasses. He gave me a lot of money to investigate here. I only know he is very powerful. I don't know anything else. What does he look like? What are his characteristics? I can't remember. Wang Hao's soul grew more and more faint under the pulling of the vengeful spirits. He seemed to have shown me a photo. In the photo was a woman, yes. A woman in a red wedding dress. Cheng Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Red Candle Lady? It seems that the cleansing organization has long been fixated on Red Candle. Wang Hao was just a pawn they sent to test the waters. And that man named Zhong might also be a pawn. Unfortunately, they severely underestimated the strength of the Red Candle Lady, even more, the depth of this apartment. Very good. Cheng Ye received the information he wanted and no longer paid attention to Wang Hao's wails inside. This soul still has other uses. He can become the nutrient for the confession room, intensifying the resentment and fear in this space. He turned around, looking at the three ghosts who were silent as a tomb, and the Red Candle Lady standing quietly beside them. The facilities of the apartment have been upgraded. Cheng Ye's face resumed that commercial smile. This means we can receive more distinguished guests now. He took out his phone, opened the city's hottest supernatural adventure forum, and skillfully logged into his account, Conscientious Landlord Mr. Chang. He found the post he had previously published about Happiness Apartments free experience and directly clicked on edit. A fresh line, in blood-red big letters, was added to the top of the title. Warning, this store has been fully upgraded. A new A-level horror scene bloodwedding and the Soul Confession Room experience project have been added. There are professional NPCs that might scare people to death. Non-professionals are strictly prohibited from entering. After finishing, Cheng Yi clicked send. Having done all this, Cheng Yi put away his phone and stretched lazily. Alright, open the door, get ready for business. He looked at the deep night outside, the curve of his lips stretched to the extreme. It's time to continue harvesting the leaks. After all, now the apartment is becoming more and more eye-catching. Chapter 64, the Qingtang Ghost School team arrives for evaluation. Gift for an update. The internet is the breeding ground for the fastest fermentation of information. When Chang Ye's post with a bloody warning reappeared on the forum homepage, the entire forum instantly erupted. Damn! That immortal landlord updated again. A-level horror scene? Blood wedding? Soul confession room? This guy knows how to name things, just looking at the names makes my legs weak. Might scare people to death? Non-professionals strictly forbidden? Is this a gimmick or a real warning? Didn't that Wang Hao go silent last time? Upstairs, I just got inside news. Recently several people have reported missing, and they went missing around that happy apartment. The comments below the post exceeded 100 in just a few minutes. Panic, curiosity, doubt, excitement, countless emotions collided in the virtual text. Among them, a pinned comment stood out, particularly calm, even carrying a hint of condescension. Qingtang Ghost School Director Chen, this is interesting. Scene narration, atmosphere creation, and hunger marketing have all been well done. Our team will conduct a comprehensive evaluation of Happy Apartment from a professional perspective. The evaluation report will be announced shortly. Please treat it rationally, and do not follow blindly. Qingtang Ghost School. When these 4 words appeared, all the noise in the forum fell silent. This is not an ordinary adventure team but a true giant in the domestic haunted house design field. Their chain of Qingtang Ghost School themed haunted houses is a pilgrimage site for countless horror enthusiasts. Famous for its extreme scenes, professional NPCs, and terrifying designs that can drive people crazy. Now, the king of this industry is going to evaluate an obscure happy apartment? This is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. A black business vehicle smoothly stopped at the dark alleyway of Happy Apartment. The car door opened, and 3 men and 1 woman got out. The leading man is about 35 or 36 years old, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, his demeanor refined, but his gaze sharp like a scalpel. He is the behind-the-scenes chief designer of Qingtang Ghost School, Director Chen. He looked up at the apartment building lurking in the night like a monster, the corner of his mouth twitched. The aging technique of the exterior wall is not bad, the peeling is very natural, it should be high polymer composite materials mixed with corrosive paint. The cost is not low. He pushed up his glasses and commented in a dissection-like tone. Beside him, a short-haired woman wearing a work vest with a hot figure took out a tablet and quickly recorded. The lighting layout has its intricacies. Only a few windows emit a dim yellow light, utilizing visual white space to guide the voyeuristic desire. The placement of the trash can at the alley entrance also aligns with the psychological hints of the broken windows theory. Quite impressive. The woman named Xiaoya is the team's scene effects director. Who cares what it is, it's all fake anyway. A bald, muscular man over 1.9 meters tall said in a deep voice. His name is Hu Jun, the team's security head, specifically handling those tourists who become emotionally unstable and attack NPCs when scared. Brother who was right, no matter how powerful the haunted house is, once the power is off, it's just a bunch of plastic models. The last to speak is a young man named Li Kai, who just entered the industry, with a hint of unsuppressed excitement and nervousness on his face. But Director Chen, I heard that the NPCs in this apartment are particularly powerful. Especially that red candle lady, it's set online. What's set online is just a script. Chen Dao interrupted him, his tone leaving no room for doubt. A successful horror IP needs a story. Disappearances, deaths, unexplainable phenomena. These are the best marketing materials. Didn't we accidentally lose 2 tourists during the first promotion of Qingtang Ghost School? Hu Jun and Xiaoya both laughed, their smiles filled with insider camaraderie and arrogance. Only Li Kai shrank his neck, not daring to speak again. Let's go. Chen Dao waved his hand. Let's go see what surprises this conscientious landlord has prepared for us. The 4 entered the apartment lobby. A chill swept over them, the air mixed with a faint rusty smell and an indescribable sense of oppression. Behind the bar, Chengyi was leisurely wiping a glass, like a bar owner waiting for customers. Hearing their footsteps, he raised his head, a standardized commercial smile appearing on his face. Welcome to Happiness Apartment, gentlemen, are you here to view the house or experience? Chen Dao's gaze swept over Changyi, pausing particularly on his dark red vertical pupil. Special customized color contacts, the iris texture is very realistic, high-end stuff. He quickly evaluated in his heart and then stepped forward, extending his hand. Hello, we are the team from Qingtang Ghost School, my surname is Chen. Chen Dao's smile was polite, but the scrutiny in his eyes was unmistakable. I saw Mr. Chang's post on the forum, very interested in your apartments project, especially came here to exchange and learn. Qingtang Ghost School? Changya's smile became even brighter. I've heard of your esteemed name, a benchmark in the industry. Welcome, experts, to give us guidance. He shook Chen Dao's hand, the cold temperature making Chen Dao's eyebrows raise slightly. Mr. Chang is too polite. Chen Dao retracted his hand. Our team is used to experiencing from the perspective of tourists, may we explore freely? Of course, we'll pay full price for the tickets. Of course. Chengyi took out a stack of paper and a pen from under the bar. But according to the rules, you need to sign a waiver first. Xiaoya took the agreement, only glanced at it, and couldn't help but chuckle. I voluntarily enter Happiness Apartment, any mental damage, physical disappearance, soul mutation, and other irreversible consequences during the experience are unrelated to this apartment? She read it aloud, looking at Chengyi with a teasing gaze. Mr. Chang, your copywriting is indeed quite scary, even legal risks are avoided. Hu Jun also leaned over to take a look, laughing heartily, soul mutation. If this scares me into a problem, do I have to be responsible for piecing myself back together? Interesting. Chen Dao shook his head, picked up the pen, and signed his name in a flourish on all 4 agreements. A good gimmick, enhances the immersive feeling of the ritual, I've learned something. He pushed the agreements back to Chengyi. Chengyi tucked the agreements away, a meaningful smile on his face. Since all the procedures are in order, you may begin. He gestured please. All open rooms on the 1st and 2nd floors can be freely experienced. I wish you all, have fun. The 3rd to 5th floors are currently closed and not open. Thank you. Chen Dao nodded and began to assign tasks. Xiaoya, you check the arrangement of mechanisms in the lobby and corridors. Kai, you come with me to the 2nd floor, focusing on examining that bloody wedding scene. Hu Jun. He looked at the bald, strong man. The landlord mentioned that the new soul confession room sounds like a single confinement experience, you go try it. See how their pressure testing and mechanical structure are made. No problem. Hu Jun patted his chest, looking relaxed. I want to see what can make me confess. He strode toward the corner at the stairwell, where the large door forged from black iron looked to him. It's just a foam board sprayed with metallic paint. Li Kai looked at Hu Jun's back with some worry, then glanced at Chengyi behind the bar, who was smiling, feeling uneasy in his heart. Director Chen, Hu Gu is alone. An excellent security guard must first possess a strong psychological quality. Director Chen adjusted his glasses, speaking in a calm tone. Let him break his superstitions too. Hu Jun had already reached the black iron door. He stretched out his fist, the size of a sandpot, and knocked on the door twice with a thud-thud. "Hey! NPC teacher inside, are you ready? I'm coming in for an assessment." Inside, there was a deathly silence. "Hey, still playing the cool game?" Hu Jun laughed, thinking this tactic was too cliched. It was just using silence and confinement to create psychological pressure. He stopped wasting words, grabbed the doorknob with both hands, and yanked it hard. The prop door he expected to be light was actually immovable and heavy, like it was welded to the wall. Hu Jun froze for a moment, looking a bit awkward. He took half a step back, steadied his stance, and channeled all his strength into his arms, his muscles bulging and veins popping. "Open for me!" he roared with all his might. Creak! After an ear-grating friction sound, the black iron door finally opened a crack. A pure, untainted darkness poured out from the crack, bringing a chill that could freeze marrow. Before Hu Jun had time to see the scene inside, he felt a tremendous pulling force coming from behind the door. That power was not something he could resist, like an invisible hand, it abruptly yanked him inside. "What the?" His exclamation suddenly cut off. Bang! The black iron door slammed shut behind him with a dull thud, making the entire hall seem to shake. Xiaoya in the corridor and Director Chen and Li Kai at the staircase had frozen expressions on their faces. "Electromagnetic suction door? Looks quite convincing." Xiaoya paused for a few seconds, then burst out laughing. But Director Chen frowned slightly, looking at the tightly shut black iron door, then glanced at Cheng Yi behind the bar, whose smile showed no signs of fading. A sense of inexplicable discomfort, beyond professionalism, rose in his heart. "Mr. Landlord," he asked, "how long is the experience time for your confession room project?" Cheng Yi picked up a cup that had just been cleaned, held it up to the light, and answered slowly. "Not fixed. It depends on how deep the guest's sins are. And also, when they go crazy." Chapter 65, Crazy, and Everyone is Afraid. Chang Ye's light, airy words felt like a cold needle piercing Director Chen's ears. It depends on how deep the guest's sins are, and also on when they go crazy. This line was truly well written. Director Chen immediately rated it in his heart. It broke the conventional fixed-time rules of haunted houses, giving the project an uncertainty that greatly heightened the psychological pressure and anticipation of the visitors. Brilliant! He pushed up his golden-rimmed glasses, his gaze behind the lenses increasingly serious. The loud noise when that door closed was too real, that wasn't a sound a holoprop door could make. And the moment the door was opened, Hu Jun was instantly sucked in. Was it a powerful blower or an electromagnet? He suppressed that strange feeling in his heart, regaining the calm of a professional chief designer. "We split up and act quickly." Director Chen's voice was devoid of any ripples, as if it were not his colleague that had been shut inside, but a testing prop. "Xiaoya, you handle the first floor. Don't miss any details on mechanisms, smells, lights, or sound effects. Li Kai, follow me to the second floor." "Okay." Xiaoya nodded, taking out a small instrument from her pocket that was used to detect air composition and sound wave frequencies. Li Kai swallowed a mouthful of saliva, closely following behind Director Chen, his palms already dripping with cold sweat. Xiaoya began to pace in the hall, her gaze scanning like a scanner, sweeping over the corners, the ceiling, and every tile on the floor. The mold stains on the wall are painted on, but the materials are exquisite, mixed with fluorescent powder and temperature-sensitive paint, creating a dynamic effect under specific light. She recorded while pinching a bit of wall dust with her fingers. At that moment, a swish, swish sound of mopping echoed from the depths of the corridor. Meng San Yang carried a wooden bucket and held an old mop, slowly wiping the floor. She moved slowly, scrubbing hard with each stroke, as if trying to wipe through the floor. Xiaoya frowned. A cleaning worker NPC? The timing of this appearance was too obvious. She approached quietly, wanting to see the details of this NPC's makeup and clothing. But as she got closer, a heavy smell of rust mixed with a stench of flesh wafted from the wooden bucket. The water in the bucket was not clear but murky dark red, like a bucket of blood that had been sitting for a long time. Xiaoya's stomach churned violently. This prop is too extreme. She forced herself to endure the discomfort, recording on her tablet, using olfactory stimulation to create nausea is a cheap but effective horror tactic. Meng San Yang seemed unaware of her presence, still focused on mopping the floor. Where the mop passed, it left behind dark red wet marks, quickly seeping into the floor, disappearing without a trace. Xiaoya squatted down, wanting to check the material of the floor for any absorption devices. Just as her finger was about to touch the floor, Meng San Yang's action stopped. Slowly, she turned her head, and on her waxy yellow face, a mini kitchen knife protruded from her temple, glinting ominously in the dim light. "Little girl, are you hungry?" Meng San Yang grinned, revealing a strange smile, as her left hand, the cold iron hook, lifted up. "San Yang here has something fresh out of the pot for you." Saying this, she surprisingly pulled out a steaming piece of meat from her apron pocket. The piece of meat was still twitching slightly, with clear blood vessel patterns visible on it. Xiaoya's pupils suddenly constricted. What level of silicone prop is this? It can even mimic muscle spasms? And this temperature, does it have built-in heating elements? No, it's okay, thank you. Xiaoya forced a smile and stepped back. How can you say no? Meng Sanyang's expression darkened, her tone containing an unyielding insistence. Food cannot be wasted. Come, open your mouth, Sanyang will feed you. Her iron hook hand suddenly darted toward Xiaoya's mouth. The cold hook, carrying a whiff of blood, almost poked Xiaoya in the face. Get away! Xiaoya screamed, tumbling backward awkwardly, her device crashing to the ground. Meng Sanyang's iron hook froze in midair, tilting her head as she looked at the frightened Xiaoya with a disappointed expression. What a wasteful child! She retracted her hand, carrying the blood water bucket, dragging the mop slowly into the darkness of the corridor. Xiaoya gasped heavily, her heart racing. In that moment, she truly felt that the hook would tear her face apart. Crazy, these NPCs are all crazy. She leaned against the wall, standing up, her professional, calm, and analytical emotion showing the first crack. On the second floor. The air at the stairway was colder by several levels than downstairs. The sweet and cloying scent of candles invaded the nostrils, making people feel dizzy. Director Chen, something is wrong here. Li Kai's voice trembled, feeling like his body was soaking in ice water. It's dry ice and an aroma machine. Director Chen's voice remained calm, but the frequency at which he adjusted his glasses had clearly increased. Don't scare yourself, remember, we're here to evaluate. He led Li Kai toward the room that had a sign saying frame defect analysis. The door was slightly ajar, and flickering red light spilled out from inside. Director Chen gestured for Li Kai to take out the camera, while he cautiously pushed open the door. Creak. The door hinge emitted a harsh sound. The scene in the room made even Director Chen, who was used to terrifying sights, hold his breath in an instant. The room was filled with red, glaring red. A red wedding bed, red tables and chairs, red candlelight. A figure dressed in a bright red wedding gown sat quietly at the bedside, covered with a red veil. Surrounding her stood wax figures, one after another. These wax figures wore different outfits, both male and female, young and old, each frozen in the pose of their last moment alive, with faces frozen in extreme terror and pain. So lifelike. No, this can no longer be described as lifelike. The texture of the skin, the details of the hair, the despair reflected in the pupils. Oh my god. Li Kai almost couldn't steady the camera in his hands. Director Chen, how are these made? Too real. Director Chen did not respond, his gaze was fixed on one of the wax figures. That was a man in a suit, exactly the live streamer Wang Hao who had mysteriously disappeared after a live broadcast several days ago. Even he has been turned into a wax figure? Big move. Director Chen squeezed out 3 words through clenched teeth. To create realism, they spared no expense to buy out the likeness rights of the missing persons, maybe even real person casting. He forced himself to analyze everything in front of him with a professional perspective, but the chill deep in his heart spread wildly like vines. At that moment, the figure covered by the red veil moved. She slowly raised her hand, gesturing please towards them. Guests, take your seats. A soft voice, devoid of any emotion, echoed eerily in the room. Boom! An invisible pressure squeezed in from all directions. Li Kai let out a scream, his legs going weak as he sank to the floor. He felt as if his bones were wailing, his internal organs nearly pushed out of his body. Director Chen also felt his body sink heavily, his knees bending deeply. It's sonic waves. Mixed with air pressure devices. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pressure with all his might, veins popping on his forehead. Quick! Get out! Using all his strength, he pulled up the limp Li Kai, scrambling and crawling out of the bridal chamber. Bang! The door slammed shut behind them. The two leaned against the corridor wall, gasping for breath, soaked in cold sweat. Director Chen. I can't take it anymore. I want to get out. Li Kai's voice trembled, his spirit nearly breaking. For the first time, Director Chen's face turned pale. His professionalism, his experience, the rationality he prided himself on, were crushed under that absolute, unreasonable pressure. That was something no equipment could achieve. That was a power that transcended the laws of physics. Go! We need to go downstairs. Director Chen made a quick decision, pulling Li Kai as they stumbled towards the stairs. Just as they reached the stairway, they saw Xiaoya, whose face was also pale. Director Chen. Upon seeing them, Xiaoya looked like she had seen a savior. I just saw a female ghost. She can draw human faces out of thin air. She described her encounter with the painting spirit in a jumble of words. The fear of the three gathered and fermented at that moment, reaching a peak. Unanimously, they all turned their gaze towards the closed, black iron door at the bottom of the stairs. Hu Jun. Hu Jun was still inside. Hu Jun. Hu Jun, are you okay? Director Chen rushed to the door, pounding on the coal iron. Answer me. Inside, there was a deathly silence. Hu Jun. Open the door. Quickly open the door. Just as they anxiously shouted. Ah! A cry, not resembling a human voice, rang from behind the door, filled with extreme terror, regret, and madness. It sounded like a soul being torn apart alive. The actions of the three instantly froze. Their blood seemed to congeal at that moment. Behind the bar, Chunyi picked up a clean cup, slowly wiping it under the light. He didn't even look back at them, just spoke blandly. It seems your friend has finished his confession. Chapter 66, This is not a test, it is a sacrifice. Cheng Ye's words had no warmth, yet they struck Chen Dao and the others like a red-hot iron, burning deep into their nerves. Confession, finished? Was that scream the sound of confession? That was clearly the final cry released when a soul is forcefully torn apart, ground to dust by the most vicious punishments in the world. What did you do to him? Li Kai was the first to break down, pointing at Cheng Yi, his voice sharp and high-pitched. Xiaoya's face turned pale, leaning against the wall, retching repeatedly. Her mind was filled with the image of Meng San Nyang's still twitching flesh, mixed with Hu Jun's scream, creating a nightmare she could never wake from. Only Chen Dao, the anchor of this team, was dead set on staring at the black iron door, his chest heaving violently. His brain raced, trying to use his 20 years of expertise to decipher everything before him. Infrasonic waves? Able to directly attack a person's nerve center, creating illusions and extreme pain. Powerful hallucinogenic gas? Released through the vents, driving one to madness in a confined space. No. None of it. No equipment could produce the sound of that scream, which contained pure, life-originating, despair. That wasn't acted, nor stimulated by machines. That was real. This thought, like a poisonous fong, pierced through all his rationality. Creak. Just when the three were on the brink of collapse, the tightly shut black iron door slowly opened on its own. There was no huge suction, no biting cold wind. Behind the door remained the pure darkness that swallowed light. A tall figure stumbled out from the shadows. It was Hu Jun. He came out. Brother Hu. Li Kai felt like he had grabbed a lifeline and was about to rush forward. Don't move. Chen Dao pulled him back, his voice hoarse. The Hu Jun who stood there was still that Hu Jun. He stood at 1.9 meters tall, muscles bulging, with a shiny bald head. But he was completely not the same Hu Jun anymore. His eyes were vacant and hollow, like two dry wells, lacking all the previous arrogance and confidence. An eerie, silly grin hung on his face, drool dripping from the corners of his mouth, landing on his chest. The most terrifying were his hands. He held his hands carefully, as if cradling a rare treasure, step by step, walking to the center of the hall. Then he knelt down. Towards the empty front, he thumped his head heavily on the ground. I am guilty. He shouted in an ear-chanting, insane tone. I should not have pushed my classmate's head into the toilet in middle school, forcing him to eat shit. I shouldn't have broken a girl's nose for 5 yuan. I'm sorry, Wang Wan. He banged his head again, his forehead hitting the floor with a muffled sound, blood flowing instantly. I am guilty. I should not have peeped at female soldiers bathing while I was serving. I shouldn't have intentionally hurt my comrade's leg during exercises for merit. I'm sorry, Zheng Platoon Leader. I am guilty. I entered Qingtang Ghost School as security, I hit tourists. I pushed a scared little girl to the ground, her head cracked. I even called her a coward. I am guilty. I am guilty. He was like a broken tape recorder, frantically banging his head while shouting out every evil deed he had ever done, big or small, with all his might. In the hall, only the sound of his head banging bang, 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 and his insane confessions echoed through the air. Li Kai and Xiaoya were utterly stunned. They watched the Hu Jun, who was once fearless and as mighty as a mountain in their eyes. Kneeling on the ground like a dog, tearing apart his darkest secrets, one by one, exposing them to the air. This is 100 times more brutal than killing him. Director Chen's body trembled uncontrollably. His professionalism, his rationality, and the worldview he had built, were shattered at this moment by every loud bang from Hu Jun. This is not an evaluation. This is a damn sacrifice. They are not here to evaluate some haunted house, they have actively walked into a shrine, considering themselves offerings to the evil spirits. Go! Hurry up! Director Chen's throat squeezed out 2 words as he violently pulled up the already limp Li Kai and Xiaoya, madly rushing toward the apartment door. However, Chang Yi behind the bar never looked at them even once. He was looking down at his phone. On the screen, rows of data were jumping wildly. Received deep fear value from Director Chen plus 88. Received collapse fear value from Xiaoya plus 95. Received despair fear value from Li Kai plus 99. END value plus 350. END value plus 410. In just a few minutes, the END value provided by these three people was more than the total of dozens of previous adventure streamers. The quality is too high. It's simply a moving supercharging treasure. In Chang Yi's dark red vertical pupils, a greedy and excited light flickered. Letting them run away like this? What a waste. He didn't even lift his head, he just gently knocked 3 times on the bar with his knuckles. Bang. 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 The sound was not loud, but it was like a silent command that instantly spread throughout the whole apartment. Director Chen, who was madly rushing to the door, suddenly felt his feet slip. He looked down and saw that on the smooth floor, a slippery, dark green moss had spread out at some point. A cold breath, with a fishy smell of water, seeped up from beneath the floor. A tender, smiling nursery rhyme faintly rang in their ears. Slate, slippery and slick, little brother, want to go home? Water is cold, water is cool, why not stay and be my new groom? The well lady. Xiaoya screamed, as she saw a small puddle appear under Li Kai's feet without her noticing. In the puddle, a pale face with a strange smile was being reflected. The hair of that face was growing wildly, like black water plants, wrapping around Li Kai's ankle. Ah! Help me! Director Chen, help me! Li Kai cried out in terror, his whole body being dragged back by a great force. Don't be afraid. Director Chen's eyes were about to split, just as he wanted to reach out to pull him, his vision suddenly blurred. A figure dressed in a plain white dress appeared as if out of nowhere, blocking his way. It was the painting spirit. She tilted her head, her slender fingers almost touching the furrowed brow of Director Chen, who was terrified. Tisk, these wrinkles ruin the overall beauty. Her voice carried the picky and regretful tone of an artist. Don't worry, I will help you wipe it off. As she spoke, that fingerprintless finger really came towards Director Chen's brow like an eraser. Director Chen felt a coldness that made his soul tremble coming at him, he could even feel his brow skin becoming blurry. Get away! He used all his strength to push Xiaoya towards the painting spirit, while he himself rolled and crawled away. Xiaoya stumbled and bumped right into the arms of the painting spirit. The painting spirit was not angry, instead, she lowered her head and gently blew into her ear, her voice filled with temptation. Your face has a good base, just a pity it's not perfect enough. Don't be afraid, among the skins I have collected, there is one that suits you better. And on the other side, at the stairway of the hall, Meng San Yang was descending step by step with her bucket of blood water. She didn't look at anyone, she simply walked straight to Hu Jun, who was still madly bowing and repenting. She squatted down and gently lifted Hu Jun's chin with her cold iron hook, forcing him to raise his head. Looking at Hu Jun's flesh and blood mangled face, with a silly, foolish smile still hanging on her face, Meng San Yang revealed a satisfied, loving smile, as if looking at her own child. Good child, knowing your mistakes can change. Are you hungry? San Yang made you 10 complete nourishing soup. As she spoke, she brought the bucket of blood water in front of Hu Jun. Bang! At that moment, the door of the apartment, which should have been their hope for escape, shut heavily in front of them. The entire hall instantly fell into dead silence. Only Hu Jun, who was still banging his head on the ground, Li Kai being dragged by the well lady, Xiaoya who was being appreciated by the painting spirit, and Director Chen, who was pressed back to a corner by the invisible pressure. 4 professionals from the Green Vine Ghost School, 1 had gone mad, and 3 had become lambs awaiting slaughter. Director Chen leaned against the cold wall, despairingly watching the hellish scene before him. He saw the landlord who had been sitting behind the bar finally slowly stand up. Chang Yi stretched lazily, wearing a commercial, dazzling smile that made Director Chen's scalp tingle. Experts, it seems you are quite satisfied with our first and second floor experience projects. Then next. He took out his phone, the glow of the screen illuminated his mismatched pupils and the boiling madness deep within. Thank you all for your professional evaluation and generous sponsorship. Chapter 67, Third Floor Unlocked, New Function, Incense Blockchain. Generous sponsorship? Director Chen leaned in the corner, feeling cold all over, these 2 words pierced into his mind like poisonous thorns. He looked at the landlord slowly standing up, and that dazzling commercial smile on his face, a sense of absurdity and despair, unprecedented, drowned his rationality. They were not here for evaluation. They were the high-quality ingredients delivered to the door. No, don't come over. Li Kai's scream had changed pitch, he was firmly entangled by those black hairs, and his whole body was dragged back on the smooth floor, leaving behind a wet trail. The well lady's pale face smiled at him from the puddle, and the song became cheerful. Little brother, don't be afraid, the water is dark, so comfortable. On the other side, Xiaoya was held in the arms of the painting spirit, that finger without fingerprints gently caressing her cheek, as if appreciating an art piece about to be worked on. Your eyebrows are too thick, the corners of your eyes droop too much, and your lips are too thin. The voice of the painting spirit was full of regret. It's okay, I have the most perfect skin in my collection, it will fit just right on your face. Xiaoya's body went stiff, she couldn't even scream, smelling the strange scent of ink and blood coming from the painting spirit. Meanwhile, in the center of the hall, Meng Sanyang had violently poured the murky, foul-smelling 10 complete nourishing soup into Hu Jun's mouth. Hu Jun was still smiling foolishly, muttering I am guilty, allowing the dark red liquid to flow down the corners of his mouth, making a gulping sound. Hell! This is hell! Director Chen's eyes were filled with bloodshot, he watched his team members, 1 mad, 2 captured, and he himself was pressed against the wall by an invisible force, unable to move. Mr. Chang! He used all his strength to shout. Let us go! How much do you want? Our Green Vine Ghost School can afford it. 1 million. 10 million. Hearing this, Changyi finally shifted his gaze from the phone screen to Director Chen's face. He smiled and shook his head. Director Chen, you still don't understand. I didn't open a haunted house, it's a restaurant. And you? He looked around, his gaze lingering on each terrified face for a second. Are my carefully chosen, honored guests. Now, the buffet time officially begins. As his voice fell, he snapped his fingers. The invisible force pressing down on Director Chen instantly disappeared. But he had no time to catch his breath. Suddenly, Meng Sanyang put down the empty wooden barrel, that cold iron hook, and turned to him. We can't waste food. Meng Sanyang grinned, showing a loving smile. This guest, you look very hungry too. The first day. In the dining room on the first floor of Happiness Apartment, the lights were bright. The long dining table was filled with dishes. Plates of meat still twitching slightly, bowls of wontons bubbling with blood, and a pot of thick, fishy nourishing soup. Director Chen, Xiaoya, and Li Kai were firmly pressed into their chairs, unable to move. Opposite them, Hu Jun sat in the main seat. Using his large hands, like cooking pots, he grabbed a piece of raw meat, grinning as he stuffed it into his mouth, chewing big bites, with blood dripping down his chin. Eat? Meng Sanyang stood by the dining table, like a warm-hearted hostess. Why aren't you eating? Is Sanyang's cooking not to your liking? Her iron hook lightly tapped on Xiaoya's porcelain bowl, making a crisp sound. Ugh! Xiaoya could no longer hold back, her stomach churning, vomited up bile. Meng Sanyang's expression instantly darkened. Wasting food, you naughty child. She shook her head, and the iron hook abruptly lifted, precisely prying open Xiaoya's mouth. Sanyang will feed you. Piercing screams and retching echoed in the dining room. Changyi sat behind the bar, leisurely scrolling through his phone. Received Xiaoya's breakdown fear value plus 120. Received Director Chen's humiliation fear value plus 115. Received Li Kai's nausea fear value plus 105. END value plus 580. Meng Sanyang's interaction experience is very effective. The drawback is that the scene is somewhat monotonous, easily causing guests to develop taste fatigue. Changyi calmly noted down the evaluation result in the memo on his phone. For the next item, we should switch up the flavor. The second day. They were dragged to the second floor. This time, it was room 204, the room with walls, ceiling, and floor all made of mirrors. The three were separated, each trapped in a corner. No matter where they looked, they could see countless versions of themselves, and something extra in the mirrors. Li Kai's reflection in the mirror had blood oozing from all 7 orifices, grinning eerily at him. Xiaoya's reflection had a strange, perfect but rigid face mask stuck to hers, using her nails to slowly tear away her original skin. As for Director Chen, he saw the entire team from Qingting Ghost School, all turned into wax figures in the mirror. Their faces frozen with terror from before death, and the red candle lady stood among them, slowly lifting her red veil. No! Don't look! Don't look! Director Chen closed his eyes and screamed madly, but the scene was like a brand, directly etched into his mind. In the mirror, the red candle lady lifted her veil, revealing not a face, but a flickering, sickly green candle flame. Boom! An indescribable sense of heat ignited Director Chen's soul in an instant. Ah! He clutched his head, rolling crazily on the floor, feeling his sanity being burned into ashes inch by inch. Behind the bar, Changyi frowned slightly. Received Director Chen's soul-burning fear value plus 250. Warning! Target's mental threshold is about to exceed the critical point, risking permanent insanity. Suggestion, change experience project. TSK, the individual lethality of the red candle lady is too strong, not suitable for long-term experience, easy to damage the battery. Changyi shook his head, taking out his phone once more to record. Looks like we need some gentler projects for buffering. He stood up and walked towards the central elevator. The third day. Director Chen, Xiaoya, and Li Kai, 3 walking corpses, were locked in the central elevator of the apartment. The elevator was dark, without lights. No ghosts, no blood, not even a sound. But this extreme silence and confinement, after the crazy torment of the previous 2 days, became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Their minds were already at the breaking point, any slight sound or movement. They could all collapse completely. The elevator began to rise slowly. Ding! The elevator doors opened, revealing an empty second-floor corridor. The door closed again. The elevator continued to rise. Ding! The elevator doors opened again, still showing the same empty second-floor corridor. Again and again. No matter how the elevator operated, the door outside was always that eerie, unchanging corridor. We can't get out, we will never get out. Despair. Li Kai murmured to himself, tears and snot smeared across his face. Curling up in a corner, he began to bang his head against the elevator wall. Xiaoya hugged her knees, staring blankly, repeatedly humming a disjointed song, a song that the well lady used to sing. Only Director Chen, he leaned against the elevator wall, his body completely still. But his eyes shone with the last flicker of rational light in the darkness. He was calculating. Calculating the elevator's running time, calculating the interval for each door opening, calculating the changes in airflow. His proud brain became his last barrier against madness. However, just when he thought he had found some kind of pattern, the elevator shook violently, and all the numbers, all the logic, were instantly thrown into chaos. The elevator began to rise and fall wildly, without any pattern. Feelings of weightlessness and heaviness squeezed their insides in turn. Ah! The last scream was drowned in the roaring sound of the elevator's operation. Cheng Yi stood on the first floor, watching the numbers on the elevator's floor display jump wildly, nodding in satisfaction. Well, work and rest should be balanced, and relaxation should be moderate. This is sustainable overexploitation. Just then, a series of dense sounds echoed in his mind, like fireworks bursting. Received logic collapse fear value plus 300 from Director Chen. Received claustrophobia fear value plus 280 from Xiaoya. Received despair fear value plus 310 from Li Kai. Congratulations, landlord. EN virtue value has exceeded 8,000 points. Apartment upgrade conditions have been met. A deep blue light screen unfolded before him, visible only to Chang Yi. Landlord, Chang Yi. Apartment name, Happiness Apartment. Apartment status, orderly, completeness 25%. Permission level, LV3, skilled landlord. Current unlocked areas, first floor hall, for first floor tenant rooms, first floor restaurant, first floor public facilities, central elevator, for second floor horror theme rooms. Core functions, rule setting, tenant management, apartment facilities. Third floor area can be unlocked, requires 5,000 EN virtue points, unlock? Chang Ye's gaze swept over the 5-digit EN virtue value, and the smile on his face became even brighter. In these 3 days, these high-quality charging treasures had provided him with more EN virtue than the past month combined. It seems that this deep experience of locking up visitors could be done a few more times in the future. Unlock. He thought without hesitation. EN virtue value minus 5,000, third floor area unlocked. Apartment completeness increased to 35%. Congratulations, landlord, the apartment has upgraded, unlocking a brand new function, incense blockchain. The incense offered by visitors can be transformed into grudge crystals that enhance grudge spirit levels, and tenants can upgrade by accumulating incense resources. A brand new function. Chang Yi raised an eyebrow, just about to examine it closely. Ding! The elevator door behind him slowly opened. Director Chen, Xiaoya, and Li Kai tumbled out of the elevator like 3 bags of garbage. Each of them stared blankly, drooling from the corners of their mouths, having completely lost consciousness. Chang Yi glanced at them, then looked at the bank transfer message he had just received from Qingtang Ghost School Director Chen. 10 million, with not a single penny missing. Only then did he plan to let them go. Service ended, guests have had their fun. The smile on Chang Yi's face was more sincere than ever. Thank you all for your professional assessment and generous sponsorship, please take care, no need to see off. He politely waved at the 3 soulless figures, then immediately focused all his attention on the newly unlocked function. Incense blockchain. In his dark red vertical pupils, a kind of uncontrollable, boiling madness sparkled. So, my employees can accelerate their upgrades. Chapter 68, Apartment Danger Rating, Near Disaster Level. The apartment door silently closed after Chen Dao and the others were sent out. Outside was the ordinary night's world. Inside, however, was Chang Ye's private carnival. All his thoughts were firmly captivated by a blue light curtain in his mind. Congratulations to the landlord, the apartment has upgraded, unlocking new equipment, incense blockchain. Function description: the sincere awe and worship of visitors can be condensed into substantial incense. The incense will be transformed into grievance crystals, used to enhance the strength level of tenants. Chang Ye's breath paused for a moment. His gaze swept across the first-floor lobby, only to see that the originally empty stairway leading to the second floor had, at some unknown time, added an ancient black wooden offering platform. On the offering platform, there were no gods or Buddhas, only 4 spirit tablets the size of palm. Each tablet was made of different materials. Meng Sanyang's tablet was made of greasy stove wood, with "position of the Meng family chef" written in vermilion, the characters emitting an unshakable meaty smell. Jing Yangzi's tablet was a piece of green stone from a well wall, covered with slippery moss, engraved with "position of the water charm in the well," and getting close seemed to hear the dripping sound. Hua Hun's tablet was made from a rolled-up painting, inscribed with "position of the painted soul," the ink sometimes clear, sometimes blurred, like a living creature. At the very top, the tablet belonging to Hong Jun Yangzi was a charred beam of a bridal bed, engraved with "position of the red candle phantom bride," emanating a sweet burnt smell, like a candle burning out. In front of each spirit tablet, there was a small bronze incense burner. Incense, blockchain? Chang Yi walked to the offering platform and reached out, gently touching Meng Sanyang's greasy tablet. What he felt at his fingertips was warm, as if just taken from beside the stove. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, and in his dark red vertical pupil, madness and greed intertwined into a boiling star sea. This was no longer simple haunted house management. This was nourishing spirits. Pushing the grievances of his employees step by step onto the altar, accepting fear and worship from the world, and then transforming this fear into their food to become stronger. This was a perfect, infinitely cyclic, horror ecological closed loop. Chang Yi withdrew his hand, his mind moving, and he called up his landlord authority interface. EMD value, 3,150 points, unlocking the third floor costs 5,000 points. Looking at the momentarily shrunking D value, Chang Yi felt no sorrow. Money must be spent to transform into power. His gaze turned to the deep, bottomless darkness leading upstairs. The third floor was already unlocked. But he felt an unprecedented calm. Back then, in order to suppress the 4 original residents of the second floor, he had almost exhausted all permissions from the early stage of the apartment, even using the Jingshi Hui members as bait, just to barely suppress those original residents. He clearly remembered the embarrassment of that time. Now, those on the third floor would only be more terrifying and unreasonable existences. He scrutinized his employee lineup. Meng Sanyang, Jing Yangzi, Hua Hun, although they performed excellently in their respective fields. But in levels, they still remained in the B-level grievance category, and were still a step away from A-level. In the entire apartment, the only real high-end combat power that could bear the heavy responsibility was Hong Jun Yangzi. She was smothered to death in a marriage, her grievances combined with candle paper figures, inherently possessing the pseudo-god form, a natural A-level grievance spirit. With only 1 A-level and 3 B-level, wanting to suppress those original residents who had lived who knows how many years on the third floor. That was no different from a dreamer's fantasy. Once his employees were devoured or severely injured in the suppression process, it would mean it will be an unbearable loss. These are all the core assets he has worked so hard to accumulate. It seems, to defend against outsiders, one must first ensure inner peace. Chang Yi murmured to himself, pulling out his phone from his pocket, opening a memo titled Excellent Employee KPI Assessment Sheet. Employee, Meng Sanyang, B+. Performance, high intimidation efficiency, can effectively induce physiological discomfort in tourists. Employee, Jing Yangzi, B+. Performance, skilled in mental pollution and environmental control. Employee, Hua Han Air, B+. Performance, artistic intimidation, capable of causing irreversible psychological trauma. Cheng Ye's fingertips glided across the screen, his eyes sharp like a CEO reviewing financial reports. The value of malevolence is falling short, and using means to enhance them is too low cost. So now, the only and most efficient way to break the deadlock is the recently unlocked Incense blockchain. He wants to open for business. He wants to transform the Happiness Apartment, from a mere urban legend known only in a small circle, into a true and terrifying landmark that attracts countless people to worship. Let those thrill-seeking tourists use their truest fears and most devout screams to offer incense for his employees' promotions. All staff meeting. Chang Ye's voice was not loud, but through the landlord's permission, it clearly conveyed to every corner of the apartment. Swish. From the depths of the corridor, Meng Sanyang emerged first, carrying an empty blood bucket. A hint of lingering regret appeared on her face, as if she was still troubled by not having had Director Chen drink the health soup. Splash. In the shadow of the corner, a puddle spread out. Jing Yangzi slowly crawled out from it, tilting her head, her clear eyes reflecting Chang Ye's figure, her lips curling into an innocent and strange smile. A plain white figure seemed to appear out of thin air. Hua Han silently stood in front of Chang Yi. She was carefully wiping a drop of blood from the painting with her fingerprintless finger, as if cleaning a flaw from a piece of artwork. At the stairway on the second floor, a flash of red light appeared. Hong Junyangzi, dressed in a bright red wedding dress, also quietly appeared there. She did not come down, just stood quietly, her gaze from beneath the veil seeming to penetrate everything. Changyi looked around at his 4 core employees, a kind smile, belonging to a boss, appearing on his face. Everyone, good news. He pointed to the brand new offering platform by the stairwell. Company benefits have been upgraded, and starting today, we officially implement the incense incentive plan. Your performances, your achievements, will be seen by the tourists. The more they fear you, the more they respect you, the stronger the incense will burn in front of your memorial tablets. And this incense. Changyi paused, his voice carrying a beguiling power. Will turn into nourishment for your upgrades, making you stronger, strong enough to tear apart anything you want to tear apart. As his words fell, Meng Sanyang's iron hook hand tightened suddenly, emitting a creak sound. For the first time, a blazing light burst forth from her murky eyes. Stronger? Is it possible to achieve the legendary heavenly feast using deities as ingredients? Jing Yangzi's smile deepened, she stretched out her tongue to lick her pale lips. Stronger? Is it possible to turn the entire city into her well, inviting everyone to join her in the hair-combing game? Hua Haner stopped her movements, she raised her head to look at Changyi, her expressionless face, for the first time, revealing a trace of emotion called desire. Stronger? Is it possible to create a truly alive, never-fading, perfect 100 beauties painting? Only Hong Junyangzi remained quietly standing upstairs. But the air around her turned scorching due to the emotional fluctuations, as if countless invisible red candles were burning fiercely. Watching his employees' soaring work enthusiasm, Changyi nodded with satisfaction. What he wanted was this effect. He wanted to turn this apartment into a highly efficient, terrifying factory that harvested fear and incense. At the same time, a few hundred meters away from Happiness Apartment, at a nondescript street corner. In a black car with ordinary plates, smoke swirled around. Zhang Daoling extinguished his cigarette, his eyes bloodshot, staring intently at the screen before him, where a recently calmed, steep curve loomed like a mountain. Captain, the spiritual pollution index of this apartment has fallen back to a safe value. In the passenger seat, a young team member swallowed hard, his voice dry. Just a few minutes ago, all the high-precision detectors they had set up around the apartment had set off piercing alarms. The curve on the screen, representing the intensity of spiritual pollution, shot up like it had been injected with hormones, instantly breaking through the threshold of class of vengeful spirits, soaring upward. It finally settled at a terrifying peak they had never seen before. That number had long exceeded their understanding of the existence of vengeful spirits. The intensity was comparable to the birth of Class S vengeful spirits, or even higher. I know. Zhang Daoling's voice was hoarse. He rubbed his throbbing temples, shifted his gaze from the data chart, turning to the real-time footage captured by the car's monitor at the apartment entrance. In the footage, 3 lost souls were thrown out. Shortly after, a 4th bald, strong man staggered out. He did not leave but knelt at the entrance, bowing his head repeatedly against the closed door, murmuring something to himself. Zhang Daoling's pupils suddenly constricted. He recognized these people. The core evaluation team of the Qingtang Ghost School. Famous in the industry for their professionalism and daring, led by Chen Dao, a ghost house dictionary with 20 years of experience. But now, one has gone mad, and 3 others have become fools. Total defeat. Zhang Daoling had been monitoring here for a whole 7 days. From the initial group of adventurous streamers to various folk ghost-seeking masters, and now this top professional team. He watched batch after batch of people excitedly walk in, only to be thrown out like empty shells drained of their souls. Not a single corpse. Not a trace of blood. Even the ghostly energy concentration around the apartment remained at an extremely low level, almost negligible. This was what chilled him to the bone. Regular vengeful spirits kill to vent their grievances. Every act of violence is accompanied by violent energy fluctuations and a release of resentment. But this apartment was too clean. So clean it resembled a precise, efficient, emotionless slaughterhouse. No, it was scarier than a slaughterhouse. A slaughterhouse takes lives, while this apartment takes away spirit, reason, soul. It wasn't killing people. A thought flashed through Zhang Daoling's mind, the one that made him shiver the most. It was using the fear, despair, and collapse of the living to produce something. That terrifying peak of spiritual pollution was not the aftershock of killing, it was the factory operating at full power, emitting exhaust. This thought made the blood in Zhang Daoling's body almost freeze. A factory using human souls as raw materials. This was beyond what vengeful spirits could describe, this was an evil god. Immediately connect to the highest encrypted line of headquarters. Zhang Daoling's voice carried an unprecedented weight and determination. Yes. Captain. The young team member fumbled to operate the equipment. Soon, a communications channel, secured by multiple layers of encryption, was established. "This is the Jiangcheng branch of the Pure World Society, Captain Zhang Daoling," he said clearly and distinctly into the communicator. "I request to immediately raise the danger level of target number 749, Happy Apartment. A steady voice came from the communicator. "Captain Zhang, please explain the reason. According to your previous reports, the target, though bizarre, has not caused direct casualties or detected large-scale ghostly energy dispersion. The current high danger rating is already the highest specification." "No." Zhang Daoling interrupted the other person, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. "Our previous judgment was wrong. Seriously wrong. It is not killing people, it is harvesting. It is a living, rare spiritual pollutant, feeding on human spirits. Just now, we detected a mental pollution peak far exceeding S-level strength. I suspect that within the target, a transformation is occurring that we cannot understand." On the other end of the communicator, there was a silence lasting several seconds. Clearly, the content of Zhang Daoling's report had exceeded their understanding. "Zhang Daoling, are you sure of your judgment?" "I pledge my honor as the captain of the Pure World Society." Zhang Daoling's voice was firm and resolute. "I request to immediately raise the danger level of the target to..." He took a deep breath and uttered the word that only existed in the internal files of the Pure World Society, representing the disaster of city destruction. Pre-disaster level. Chapter 69 New Tenant. A New Storm. Gift update. Pre-disaster level. When Zhang Daoling shouted these 4 words, the other end of the communicator fell into absolute silence for half a minute. These 4 words, in the internal files of the Pure World Society, represented not danger but destruction. They signified a moving disaster that required the deployment of all forces from a branch, and even applying to headquarters for the use of forbidden-level weapons, to handle. "Zhang Daoling, I need you to stay calm." The steady voice from headquarters sounded again. But this time, it carried an undeniable gravity. "This rating, once reported, will cause the entire Jiang city to enter a first-level combat readiness state. Do you understand what this means?" "I certainly understand." Zhang Daoling's eyes were bloodshot as he watched the surveillance footage of Hu Jun, still frantically bowing at the apartment door, his forehead staining the ground with blood. "This means that if we do not take action, once it completes its transformation, we won't even have the qualification to confront it. It is growing. In ways we cannot understand. Using the spirits of living people as nourishment. I request headquarters to immediately approve my application. Otherwise, it will all be too late." The communicator fell silent. After a long while, a long sigh came through. "Application has been accepted. Zhang Daoling, from now on, seal off the scene, evacuate all nearby civilians. Until the orders from headquarters are issued, no one is allowed to approach Happy Apartment within a 100-meter radius." "Understood." Zhang Daoling straightened his body sharply, his voice hoarse yet resolute. Hanging up the communicator, he leaned against the chair back, feeling all the strength drained from his body. He lit a cigarette, taking a hard drag, the harsh smoke causing him to cough violently. He did not know if his judgment was 100% accurate. But he knew that when a top professional team turned into a madman and 3 fools within just a few hours, any conservatism or hesitation was gambling with the safety of the entire city. Outside the car window, the night was deep and dark. That Happy Apartment, quietly standing at the street corner, no longer looked like a building to him. It was an awakening, about to engulf everything, abyss. Within the apartment, Chang Yi was completely unaware of the storm brewing outside. Or rather, he did not care at all. He was standing in front of the brand new black wooden altar, admiring his handcrafted employee motivation system. "Boss, the meeting is over. Should we pay rent this month?" A greasy voice sounded from behind him. Meng Sanyang held her iron hook and moved closer, her murky eyes sparkling with unmasked anticipation. Chang Yi turned around, wearing a standard business smile. "Of course. It's already a new month." As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Sanyang grinned, extending her iron hook hand. In her palm, at some unknown moment, rested a heart the size of a fist, still gently pulsating. That heart was covered with tiny blood vessels, and with every beat, it released a thick, unbreakable scent named humiliation and collapse. It was the purest source of fear, squeezed from Chen Dao's team. "Boss, this month's rent, along with this heart, is for you." Meng Sanyang handed over the heart. Fresh ingredients, perfectly cooked, a great supplement. Chang Yi accepted it with an unchanged expression, even weighing it in his hand. Splash! From the shadows in the corner, Jing Yang also crawled out. She held a pool of clear water, reflecting the twisted face of Li Kai, distorted by despair. That face silently wailed in the water, with every opening of the mouth, a wisp of black resentment overflowed from the water. "Mine." Her voice was innocent as she offered the handful of water to Chang Yi. Immediately after, Hua Han appeared silently, unfolding a half-foot-long painting. On the painting, there was only a woman's back, trembling in the artwork, a psychological trauma named collapse, seeping out like ink from the scroll. Finally, there was Hong Junyang at the top of the stairs on the second floor. She did not come down but flicked her fingers, letting a wisp of ghastly green candle tears, like ghostly fire, float down into Changya's hand. The candle tears felt cold to the touch but carried a burning heat that scorched the soul, containing Qindao's burned rationality and logic. For tenants, for completely different rents. Yet, at their core, they were all the purest, high-quality fear energy. Changyi nodded in satisfaction, placing these rents one by one on the offering table. In the next second, those hearts, water shadows, paintings, and candle tears simultaneously transformed into the purest black gas, immediately absorbed by Changyi. Received rent from tenant Meng Sanyang, END value plus 500, resentment crystal plus 3. Received rent from tenant Jing Yang, END value plus 500, resentment crystal plus 3. Received rent from tenant Huahun, END value plus 500, resentment crystal plus 3. Received rent from tenant Hong Junyang, END value plus 500, resentment crystal plus 3. In an instant, a total of 2,000 points of END value and 12 resentment crystals were credited. Looking at his soaring assets, Changya's smile widened even more. Without hesitation, he opened the system panel, estimating the resentment crystals needed to enhance the tenant's strength. Then he immediately issued an order to the system in his mind. Open the system store, consuming the value, exchange for 30 resentment crystals, and raise the strength of Meng Sanyang, Jing Yang, and Huahun to B+ level. Command confirmed, consuming 3,000 points of END value, exchanging for 30 resentment crystals. Strengthening tenant Meng Sanyang. As the words fell, Meng Sanyang's whole body shook. The fresh character imprinted on her iron hook arm suddenly glowed with a blood-red light. A more ferocious, more violent aura erupted from her, as if she heard the wails of countless ingredients, smelling distant pleas for food. Strengthening tenant Jing Yang. The water stains at Jing Yang's feet instantly spread out in all directions. Among the slippery moss, fine black spikes, like cow hairs, emerged. In her clear eyes, the image of Changyi was no longer reflected, but a bottomless, swirling vortex. Strengthening tenant Huahun. The half-scroll of 100 beauties in Huahun's hand moved without wind, the pages rustling. On the scroll, those once static human-skinned beauties seemed to come to life. Their eyes turned in the painting, mouths twisted open, emitting a silent, vengeful curse. 3 B-level vengeful spirits, in just a few seconds, stepped into the threshold of B+ together. Only one last step remains to reach true A level. Feeling the sudden surge of power in his employees, Changyi felt not a single ripple in his heart. He knew very well that this was still far from enough. Back then, just suppressing those 4 rooms on the second floor had drained all his effort. Now unlocked, the third floor, with the natives dwelling inside, would only be more terrifying and unreasonable. A+ level? Even, the legendary S level. With the current strength of the apartment, crashing into the third floor is no different from delivering food. His 4 employees must all be promoted to A level to have a slim chance of suppressing the third floor. The remaining power gap must be filled with the incense blockchain. He needed to open for business, needed more high-quality charging treasures, using their fear and screams to pave a bloody road for his employees to the altar. Just as Changyi was planning his grand terror factory blueprint, a cold system alert sound unexpectedly rang in his mind. Warning! An unknown high-energy resentment collective has been detected, invading the apartment. Warning! The defense system on the first floor has been breached. A new tenant has arrived. Changya's pupils suddenly shrank. Invasion? Not entering through the front door, not drawn in by him, but rather, an invasion. He quickly looked up, fixing his gaze on the reception desk in the lobby on the first floor. On the empty redwood bar, at some point, sat a person. It was a little girl. To be precise, it was a doll. The doll wore a plain white cheapao, looking like a 7 or 8-year-old girl. Her skin was as white as the finest cheap fat jade, smooth and delicate, reflecting a strange, porcelain-like sheen under the dim light of the apartment. Her eyes were very large and very black, like 2 pure black obsidian stones, devoid of any emotion, only containing a hollow silence. She sat there quietly, legs together, hands on her knees, posturing elegantly like a well-trained young lady. But her face, from the corners of her eyes to the corners of her mouth, was marred by spiderweb-like, fine cracks. As if she were a world-class porcelain piece, badly fired and about to shatter. She tilted her head, and a crisp, toothache cracking sound came from her neck. Those hollow eyes stared straight at Changyi, her mouth slowly cracking open, stretching all the way to her ears, revealing an innocent yet terrifying smile. Porcelain doll. A new tenant? Is it evil or good? If she is as easy to talk to as the previous red candle lady, then everything is negotiable. If not, it might lead to a fierce battle. Changya's heart alarm rang loudly, his dark red vertical pupil shrinking to the size of a needle tip. This was an uninvited invader. A new storm. Chapter 70, Porcelain Mother, The Broken Feast. The air froze in an instant. The resentment that had just surged due to the rise in strength was now gripped by an invisible hand, fiercely pushed back to its original place. Cheng Ye's dark red pupil was firmly fixed on that uninvited guest at the bar. The cold warning sound from the system still echoed in his mind. Warning! A level vengeful spirit porcelain mother has invaded the apartment. Threat assessment, extremely dangerous. Abilities, porcelain corrosion, skin painting technique, ash repair. Porcelain mother? Information from the system flashed rapidly in Cheng Ye's mind. This doll in a plain white cheapo was, in fact, an A-level vengeful spirit. She sat there, dignified, like a noble lady from an old era. But in those jet-black eyes lay an abyss of dead silence, as if they could swallow all light. Crack! The porcelain doll tilted its head, and a crisp cracking sound came from its neck. It grinned, a smile stretching all the way to its ears, revealing an innocent yet terrifying expression. In that smile, there was not a trace of kindness, only pure, unmasked malice. He. What a lively place. Its voice sounded like two broken pieces of porcelain grinding together, sharp, ear-piercing, carrying a teeth-grating quality. This was no longer a provocation. This was an invasion. Looking for death. The first to lose control was Meng Sanyang. For her, the kitchen was her territory, the dining room was her stage. Anything daring to create chaos here was an insult to her cooking skills, something that deserved to be chopped up into meat filling. A flash of bloodlight flickered in her murky eyes, and her newly strengthened iron hook arm, carrying a fierce wind, struck down hard toward the porcelain doll's head. The iron hook broke through the air, even creating a sonic boom. However, facing this thunderous strike, the porcelain doll simply sat quietly, not even blinking its eyes. Just as the iron hook was about to touch its head, it moved. It simply raised a hand, a slender finger, seemingly carved from white porcelain, gently pointing at Meng Sanyang's iron hook. Ding! A crisp sound of metal striking stone rang out. Time seemed to slow down in that moment. Meng Sanyang's powerful iron hook was effortlessly blocked by that seemingly fragile finger. A cold, dead force instantly spread throughout Meng Sanyang's body along the iron hook. What? Meng Sanyang trembled all over, feeling an unprecedented coldness starting from her arm, wildly spreading inward. She looked down, her pupils suddenly constricting. Her iron hook arm, made of fine steel, was visibly being covered by a strange white layer at a speed visible to the naked eye. That white was smooth and delicate, shining with the unique luster of porcelain, devouring the original color of the metal. Porcelain erosion! Get away! Meng Sanyang shouted fiercely, swinging a mini kitchen knife that had appeared in her left hand down fiercely onto the connection of her right arm. She was going to sever her own arm. But it was too late. He. You can't escape. The porcelain doll let out a sharp laugh, its figure suddenly closing in on Meng Sanyang like a ghost. Its cracked face nearly touched Meng Sanyang's, and in its hollow eyes reflected Meng Sanyang's horrified expression. Your skin is too old, not worthy of being my new outfit. It extended another hand, fingers spread, gently pressed against Meng Sanyang's chest. So, just turn into a doll and play with me. Boom! An irresistible, cold force suddenly erupted. Meng Sanyang's burly body froze suddenly. The color drained from her face, replaced by a deathly pale. That white quickly hardened, becoming smooth and delicate, like high-quality white porcelain. Crack, crack. Her joints made unbearable cracking sounds, her movements becoming incredibly stiff, like a marionette. In just one encounter, the B+ level Meng Sanyang was completely suppressed. Sanyang! Splash! From the shadows in the corner, Mistress Jing let out a sharp cry. Endless black hair surged like a raging tide, bursting out from the puddle beneath her feet, transforming into countless black venomous snakes, lunging frantically toward the porcelain doll. At the same time, the entire first-floor hall became extremely slippery, suddenly filled with puddles, from which countless pale arms emerged, reaching for the porcelain doll's feet. Drawing a prison. On the other side, the painting's soul also took action. Her half-scroll of 100 beauties unfurled, releasing a rich scent of ink mixed with blood. With a finger that had no fingerprints, she swept through the air. Buzz. Centered around the porcelain doll, an ink-line formation appeared on the ground. A complex and strange circular magic array. Within the array, countless faces of beautiful human skins emerge, emitting silent screams. A powerful force of confinement tightly locks down the porcelain doll. 3B+ level vengeful spirits strike simultaneously. The air in the entire hall seems to be sucked out, as a fierce cold wind howls, and the aura of ghosts rises to the sky. However, at the center of the siege, the porcelain doll's innocent yet horrifying smile shines even more brightly. Play with me, everyone come and play with me. It lets out a sharp laugh and suddenly spins its body. The pure white cheapo blooms like a lotus. A visible white shockwave erupts, spreading violently from its center. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The black hair of the well lady, which had always been invincible, instantly turns into stone upon contact with the white shockwave. It becomes rigid, weak, and then shatters piece by piece. The arms in the water pool are also instantly petrified, turning into a ground of pale white fragments. The ink-line magic array set by the painting soul flickers violently, and the faces of the beautiful human skins let out even more piercing wails. Then the entire array, bang, is completely shattered. The painting soul lets out a muffled groan, a trace of black blood spills from the corner of its mouth, and it retreats violently. Thud. The well lady is also thrown back by that force, crashing heavily to the ground. She struggles to get up but is horrified to find that her legs, unbeknownst to her, are already covered by a thin layer of cold white porcelain. My legs, my legs. For the first time, fear appears in her innocent and clear eyes. Defeated. A complete and utter defeat. The three newly promoted B+ level vengeful spirits are utterly weak against this uninvited porcelain doll. Cheng Yi stands in front of the altar, his face dark enough to drip water. His dark red vertical pupil tightly locks onto the porcelain doll that is admiring its masterpiece. So strong. The intensity of this A-level vengeful spirit is even above that of the red candle lady when he first subdued her. Its powers have an almost overwhelming suppressive effect against other vengeful spirits. Landlord authority, suppress. Cheng Yi focuses his mind, extracting the power of the three B+ level vengeful spirits to fiercely press down on the porcelain doll. Buzz. The air suddenly feels heavy, an invisible force belonging to this apartment takes shape as shackles, trying to confine the porcelain doll in place. The porcelain doll's movements stall for a moment. The cracks on its face seem to widen slightly. The taste of this house. It raises its head, and for the first time, its hollow eyes truly land on Cheng Yi. So familiar. But it merely pauses for a moment. Too bad, you are too weak. Crack. The porcelain skin on its body emits a crisp sound and breaks free from the suppression of the apartment. Cheng Yi's heart sinks. His authority is limited against this invader. Become my dolls. The porcelain doll lets out a sharp laugh as it steps towards the fallen well lady, extending its delicate yet deadly hand. At that moment, an indescribable, scorching heat pours down from the stairway on the second floor. The temperature in the entire hall suddenly rises. A sweet, burnt aroma, reminiscent of burnt candles, spreads through the air. A figure dressed in a bright red wedding gown has quietly stood at the stairway entrance without anyone noticing. She wears a red veil, her figure graceful and silent. Yet her appearance causes all the resentment in the entire hall to boil. The red candle lady. The only true A-level vengeful spirit in the apartment. The porcelain doll's movements finally come to a halt. It slowly turns around and looks at the red candle lady at the stairway, and for the first time, a hint of seriousness flashes in its hollow eyes. You have the scent of power. The porcelain doll tilts its head, its voice sharp. But it smells worse. The red candle lady says nothing. She simply slowly raises her hand.